Are you so distracted? The moonlight is beguiling. In the mist-laden bathroom, shadows dance. Su-Yin finds herself pressed against the tiled wall by the man behind her, her wrist held high above her head, her slender waist gripped by his other hand, evident red marks adorning her skin. He chuckles softly in her ear, and in the next moment, warmth envelopes her earlobe, a gentle bite, a teasing caress. Waves of heat surge through her body. Su-Yin trembles slightly, biting her lip. For a full hour, she languishes in the embrace of the man behind her. Qinlai holds her from behind, chuckling softly. After a while, he leans slightly forward, lifting her effortlessly and striding out of the bathroom. By the time he lays her on the bed, she is utterly exhausted. Noticing Qinlai donning a bathrobe and preparing to leave, she takes a deep breath and sits up. Qinlai, he pauses in his tracks, raising an eyebrow. Su-Yin replies, "We need to talk." Having been married for more than half a year, their life together resembles that of mere collaborators. They have fulfilled all obligations, yet there is no emotional connection. Even at such late hours, they part ways to sleep separately. It is, after all, a marriage of convenience, a union that indeed feels more like a partnership. Upon hearing Su-Yan's words, Qinlai turns back, but chooses to sit on the sofa opposite her rather than on the bed. He crosses his long legs, reclining lazily, his elegant fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa, exuding a charming demeanor that is not vulgar. Is something the matter? Su-Yan's gaze shifts to him, desire dissipating, leaving only rationality. I want a divorce. Qinlai's fingers pause on the sofa, his eyes narrowing slightly, the smile fading. What? Su-Yin knows he has heard her clearly and offers no further explanation. The divorce agreement has been prepared by my lawyer and is in the living room. When will you have time to sign it? As her words linger in the air, the atmosphere in the bedroom solidifies for several seconds. Qinlai studies her, the smile on his face completely vanished in that brief moment. Does the Su family know of your decision? A marriage based on free love is not a trifling matter. A union of families is even more serious. One thread pulled affects the whole tapestry, with countless entanglements, connections, collaborations, and a web of mutual gains and losses. Su-Yin asserts, I can make my own decisions. Qinlai swallows hard, his expression inscrutable, as long as you have thought it through. Su-Yin replies calmly, I've already made up my mind. The discussion of divorce is conducted with more formality than the discussions surrounding their marriage. Having said all that needed to be said, Qinlai rises and strides towards the door. Just as he reaches it, he suddenly recalls something, pausing to turn back, his thin lips curving into a smirk, a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. Since you've decided to divorce, what was that just now in the bathroom? Su-Yin remains silent, her hand clenched tightly in the sheets. Qinlai continues, a breakup perhaps? Su-Yan's nails dig into her palm, forcing herself to meet his gaze. Mr. Qin, your tone seems rather unkind. Are you unable to play this game? Her light-hearted remark ignites a spark of conflict between them. Qinlai's slender fingers rested upon the doorknob, and as he regarded Su-Yan's composed countenance, an inexplicable tightness gripped his chest. A cold smile graced his lips. If you wish to play, you know where to find me. Su-Yan replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Qin. I appreciate it. The implication lingered unspoken. Today marks the end, and in future they shall part ways, each finding solace in their own lives. Shedding the shackles of marriage, the two reverted to their customary indifference within their respective realms. As she watched Qinlai depart, Su-Yan's once straight posture softened, a long sigh escaping her lips. Steadying her emotions, she reached for her phone on the bedside table and sent a message. I've discussed it with Qinlai. Please assist me with the divorce proceedings. The response was instantaneous. Are you truly getting divorced? Su-Yin, yes. The other party, are you willing? Su-Yin, the lukewarm state is the most comfortable temperature in the realm of heat, yet in matters of the heart, it is a suffocating chill. The other party, indeed, TSK, Qinlai is truly unworthy. Su-Yin, a marriage alliance should not be taken to heart. After sending her final message, Su-Yin set her phone aside and nestled beneath the covers. That night, she slept restlessly. The lingering scent of Qinlai's bath fragrance pervaded the room unlike her own. It was the rich aroma of agarwood. Typically, such a scent would bring her comfort, but tonight it felt like a haunting nightmare. The following morning, as Su-Yin descended for breakfast, She noted the absence of Qin Lai in the dining room. The housekeeper brought forth the meal, cautiously remarking, "Mr. Qin has already left." Su Yin lightly touched the milk cup with her fair fingers, responding, "I see." The housekeeper, an elder from the Su family, had been caring for Su Yin since childhood and often found herself speaking more freely. Mr. Qin took his suitcase when he left. Su Yin nodded, understood. The housekeeper inquired, "Miss, did you and Mr. Qin have a quarrel?" Su Yin met her gaze, unprepared to conceal the truth. It was not a quarrel, it was a divorce. The housekeeper was momentarily taken aback, clearly startled by Su Yan's revelation. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated, ultimately asking, "Did Mr. Qin propose it? Is he aware of the recent events concerning the Su family?" Su Yin replied coolly, "I initiated it, he is unaware." The scandal surrounding the Su family remained suppressed by the elder Su, leaving Qin Lai in ignorance. The housekeeper regarded Su Yin, her lips pressed together, eager to ask more, yet Su Yin provided no opportunity. Finishing her milk, she answered a phone call and promptly exited. Upon leaving the villa, Su Yin drove towards her company. On the way, her assistant briefed her on the recent developments regarding an interview. The interviewee has already suffered a downfall due to misconduct reported by his own secretary. A once revered entrepreneur, now plummeting at an alarming rate. Su Yin inquired, "Is there a substitute?" The assistant, sounding troubled, responded, "None." Su Yin frowned. "Did I not remind you previously? Every interview must have a backup." Sensing Su Yan's displeasure, the assistant remained silent, too apprehensive to utter a word. After a while, Su Yin spoke up, "I have half an hour until I reach the office. You should start contacting the CEOs of various companies now to see who is available." The assistant replied, "Understood, boss." Su Yin cautioned, "When making the calls, be honest with them. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. The assistants of those CEOs are not fools. They can easily deduce from the timeline that we are treating these individuals as substitutes." The assistant acknowledged, "Got it." After hanging up, Su Yin pinched her brow with her hand. Indeed, misfortune rarely comes alone, and difficulties seem to compound. Upon her arrival at the office, the newsroom was in disarray, with some making calls and others retracting announcements. The finalized draft from the previous EO now required complete deletion, turning their hard work into an exercise in futility. As Su Yin entered, the staff greeted her with a chorus of boss. Su Yin lightly nodded and inquired, "Have you managed to contact a suitable candidate?" A hush fell over the group, with no one daring to respond. Perceiving their silence, Su Yin gathered an inkling of the situation, casually placed her handbag on a desk, gestured for them to continue their efforts, and stepped outside. A few minutes later, Su Yin appeared in the editor-in-chief's office. The editor-in-chief, Wei Tao, in his early 40s, adhered strictly to a management philosophy that prioritized results over personal relationships. After Su Yin briefly outlined the predicament, Wei Tao's expression darkened. "With the publication imminent, you tell me there's an issue with the interviewee? Acknowledge your faults and stand firm when facing criticism." Su Yin readily accepted responsibility. "This matter was indeed my oversight." Wei Tao retorted sternly, "This is not merely about who made a mistake, it's about how we resolve this situation." Having already devised a strategy on her way over, Su Yin awaited Wei Tao's decision. "Do you think we could move up Mr. Shun's interview for the next issue?" Wei Tao, maintaining a serious demeanor, remained silent for about half a minute before dialing a number in Su Yan's presence. The person on the other end spoke, and Wei Tao's gloomy expression transformed in an instant. "Are you serious? I cannot thank you enough. Can we schedule it for next Wednesday?" After ending the call, Wei Tao wrapped his fingers on the desk and turned to Su Yin. "We'll feature Mr. Shin's interview in this issue. You prepare for an interview with Mr. Qin this Wednesday to fill the gap left by Mr. Shin's absence." Hearing the name Mr. Qin, Su Yan's heart sank. "Which Mr. Qin?" Wei Tao replied, "Qin Lai from the Qin family." Su Yin. Chapter 3. The interview emerging from Wei Tao's office. Su Yin raised her hand to gently massage her throbbing temples. The interview with Qin Lai was not a spontaneous decision by TR. It had been meticulously planned. However, Qin Lai had consistently declined, leaving no opportunity for engagement. While this should have been a moment of joy, she found herself unable to feel elated. Upon returning to the newsroom, Su Yin approached a desk and lightly tapped the surface. Noticing the collective gaze of her colleagues upon her, She calmly announced that the interviewee for this week's magazine would be changed to General Manager Shun, and preparations should commence for a special interview with President Qin of the Qin Corporation next Wednesday. Upon hearing her words, the tension in the room dissipated. With the issue resolved, a few intern reporters began to gossip in hushed tones. Is President Qin the same person as Qin Lai? Who else could it be? I've heard he is quite the tyrant. Whether or not he is a tyrant remains to be seen, but he certainly possesses a striking appearance on television. Have you heard? Apparently, President Qin is exceptionally devoted. He has been with his college girlfriend since freshman year. As the interns grew more animated in their gossip, Suyin chose not to linger and turned back to her office. Setting down her handbag, she walked to the coffee machine for a cup of coffee. After taking a sip, she suddenly recalled the intern's earlier chatter. Indeed, Qin Lai had had a girlfriend during his freshman year, and their relationship had been quite harmonious. But they parted ways upon graduation. The reasons for their breakup remained unclear, rumored to be the result of the female party's pursuit of better opportunities. After their separation, Qin Lai had not entered into another relationship until his arranged marriage. Contemplating the arranged marriage led Su Yin to ponder the matter of their divorce. She wondered whether he had signed the divorce agreement. Logically, he should not have delayed. With this thought in mind, Su Yin took out her phone and texted the person she had messaged the night before. Have you reached out to Qin Lai? After a brief pause of about half a minute, a reply came, I did, and Qin Lai even praised me. Su Yin responded with curiosity. Why did he praise you? Su Jie replied, he complimented my excellent after-sales service. Everything is wrapped up nicely. It was Su Jie who had facilitated their prenuptial agreement when the two had wed. Su Yin's close friend, was a divorce lawyer, managing divorce cases daily despite being unmarried herself. In her words, she had no desire to marry and was already fearful of it. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the following Wednesday. Early in the morning, Su Yin entered the filming studio with her prepared interview script. As soon as she stepped inside, two staff members rushed toward her with anxious expressions. Not waiting for them to speak, she proactively inquired, what is the matter? One staff member, on the verge of tears, explained that time was running out. Yet President Qin had yet to arrive. Su Yin frowned upon hearing this and glanced at her watch. It was 10 minutes to the hour. Has the president's assistant been in contact? The staff member replied, yes, but he isn't answering the phone. Su Yin lifted her gaze and declared, I will handle it. You focus on your preparations. The staff members felt a weight lifted from their shoulders and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, boss. Su Yin gave a soft HM and turned to leave. Just as she pulled her phone from her pocket to dial Qin Lai's private number, she collided with the cold presence of Qin Lai entering from outside. Unlike his demeanor at home, Qin Lai was impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression indifferent. Adorned with a string of small red sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist, exuding an air of aloof nobility and unapproachability. Their gazes met, yet neither displayed any excess emotion. Qin Lai cast a fleeting glance at Su Yin, his demeanor exceedingly frigid, and continued walking past her without pause. His assistant followed closely behind, discreetly greeting Su Yin with a barely audible madam. Taken aback, Su Yin did not respond. As the interview commenced, Su Yin, the chief reporter for TR Weekly, took the lead in questioning. Adhering to the customary inquiries, she soon ventured into more sensitive topics. With a formal smile, she inquired, Mr. Qin, as the rising star of Xiqing, you have yet to be linked with any scandals. May I ask what your criteria are for a partner? Qin Lai, with his elongated fingers, absent-mindedly twirled the prayer beads, his tone detached as he replied, I have no requirements. Su Yin nodded with a faint smile, understanding the nuances of social interactions. Those with high standards often claim to have none. Qin Lai's gaze remained icy as he reiterated, I speak only the truth. At his words, Su Yin momentarily stiffened, discreetly averting her gaze as she pressed on with the next question, Mr. Qin, do you currently have a girlfriend? Unfazed, Qin Lai replied, I am in the process of getting a divorce. The studio erupted in chaos upon hearing this revelation. Divorce? When did Mr. Qin get married? I hadn't heard about it, exclaimed one. Wow, this scoop is substantial. A business mogul marrying in secret and now divorcing. This issue will surely sell. Amidst the clamoring voices, The production team whispered instructions into Su Yan's earpiece, urging her to delve deeper, to inquire about the marriage's timeline and the reasons behind the divorce. Su Yan locked eyes with Qin Lai, her fingers momentarily curling on the question card, taken aback by his forthrightness. After a brief pause, she composed herself and asked, "I have never heard of Mr. Qin being married before. If I may be so bold, when did you get married?" In a deep voice, Qin Lai replied, "Last autumn." Su Yan smiled lightly. Mr. Qin's confidentiality is commendable. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable, as if acknowledging that the other party preferred not to disclose. He added, "Perhaps you think I couldn't present my partner?" Su Yan found herself at a loss for words in response to this remark. With a gentle smile, she posed her final question, "Mr. Qin, would you be willing to share the reason for your divorce?" At her inquiry, Qin Lai paused and is fidgeting with the beads, a faint smile playing on his lips as he leaned slightly closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear, "You do not know the reason for my divorce." Chapter 4. She wants to leave. Unimpeded, there was a hint of playful mockery in Qin Lai's tone. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds before Su Yan smiled gently. Since President Qin found it inconvenient to speak, she deemed it inappropriate to press further, and thus transitioned to the next topic. The interview lasted 2 hours. Su Yan meticulously inquired about everything from Qin Lai's corporate strategies to his personal life. As the interview concluded, Su Yan rose to shake hands with Qin Lai in farewell. Qin Lai's gaze fell, briefly scanning Su Yan's delicate, fair fingertips before he offered a nonchalant grip, expressing satisfaction with their collaboration. Su Yan returned the smile, her voice warm yet distant, thanking President Qin for his cooperation. After bidding Qin Lai farewell, Su Yan lifted her hand to remove the microphone clipped to her shirt collar, handing it to her assistant. The assistant accepted it, a curious expression on her face. "Boss, what kind of woman do you think could marry such an outstanding man as President Qin? He's wealthy and handsome." Su Yan pondered for a moment, then replied, "A family alliance, perhaps." The assistant nodded, oblivious to the subtle shadow in Su Yan's eyes. Indeed, men of such stature often found themselves ensnared in family arrangements. Su Yan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Upon exiting the studio, Su Yan had barely taken a few steps when she received a WeChat message from Qin Lai. Her fingertips glided across the screen to reveal, "Let's have dinner together tonight." A period punctuated the end of his statement. Not an inquiry, merely a notification. Su Yan replied, "Haven't you informed your family about our divorce?" After approximately half a minute, Qin Lai responded, "Did you mention it?" Su Yan pressed her lips together. She hadn't said a word. The Su family was embroiled in a series of troubles, rendering such trivial matters unnecessary for her to address. As she contemplated her response, another message from Qin Lai arrived. "Shall I send a driver to pick you up?" His tone left no room for refusal. Su Yan replied, "I'll drive myself." The union between Su Yan and Qin Lai was a quintessential family alliance. When they were merely 3 years old, their grandfathers had arranged their betrothal. The two families were already close, and the connection was further solidified through business dealings, making their marriage both a familial bond and a strategic partnership. Even with their divorce, the ties and mutual interests between the two families would remain largely unchanged. Later that evening, after work, Su Yan drove to the Qin family's ancestral home. As she exited her vehicle, she spotted Qin Lai in the courtyard, engaged in a phone conversation. With his back turned to her, he wore a black shirt and trousers, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a sturdy forearm. The person on the other end must have said something amusing, as Qin Lai chuckled lightly. His voice languid as he remarked, "She wants to leave. I can't stop her." After a brief pause, he added, "If she wants to go, then let her. It's no big deal." The she was unmistakably a reference to Su Yan. Qin Lai had always approached their marriage with a nonchalant attitude, displaying a cavalier indifference towards both marriage and divorce. His consistent mantra was, "As long as you are sure, don't regret it." When they wed, Su Yan heard those words and maintained a composed exterior, though her heart fluttered with excitement. Now, hearing the same phrase as they contemplated divorce, her emotions had turned stagnant. The once lively deer within her had collided for months, ultimately succumbing. As Qin Lai finished his call and turned around, he found Su Yan standing quietly behind him. The two individuals exchanged glances, and Su Yin was the first to nod politely. President Qin, she addressed him with a certain distance. Qin Lai's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly, before he smiled and said, "Please come in." Su Yin responded with a simple mm, and the two entered side by side. As they approached the threshold, a wave of conversation drifted from within. Has something happened with Yanyan's family? Old Xiao has taken a mistress outside, and it is said that this mistress has borne him a son and a daughter. Chapter 5. The most lethal critique from a mother. Su Yin never anticipated that the unsavory affairs of the Su family would be so abruptly laid bare before Qin Lai. Sensing Qin Lai's gaze upon her, she feigned calmness and bent down to change her shoes at the entrance. Qin Lai turned his head to observe her, and the depth of his eyes darkened further. Old Xiao, Su Yin's father, who had risen through the ranks of a wealthy family by marrying into it. 30 years prior, Su Jing, the only daughter of the Su family's president, fell head over heels for the impoverished Xiao Hongyi and chose to marry him against all odds. What was believed to be mutual affection turned out to be a one-sided devotion. Su Jing regarded Xiao Hongyi as a virtuous partner, while he viewed her merely as a stepping stone. It must be said, Xiao Hongyi's masquerade was remarkably convincing. For decades, he meticulously deceived the elder Su, claiming half of the family shares and eliminating Su Jing's trusted allies within the company, before finally revealing his true nature. By the time the elder Su and Su Jing realized the betrayal, it was too late. Xiao Hongyi had firmly established himself within the company. The first to notice Su Yin and Qin Lai's return was the housekeeper of the Qin family. The housekeeper discreetly signaled to Mrs. Qin. Upon recognizing Su Yin, Mrs. Qin initially felt a pang of awkwardness, but soon approached her, exhaling softly, and decided to address the matter directly. "Did you hear everything?" Su Yin smiled subtly in acknowledgement, choosing not to put Mrs. Qin in an uncomfortable position. Having watched Su Yin grow up, Mrs. Qin took her hand and gently patted the back of it, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Even if the sky were to fall, the Qin family will shield you." Su Yin, understanding and grateful, responded, "Thank you, Mom." Mrs. Qin replied, "What are you thanking for? We are all family." After this, she turned to Qin Lai, her expression inscrutable, but her tone laced with an inexplicable irritation. "Isn't that right?" Qin Lai, who was bending down to change into slippers, was suddenly called out. He raised his eyes, his emotion subdued, and replied, During dinner, both Mr. and Mrs. Qin offered numerous comforting words to Su Yin, encouraging her to confide in them should any difficulties arise. Su Yin nodded in response, yet did not take their words to heart. In this circle, once the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In a marriage born of alliance, it was uncertain where things would lead, especially now that she and Qin Lai were on the brink of divorce. Even if the two families shared a long-standing friendship, no one dared gamble on human nature in the face of interests. After the meal, Su Yin adhered to her usual habit of staying over and returned to her room early to rest. Qin Lai stood in the courtyard, smoking a cigarette. Just as he had taken a few puffs, he was interrupted by Mrs. Qin, who emerged from the living room draped in a shawl. "Why aren't you returning to your room?" Qin Lai flicked off the ash, responding languidly, enjoying the night view. Mrs. Qin retorted, "Are you enjoying the night view, or feeling guilty and avoiding your room?" Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Qin scoffed, crossing her arms, appearing as though she had full knowledge of the situation. "You must be quite exhausted from pretending, aren't you?" Qin Lai repositioned the cigarette in his mouth and chuckled lightly. "Mom, what exactly are you trying to convey?" As he spoke, Mrs. Qin glanced back to confirm Su Yin had not descended the stairs, then leaned closer to him, her disdain evident. "You have the audacity to consider divorce, but lack the courage to speak about it with the family?" Qin Lai crushed the cigarette, but between his teeth. Qin Mu, relishing the spectacle, seemed oblivious to the fact that the one before her was her own son. "I had anticipated that your relationship would not endure. With your character, you're destined to grow old in solitude." How delightful! Qin Lai tasted the remnants of a cigarette, observing her son, whose teeth were nearly ground to dust. Qin Mu curled her lip and continued, "To be frank, you are merely my son. Otherwise, I would genuinely believe you are unworthy of Yanyan." Qin Lai, a cruel blow to the heart. The barbs from a mother are particularly devastating. After Qin Mu finished speaking, Qin Lai fell silent for a moment, extinguishing the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Mom. Qin Mu gazed at him with a composed demeanor and retorted, "Why call me that? To plead for mercy?" Qin Lai, helpless, pinched the bridge of his nose, a half-smile gracing his lips. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Chapter 6. Long anticipated. Upon hearing Qin Lai's remark that matters of the heart cannot be forced, Qin's mother found herself momentarily silenced, her words swallowed back. Although his statement was undeniably hurtful, one could not dismiss its truth. Love, or the lack thereof, cannot be coerced. No amount of pressure could change one's feelings, and such insistence might ultimately yield the opposite effect. The conversation had reached a point where the mother and son found themselves at an impasse, their words falling flat. With a sharp glance at Qin Lai, Qin's mother turned away, her anger palpable as she wrapped her shawl tighter and walked off in frustration. Watching his mother depart, Qin Lai lingered in the cold air for a moment before retreating to his room. Inside, he found Su Yin freshly emerged from her shower. She glanced up at him briefly before returning to her work, silent and absorbed. Qin Lai strode to the closet to fetch his sleepwear. Listening to the rhythmic tapping of her fingers on the keyboard behind him, he pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, then entered the bathroom with his pajamas in hand. As he disrobed, his broad shoulders and narrow waist revealed toned abs. Water cascaded from the showerhead, and he wiped the droplets from his face with a hand. His wife's family was embroiled in turmoil, yet he remained blissfully unaware, a fact that struck him as rather heartless. However, in comparison to his emotional detachment, someone else seemed even colder. When Qin Lai emerged from the bathroom, Su Yin was still engrossed in her work. He sat at the edge of the bed, legs slightly apart and leaning forward, preparing to dry his hair when Su Yan's distant voice pierced the air. "Tonight, we will sleep separately." Turning to her in surprise, he asked, "What?" Su Yan's pale fingers pressed the enter key on her keyboard, her response evasive. "Do you still harbor feelings for your ex?" Furrowing his brows, Qin Lai felt a wave of irritation rise within him. Su Yin, sensing his impatience, pointed at the screen, explaining, "It's about work, questions I neglected during today's interview." Following her finger's direction, his heart sank as he realized it was his own interview draft. Narrowing his eyes, he retorted, "Are you interviewing me?" Su Yin met his gaze, her demeanor calm and unyielding. "If you prefer not to answer now, I can arrange a separate time with your assistant tomorrow." Her composed attitude only fueled his amusement. "Do you think I am one to revisit past relationships?" "Unresolved feelings," she replied, nodding as if his silence sufficed as an answer. Su Yin continued refining the interview draft, and as Qin Lai observed her diligence, he was inexplicably reminded of their encounter in the bathroom last week. Those who typically abstain from indulgence can be particularly captivating when they do give in, a truth applicable to both genders. His gaze traveled from Su Yan's expressive eyes to her alluring lips, and he felt a swallow in his throat. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Yan suddenly looked up. "Is there anything else?" Qin Lai's reverie was abruptly interrupted, and he took a breath, his lips curving into a faint smile. "No, nothing at all." Having completed the revisions on her draft, Su Yin shut her laptop. Her long, fair legs dangled from the edge of the bed as she announced, "I'll take the floor." Watching her retreating figure, Qin Lai's long fingers brushed against the cigarette box on the bedside table, retrieving one to bite down on. In a low voice, he declared, "I'll sleep on the floor." Su Yin had already retrieved bedding from the bottom of the closet, softly replying, "There's no need for that." Qin Lai's gaze fell upon her slender waist, barely graspable between his fingers. He bit the corner of his cigarette and inquired, "When did the Su family's matter arise?" Su Yin, with her back turned to Qin Lai as she arranged the bedding, momentarily stiffened before quickly relaxing. "A month ago." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you mention it to me?" Su Yin replied, "At that time, I had already resolved to seek a divorce." Qin Lai's expression shifted as smoke caught in her throat. "You had made up your mind about the divorce a month ago, yet only brought it up last week?" He assumed it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, unaware that her intentions had been meticulously premeditated. Chapter 7. Callousness and Indifference Since Childhood. Qin Lai has been the object of affection for many girls, possessing both striking looks and a prestigious background. His attributes, both physical and intellectual, are truly exceptional. He has encountered numerous women who have schemed to approach him, but this is the first time he has experienced someone like Su-Yan, who has premeditatedly sought to distance herself from him. In a daze, Qin-Lai felt as if he had been toyed with, and in a way that required no cost on his part. While Qin-Lai remained in a state of confusion, Su-Yan had already reclined herself. By the time he regained his senses, she was fast asleep on the ground. Observing her slumbering form, he idly toyed with the towel in his hands, letting out a soft snort before rising to enter the bathroom to dry his hair. The following morning, their biological clocks synchronized, prompting them to awaken almost simultaneously. After completing their morning routines, Su-Yan gathered her long hair and cast a fleeting glance at Qin-Lai. "Have you signed the divorce agreement?" As Qin-Lai tied his tie, the lingering sensation of being played from the previous night resurfaced within him. He clicked his tongue in response, "Yes." "Suzanne Zieblit?" "That's good. We should promptly inform both families about our divorce. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome." Qin-Lai turned, his finger playfully curling the tie with a bemused expression. "Troublesome? In what way?" Su-Yan met his gaze, her fitted beige dress accentuating her graceful figure. "I don't wish to continue living with my ex-husband post-divorce. It would be difficult to explain if it got out." Su-Yan was slender, with well-placed curves that seemed to know their place. As their eyes locked, Qin-Lai's gaze inadvertently drifted from her slim waist to her hips. Sensing his scrutiny, Su-Yan instinctively took a step back. Although they had only been married for half a year, they were intimately familiar with each other's habits, including Qin-Lai's penchant for teasing her soft flesh at times. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, both ambiguous and awkward. Just as Su-Yan felt overwhelmed and considered turning away, Qin-Lai strode forward, cornering her against the wall. He leaned in close, whispering in her ear, "It's not the right time to discuss this. My mother cares for you deeply, given the recent turmoil in the Su family. What would she think if I told her we were getting divorced?" Su-Yan's back pressed against the wall, her cheeks flushed. Qin-Lai leaned in even closer, as if to bury his face in her neck, murmuring, "She would think I'm kicking you when you're down." Sudan Ingan Sapi, feeling the warmth of his breath seeping into her collar. She tilted her head slightly away, amused by her flustered demeanor. Qin-Lai finally felt a release from the pent-up frustration he had carried through the night. "Su-Yan, I'm genuinely curious. What compelled you to marry me in the first place? Was it merely due to the arrangement made by our fathers?" Su-Yan pursed her lips in silence. Qin-Lai's hand, familiar and confident, found its place at her waist, pulling her closer with a mischievous grin. "I've always suspected that you might harbor feelings for me." Upon hearing his words, Su-Yan's heart fluttered, her hands trembling at her sides as she feigned composure. "You seem quite confident," Qin-Lai replied. "I have reason to be." Su-Yan lifted her chin to meet his gaze. "I once interviewed a psychologist who told me something profound. There exists a feeling that is even more painful than heartbreak." Qin-Lai cast a downward glance at her, his brow raised with a casual air. Su-Yan's ruby lips moved, exuding an allure that was utterly captivating. Yet the words that escaped her mouth conveyed none of that charm. It was a sensation that could only be described as self-indulgence. Qin-Lai's hand, resting upon Su-Yan's waist, instinctively tightened. Realizing that his emotions were surging, he gradually relaxed his grip. Taking a deep breath, he buried his face in the crook of Su-Yan's neck and playfully bit down, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Su-Yan, fortunately, we share no feelings. You are devoid of heart, indifferent and unfeeling." Chapter 8. Anxious for a second marriage, the indifferent and callous Su-Yan found her breath momentarily halted as she was bitten. Before she could resist, the man who had bitten her straightened up, taking 2 steps back to adjust his tie, his impeccably dressed appearance suggesting that he was not the one who had just committed an indiscretion. As they descended the stairs to have breakfast, an unspoken tension enveloped the room. Qin's mother, observant as ever, immediately noticed the bite mark on Su-Yan's neck. She discreetly nudged Qin-Lai's calf under the table and raised her chin, casting a questioning glance his way. Qin-Lai, following his mother's gaze, squinted slightly but remained silent. With a quiet voice, Qin's mother remarked, "You will come to regret it." At her words, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, mouthing the words, absolutely not. His mother merely scoffed. Their interaction was as clandestine as an underground meeting, while Su Yin remained oblivious, lost in thought. After breakfast, Su Yin and Qin Lai exited the Qin residence together. Just as they entered the car, and before the engine could roar to life, Su Yin received a call from the Su household. Lowering her gaze to the flashing screen, she swiped to answer. Hello, Mom. On the other end, Su Jing's tone was displeased as she questioned, Who told you to divorce Qin Lai? Su Yin fell silent. Not receiving a response, Su Jing continued sharply. You didn't think to inform the family about such a significant matter? Do you even regard me as your mother? Su Yin's hand tightened around the steering wheel. Mom, she began, attempting to explain, but was cut off by Su Jing's cold voice on the line. I don't care what methods you employ. You must not divorce. This marriage is non-negotiable. Without waiting for Su Yin to respond, Su Jing hung up, listening to the dead air on the line. Su Yin brought the screen closer to her face, pursing her lips into a straight line. Ever since she could remember, Su Jing had been domineering and imperious. To her, Su Yin was not her daughter, but rather a mere pawn in her game. Where to move and how was entirely dictated by her. The happiness or discontent of Su Yin was of no consequence. Sitting in the car, Su Yin stared blankly at her phone when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the window. Turning her head, she met Qin Lai's gaze from outside the vehicle. Exhaling lightly, she rolled down the window halfway. Is there something you need? Qin Lai, holding his own phone, wore a smile in his elongated eyes, a mixture of teasing and amusement. Ensu just called me, stating that our divorce agreement is null and void. Su Yin remained silent as Qin Lai continued. So, are we still going to divorce? Su Jing showed no regard for her dignity whatsoever. Su Yin clenched her hand, her eyes cool and resolute. Yes. With that, she picked up her phone in front of Qin Lai and dialed Su Jing's number. Once the call connected, before Su Jing could speak, Su Yin calmly stated, Mom, I must divorce Qin Lai. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I will handle it. Su Jing, incensed, retorted, How do you intend to manage that? Su Yin raised her gaze to meet Qin Lai's, calmness radiating from her, before replying, There are many families suitable for a marriage alliance. Not just the Qin family, such as the Xing family in the south of the city. Upon hearing the words, Su Jing paused and inquired, Xingjin? Su Yin replied, Yes. As you know, I have always maintained a good relationship with him. Su Yin chatted with Su Jing about the next potential marriage alliance. While outside the car, Qin Lai listened to her words, and his gaze gradually turned colder. The divorce agreement he had signed just yesterday had yet to settle in his hands. And here she was already contemplating her next marital prospect. Very well. A few minutes later, Su Yin ended the call and nodded apologetically toward Qin Lai. Sorry, Mr. Qin, for the interruption. Since you have already signed the divorce agreement, let us choose a time to finalize the divorce certificate. Qin Lai chuckled lightly. Are you so eager to remarry? Su Yan's lips curved slightly as she met his gaze indeed. Chapter 9. Overreaching and bringing shame upon oneself, Su Yin responded with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of evasion. After finishing her words, she cast her gaze downwards, placing her phone on the central console, and turned to Qin Lai, inquiring when he might find the time to call her, preferably within a week. An inexplicable emotion brewed within Qin Lai's chest, difficult to articulate, yet in a bid to maintain his composure, he managed to utter, Rest assured. It won't be long. Upon hearing his reply, Su Yin did not linger any further, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to depart. As the vehicle traversed a certain distance, Su Yin glanced at Qin Lai's silhouette through the rearview mirror. He remained stationary, rooted to the spot. Su Yin pressed her lips together and averted her gaze. Some individuals, knowing full well that there is no outcome, ought to refrain from harboring such thoughts. She had collided with the southern wall before, and the experience was far from pleasant. An hour later, the car arrived at Tar. Su Yin parked and entered the office. As soon as she stepped inside, her assistant approached her with an air of mystery. Boss, she said. Su Yin smiled, yes. Her assistant continued. It is said that a chief reporter has been parachuted into our TR. Though not one to indulge in gossip, Su Yin felt a flicker of curiosity. When did this happen? Her assistant replied, just this morning. As they conversed, they made their way into Su Yin's office. The assistant, named Yuan, had been with Su Yin for quite some time. She was honest and straightforward, with the only flaw being her somewhat clumsy demeanor. Once inside the office, Yuan closed the door behind her, emboldened, and added, "I've heard that Chief Editor Wei is to be promoted, and this newcomer has come to compete with you for the Chief Editor position." Su Yin approached her desk and set her bag down, raising an eyebrow. "Who did you hear this from?" Yuan replied, "Everyone is saying so." Everyone, a majority rule within a collective, often signals a unilateral opinion. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Su Yin remained silent, prompting her assistant to express her indignation. "Boss, are you not upset? After all your diligent years at TR, you are now to compete with someone parachuted in." Su Yin did not harbor as much resentment as Yuan. She walked to the water dispenser, took a sip, and replied, "It is quite normal for the capable to ascend. This is a healthy competition." Yuan admired Su Yin's mindset, saying, "Boss, your attitude is truly commendable." Su Yin smiled. "If there is nothing else, you may return to your tasks." Yuan nodded, "All right." As she watched Yuan leave, Su Yin returned to her desk and opened her computer to review the latest arranged interviews. Just then, her phone on the table vibrated twice. Su Yin looked down to see a message from Su Jia on WeChat. "Have you checked the alumni group? TSK, you two just signed the divorce agreement yesterday, and today someone can hardly contain themselves." "Someone? Qin Lai?" With a hint of curiosity, Su Yin opened her phone to view the lively alumni group. The chat was abuzz with news of Qin Lai's first love returning to the country. However, the most astonishing revelation was not merely the return of his first love, but that he had personally driven to the airport to greet her, holding a bouquet of roses. From the photos shared in the group, the bouquet appeared substantial, boasting no fewer than 99 blooms. Is this what he referred to last night as refusing to turn back? A hint of mocking amusement graced the corners of Su Yin's lips as she exited the group chat and sent a message to Su Jia, "A match made in heaven." Su Jia replied instantly, "I told you long ago, back when you were married, that Qin Lai had someone in his heart and was unattainable. You simply would not listen." Su Jia was the sole confidant aware of Su Yin's past affections for Qin Lai, wishing to avoid deception in her presence. Su Yin responded, "Overestimating oneself leads only to self-inflicted humiliation." Chapter 10. Love rivals. Upon reading Su Yin's response, Su Jia felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After a moment, she replied with a hug emoticon. "Su Yan, I'm fine." Su Jia, "Nothing happened between you and Qin Lai when you returned to the Qin family last night, right?" Su Yin, "No, we are divorced. What could possibly happen?" Su Jia, "Men are creatures who can distinctly separate love from desire. Just make sure you don't suffer any losses." Su Yin, "Rest assured." After exchanging messages with Su Jia, Su Yin received an internal call from the editor-in-chief's office. She picked up the receiver, and before she could speak, Wei Tao's voice came through, asking her to come to his office. Su Yin, "All right, editor-in-chief." After hanging up, Su Yin rose and made her way to Wei Tao's office. Upon entering, she found someone standing in front of Wei Tao's desk, engaged in conversation. Wei Tao, usually indifferent, was now all smiles, as if he were welcoming a fortune deity. "Welcome aboard," he said cheerfully. The newcomer smiled sweetly, expressing hope for Wei Tao's continued guidance. Wei Tao chuckled, replying, "With President Qin around, it's you who should be looking after me." As Wei Tao spoke, he caught sight of Su Yin entering and waved her over, introducing her. "Su Yin, this is our new chief reporter, Mu Qing." Afterward, he introduced Su Yin to Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, this is Su Yin, our sole chief reporter at TR. You two should get to know each other. You'll be the left and right arms of TR." Although he referred to Su Yin as the left arm, it was evident that Mu Qing, as the right arm, held more allure. Following Wei Tao's cue, he gestured for Su Yin to greet Mu Qing. As Mu Qing turned around, their eyes met, and Su Yin smiled lightly. "Long time no see." "Mu Qing, Yanyan. Long time no see." Mu Qing had just been the center of attention in their alumni group chat. Despite their apparent familiarity, neither extended a hand. Wei Tao, seated at his desk, paused in surprise upon realizing their acquaintance, asking with a smile, "You two know each other?" "Suzan Ziplit, alumni." Wei Tao, "That makes things even easier. Since you are familiar, collaboration will be more effortless. Wei Tao engaged them in conversation for a few moments before asking Su Yin to take Mu Qing to the reporter's department. There was only one office for the chief reporter, so Mu Qing was assigned to the general reporter's workspace. Once outside Wei Tao's office, Mu Qing initiated the conversation. Does everyone at TR know your background? Su Yin pressed the elevator button, responding, no. Mu Qing smiled with her eyes. Then they don't know about your marriage to Alai? Su Yin turned her head to look at her, her expression unreadable. I have already divorced Qin Lai. We signed the divorce agreement yesterday. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Mu Qing's smile faltered slightly. It was unclear whether she was genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance. With an expression full of regret, she said, Yanyan, I'm sorry. Alai didn't mention it to me. Internally, Su Yin felt a sneer, yet she maintained her composure, replying, it's all right. How could they be unaware of the divorce while publicly encountering one another at the airport? Was it a matter of differing values? Or was it a deliberate provocation aimed at her? Nonetheless, it no longer matters. After all, she has resolved to part ways with that man, Qin Lai. After approximately half a minute, the elevator doors opened and the two entered one after the other. Su Yin reached out to press the floor button, while Mu Qing, standing behind her, inquired, Yanyan, do you have time after work? This evening, Alai has arranged a welcome dinner for me, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join. Chapter 11. Deserved. Mu Qing's voice was gentle, making it difficult to discern whether her feelings were genuine or feigned. However, the authenticity of her sentiments was of little consequence, as Su Yin had no intention of partaking. Without turning her head, Su Yin faced the elevator doors, her red lips curving slightly as she replied, I have plans this evening. Mu Qing's tone dripped with feigned regret. As if deeply disappointed, oh, I see. Su Yin responded coolly, Su Yin had never harbored a penchant for befriending colleagues, especially not one who was her ex-husband's first love. Upon descending from the elevator, Su Yin guided Mu Qing to her workstation before turning toward her own office. After taking just a few steps, Mu Qing caught up to her from behind, pulling out her phone and suggesting, Yanyan, let us add each other on WeChat. It would be more convenient for work. When work was mentioned, Su Yin did not decline, retrieving her phone to allow Mu Qing to scan her QR code. Once the friend request was accepted, Su Yin nodded and turned away. Mu Qing perused Su Yan's moments, only to find them barren, devoid of any posts. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Mu Qing's eyes as a colleague approached to greet her, and she instantly donned a smile, her expression soft and gentle as water. TR is a weekly publication, and the journalists within its ranks were particularly well informed. In a mere afternoon, Mu Qing's background had been thoroughly unearthed. The least favored daughter of the Mu family in West City, and Qin Lai's first love. Some secretly lamented her fortune, while others scorned her as a social climber leveraging her connection to Qin Lai. As the workday drew to a close, Su Yin was busy finalizing the last interview draft when Yuan entered with a long face. Su Yin looked up at the sound, and Yuan leaned over the desk, whispering, Boss, that Mu Qing is truly a rare white lotus. Though Su Yin harbored no fondness for Mu Qing, she refrained from gossiping about her. Instead, she smiled and inquired, Have you completed all your tasks today? Yes, Yuan replied. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yin was attempting to change the subject. Yuan continued, It seems she is afraid that no one knows she is President Qin's ex-girlfriend. Out of 5 sentences, 3 mention him. Su Yin silently lowered her gaze, tidying her desk with 5 minutes left until quitting time. Yuan glanced at her watch, dismissing the time, and remarked, I think President Qin is truly blind. Anyone with eyes can see how hypocritical she is. She keeps boasting about being an overseas student, as if that is something remarkable. Just then, a knock interrupted from outside the office. Su Yin shot Yuan a warning glance, signaling for her to be quiet, and calmly said, Come in. The door swung open, and Mu Qing peeked in, her expression cheerful as she asked, Yanyan, Elias can pick me up. Are you sure you want to join us? Su Yan's demeanor was aloof, lacking the warmth she had displayed with Yuan. I can't. I have matters to attend to. Mu Qing replied, All right then, we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow. With that, she waved goodbye to Yuan, not particularly adept at concealing her expressions, struggled to muster a genuine smile as her lips twitched awkwardly. Once Mu Qing exited and closed the door, Yuan hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down. Upon spotting Qin lie waiting below, her eyes filled with disdain. I used to quite like President Qin, but now, not so much. Suzan Sumai Dits Mi Sin. Suddenly recalling an interview from last week featuring a male artist in a gossip magazine. He had once been adored by many fans. But ever since he began a relationship with an unappealing female artist, his fan base had dwindled significantly. While Su Yin pondered these thoughts, Yun turned back and inquired, "Boss, do you think Qin Lai's divorce might be due to a desire to reconcile with Mu Qing?" At Yuan's words, Su Yin paused in tidying her desk. Raising her gaze, "Perhaps," she mused. Yuan scoffed. His wife is truly pitiful. Su Yin lowered her eyes with a smile. Maybe she deserves it. Yuan appeared bewildered, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Su Yin's words, yet uncertain how to counter them. Upon realizing she had spoken too freely, Su Yin chuckled and asked, "Aren't you off work yet?" The mention of quitting for the day made Yuan forget the topic of their discussion entirely. He exchanged mischievous glances with Su Yin before eagerly turning to leave. After bidding farewell to Yuan, Su Yin retrieved her phone and called Su Jia. When the call connected, Su Yin succinctly inquired, "Skewers?" Su Jia responded, "Bear." Su Yin confirmed, "Let us meet." Agreed, Su Jia replied. 40 minutes later, Su Yin and Su Jia met on the street. For over a decade, their go-to place for skewers had remained the same, at the university entrance. Once seated, and after placing their order, Su Jia opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Su Yin. "Did you hear that Mu Qing won a TR?" Su Yin nodded, from what Wei Tao implied. It seems Qin Lai was the one who got her in there. Su Yin expression stutit dramatizali. Is Qin Lai out of his mind? Su Yin chose not to respond, sipping her beer, and just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon two figures standing at the entrance of the university town across the street. The coldly composed Qin Lai in his suit, and Mu Qing, in a white dress, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chapter 12. Him and her. The phrase "more delicate than flowers" aptly describes a woman like Mu Qing. In contrast to Mu Qing, Su Yin resembles a rock, specifically a diamond, with a Mohs hardness of 10, or perhaps even 15. As Su Yin gazed at the two individuals lost in thought, the voice of Su Jia broke through, exclaiming in disbelief, "What are the odds of encountering them here?" Su Yin averted her gaze, realizing that fate had once again intertwined their paths. Su Jia chuckled, remarking on the unexpected sight of a scheming woman. After a moment, she tilted her chin towards Su Yin and inquired, "What are they up to?" Reminiscing about the past, Su Yin deftly used her chopsticks to transfer a piece of meat from the skewer onto a plate, smiling as she replied, "If you're so curious, why not go and ask them?" Su Jia smirked. "Do you think I lack the courage? I merely dread the embarrassment of being seen by those two scoundrels." Su Jia was well aware of Su Yan's genuine affection for Qin Lai, a sentiment that was undoubtedly profound, though its origins remained a mystery. Not wishing to delve deeper or resurrect painful memories, she casually shifted the topic. "What's the situation with your mother, Aunt Su?" Su Yin handed over a plate of skewered meat she had assembled and resumed her task of preparing more, stating, "We're currently embroiled in a legal battle." "Did they ask you to return to the company?" Su Yin confirmed, "They did, but I turned them down." Su Jia stood firmly by Su Yan's side, asserting, "That rejection is wise. I must say, your family is quite peculiar." Su Yin merely smiled in response, raising her hand to summon a server to replace her beer with white liquor. Su Jia looked at her in astonishment as Su Yin served her a piece of side dish, announcing, "I have a day off tomorrow." Understanding, Su Jia requested the server to change her drink as well, quipping, "Then I shall accompany you in this venture." Both women possessed a respectable tolerance for alcohol, engaging in conversation while sipping their drinks. The subject of Qin Lai was a delicate one, and they avoided it, focusing instead on the tumultuous affairs of the Su family. Su Jia, having a strong rapport with the legal team, was privy to more information than Su Yin. She remarked, "Uncle Qiao is quite ruthless. He dismissed all those placed in finance by Aunt Su." By the time she realized, he had already gained control over the financial data. Suzan Somai Fai Li, acknowledging their shared tenacity. Su Jia clinked her glass against Su Yan's, affirming, "Indeed." I heard that Aunt Sue has recovered all the funds Uncle Qiao had given to his mistress. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Su Jie continued. Their quarrel has escalated significantly. This matter won't remain under wraps for long. The Su family stock prices are bound to experience substantial fluctuations. If you and Qin Lai were still married, it might have been manageable, but now. As the conversation meandered back to Qin Lai, Su Yin recognized the inevitability of their entangled interests. Curious, she posed a question. What are your thoughts on Xingzhen? Su Jie, mid-sip, suddenly coughed, her throat irritated. Why do you ask about him? You're not contemplating a union with him, are you? Su Yin replied. I am considering it. The Xing family, while not on par with the Qin family, represented an advantageous alliance for the Su family. However, the Xing family's standing in Sea City was respectable, and a union could pave the way for mutually beneficial cooperation. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Su Jie gazed at her for a moment, ensuring she was not jesting. She took a sip of the beverage beside her and offered a measured assessment. Xingzhen is indeed a fine individual, humorous and gentlemanly, and moreover, he and we were high school classmates. In terms of character, I believe he surpasses Qin Lai. Su Yin discusses marriage as if selecting produce. I shall send him a message tonight to gauge his sentiments. Su Jie looked at Su Yin, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. Is this entanglement in marriage truly unavoidable? Su Yin, the notion of fulfilling one's role seems overly formal, yet it is indeed the reality. Their family has been composed of lawyers for generations, lacking comprehension of the nuances of the commercial realm. I genuinely feel that Aunt Sue treats you rather poorly. Were you not an only child? I might question whether your family favors sons over daughters or whether Aunt Sue is indeed your biological mother. Suzanne's my sopti, acknowledging that some matters remain best unspoken, at least for the time being. Although both of them possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, by the end of the evening, they had indulged a bit too much. Driving was out of the question. They could only take a taxi. As they entered the vehicle, Su Yin glanced across the street at the university town, noting that the two individuals were no longer present. She withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes briefly. Under the influence of alcohol, her thoughts became uncontrollable and chaotic. Just as Su Yan's mind wandered, Su Jie nudged her arm with her elbow. Su Yin opened her eyes to find Su Jie presenting her phone. Su Yin lowered her gaze as Su Jie tapped on a video. In the footage, Qin Lai and Mu Qing occupied the main seats. The man's lips curled into a mischievous smile, while the woman blushed. Surrounding them were raucous cheers, urging them to drink from the same cup. Third brother, you have waited for Sister Mu Qing for so many years. You finally have her back. Why not seize the moment? Yes, Alai, don't be timid. Go for it. Chapter 13. A heart laid to rest in the face of the crowd's taunts. Qin Lai reclined languidly, his narrow eyes half closed, exuding an air of playful arrogance. Su Yin observed the figure on the screen, pressing his lips into a straight line before she turned off the video. Noticing tis Su Yin lanet closer, asking if she had given up. Su Yin replied softly, yes. Su Jie remarked, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of three-legged men. Su Yin had indulged in copious amounts of white wine that evening, resulting in a deep slumber upon returning home. It was not until the early hours of dawn that she experienced a hazy dream. In her dream, it was her 17th birthday. The scene bifurcated. On one side, in the grand hall of the Su residence, she was the center of attention, with Su Jing and Xiao Hongyi by her side, introducing her to the guests as if she were a treasured jewel. On the other side, as the guests began to depart, Su Jing prodded her forehead, chiding, who told you to eat so much cake? Do you have any idea how many calories are in that cake? Eating sweets will make you gain weight and harm your skin. Don't you understand your responsibilities? Faced with Su Jing's relentless interrogation, Su Yin pressed her lips together in silence. Xiao Hongyi intervened to mediate. Su Jing redirected her ire towards him, recalling how he insisted on bringing home a girl instead of a boy, claiming that a girl could be advantageous for alliances. The dream then grew chaotic. Next, she found herself confined in a basement, where Xiao Hongyi handed her a bowl of noodles through the window, his gaze sharp and calculating. She dared not eat the noodles, enduring 3 days of hunger before a servant discovered her unconscious and carried her out. The suffocating sensation of the dream was ultimately dispelled by the blaring of her alarm clock. Taking a deep breath, Su-yin awoke. Her eyes dry, but her hands trembling slightly as they lay flat on the bed. Today was her day off, and she ordinarily wouldn't have needed to rise so early. Yet, once awake, slumber eluded her. She showered and made her way downstairs for breakfast. Just as she had taken a couple of bites, she received a phone call from Wei Tao. Calls during a day off typically signified an unexpected interview. Su-yin hesitated momentarily before tapping the screen to answer. Editor. Wei Tao's voice came through, instructing her not to take the day off after all. We'll compensate you later. Pack your suitcase. You need to make a trip to Yanyan. Is there an interview? Suzan in Guit? Yes, Wei Tao confirmed. The next issue of the weekly magazine includes an interview with President Qin. We need some tangible images, and, coincidentally, President Qin is heading to the factory in Yanyan. You'll accompany him for a follow-up interview. Su-yin furrowed her brow but did not refuse. All right. After hanging up, she relayed brief instructions to the housekeeper, then changed her clothes and departed. Field interviews typically required a team. One individual could not manage such intricate tasks alone. As Su-yin drove to the airport, she inquired in the work group about her companions for this business trip. Yuan and another male colleague replied that it would be just the three of them. Su-yin responded, "See you at the airport in an hour and a half." Setting her phone down, she concentrated on the road. Upon arriving at the airport and parking her car, Su-yin spotted Qin Lai and Mu Qing in the distance. Qin Lai, adorned in a sapphire blue shirt paired with tailored trousers, stood with an upright posture, effortlessly distinguishable even amidst a throng of people. Mu Qing uttered something, prompting a subtle tug at the corners of Qin Lai's mouth as he returned a smile. In the next moment, Qin Lai abruptly directed his gaze towards the location where she had parked. Su-yin had tinted windows on her car, dark enough that while she could see the outside world, she remained hidden from view. Despite knowing that Qin Lai could not possibly see her, Su-yin felt an inexplicable illusion of their eyes meeting. After a few minutes, Qin Lai averted his gaze, and Su-yin exited her vehicle, making her way into the airport. Accompanying Su-yin on this trip were Yuan and a male colleague named Gao Jian. The trio convened at the airport, with Yuan and Gao Jian leaning in to whisper gossip. Just after CEO Qin's divorce, they are so conspicuous together. Isn't it risky with all those paparazzi around? And what about us? Aren't they concerned about rumors? While I cannot ascertain whether CEO Qin fears scandal, it is certain that our chief Mu is entirely unbothered by it. Chapter 14. A direct confrontation in stark contrast to Yuan and Gao Jian, Su-yin did not spare a single glance for Qin Lai or Mu Qing. She had retired early the previous night, neglecting to message Xingzhen, and now found herself with a moment to inquire. "Have you risen?" Xingzhen responded instantly. Not with words, but with a photograph, a snapshot of himself at the breakfast table perusing the morning news. Su-yin remarked, how rare awake so early. During their high school years, they had maintained a decent rapport, and even after graduation, their paths had crossed occasionally. However, after Su-yin's marriage, they severed ties to avoid misunderstandings, allowing for a conversation devoid of much reservation. After she sent her message, Xingzhen replied, "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Let us get straight to the point." Su-yin replied candidly, "I am divorced." Upon sending this message, a status of typing lingered on Xingzhen's side for a while before he finally sent a succinct response. "My condolences." Su-yin, taken aback, responded with confusion. Xingzhen continued, "Do not be sorrowful or disheartened. This situation is better than the last, and the next will be even better. I will be boarding shortly, so let us cut to the chase. I wish to discuss a potential union." Xingzhen, flabbergasted, retorted, "No, dear sister, I am here to comfort you, and you repay me with such audacity?" Just then, the announcement for the flight to Yanyan echoed through the airport. Su-yin lightly tapped her fingers on the screen and added, "Since a union is inevitable, why not choose someone familiar? Think it over." Without waiting for a response, she tucked her phone away and beckoned Yuan and Gao Jian. "Let us proceed through security." Yuan, ever eager and charming, reached out to assist Su-yin with her suitcase, exclaiming, "Let me help, boss." Su-yin smiled and gently waved her off. "I can manage on my own." The three of them moved through the standard security line, while Mu Qing followed Qin Lai through the VIP lane. Whether intentional or not, Mu Qing frequently glanced in Su Yan's direction, and upon noticing Yuan looking her way, she deliberately acted affectionately, adjusting Qin Lai's tie. Yuan could not help but roll her eyes dramatically, thinking, Sea City is no daunting lake. How did such a delicate creature come to be here? Gao Jian stood behind Yuan, having missed her earlier remark, but catching the words by Luo Chun. He chimed in, I know by Luo Chun. It's the finest from Daunting Lake. Yuan replied with a sarcastic chuckle. Su Yan arrived just in time, as her flight was about to board shortly after passing through security. It was not until she was on the plane that she received the news. Mu Qing was also accompanying her on this business trip. Wei Tao had sent her a message, misleadingly titled, to foster a rapport between you two. The arrangements had already been finalized with no room for reconsideration, to which Su Yan replied succinctly, okay. After messaging Wei Tao, Su Yan switched her phone to airplane mode, preparing to summon a flight attendant for a light blanket when an enchanting figure approached her. Mu Qing bent gracefully beside her, speaking in a voice so sweet it seemed almost to drip with honey. Yanyan, has Editor Wei spoken to you? We are collaborating on this interview during the trip. Su Yan replied coolly. Mu Qing, with a playful arch of her eyebrows, continued, when you disembark, call for me. Alai is worried I might not rest well and has upgraded me to first class. I fear I may oversleep and miss the flight. Su Yan's eyes were devoid of any ripples, and that was fine. Love often renders one foolish, much like Mu Qing at this moment, whose thoughts, despite her best attempts at concealment, were fully revealed in her gaze. Perhaps not perceiving any signs of unwillingness on Su Yan's face, Mu Qing smiled faintly and inquired, Yanyan, would you be comfortable sitting in economy class? Should I ask Alai to assist you in upgrading to first class? Su Yan had no intention of befriending Mu Qing, nor did she wish to engage in a rivalry for a man. Her red lips parted slightly as she distanced herself with an indifferent tone. No need. If I desire an upgrade, I shall arrange it myself. The Su family does not lack the means for such an upgrade, nor do I. Chapter 15. The delicate little white flower. If these words were spoken by another, they might be perceived as an intentional attempt to embarrass. However, when uttered by Su Yan, they merely convey a statement of fact, coupled with her unflappable demeanor. It leaves no room for doubt regarding her motives. As Su Yan concluded her remarks, Mu Qing's smile faltered slightly, maintained only by sheer willpower. Well then, I shall take my leave. I am concerned that Alai may seek me out if he cannot find me. Su Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Qing spoke in a hushed tone, rendering Yuan and Gao Jian, seated across the aisle, unable to catch the exchange. Gao Jian, possessing a more reserved nature, remained unaffected. In contrast, Yuan, driven not by gossip but by a peculiar disdain for Mu Qing, leaned closer to Su Yan and whispered, Boss, what did Mu Qing say to you? Su Yan turned her head, a smile gracing her lips. She will be joining us for this interview. Yuan's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Is she trying to steal the credit? Su Yan remained silent, her gaze momentarily fixed on the diamond watch adorning her wrist. Upon lifting her head, her demeanor was unchanged as she signaled a flight attendant for a light blanket. Having had a restless night, Su Yan succumbed to slumber as soon as the plane took off. Noticing her lack of response, Yuan pouted and murmured to Gao Jian as she settled back in her seat, Why isn't the boss even a bit anxious? Gao Jian glanced at Su Yan, raising a thumb in approval. This is what you call the demeanor of a true leader, remarkably composed. While Su Yan exuded calmness, Mu Qing was far from tranquil. Upon returning to first class, her face had drained of color, and her eyes were slightly red, her hands trembling as she fastened her seatbelt. Observing this, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow and inquired in a deep voice, What is the matter? Mu Qing, having secured her seatbelt, met his gaze with a blend of grace and trepidation. It's nothing. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Qin Lai refrained from pressing further. Just as he prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite, Mu Qing bit her lip, mustering the courage to ask Alai, Does Yanyan dislike me? Qin Lai's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, his deep-set eyes lifting casually. Mu Qing's expression was one of suppressed emotion, teetering on the brink of tears as she continued. Does Yanyan think my return might affect your relationship? After pausing to await Qin Lai's response, she found herself met with silence. Frustration mounting. Mu Qing clenched her hands on the seatbelt. I'll lie. Should I explain to Yan, that we are merely friends now? Otherwise. Her words trailed off as Qin Lai interrupted with a relaxed chuckle. No need. She 1T misunderstand. Misunderstand what? She pondered. After all, she had already mentioned divorce. Would she still care? Even if there were 10 Mu Qings, her temperament would not allow for any additional consideration. With that, Qin Lai lazily averted his gaze. Closing his eyes once more, Mu Qing observed him for a moment, inhaling deeply as she adjusted her posture. Within mere seconds, the hint of grievance in her eyes dissipated entirely. The plane arrived in Huayan 2 hours later. The surface temperature in Huayan is considerably higher than that in Sicily, and as soon as one steps out of the cabin, a wave of heat rushes towards the face. As Su Yanlin disembarked from the plane, she called out to Mu Qing, who, in a state of drowsiness, opened her eyes to gaze at her with a pair of sparkling autumn-like eyes, her expression impassive as she stepped away in her high heels. This demeanor was not intended for her. She could not obstruct the line of sight from that side of the aisle. Indeed, just after taking a couple of steps, Su Yanlin heard Mu Qing's delicate voice behind her inquiring of Qin Lai. I'll lie. Which hotel will you be staying at tonight? Chapter 16. Which role to sing Qin Lai's response went unheard by Su Yan. In an attempt to shield herself from the words, she quickened her pace. Adhering to the adage that one ought to hear no evil, think no evil. While she maintained her rationality, it did not preclude her from experiencing sorrow. After all, the man she had secretly admired for many years was not easily forgotten. Upon exiting the airport, Su Yan hailed a taxi to the hotel with Yuan and Gao Jian. En route, she retrieved her phone, intending to inform Su Jia of her safety. However, just as she powered on her device, a call from Qin's mother interrupted her. Su Yan hesitated before answering the call, her finger gliding across the screen as she replied. Hello, Mom. Qin's mother, sounding somewhat irate, inquired whether Mu Qing had returned. Su Yan paused for a few seconds, caught off guard by the question, as answering it might imply she was reporting behind someone's back. The silence stretched on until, after a few moments, Qin's mother adjusted her tone, gently assuring her, Yanyan, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Sudan ziplit sopti, mama. And that includes a lie, Qin's mother added. Warmth spread through Su Yan's heart as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mom. With a sigh audible through the phone, Qin's mother remarked, you simply do not know how to be coy. While patience is indeed a virtue, it is also true that a child who cries will receive candy. Su Yan chuckled gently. Mom, that's something I cannot learn. Su Yan's candidness left Qin's mother feeling a mix of disappointment and affection, ultimately directing her frustrations toward her son. Ultimately, it was still her son's fault. Noticing Su Yan's reluctance to meddle in the matter, Qin's mother declared, do not concern yourself with this. I will handle it. Su Yan felt unable to disclose the fact that they were already divorced, so she diplomatically replied, Mom, I'm not actually angry. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother felt even more conflicted, and after a brief conversation, they ended the call. After disconnecting, Su Yan pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling the weight of the conversation. She was not adept at lying, especially in front of those who genuinely cared for her, as it stirred a sense of guilt within her. A little over an hour later, they arrived at the hotel. Su Yan paid the fare, while Gao Jian, the only man in their trio, took the initiative to retrieve the luggage from the trunk. Once Su Yan exited the vehicle, Yun approached her, asking, Boss, how many days will we be in Huayan this time? Su Yan accepted the suitcase from Gao Jian, uncertainly replying, it should be wrapped up within a week. Yun nodded, leaning closer to Su Yan while Gao Jian was distracted, whispering, Boss, you must seize the initiative during this interview and maintain control of the situation. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Yun continued, I heard that after this interview, the next chief editor will be chosen between you and Mu Qing. This interview was initially yours, yet Editor Wei has allowed her to accompany us, clearly using you to enhance her own credentials. It is likely that her name will also appear alongside yours as the chief reporter in the upcoming issue. Yun's concerns were not unfounded. Similar instances of opportunistic advancement had occurred more than once before. Typically, it is the scions of illustrious families or the pampered daughters of wealthy households who, lacking genuine talent, utilize their financial resources to acquire prestigious degrees. When their work experience requires embellishment, they are often arranged to spend a few days here, merely going through the motions, ultimately attaching their names to a commendable interview piece. Yuan weighed the pros and cons, while Yanyan responded with a smile, reminding them to focus solely on their professional duties. Noticing Yan's unusually calm demeanor, Yuan became somewhat anxious. "Boss," Yan reassured, "do not worry. I am well aware of the situation." To facilitate the tracking of interviews, TR had reserved accommodations near the Qin family's branch in Huayan. It is uncertain whether to attribute this to the leader's similar tastes or to the narrow paths of fate. After Yan completed the check-in process with Yuan and Gao Jian at the front desk, they were about to wait for the elevator when they encountered Qin Lai and Mu Qing stepping out. Mu Qing had changed into a different slip dress, donning Qin Lai's suit jacket, her eyes and nose tinged red, clearly having just wept. Upon seeing Yan, Mu Qing instinctively shrank back behind Qin Lai, her eyes still glistening. Observing this, Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. What drama is unfolding now? Chapter 17. Acting Yan's gaze lingered on Mu Qing for merely a few seconds before shifting away. She had never been interested in matters that did not concern her. Just then, the elevator doors opened, prompting her to retract her gaze and step inside. As the doors closed, Yuan rolled her eyes, exuding an air of someone who sees through the superficiality of things. "In all my years, I've never encountered such a pretentious woman," she remarked. Yan's voice was calm as she stated, "We are not familiar with the Qin family's Huayan factory, so remember to do your homework." Upon mentioning work, Yuan jolted to attention, momentarily abandoning her gossip and understanding. The interview was scheduled for the following day, and that night, Yan stayed up late. She not only familiarized herself with the current state of the Qin family's Huayan factory, but also delved into its history. It was undeniable that Qin Lai possessed a ruthless acumen in business. In an era where the market for daily chemical products was inundated with foreign high-end brands, he had not only managed to carve out a niche for a local cosmetics brand, but had also positioned it as a premium label, garnering widespread acclaim. Such prowess was truly not commonplace. Having completed her preparatory work for the interview, Yan took a hot shower and retired to bed. Just as she lay down, still intending to switch off the bedside lamp, her phone, resting beside her, suddenly vibrated incessantly. Frowning, she reached for it and discovered she had been added to a group chat by an unknown individual. The chat was bustling with activity, and upon a cursory glance, she recognized all the participants, not her acquaintances but Qin Lai's. "I heard third brother took Mu Qing on a business trip. Is that really a business trip? It seems more like third brother's impatience. I've heard that the reason Mu Qing is going to Huayan is entirely arranged by third brother." Upon reading this, Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so Mu Qing was his arrangement." Just as she was lost in thought, someone in the group began tagging the rumored couple. "Qin Elie Mu Qing." By the time Yan regained her focus, Mu Qing had already appeared in the chat. "Stop messing around." Her simple phrase only intensified the already palpable ambiguity. Someone seized the opportunity to tease. "Sister-in-law has arrived." Mu Qing replied, "Everyone quiet down. Allah is taking a shower right now. Just wait until he sees what you've been posting." The group, already inclined towards mischief, erupted in excitement at this message. "Sister-in-law, how do you know third brother is in the shower? Is sister-in-law in third brother's room right now? How can you be so sure it's sister-in-law in third brother's room? What if it's third brother in sister-in-law's room?" Mu Qing, embodying the role of a sister-in-law, responded, "It's only been a little while since we last met, and you're all losing your sense of decorum." The atmosphere in the chat was lively, a stark contrast to the moments Yan had previously shared with them. After observing for a few moments, she once again recognized the disparity between herself and Qin Lai's circle and found little interest in eavesdropping further. With a light tap of her finger on the screen, she exited the group. This group had been established by Shun Bai, Qin Lai's childhood friend with whom he had grown up, known in their circle for navigating the world of romance without getting entangled. At that moment, he was lounging on the nightclub sofa, exuding a carefree demeanor as he listened to an agent introduce their artist. Upon seeing the messages in the group chat and the notification from Yan about leaving the group, a playful smirk briefly crossed his lips. He captured a screenshot and sent it to Qin Lai. Old Qin, have you forgotten your new love for an old flame? When Qin Lai received this message, he had just emerged from the bathroom and replied with a simple question mark. Shunbai teased, are you keeping a lonely vigil? Or are you surrounded by soft jade and fragrant beauty? Qin Lai replied, the five-fingered maiden. Shunbai encouraged, check the group chat. Oh, what a delightful spectacle awaits. Chapter 18. A match made in heaven. Upon seeing Shunbai's message, Qin Lai entered the group chat with a hint of curiosity. After observing the raucous banter among the group and Mu Qing's clumsy attempts to divert attention, he raised an eyebrow and let out a dismissive scoff, carelessly tossing his phone aside. The following day, the interview was scheduled for 9:30. Su Yin rose early, freshened up, and, during breakfast, shared the information she had gathered the previous night with Yu, Un, and Gao Jian. The two listened intently, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence. As the clock struck 9:30, the trio arrived punctually at the factory workshop for the interview. Prior to the interview, Su Yin contacted Qin Lai's assistant, Zhou Xing. Although following an interview may appear casual, it is, in fact, quite troublesome, as they were outsiders. A moment's carelessness could inadvertently expose confidential business information through a simple question or an accidental photograph. Su Yin reviewed the interview questions with Zhou Xing and inquired about which areas of the workshop were permissible for photography. Once everything was confirmed, Su Yin glanced at her wristwatch and then scanned the area for Mu Qing. After all, she was a representative sent from above, and this formality needed to be observed. Her gaze swept across the vicinity until she finally spotted Mu Qing in a corner, accompanied by Qin Lai. The two seemed engrossed in conversation. Mu Qing wore a radiant smile, leaning slightly forward, while Qin Lai listened attentively, his tall figure perfectly complementing her petite stature, a strikingly harmonious pairing. Noticing Su Yan's gaze, Zhou Xing awkwardly touched his nose, attempting to explain, Madam, President Qin. Su Yan, understanding his intent, interrupted with an indifferent expression, Assistant Zhou, pardon me. Without awaiting his response, she elegantly strode away in her high heels. Su Yan was not so lacking in social grace as to intrude upon the conversation of the enamored. But business must be addressed. After taking a few steps, she pulled out her phone and sent Mu Qing a message. Will you be attending the interview? Upon receiving the message, Mu Qing's smile faded slightly. She turned her head, lips pressed together, and replied, Yanyan, I just returned, and I fear there may be errors. Would you mind handling this interview? As the interview commenced, Su Yin remained closely behind Qin Lai. Halfway through the factory inspection, noticing that Qin Lai was engaging less with the executives, she seized the opportunity to approach and inquire, President Qin, could you share the ingredients in the latest skincare products developed by Qin Corporation? Qin Lai halted and looked at Su Yin, his demeanor appearing casual yet exuding undeniable authority. Hyaluronic acid, copper peptides, and bifida ferment lysate. Su Yin pressed further. Is there anything else? Qin Lai raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Are you attempting to steal my formula? Following his remark, several executives burst into laughter. Su Yin paused momentarily, then gracefully returned the smile. President Qin, you truly possess a sense of humor. Qin Lai's expression was a blend of amusement and seriousness. Indeed, I am naturally quite humorous. Later, Su Yin learned from the factory's representative that the price of hyaluronic acid ranges from 3,000 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram. Copper peptides cost around 100,000 yuan per kilogram, and bifida ferment lysate is priced at approximately 200,000 yuan per kilogram. From the mere pricing of these raw materials, it is evident that the finished products will command an exorbitant price. Subsequently, Su Yin posed a few inquiries to Qin Lai regarding the original intention behind founding the Daily Chemical Company and the positioning of her brand within the market. Qin Lai answered each question in turn. Although it was termed a follow-up interview, the actual time allotted for their discussion was less than 20 minutes. As noon approached and the interview concluded, Su Yin was preparing to return to the hotel with Yu En and Gao Jian to organize the materials when Mu Qing swiftly caught up to her, blocking her path. With a seemingly gentle smile that concealed a provocative undertone, she remarked, Yanyan, Professor Chen's family relocated to Huayan 6 months ago. I just spoke with Lai and learned that the three of us are in Huayan. He has invited us to his home for a visit. Chapter 19. Calling the wife Professor Chun, whose full name is Chunda, is not only Su Yan's mentor but also the instructor of Qin Lai and Mu Qing. However, Su Yan has resided at Professor Chen's home for a period due to certain circumstances, which has fostered an additional bond beyond mere academic guidance. Observing the calculating glint in Mu Qing's eyes, Su Yan maintained a composed demeanor, requesting the address. "Are we not going together?" Mu Qing inquired. "I will take a taxi." "Suzanne Zieplit?" Mu Qing feigned disappointment, yet a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she lowered her gaze to send a message. "All right." After a moment of concern that Su Yan might not attend, she added, "Professor Chen misses you. So does his wife." With a ding from her phone, Su Yan received a message. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude to Mu Qing, she turned to remind Yuan and Gao Jian to return to the hotel and organize the materials. Watching Su Yan's tall figure depart, Mu Qing felt a sense of ennui and returned to the workshop after a brief farewell. As Mu Qing walked away, Yuan pursed his lips and remarked, "Boss, are you really going?" Su Yan smiled softly. "Yes, Professor Chun is my mentor." Yuan replied, "But I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't have good intentions." Su Yan chuckled and diverted the conversation. "Let us focus on organizing the materials back at the hotel. Feel free to contact me if you encounter any issues." "Okay." After sending off Yuan and Gao Jian, Su Yan hailed a cab to the address Mu Qing had sent her. During the ride, she called Su Jia. Upon learning that Su Yan intended to visit Professor Chen along with Qin Lai and Mu Qing, Su Jia scoffed, a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. There's mischief afoot. With one hand on the phone and the other gliding over the car window, Su Yan responded, "I am aware. I see through Mu Qing's little schemes." Exasperated yet amused, Su Jia remarked, "You know her character, yet you still go." Su Dan Stu, "It's not about what I expect from her. I simply miss my mentor and his wife." Su Jia countered, "She has got you figured out." With a tone of curiosity, Su Jia asked, "I sometimes wonder why, with someone as perfect as you by his side, Qin Lai is drawn to a woman like Mu Qing, who has such a dubious demeanor. What is the matter with him?" Su Yan pondered, "Perhaps it's love?" Much like how everyone warned her that Qin Lai was not a good man, a notorious playboy, yet she chose him without hesitation. Matters of the heart are often inscrutable. After ending the call with Su Jia, Su Yan leaned back in her seat, engrossed in the scenery outside the window. Her phone vibrated in her hand. It was Mu Qing. "Yanyan, a lion, I have arrived." "Where are you?" Su Yan glanced down, silencing her screen without replying. Upon arriving at Professor Chen's residence, she stopped at a convenience store outside the community to purchase some gifts. With limited options available, she selected the best items possible. After about 10 minutes, she stood at Professor Chun's doorstep, laden with gifts. The door swung open, and his wife emerged first. Upon seeing Su Yan, her eyes glistened with emotion. She did not take the gifts from Su Yan's hands, but instead embraced her and playfully punched her shoulder twice. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, she asked, "What is going on between you and Lai? Have you had a falling out? Why did he come with Mu Qing?" Su Yan's lips subtly twitched. She refrained from speaking, fearing that her mother-in-law would worry. Just then, Qin Lai approached and took the items from her hands, allowing her to momentarily evade a predicament. Upon entering, Su Yan bent down to change her slippers, and Qin Lai stepped closer, leaning down to support her arm with his hand. When Su Yan glanced at him with a frown, Qin Lai smiled, his lips curling into a playful grin as he addressed her affectionately, "Wife." Chapter 20. Unrequited love. The way Qin Lai called her wife was laden with significance. Before Su Yan could react, he grasped her arm and leaned closer, murmuring in a husky voice, "Master and mistress are still unaware of our divorce." Su Yan felt her arms stiffen slightly. She had almost forgotten about that matter. In the next moment, Qin Lai's lips brushed lightly against her earlobe. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, and her breath quickened. Qin Lai chuckled. "What are you so nervous about? Are you feeling guilty?" Their voices deliberately lowered. Chunda, standing not far away, assumed they were sharing intimate whispers. "Hey dear," he called, "why are you just standing there? You both should change your shoes." "Isn't there's still a fish to be cooked in the kitchen?" Yuan Mei, catching on, smiled with pursed lips. "I just missed Yanyan." Chinde feigned seriousness. What are you worried about? She's nearly 30. Do you still doubt her ability to take care of herself? Yuan Mei chimed in. Indeed, she has lost weight. Once Yuan Mei left, Su Yin swiftly withdrew her arm from Qin Lai's grasp. The fleeting touch left a trace of warmth on Qin Lai's palm. He fiddled with his fingers, sliding his hands into his pockets. After changing into slippers, Su Yin brushed past Qin Lai, unnoticed by anyone else. She didn't spare him a glance, heading straight to the living room to greet Qinda, just as she had done during the years she spent at the Qin household, before entering the kitchen to assist Yuan Mei. Seeing her in the kitchen, Yuan Mei promptly gestured for her to leave. It's all greasy here. You should go sit with your master for a while. That outfit of yours isn't cheap. You'll end up smelling like the kitchen. Su Yin smiled. I just got off work, it's fine. As she spoke, Su Yin took the spatula from Yuan Mei's hand. Su Yin was an excellent cook, and seeing her insist on taking charge, Yuan Mei decided not to be overly polite. No need for formalities, she laughed, turning to fetch an apron to tie around Su Yin. Do you remember this apron? Su Yin glanced down, her hair cascading softly against her cheek, softening her demeanor. I remember. Yuan Mei continued. Qin Lai bought it for you. Su Yin replied with a simple Yuan Mei chuckled. Back then, you two weren't even married. Su Yin smiled, but as she lowered her gaze, the smile faded considerably. This apron had been a gift from Qin Lai during a gathering at Chunda's house after their university graduation. The scene that day was reminiscent of today, albeit with more people present. The living room buzzed with chatter as the kitchen bustled with Yuan Mei and a housekeeper, both wearing aprons, while Su Yin had none, clad instead in a white dress. Despite the lively atmosphere, Su Yin remained unfazed. Unexpectedly, while cooking, a large hand suddenly presented her with an apron. She looked up in surprise to meet Qin Lai's gaze, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Their eyes locked, yet Su Yin remained silent, pursing her lips. Noticing her indifference, Qin Lai stepped forward, draping the apron around her neck. As she stumbled back, he firmly grasped her waist and leaned down to tie the apron at her back. Where are you hiding from? His voice was magnetic, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Su Yin felt her body stiffen, her ears flushed. Thank you. Qin Lai scoffed softly, not responding. Lost in her memories, she barely heard what Yuan Mei had said. When she came to her senses, she caught Yuan Mei asking, what exactly is going on between Lai and Mu Qing? The dishes in the frying pan were ready, so Su Yin turned off the heat and served the food. It's nothing much. Mu Qing and I work at the same magazine. We are on a business trip together for a follow-up interview, and the interviewee is a Lai. I had something to attend to, so I sent them ahead. Yuan Mei seemed skeptical, noting that Mu Qing had been sent out to buy soy sauce. She tugged at Su Yin's sleeve and said, you must keep a close eye on a Lai. Su Yin smiled lightly, sure. Keep a close eye? How could she manage that? Those who belonged to her would not escape. Those who did not belong to her could not be held. However, she chose not to share these thoughts with Yuan Mei, fearing it would only cause her concern. As they conversed, Mu Qing returned, knocking on the door. Qin Lai opened it, and she greeted him with a radiant smile, engaging him in light conversation. Qin Lai, tall and imposing, shielded her completely, leaving only her laughter audible. Observing this, Yuan Mei furrowed her brow and turned to Su Yin. Yet, Su Yin maintained her usual calm demeanor. Yuan Mei couldn't help but wonder, were these two involved or not? Was she merely overthinking? During dinner, with several glasses of wine consumed, Chunda reminisced with a few companions. After a brief exchange, he abruptly changed the subject. I remember when they went to teach in the countryside, a Lai fell ill, and that night, Su Yin ran several streets to fetch a medicine. Even then, I could tell that this girl had a fondness for that rascal Lai. Chapter 21. The rivals call the topic introduced by Chunda caught everyone off guard. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Su Yin and Qin Lai, the two directly involved, appeared relatively composed. Yet Mu Qing, gripping her chopsticks, displayed a noticeable tremor in her fingers, her gaze cast downwards, betraying her emotional turmoil. Although Chanda had indulged in a few drinks, he was not inebriated to the point of losing control. As he observed the trio before him, an unusual tension became apparent. Furrowing his brow, Chanda contemplated speaking, but was promptly restrained by Yuan Mei, who interjected that too much alcohol would lead to excessive conversation. He turned to look at her. Yuan Mei assisted him to his feet, declaring he had drunk enough and urging him to retire to the bedroom. She then instructed the nanny, Xiao Li, please tidy up the guest rooms. The nanny complied, promptly preparing the 2 guest rooms. Once the nanny had finished, Yuan Mei emerged from the master bedroom, cradling 2 thin blankets. She handed one to Mu Qing and the other to Su Yin, stating, just these 2. Mu Qing has one, and you 2 can share. Yuan Mei's intentions were overtly transparent. Su Yin glanced back at her. And it's getting late. You should rest. Any discussions can wait until morning, Yuan Mei insisted, taking Mu Qing by the hand and leading her toward another guest room while inquiring, how have you been these years abroad? I didn't get a chance to ask you. Mu Qing pressed her lips together, replying, quite well. The rest of her words were lost, as Yuan Mei had already ushered her into the room, leaving Su Yin alone with Qin Lai in the expansive living room. Su Yin took a shallow breath, suggesting, let us rest. Qin Lai, having consumed alcohol, casually tugged at the hem of his black shirt, which had been carelessly tucked into his trousers, exuding a languid demeanor. Shall we sleep together? Suzan ziplit guli. You could also use the guest room. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, striding into the bedroom. As he brushed past Su Yin, he let out a scoff. At the sound, Su Yin tightened her grip on the thin blanket in her hands. The bedroom they occupied was a suite, the same one Su Yin had slept in during her previous stay at Chinda's. Once inside, Qin Lai headed straight for the bathroom. Listening to the gentle sound of running water, Su Yin finally felt her tense demeanor ease. She needed to clarify to those around her that she and Qin Lai were divorced. Otherwise, such misunderstandings would be detrimental to both of them. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated, a message from Su Jia. What is going on? Su Yin tapped the screen lightly. Nothing. Su Jia, really? Where are you now? Su Yin. At Anna's place. Su Jia. And that dog Qin Lai? Su Yin. He here too. Su Jia. Seeing a string of question marks from Su Jia, Su Yin felt a mix of amusement and irritation, replying, don't worry, nothing will happen between us. Although Su Jia was skeptical, she refrained from voicing her doubts and typed, what about Mu Qing? Su Yin. She yes next door. Su Ye, hondeligful. Su Zhan. Su Jia. Seeing her in a predicament makes me feel good. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Yin contemplated responding, but just then, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Qin Lai, a towel cinched around his waist as he emerged. Upon witnessing Qin Lai's demeanor, Su Yin instinctively felt a flush rise to her ears. Qin Lai cast a glance her way, towel in hand, drying his hair, his attire unchanged. They had been married for over half a year, yet each had seen the other in various states. Su Yin merely found the prospect of a candid reunion post-divorce somewhat uncomfortable. Though she did not exhibit the bashfulness of a Na'vi young girl, rendered immobile by shyness. As Qin Lai approached, Su Yin set her phone aside and announced her intention to take a shower. Qin Lai nodded in acknowledgement. As Su Yin stepped into the bathroom, her phone, carelessly discarded on the bed, vibrated. Qin Lai was not one to indulge in voyeuristic tendencies, yet the sound prompted him to glance over casually, revealing a message from Su Jia. What is so great about that scoundrel Qin Lai? You were blind back then. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In the next moment, the phone vibrated again. Qin Lai let out a soft chuckle, this time ignoring it as he walked to the bedside table to retrieve his pack of cigarettes, which he had placed there before entering the bathroom. Just as he prepared to light a cigarette, the discarded phone erupted with a ringing sound. With the cigarette still perched between his lips, he glanced over to see a call alert flashing on the screen. Xingtown. Chapter 22. To go or not to go, Xingzhen? Upon encountering this name, Qin Lai's expression turned icy. Memories of the day when Su Yin spoke to Su Jing on the phone in the car flashed through his mind. She mentioned that there were other potential candidates for marriage in Sea City, one of whom was Xingzhen. Had they already established contact? Given that the two had already signed the divorce agreement, the coldness in Qin Lai's eyes morphed into indifferent mockery. They were both divorced. Whom she chose to associate with was of no consequence to him. As Su Yin emerged from the bathroom, Qin Lai had already finished a cigarette and was standing by the window, engaged in a phone call. Chunda resided in an old neighborhood, and his apartment lacked floor-to-ceiling windows, featuring only conventional windows and a balcony. With his hand resting on the balcony, Qin Lai's tone was devoid of the casualness of everyday life. Instead, it bore the cold detachment of someone in authority as he informed them that the order could not be fulfilled, citing a threefold compensation as per the contract, and proceeded to cancel the order. The response from the other end was inaudible to Su Yan. After a moment, Qin Lai's voice turned stern, stating that if anyone disagreed, they should contact him directly. The call concluded swiftly, and Qin Lai turned to place his phone on the bedside table, declaring that someone had called for her. Instinctively, Su Yan inquired, "Who?" Qin Lai lifted his gaze, Xingzhen. Their eyes met, and Su Yan distinctly perceived a hint of mockery in Qin Lai's expression. She pressed her lips together in silence, bending down to retrieve her phone from the bed, first responding to a message from Su Jie before dialing Xingzhen's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Xingzhen's teasing voice resonated from the other end. "Su Yan, is this your attitude towards a marriage alliance? Ignoring my calls?" Su Yan recognized his jest and chuckled lightly. "I was preoccupied just now and didn't hear it." Xingzhen then asked, "Have you really divorced Qin Lai?" With the subject in question right behind her, she found it inappropriate to divulge much, merely responding, "Yes." Xingzhen's curiosity persisted. "What is the reason? Why?" Entering the bathroom with her phone, Su Yan felt it was inappropriate to discuss further. Upon hearing her reply, a moment of silence enveloped the conversation. They had been friends for many years, although they had never broached sensitive topics due to the boundaries of their genders. They were adults now, and Su Yan's remark of inappropriate stirred Xingzhen's imagination. After a few seconds, Xingzhen cleared his throat and stated, both euphemistically and directly, "Qin Lai is not suitable." Su Yan merely responded with an ellipsis. Xingzhen continued, "This indeed poses a problem, as a marital relationship serves as a crucial bridge to enhance the bond between spouses." Su Yan remained silent. With a sigh, Xingzhen lamented, "You've endured quite a lot this past 6 months." Su Yan, at a loss for words, decided to interrupt him to prevent further ramblings. "Let us stop there. How have you pondered the matter I asked you to consider?" Xingzhen responded, "The marriage alliance?" Su Yan affirmed, "Yes." Xingzhen replied, "That is quite difficult." Su Yan pressed, "Why? Is it because I am divorced?" Xingzhen spoke candidly. "It's challenging to approach someone familiar." As their conversation unfolded, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Qin Lai leaning against the frame, peering inside. Su Yan met his gaze, her lips curling as she asked, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Qin Lai's voice was low and steady, lacking inflection. "Is it convenient for you? We'll interrupt your call." Su Yan stepped outside, making way for him, though it was of no consequence. The two brushed past each other, unaware that on the other end of the call, Xingzhen was once again losing his composure. "Yanyan, have you considered that if Qin Lai is inadequate, and you choose to divorce him from me, it might twist his heart with jealousy towards me, harboring resentment?" Before Xingzhen could finish his sentence, Su Yan abruptly hung up the phone. The reason was simple. Qin Lai was standing before her, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Su Yan's breath hitched. She wanted to say, "Let me explain," but before the words could escape her lips, Qin Lai reached out, grasping her waist and pulling her close. Their eyes locked, and Qin Lai sneered, "I'm inadequate?" Su Yan furrowed her brow. She knew she was in the wrong and had no grounds for rebuttal. Seeing her silence, Qin Lai assumed her quietude was acquiescence, letting out a soft laugh. "So that's how it is." Su Yan was baffled by his sardonic tone. "What do you mean?" Qin Lai leaned closer, stopping just inches from her, his lips brushing against her cheek as he whispered in her ear, "So you find me lacking, which is why you divorced me?" His voice was husky, laced with temptation. Su Yan trembled slightly, pressing her lips into a thin line. Qin Lai, fully aware of her sensitivity, had no intention of letting her off the hook. He continued, lowering his voice deliberately, "Yanyan, didn't you always cry out in pain and plead for me to stop? How did it become about me being inadequate?" Chapter 23. Well-known Qin Lai's voice was deep and resonant, each word dripping with seduction. As he spoke, his large hand slid down to Su Yan's waist. Realizing his intentions, Su Yan's slender fingers gripped his wrist firmly. "Qin Lai, do not overstep your bounds." As the two found themselves at an impasse, a sudden knock echoed from the bedroom door. The sound inexplicably eased Su Yan's tension. I will go answer it. Qin Lai's lips still brushed against her ear, and he remained silent, instead biting her earlobe playfully. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled. His teasing bite was merely a product of mischief. Yet, her quiver sparked a memory within him, causing his throat to constrict and his gaze to darken. The knocking persisted, and both feared waking Chunda and Yuan Mei. They exchanged a glance and reluctantly released each other. Qin Lai approached the door, fully aware of the identity of the visitor before even opening it. As expected, the moment the door swung open, Mu Qing's voice rang out a lie. Having just showered, Qin Lai had been unclothed during their standoff, and hastily donned a guest room robe that was ill-fitting but covered him adequately. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, his gaze lowered, appearing amused, yet devoid of genuine mirth, clearly agitated by Su Yan. Mu Qing bit her lip, adopting a pitiful expression. "My aunt just called to inquire about the collaboration between the Mu and Qin families this year," Mu Qing whispered, her gaze darting toward the interior of the room. The small space was easily visible, revealing a bed, 2 chairs, and a glass round table. Su Yan sat in one of the chairs, absorbed in her messages, her demeanor seemingly unaffected. Seeing this, Mu Qing's tension from the night finally subsided. "Qin Lai, regarding the company's matters, they should contact Zhou Xing," Mu Qing continued. "They already did, but Assistant Zhou mentioned they do not intend to renew." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow at her words. Zhou Xing had been with him for 5 or 6 years. If he opposed renewal, it undoubtedly indicated issues on the Mu family's end, whether concerning raw materials or profit. Zhou Xing had not reported this to him, likely due to the Mu family's excessive demands, fearing his wrath. Qin Lai replied sternly, "Such trivial matters are not my concern." But Mu Qing hesitated. "Want to say more?" Qin Lai cut her off, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. "It is getting late. Let Mu Jin handle the Mu family affairs. You need not involve yourself." Noticing the impatience in Qin Lai's eyes, Mu Qing recognized the need to retreat. "Then, you should rest early too." After watching Mu Qing leave, Qin Lai closed the door and turned, only to find Su Yan with her lowered gaze, her red lips curving into a smile as she typed away. Just moments ago, she had faced him with a frosty expression. Now, she beamed at someone else. Who could it be? Xing Zhen, leaning against the door. Qin Lai scrutinized her for several seconds before his brows furrowed suddenly. What was he doing? Why concern himself with whom she was conversing? Had he lost his mind? On Su Yan's side, the person she was messaging was indeed Xing Zhen. Xing Zhen continuously shared several memes depicting a figure kneeling in a posture of supplication. The memes, rather comical in nature, feature a small character bowing repeatedly, accompanied by a series of tiny characters stating, "A gentleman does not hold grudges against the petty." After posting the memes, Xing Zhen further elucidated, "Those previous remarks were prompted by Su Jie. They do not reflect my true sentiments." Su Zhan Inguit? Xing Zhen responded, "Do not put on a brave front. I'm already aware that scoundrel Qin Lai is involved with Mu Qing." Upon reading Xing Zhen's message, Su Yan's smile gradually faded as she replied, "Have you considered the prospect of a union between our families?" Xing Zhen replied, "I shall deliberate with utmost caution." After sending the message, Su Yan tucked her phone away. It seemed that the affair between Qin Lai and Mu Qing had become common knowledge within their circle. This was hardly surprising, as ever since Mu Qing's return, Qin Lai had been ostentatiously welcoming her with roses at the airport, assisting her in securing employment, and accompanying her to various gatherings of friends. Reflecting on these matters, the fleeting stirrings of emotion that Qin Lai had evoked in her earlier in the bathroom swiftly dissipated. Chapter 24. Do Not Provoke Her This Night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Su Yan found herself awake for almost the entirety of it. A single bed, a thin blanket, and 2 individuals, 2 psychologically and physiologically normal adults, made the torment all too palpable. Su Yan was uncertain whether a pure friendship could exist between men and women. But one thing was clear, there was certainly none between divorced couples. Their relationship, devoid of animosity, was not entangled in interests, but rather allowed for a sliver of space in each other's hearts. She and Qin Lai belonged to the former category. As dawn softly broke, Su Yan rose from her slumber, only to discover that someone had awoken even earlier than she. Mu Qing sat on the sofa, lost in thought, cradling a cushion in her arms. At the sound of the door creaking, she stiffly turned her head. When their gazes met, her eyes trembled slightly. "Good morning," Su Yin greeted softly, consciously ignoring the pained expression on Mu Qing's face. Firstly, they were not well acquainted. Secondly, to speak candidly, she had always upheld the values of self-reliance and strength, never desiring to lean on anyone for support, nor did she wish to elicit pity for others. In simple terms, she had no desire to indulge in the sorrow of the world, for it was replete with suffering. After exchanging pleasantries with Mu Qing, Su Yin stepped into the kitchen, sipping water as she retrieved her phone to order breakfast. As she perused the breakfast options, Mu Qing rose from the sofa and approached her. "Yanyan," she said in a faint voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Su Yin lifted her gaze. "Is there something you need?" "Mu Qing, you and Qin Lai." Upon mentioning Qin Lai, Su Yin frowned slightly, lowering her gaze to confirm her breakfast order. When she looked up again, she stated, "We will expedite the divorce proceedings." "Mu Qing, that is not what I meant." Su Yin set down her water cup. "I have no fondness for hypocrisy, nor do I admire the weak. Unfortunately, you embody both." Disbelief and fear flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. As Su Yin stepped out of the kitchen, she paused beside Mu Qing, turning her head to look at her. "We cannot be friends, so there is no need for you to go to great lengths to win my favor. My connection with Qin Lai is merely a marriage of convenience, devoid of emotion. Once the divorce is finalized, there will be no further entanglements, so you need not be perpetually wary of me." Su Yin spoke with unerring candor, causing Mu Qing's hands, which hung at her sides, to clench tightly. Su Yin continued, "As for matters related to work, we shall strive to resolve them during office hours. Rest assured, I will not undermine you, nor will I intentionally make things difficult." Having spoken her mind, Su Yin resumed her steps towards the bedroom. Just as she was nearing the door, Mu Qing suddenly called out from behind, "Yanyan, what about the night you bought medicine for Qin Lai when you were teaching? Can you honestly say you feel no affection for him?" At the time Su Yin and Qin Lai were engaged in their teaching endeavors, Mu Qing had already gone abroad. She was unaware of those events, but upon her return, she frequently heard whispers about Su Yin and Qin Lai's moments together. As a woman herself, she found it implausible that Su Yin harbored no feelings for Qin Lai whatsoever. With her inquiry lingering in the air, Mu Qing awaited Su Yan's response, and Su Yin did not disappoint, indeed turning back to provide her answer. Only hearing Su Yan's indifferent voice, she remarked that if it were not him who fell ill that day, but someone else, she would still tend to them. Even if it were a mere dog, as long as it was by her side, she could never bear to witness its suffering and abandon it. As Su Yan's words fell, the door behind her creaked open. In the next moment, Qin Lai's voice, laced with a smirk, resonated behind her. "Miss Su, you are indeed benevolent." Upon hearing this, Su Yin closed her eyes momentarily and, turning around with calm composure, replied, "I have always been kind-hearted." With that, she entered the bedroom, leaving Qin Lai and Mu Qing in the living room. Once inside, and having shut the door, Su Yin was far from the indifference she had projected outside. She lifted a hand to massage her temples, her brows slightly furrowed with irritation. Outside, Qin Lai cast a glance at Mu Qing without uttering a word, adopting a habit similar to Su Yin's. He walked into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. This habit had been instilled in him by Su Yin. Previously, he would always start his mornings with a cup of coffee. Throughout their 6 months of marriage, Su Yin had consistently poured him a glass of water each time she drank, and over time, this became his routine. After finishing the glass of water, Qin Lai turned his gaze toward Mu Qing, who stood at the door. "What do you wish to do?" Mu Qing inhaled sharply. Qin Lai's thin lips curved into a smile, tinged with mischief. "Do you wish to be with me?" Mu Qing's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Qin Lai, I—" Before Mu Qing could finish, Qin Lai interrupted, "Do not persist in provoking her." Chapter 25. A sudden misfortune. As Qin Lai finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Mu Qing frozen in place, feeling as if she were trapped in the depths of a frigid winter. After having breakfast, the trio departed together. True to form, Su Yin did not ride in Qin Lai's car. His assistant, Zhou Xing, stole a few glances at her. However, without his boss's approval, he dared not make any assumptions. Mu Qing sat in the back seat, Her hand curled nervously over the hem of her skirt, murmuring to herself, "I'll lie. Yanyan." Qin Lai's voice was icy as he drove. "Zhou Xing." "Yes, Mr. Qin." As Qin Lai's car rolled ahead, Su Yan's taxi arrived shortly thereafter. She entered the vehicle, instructed the driver with her destination, and closed her eyes for a moment of respite. Just as she shut her eyes, the words of Chunda echoed in her mind from earlier that morning when he had summoned her to the study. "What is the situation between you and Ali?" Faced with Chunda's inquiry, she wished to conceal the truth, yet she found herself unwilling to fabricate a lie. Her lips parted slightly as she replied honestly, "We've divorced." Chunda had anticipated this outcome. However, upon hearing Su Yan articulate it, he furrowed his brow. "Why the divorce? Is it because of Mu Qing?" Su Yan's gaze fell. "Teacher." Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Chunda shook his head. "You child." He wanted to say that Su Yan did not understand the art of vulnerability, that she was oblivious to the nuances of tenderness, yet the words hung on his lips. And ultimately he relented, waving his hand dismissively, uttering, "Never mind. If you must part ways, then so be it. You two were never suited for each other." Unsuitable. Everyone could see their incompatibility, yet she had once been foolish enough to believe they could achieve harmony. Reflecting on this, Su Yan's lashes fluttered, her eyes now open. Unable to sleep, she turned her gaze to the scenery outside the car window. The greenery in Yanyan was exceptionally well maintained. Perhaps it was the climate that contributed to the lush vegetation lining the roads. As Su Yan gazed absently at the landscape outside, her phone vibrated. She looked down to find a message from Mu Qing. "Yanyan, I'm sorry. I love a lie too much. I apologize for what I said this morning and hope you can forgive me." After reading the message, Su Yan tucked her phone away without replying. To be honest, she felt somewhat exasperated. Mu Qing's temperament was not one she could appreciate, to put it mildly. How could she articulate it? Cowardly and hypocritical. A little too cloying, sticky, and unable to let go. Perhaps it stemmed from her upbringing. She had always approached life with decisiveness and vigor. Yet, with no animosity between them, she chose not to engage further. Let it be, and turn the page. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Yan scanned her payment. She opened the door to exit the car, and just as she stepped into the elevator to ascend, she was unexpectedly collided into by Yuan boss. Su Yan steadied herself, reaching out to assist her. Yuan gasped for breath, exclaiming, "It's over." "Su Yan, it's over." "What do you mean, over?" "Su Zan Guidi." Yuan replied, "Editor Wei just called. Our interview materials from yesterday have been exposed by a major influencer." Su Yan furrowed her brow. What on earth happened? Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, unable to shed tears. She explained, "After returning with Gao Jian yesterday, I spent the entire time in my room organizing materials. I didn't go anywhere, and I can assure you that neither of us sent the information to any third party." As she finished speaking, her gaze turned to Su Yan, a look of desperation evident as she placed all her hopes upon her. Su Yan inquired, "What about Gao Jian?" Yuan scoffed. He.S. submitting his resignation. Given the gravity of the situation, dismissal was a foregone conclusion. Rather than face inevitable expulsion and the accompanying reprimands, he chose to resign proactively, thus sparing himself from the scolding. Su Yan responded coolly, "Call him over." With that, she produced her room card and opened the door. As the door swung open, she stepped forward while dialing Wei Tao's number on her phone. Wei Tao answered almost immediately, his tone irritable. "Have you heard?" Su Yan replied, "I have." Wei Tao's voice seethed with anger. "Su Yan, you have been with TR for quite some time. How could you commit such a fundamental error?" Su Yan remained silent. Wei Tao continued, "I need an explanation for this incident. The interview draft we prepared yesterday was leaked today. Was it an accident? Or did someone in your team betray us?" Su Yan assured him, "Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation." Hearing her acknowledgement of the mistake, Wei Tao's anger somewhat subsided. "No matter what it takes, you must persuade President Qin to cooperate with us once more. The issues with yesterday's interview draft necessitate a re-interview." Su Yan did not refuse this reasonable request. She had no grounds to decline. "Understood," she replied. Wei Tao then remarked, "Su Yan, how can I trust you with the chief editor position under these circumstances?" Su Yan admitted, "I have let you down." Wei Tao sighed through the phone. "Very well, handle it quickly." "Understood," she affirmed. After hanging up, Su-yin pressed her lips together and approached the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the scenery outside. Lost in thought for a moment, she recalled Wei Tao's word from their conversation and typed a message to Qin Lai. Do you have any free time the next few days? There was an issue with yesterday's interview draft, and I need to conduct the interview again. After sending the message, she felt as though it had vanished into the void. Approximately half an hour later, while she was inquiring with you and Gao Jian about what had transpired after her departure the previous day, Qin Lai replied, Good. Chapter 26. The benefits of indulgence. Upon seeing these two words, Su-yin paused, her fingertip resting against the screen, before she could formulate a response. Another message from Qin Lai arrived. Unwilling? Su-yin replied, What benefits? Qin Lai's response was succinct. You. Su-yin's heart skipped a beat as she processed the implication. She bit her lip. The combination of these two exchanges made it abundantly clear what Qin Lai desired. It was not merely her company he sought. Rather, he wished to share her bed. Yuan was in the midst of reporting work to Su-yin when she noticed her silence. Boss, did you hear what I said? Su-yin lifted her gaze and resumed listening. Yuan continued. After we returned to our room yesterday, we began organizing the interview materials. During that time, we ordered takeout. The delivery person was in and out in about a minute, and the rest of the time. Su-yin interrupted. Who collected the takeout? Yuan replied, That was me. Su-yin glanced at her and then directed her attention toward Gao Jian. Gao Jian appeared unfazed, but met Su-yin's gaze and ventured, Boss, isn't there a possibility that we didn't misplace the materials? There were so many people during the interview yesterday. Yuan, with her straightforward mind, chimed in, right? Su-yin withdrew her gaze, glancing at her phone as if it were a hot potato, and spoke softly. Among those present yesterday, aside from us, the rest were senior executives from the Qin Corporation. It is well known that Qin Lai's methods are ruthless. The implication was clear. They lacked the boldness to act against her. What about Mu Qing? Upon hearing you and mention Mu Qing, Su-yin lifted her eyes to Gao Jian once more. This time, Gao Jian's demeanor shifted. He seemed startled. Su-yin smiled faintly. Gao Jian, what do you think? His lips appeared dry as he licked them, forcing a smile as he replied, I don't know. Su-yin stated, All right, you two can leave for now. I will handle this matter. Yuan, concerned for Su-yin, hesitated, Boss. Su-yin offered a gentle smile. Please go. Yuan pouted, and as Gao Jian turned to leave, she leaned in to whisper to Su-yin, Boss, I'm sorry for adding to your troubles. Su-yin returned her smile. It's not your fault. The actions of the unscrupulous are often unpredictable. It would be unjust to place the blame on an innocent party. If such blame could be cast away, what would be the difference from victim blaming? One cannot live in fear of choking while eating, of inhaling water while drinking, or of falling into a manhole while walking. Once the two had exited, Su-yin sat on the sofa for a moment before rising to retrieve a can of chilled beer from the refrigerator. The ambience and amenities of this hotel were commendable. The beer was rich in malt flavor, perfectly chilled. Benefits. The thought of these two words tightened her grip on the can. Wei Tao had sent him to conduct the interview, and Qin Lai was demanding a favor from her. To be honest, it was not as if she had never shared a bed before. It was not an insurmountable issue. Moreover, they had yet to finalize their divorce. Yet, she simply did not wish to. As she pondered this, her phone, which lay on the coffee table, vibrated. She turned, hesitated, and approached the table. A message from Qin Lai appeared on the screen. It's inconvenient over at the factory. Interview me at 10 tonight. Su-yin bent down to retrieve her phone. I cannot offer you any benefits. Qin Lai replied, I do not seek your benefits. Upon reading Qin Lai's message, Su-yin let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after sending the message, Qin Lai carelessly tossed his phone aside and kicked Shun Bai, who was sitting next to him. Are you out of your mind? Shun Bai, grinning mischievously, retorted, Do you have a remedy? Qin Lai shot back. If you're not ill, why send her such a message? Shun Bai quipped. Don't you wish to? Qin Lai naturally stretched his long legs, picked up a nearby cigarette box, and with a light chuckle, asked knowingly, What are you thinking? Shun Bai leaned closer, his smile provocative. About your ex-wife? The mention of ex-wife made Qin Lai clench his teeth around the cigarette. Shun Bai noticed and leaned back with a scoff. Dare you say you don't want to? Qin Lai turned to him, nonchalantly brushing off the ash from the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Do I, Qin Lai? Seem like a man in need of women? Shinbai chuckled, leaning forward to grab a cigarette from a box, holding it between his fingers. But Miss Su is indeed rather dull. She is cold and lacks charm. Qin kicked him again, retorting, "Shut your mouth." As he withdrew his foot, images of Su Yin flickered through Qin mind. Not charming? How could she lack charm? She was indeed quite captivating. That seemingly icy person could, in certain moments, transform into a delicate pool, akin to a babbling brook, making one yearn to drown in her essence. Chapter 27. An accidental encounter at 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Yin promptly knocked on Qin door. Shortly after, the sound of leisurely footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, and a freshly showered Qin appeared before her. Their eyes met, and Su Yin couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Noticing the wariness in her gaze, Qin raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe with an air of superiority, and sneered, "What? Are you afraid I might sneak up on you?" With a need for his assistance, yet remaining guarded, it was indeed characteristic of her demeanor. Su Yin lifted her gaze slightly. Would Mr. Qin do such a thing? Qin replied with a smirk, "What do you think?" Su Yin, maintaining her composure, remarked, "Then what would you have to stoop to?" In that moment, Qin found himself utterly defeated. After a brief pause, they made their way to the living room. Qin placed a bottle of mineral water in front of her and reclined languidly on the opposite sofa. "Go on. What would you like to interview me about?" Su Yin picked up her tablet and suggested, "Let us discuss something captivating. Otherwise, this interview draft might not pass muster. Repeated issues could lead to a final product that lacks allure, raising doubts about her professional competence among TR personnel." Qin, with a smirk that carried a hint of mockery, inquired, "What? Are you going to ask me about my romantic affairs?" Su Yin chose not to engage with his remark, sitting upright as she probed into more private matters. Qin smiled knowingly and asked, "What is it?" "Suzan Yin Guit. I've heard that Qin Corporation plans to venture into real estate this year. Is there any truth to that?" Qin expression turned icy in an instant, but he quickly masked it with a nonchalant smile, his long fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. "Su Yin, are you attempting to unearth my secrets?" Su Yin was aware that this question was inappropriate. Every company harbors its own secrets, and what is publicly promoted is often mere facade. However, her professional duty compelled her to ask. Adopting a formal tone, Su Yin said, "Mr. Qin, I apologize. Let's change the subject." Qin raised an eyebrow, patiently waiting to see what she would inquire next. In the next moment, Su Yin posed, "Qin Corporation has previously supported impoverished students, yet in December of last year, the program was abruptly halted. Mr. Qin, could you explain the reason behind this?" As her words settled, Qin's expression darkened profoundly. He stared at her in silence. After approximately half a minute, he seized her wrist, pulling her from the single sofa and into his embrace. Caught off guard, Su Yin found herself in a rather compromising position, seated on Qin's lap. The tablet slipped from her hands as she braced herself against his shoulders. "Qin, do you not know why?" he queried, his grip firm at her waist as he leaned closer, resting his forehead against hers. "Su Yin, I can answer that question, but are you willing to write it?" Su Yin inhaled deeply but remained silent. With a mischievous grin, Qin continued, "The reason we ceased funding those few impoverished students is that some of them harbored ulterior motives, attempting to drug me during a gratitude banquet. I nearly fell victim, but fortunately, my wife provided the antidote. Afterward, I feared upsetting her, which is why I stopped the funding. Does this answer satisfy you, Chief Su?" "Su-jan." The proximity between the two was too intimate, and the atmosphere too ambiguous, instantly transporting her thoughts back to that time. Originally, it was a joyous occasion to celebrate the graduation of these several sponsored students. They had expressed their desire to host a banquet in honor of Qin. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Qin rarely put on airs. Moreover, these impoverished students had been supported by the Qin family from junior high through college, thus, in a sense, growing alongside Qin. He had intentions of facilitating their employment at Qin Enterprises. Who would have thought that during the gratitude banquet, they would attempt to drug him? Fortunately, Zhou Xing was present, preventing a calamity. That day, Su Yin was conducting an interview in a neighboring city, and Qin had Zhou Xing escort him there. In the dead of night, Su Yin was startled awake by a knock at the door. Before she could react, she found herself pinned against the wall by Qin Lai. At that time, they had only recently married, aside from their wedding night. This was the second encounter of its kind. The potency of the drug was intense, and Qin Lai was unrelenting. Su Yin trembled, forced to endure, as Qin Lai held her neck, kissing her with an almost frenzied passion. Perhaps caught up in the madness, he had huskily asked, "Yanyan, do you like me?" Su Yin had remained silent, her voice choked with tears. Her thoughts abruptly ceased here, their gazes locking, both recalling that fateful day. Su Yin appeared composed, yet the flush on her cheeks and ears betrayed her anxiety. Qin Lai noticed this and felt a sudden stirring within him. His large hand found its way to the nape of her neck, tilting her head as he descended upon her with a kiss. Chapter 28. The final time, Su Yin never anticipated that Qin Lai would suddenly kiss her. From astonishment to struggle, she ultimately found herself ensnared, caught between desire and surrender. As the kiss concluded, Qin Lai, slightly breathless, leaned against Su Yan's forehead, gazing down at her. Her eyes glistened with moisture, the corners tinged with a flush ignited by passion. "My fault," Qin Lai murmured in a low, gravelly voice. Su Yan's hands remained pressed against his shoulders, fingers curling and digging into the flesh there. His robe had loosened during their tussle, now hanging lazily, exuding a subtly mischievous allure. "Su Yin, release your grip," he said, his gaze fixed on her ravaged lips. His hand, resting on the nape of her neck, tightened instead of loosening, as he added with a feigned seriousness, "I apologize. You may interview me, and I shall respond properly." Su Yan's chest rose and fell with indignation. In the next moment, Qin Lai's gaze descended from her lips to her neck. Su Yin noticed her breath catching in her throat. Sensing her stillness, Qin Lai lifted his eyes. Relaxing his hold on her neck, leaning back slightly with a smirk, he asked, "Still want to interview me?" "Qin Lai, how did I never realize you were this shameless?" Unfazed, Qin Lai reached for a cigarette box, extracted one, and held it before his lips without lighting it, teasingly remarking, "Did you really not know? I'm surprised you're so oblivious." Under such charged circumstances, the two remained in a tense standoff for over 10 minutes. Qin Lai's hand on her waist never wavered. After a while, Su Yin took a deep breath and inquired, "I heard that the Qin family is planning to venture into real estate this year. Is that true?" Qin Lai's lips curled slightly, false. Su Yin pressed on, "Then were the Qin family's plans for this year?" Qin Lai replied, "To acquire a few prominent families' companies." Hearing his words, Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Qin Lai chuckled softly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with my answer?" Su Yin regarded him coolly. "Can this answer be included in an interview article for public view?" Qin Lai stated, "You're interviewing me, since I've answered. It implies you have my consent to write." Su Yin responded, "Very well." Subsequently, Su Yin posed several sensitive questions, to which Qin Lai responded without hesitation. Surprised by his willingness to answer, Su Yin cast him a lingering look as the interview concluded. "Qin Lai, are you finished?" "Su Zan not that. May I have my hand back?" Qin Lai laughed softly, finally loosening his grip on her waist. As Su Yin steadied herself, adjusting her breathing and smoothing her skirt, Qin Lai watched her intently from the sofa and suddenly asked, "Su Yin, what was the reason for your divorce?" "I wish to hear the truth." At his words, Su Yin paused in her task of arranging her skirt. Noticing her silence, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, seemingly genuinely pondering. "Was I unkind to you?" "Su Zan zi do. Were you kind to me?" Qin Lai chuckled softly. "It seems, perhaps I was." Men like Qin Lai never lacked for female attention. Su Yin turned away to retrieve her fallen tablet, wishing to disengage from further entanglement. "There's no particular reason. I simply believe marriage should not be like this, even if it is a union of families." Qin Lai's gaze dropped thoughtfully. "In what way?" Su Yin stood up with her tablet in hand and turned to glance at Qin Lai, feeling rather uninspired. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, observing the confusion in his eyes. Su Yin chose to remain silent, gathering her belongings before departing. As she reached the door, she paused and uttered, "Qin Lai, I hope what transpired just now is the last time. Furthermore, once we return to Sea City, I would appreciate it if you could find a moment for us to finalize the divorce certificate." Qin Lai, poised to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, halted upon hearing her words, and then let out a derisive laugh. All right. After exiting Qin Lai's room, Su Yin took the elevator back to her own. Once inside, she sipped on some water and began organizing her notes from the interview that evening. During the interview, she had relied solely on her memory, and now she needed to compile everything. As she was immersed in her task, a vivid image of the earlier encounter in Qin Lai's room flashed through her mind. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin could not help but pinch the bridge of her nose, pondering how such a situation could arise. Su Jie had indeed been correct. For men, the distinction between the upper and lower body has always been clear. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin rose again for a refreshing sip of cold water, gazing out at the night scenery for a few minutes before returning to her desk, fully dedicating herself to her work. Meanwhile, after Su Yan's departure, Qin Lai stood up and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, hands tucked into his pockets, lost in the view. Just as he became engrossed, his phone, which he had stowed away, zheng. He lazily pulled it out and answered, only to hear Shun Bai's mocking voice on the other end. Relishing the gossip, third young master. I heard that Yanyan is set to marry Xingzhen. Is that true? Chapter 29. Undercurrents. Shun Bai's call of Sanner was rather provocative. As if Qin Lai were an unseemly individual. Qin Lai narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, letting out a light chuckle. Are you courting death? Shun Bai deliberately embellished. Everyone in the circle is aware that you and Su Yin are still married, yet she has already begun discussions of a union with Xingzhen. Qin Lai pressed his tongue against one side of his cheek. Is that so? Shun Bai continued. Sanner, tell me, how could Su Yin and Xingzhen's relationship develop so swiftly? It couldn't possibly be. It couldn't possibly be what? Shun Bai hinted cryptically, provoking the imagination. Qin Lai understood his implication, that Su Yin and Xingzhen had likely been involved long before. Qin Lai, are you particularly idle? Shun Bai teased, not at all. I've recently been focused on my health, minimizing oil and salt. The following day, Su Yin had worked overtime until 3 in the morning. Yet her biological clock awakened her promptly at 7. However, having stayed up late, she inevitably felt fatigued. While washing up, she ordered an iced coffee through her phone. Once refreshed, the delivery arrived just in time. She sipped her coffee to invigorate herself while opening her laptop to double-check the interview draft. Confirming there were no issues, she prepared to log off, but suddenly remembered something. Rising, she retrieved a USB drive from her bag, copied the previous night's interview draft onto it, pressed delete on her computer, cleared her drafts folder, and placed a discarded copy on her desktop. Having completed her tasks, she pulled out her phone and accessed WeChat, sending messages to Yu and Gao Jian. Shall we go for a meal? Both responded almost instantaneously. Yuan, okay. Gao Jian, sure, boss. A little over 10 minutes later, the three convened in the restaurant on the first floor. It was a self-service breakfast. They swiped their room cards to enter. While selecting breakfast, Yuan trailed beside Su Yin, noticing her darkened eye sockets with a pang of guilt. Boss, you were up all night, weren't you? Su Yin replied calmly. Yuan added, why didn't you call me? I also went to bed quite late. This was all due to her own unease, feeling that she had not performed adequately, leaving her restless throughout the night. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Su Yin glanced at her, a faint smile curving her lips. The workload wasn't extensive, so I didn't call you. Boss, Yuan began, but Su Yin interrupted. Let us eat. After gathering their breakfast, the two found a secluded corner to sit. No sooner had they settled than Gao Jian approached, having also finished his meal. It was evident that he had not slept well either. His eyes were puffy, and stubble had begun to appear on his chin. Yuan glanced between him and Su Yin, feeling momentarily like an ostrich, wanting to bury her head in the sand. Compared to their state, she appeared considerably more composed, almost heartlessly so. As the trio dined, a sudden ruckus erupted at the entrance. Su Yin instinctively lifted her gaze, meeting Qin Lai's frigid gaze. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before breaking away. Those nearby were engaged in conversation with Qin Lai, who stood with one hand in his pocket, his expression inscrutable. Following him was Mu Qing. Today, Mu Qing donned a flowing black skirt, leaving one to ponder whether it was a mere coincidence or a deliberate choice. Adorning her wrist was a silk scarf, harmonizing with the hue of the tie gracing Qin Lai's neck. At first glance, they appear to be clad in matching attire, his black shirt paired with black dress trousers, while her ensemble featured the elegant long skirt. The striking blue of his tie complemented the azure accessory on her wrist. As they ambled by, they brushed past Su Yin and her table. It seemed they would glide past without a word, but unexpectedly, Mu Qing halted to engage Su Yin in conversation. Yanyan, she greeted warmly, a smile gracing her lips. Su Yin lifted her gaze. I've heard there were issues with the interview script. Mu Qing inquired, her tone gentle yet probing. Su Yin set down her spoon, delicately dabbing at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. The Su family upheld a strict code of conduct, emphasizing decorum at the dining table, a lesson Su Jing had instilled in her since childhood. Assured of her composure, Su Yin replied coolly, I have resolved it. Mu Qing appeared momentarily taken aback. Resolved it? Su Yin responded with candor, I re-interviewed Mr. Qing last night, without any concealment. Mu Qing's surprise was evident as her hand, which hung by her side, tightened into a fist, though her expression remained composed, her smile unwavering. That is good to hear. I was worried. Su Yin, she acknowledged with a simple After that, Su Yin fell silent. Mu Qing pressed her lips together, a soft smile gracing her features. When we returned to Sea City, Suzan Zieplit, in the afternoon, Mu Qing continued, It seems I will be back tomorrow. Observing her apparent difficulty, Su Yin offered a detached smile. Perhaps you should contact Editor Wei. Mu Qing hesitated, then turned to leave. Yuan, beside her, rolled her eyes, her chopsticks nearly piercing the plate before her. Su Yin feigned ignorance, intending to resume her meal when her phone vibrated beside her. She glanced down, and on the screen appeared a message from Qin Lai. Join me for dinner at the old residence tomorrow evening. Chapter 30 entrusted upon seeing Qin Lai's message. Su Yin read it, but chose not to respond, her finger gliding over the side of her phone as she extinguished the screen. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan was oblivious to Su Yan's subtle gesture, rolling her eyes and muttering under her breath, questioning why they hadn't contacted them about the issues with the interview manuscript. Given Su Yan's connection with President Qin, it seemed she was keen on reaping the benefits without contributing. After their meal, the trio ascended in the elevator. Su Yin cast a glance at her wristwatch and said in a calm tone, Shall we book the 3 o'clock flight this afternoon? Are both of you available? Yuan cheerfully replied, Absolutely. I can take a stroll in the morning. Gao Jian added, I have no other commitments. Boss, I defer to your arrangements. Suzan note that. Then it's settled. We'll book the 3 o'clock flight, and we shall depart from the hotel at noon to have lunch at the airport. With the itinerary confirmed, they exited the elevator, each engrossed in their own tasks. Upon returning to her room, Su Yin promptly dialed Wei Tao's number. She timed the call perfectly, as it coincided with the conclusion of the morning meeting, typically when Wei Tao was least occupied. After a brief moment of ringing, the call connected, and Wei Tao's familiar voice greeted her, Su Yin. Approaching her desk, Su Yin discarded her coffee cup from the morning into the trash. Editor Wei. The interview manuscript for President Qin has been finalized. Wei Tao responded, Finalized? Su Yin affirmed, Yes. Wei Tao seemed taken aback by the swiftness of Su Yan's accomplishment, momentarily stunned before expressing his delight. That's wonderful to hear. Su Yin reassured him, I will send it to you once I finish formatting it. Wei Tao replied, That sounds good. Following this, he lavished praise upon Su Yin, which she held with indifference. In the hierarchical realm of leadership, such behavior is commonplace. It neither permits one to become too complacent nor allows one to feel undervalued. Even when criticism is warranted, it is often couched in a manner that suggests worthiness. A slap on the back followed by sweet reward, a well-worn tactic. After ending the call, Su Yin leaned against her desk for a moment, resting her chin in her hand as she contemplated her thoughts. The previous manuscript had not been stolen without reason. There was a mole among them. She had a lingering suspicion regarding the identity of this traitor, merely requiring further confirmation. At noon, Su Yin arrived at the airport with Yuan and Gao Jian. After enjoying lunch, they collected their tickets, passed through security, and boarded the plane. Once airborne, Su Yin took the opportunity to catch up on some much-needed rest. She was stirred from her slumber by the jarring vibrations of the aircraft wheels against the runway upon landing. Frowning slightly, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Only after the plane had fully come to a stop did the feeling begin to dissipate. Having driven herself, she had given Yuan and Gao Jin a lift. After dropping them at a convenient taxi spot, she set off for home. Just as she approached her residential community, her phone, which she had carelessly left on the center console, suddenly rang. She glanced over and hesitated for a moment before connecting to the car's Bluetooth and answering Mom. In response, Su Jing's cold voice resonated in the car. "Where are you?" Su Yin replied candidly, "I just got off the plane and am heading home." Su Jing instute, "Don't go back. Come home instead." Su Zan Akwit Anzai. The conversation between the mother and daughter resembled that of a superior and subordinate, even more formal than her exchanges with Wei Tao. After hanging up the phone, Su Yin pressed her lips into a straight line. As the car arrived at the old Su family residence, she was about to alight when she spotted a familiar vehicle at the entrance. Her hand hesitated on the car door. In that moment of distraction, a figure emerged from the opposite car. "Madam," Zhou Xing greeted politely, his smile exuding gentlemanly charm. Su Yin inhaled sharply through the car window before stepping out. "When did you return?" she asked, puzzled. Weren't he and Qin Lai supposed to be in Huayan? Sensing the confusion in her eyes, Zhou Xing clarified, "President Qin's flight was at 10 this morning, even earlier than yours." Su Yin responded with a simple "oh." Zhou Xing continued, "President Qin is inside at the moment." Upon hearing this, Su Yin frowned. After a brief pause, she entered the house in her high heels. As she stepped into the foyer, she overheard a conversation between Su Jing and Qin Lai. Su Jing's voice was gentle on the surface, yet laced with dissatisfaction and veiled reprimand. "Who initiated the divorce between the two of you?" Qin Lai, with his long and handsome fingers, poured tea from a purple clay pot for Su Jing. "Mother, it was a misunderstanding." Su Jing replied, "A misunderstanding?" Qin Lai explained, "You should be aware that Mu Qing has returned. Yanyan felt jealous and got into a quarrel with me." Su Jing pressed further, "What exactly is the situation with Mu Qing?" Qin Lai responded, "It is a matter entrusted to me to be dealt with loyally." Chapter 31. What are your abilities? Qin Lai spoke with impeccable precision. Su Yin listened at the entrance, gripping her handbag tightly, her nails digging into her palm. She was perplexed by Qin Lai's remarks when a servant approached to assist her with her slippers and kindly took her bag. "Miss," the servant said. Su Zhang, maintaining her composure, handed over the bag with a serene smile. "Thank you. Please go inside. The young master has been here for a while," the servant urged. Su Zhan Ziplit. Within this household, everyone revered Qin Lai as an esteemed guest. As she changed into her slippers and ventured further in, the two individuals seated on the sofa turned their gazes toward her in unison. "Su Yin," she greeted with a gentle smile. Su Jing glanced at her and remarked, "You're back." "Momo, Su Zhan Apfim." Su Jing rose, stating, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please speak with a lie." With that, she ascended the stairs, only to pause and add, "Stay for dinner tonight." Su Yin, her demeanor tranquil, responded, "Understood." After watching Su Jing depart upstairs, she settled in front of the sofa. Qin Lai cast a glance her way and poured her a cup of tea, pushing it gently across the table. Su Yin lightly touched it with her fingertips, her eyes lifting to meet his. "What's going on?" Qin Lai lounged slightly, resting his elbow on his knee, fingers intertwined before him. "The Su and Qin families have long-standing ties. I cannot stand idly by in the face of adversity. Moreover, it could also implicate the Qin family." Su Yin remained silent. This is the nature of familial alliances, shared fortunes and disgrace. United, they are strong. Divided, they are weak. This explains why many families, despite being estranged in spirit, remain bound in marriage due to mutual interests. Su Yin understood Su Jing well. If she were to insist on a divorce at this juncture, it was most likely Su Jing would confine her to their home. Sipping her tea, she acknowledged, "I see." As Su Yin lowered her gaze to her cup, Qin Lai straightened his posture, intending to retrieve his phone to arrange some work. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the delicate nape of her neck, exposed before him. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. That nape had been held in his hand, not just once, and rather forcefully. The most intense memory flickered in his mind. Recalling a moment in the bathroom, shaking off the intrusive thoughts, he reclined slowly, redirecting his attention to his phone screen. He sent a message to Zhou Xing. Investigate Xing Town. Zhou Xing responded promptly. Mr. Qin, what aspect of Xing Town should I investigate? Personal life, Qin Lai instructed. Understood. Mr. Qin. During dinner, a banquet of 12 dishes was presented, 10 of which were Qin Lai's favorites, while the remaining 2 belonged to Su Jing's preferences. Qin Lai glanced at the spread, his eyes shifting to Su Yan. Su Yan appeared unfazed, betraying no signs of discomfort. The atmosphere throughout the meal was relatively pleasant, maintaining a facade of tranquility. Afterwards, Su Jing summoned Su Yan to the study. Upon entering, without uttering a word, Su Jing turned and struck Su Yan across the face. Su Yan accepted the blow, neither flinching nor retreating. You've grown wings, daring to consider divorce without informing me, Su Jing scolded. Su Yan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Su Jing coldly remarked, is it not quite normal for a man to have women outside, especially someone like Qin Lai? Do you truly expect him to be devoted to only you for a lifetime? Su Yan remained indifferent. Su Jing, displeased, warned her, this is the only time I'll let it slide. If there is a next time, Yanyan, do not blame me for disregarding our years of mother-daughter bond. Su Yan acknowledged the warning. Observing her concession, Su Jing turned and seated herself at the office chair, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. Such is the nature of arranged marriages. If you fancy that young man from the Xing family, you might as well clarify things with Qin Lai. You two can indulge in your own affairs thereafter. Su Yan listened, suppressing her disgust, fully aware of the implications. Subsequently, Su Jing delivered another round of admonitions. Mentioning Qiao Hongyi twice, her teeth clenched in barely contained ire, as if she longed to see him utterly destroyed. Half an hour later, Su Yan emerged from the study. Upon reaching the living room, she was surprised to find Qin Lai still present, casting him a curious glance. Noticing the traces of redness on her face, Qin Lai's attention was immediately drawn to the marks. The distinct imprints were evident. Unless he were a fool, it would not be difficult to infer their origin. Observing her closely, Qin Lai's brow furrowed in concern as he stepped forward, draping his suit jacket over Su Yan's shoulders. She lifted her gaze slightly. Qin Lai's lips curled in a half-smile as he grasped her chin, turning her face towards him, the side that bore the mark of the slap. With a teasing tone, he remarked, weren't you quite sharp-tongued normally? Where's that bravado now? Chapter 32. The fear of being cuckolded as Qin Lai's words hung in the air. Su Yan's expression visibly shifted to one of profound embarrassment. Indeed, it was embarrassment. Observing her reaction, Qin Lai's brow furrowed even more deeply. Releasing his grip on her chin, he declared, let's go home. Their marriage, which was destined to dissolve, meant they would inevitably return to the same abode. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a performance for the outside world. Upon exiting the Su residence, Qin Lai entered Su Yan's car. Just as she inserted the key, preparing to drive, Qin Lai unexpectedly yanked off his tie from around his neck and tossed it into the back seat. I'll drive, he stated. Su Yan turned her head to look at him. Without further explanation, Qin Lai had already opened the passenger door and stepped out. After an afternoon of acting at the Su household, Su Yan felt somewhat fatigued. Not bothering to inquire about his sudden decision, she followed suit and exited the vehicle. As they switched places, Su Yan fastened her seatbelt and gazed blankly out of the window. She was utterly exhausted. Each visit to the Su family left her feeling both physically and mentally drained. The two remained silent throughout the drive until they reached the villa. At that point, Qin Lai rested his hand on the steering wheel and remarked, let us endure this for now. We can address other matters later. Enduring it. How truly difficult it must be for him. Su Yan parted her lips slightly. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. Qin Lai's gaze fell upon the reddened marks on her face. How do you intend to resolve it? He inquired. I have my own methods, Su Yan replied. A mocking smile crossed Qin Lai's face, and he fell silent once more. That evening, the two maintained their routine, sharing the same roof, yet sleeping in separate rooms. The housekeeper, upon seeing Qin Lai's return, was visibly delighted. Su Yan, bending slightly to change her shoes at the entrance, deliberately ignored the housekeeper's expression of joy. Once she had changed, she ascended the stairs to the master bedroom. Returning to her room, Su Yan leaned against the door and exhaled softly. Before she could catch her breath, her phone, nestled in her pocket, vibrated. She glanced down to see a WeChat message from Gao Jian. Boss, there are some things I'm uncertain whether I should mention. Su Yin composed herself, swiping the screen to open the message, and replied with a question mark. Gao Jian, while I was organizing materials with Yuan, she actually stepped out for a while. Su Yin when? Gao Jian, around evening. She mentioned she was going to the cake shop at the hotel entrance to buy a cake. Su Jian, understood. Gao Jian, boss. I'm not intending to be a snitch, but this could be significant or trivial. I fear you might be unjustly implicated. Gao Jian's words were articulated so aptly that one could hardly find fault. Yet, the more unassailable a statement seemed, the more suspicious it became. After replying with a simple, Su Yin put away her phone without further response. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way to the bathroom. Su Jing's slap had not been particularly forceful. She was a person who valued both face and substance. Her anger towards Su Yin's defiance warranted a lesson. Yet she was also concerned about Su Yin leaving with a swollen face, which would tarnish the Su family's reputation. Thus, she had held back slightly. After her shower and skincare routine, Su Yin wrapped a towel around her body and stepped out of the bathroom. Just as she opened the door, she unexpectedly came face to face with Qin Lai, who was leaning against the wall, a cigarette in his mouth. Their eyes locked, and Su Yin instinctively took a step back. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Lai scoffed. What is it about you that I have not seen before? He then approached the bedside table, placing the medicine he held down. Su Yin cast her gaze downward, noticing it was for reducing swelling. Thank you, she murmured. Qin Lai's thin lips curled slightly, seemingly aware of the insincerity in her gratitude. With his hands languidly tucked into his pockets, he remarked, Su Yin, I feel as though I have never truly seen you. He described her as stubborn, yet at the Su family home, she allowed Su Jing to manipulate her. He labeled her weak, yet she boldly chose to divorce him under immense pressure. There was also her decisive demeanor at work, in stark contrast to the timid softness he recalled from her student days. Which of these facets represents her true self? In response to Qin Lai's inquiry, Su Yin met his indifferent gaze and replied, For inconsequential people, does it matter whether they are seen clearly or not? Qin Lai teased, Inconsequential, you say? Su Yin chose not to respond. The tension between them was palpable, reminiscent of two parties who simply could not find common ground. Noting her silence, Qin Lai fell quiet as well, letting out a cold laugh before turning to leave. As he reached the door, a thought struck him, and he glanced back, narrowing his eyes at Su Yin. We are not yet divorced. You wouldn't dare to betray me, would you? Su Yin, I am not like you. Chapter 33. Setting a trap. Su Yin's words were laced with disdain. Qin Lai turned his head to gaze at her, his sharply defined features illuminated by a warm glow in the light. This fleeting moment gave Su Yin a peculiar illusion that perhaps this man was not as indifferent as he seemed. Qin Li, As he departed, the room was left in silence, with only Su Yin remaining. She fixed her eyes on the medicine bottle atop the nightstand for a few moments, then picked it up and turned towards the bathroom, discarding it in a parabolic arc into the trash bin. The sound of the bottle hitting the bottom of the bin heralded a return to tranquility for Su Yin, who had been restless all day. The red marks on her face would fade by morning, requiring no ointment. That night, Su Yin's sleep was anything but peaceful. Perhaps dreams are born from a heart. Throughout the night, her dreams revolved around her divorce from Qin Lai. They were disjointed and incoherent. She dreamt of arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau with Qin Lai, only for Su Jing to suddenly appear, forcibly binding them together once more. There were visions of her obtaining the divorce certificate, only to find Qin Lai marrying Mu Qing immediately afterward. There was even a dream where, despite being divorced, she discovered she was pregnant. The chaos of these dreams left her drenched in a thin sheen of sweat upon awakening. After sitting on the bed for a while, she rose and descended to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of icy water from the fridge and taking a few sips. Once her mood steadied, she glanced outside at the faint morning light, pressing her lips together. Regardless of what had transpired the previous day, the sun set and rose again, heralding a new day. Su Yin did not return to sleep after waking. She changed into her workout attire and went for a morning run. Upon her return, she took a shower, had breakfast, and then headed to the office. When she arrived at the company, it was still early, and the place was not crowded. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement, replying with a simple morning. As she passed through the office area, she made her way to her own office. She took out her laptop and placed it beside the company computer, locking her handbag containing the USB drive in the cabinet. Once she had completed her tasks, Su Yin powered on the company computer and began her work. She had several interview transcripts to organize, including ones with Qin Lai, the CEO of a venture capital firm, and a popular female star. Technically, this female star should not fall under her purview, yet the interview was centered around her fashion brand. In some respects, this star could be considered an entrepreneur. Although she had encountered the brand before and found it rather mediocre, it was a request from above that warranted special attention. By the time Su Yin finished organizing the interview transcripts, it was nearly noon. She glanced at her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Su Jia. Are you free tonight? Sugerible almost instantly. No. Suzanne Z. Okay. Su Jia added, why don't you ask me what I'm busy with after work? Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Blind date. Su Jia replied with a knowing hum. Su Yin wished her luck with the blind date, and moments later, Su Jia called her with a voice message. She pressed the answer button, and Su Jia launched into a rapid-fire tirade. I am truly at my wits' end with my parents. They introduced me to every oddball imaginable. Just the other day, they even suggested a man who is twice divorced, has children, and sports a balding head with a beer belly. Su Jia described her blind date's appearance in excruciating detail, prompting Su Yin to conjure an image of him in her mind. To be frank, it was indeed hard to accept. In the next moment, Su Jia asked Su Yin, what do you think are the benefits of marriage? This was a question posed to the right person. If she had truly experienced the advantages of matrimony, could she still contemplate divorce? Realizing this, Su Jia began to answer her own question. Is there any need for persuasion if marriage is beneficial? Do I not know to pick up money that falls on the ground? Su Yin, enough of the complaints. It's time to face challenges head on. As Su Yin spoke, a thought struck her. She stood up and walked towards the door, saying, I plan to drive to that newly opened Western restaurant on West Street for lunch. Are you sure you don't want to join? Su Jia, overwhelmed with work, declined. Su Yin smiled brightly as she waited for the elevator. When the elevator doors opened with a beep, she was about to step inside when someone emerged. Zhou Xing, holding a large bouquet of roses. Their eyes met, and a flicker of panic was evident in Zhou Xing's gaze. Just then, a few colleagues' teasing voices rang out from behind. Chief Mu, Assistant Zhou, is here to deliver roses to you. If one were to speak of romance, it would undoubtedly be General Qin. Chapter 34. A misstep, the cacophony of flattery and raucous laughter filled the air, yet Su Yin remained oblivious to her colleagues' fondness for merriment. Perhaps her demeanor had always been too austere, resulting in a lack of playful banter directed her way. She nodded to Zhou Xing as a form of greeting before stepping into the elevator. Zhou Xing felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his throat until the elevator doors closed, and Mu Qing emerged from the office, allowing him to regain his composure. Mu Qing approached with a cheerful smile, a blush gracing her cheeks. Zhou Assistant, she greeted. Mu Miss, Zhou Xing replied. Mu Qing extended her hand to receive the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance, then deftly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, beaming as she said to Lai, I truly adore these flowers. Indeed, Zhou Xing affirmed, and after delivering the flowers, he departed, leaving Mu Qing to stroll back, embracing the bouquet amidst the playful teasing of her colleagues, graciously accepting their well wishes. Mu Chief, when we sample the wedding candies from you and President Qin? One colleague jested. Mu Qing laughed, oh please don't tease. But President Qin has been so openly affectionate. Do you still wish to keep it from us? Another chimed in. With a twinkle in her eye, Mu Qing chose silence, though the sheer joy of a woman in love was evident on her face. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing, having descended the stairs, sat in his car drenched in cold sweat. He retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Lai's number. After a brief wait, Qin Lai answered. Zhou Xing, he said. President Qin, I just delivered flowers to Miss Mu and was spotted by the madam, Zhou Xing reported. There was a momentary pause on the other end before Qin Lai's voice turned grave. Who permitted you to send flowers to Mu Qing? Zhou Xing hurriedly responded. It was Miss Mu. She mentioned that Miss Mu was at the Mu residence last night. Realizing his blunder mid-sentence, he quickly added, President Qin, I apologize. Qin Lai's cold laughter echoed through the line. Zhou Xing, I was unaware you had become Mu Jin's assistant. Zhou Xing hastily admitted his error. President Qin, I'm truly sorry. My actions lacked foresight. Your quarterly bonus will be entirely forfeited, Qin Lai stated. Understood, Zhou Xing replied, recognizing that this was a show of leniency from Qin Lai, considering their long-standing association. As their conversation shifted from Mu Qing, Zhou Xing provided updates on several work projects. Preparing to end the call when Qin Lai interjected, my wife and I will not be divorcing for the time being. Zhou Xing was taken aback. I have moved back to Yujing Manor. Have the driver come to pick me up here, Qin Lai added. Zhou Xing was aware of the marital discord between Qin Lai and Su Yan, as well as the fact that Qin Lai had vacated their shared residence. With the divorce proceedings now on hold and Qin Lai returning to their new home, Zhou Xing began to comprehend the situation. Once the call ended, Zhou Xing reached for a nearby tissue, wiping away the cold sweat. He had acted foolishly, believing Qin Lai had affections for Mu Qing. The reality, however, seemed to tell a different story. At that moment, Su Yan was not dining at the so-called Western restaurant in West Street. Instead, she opted for a bowl of Chongqing noodles at a noodle shop not far from the office. After finishing her meal, she did not rush back to work, but instead walked to the parking lot and settled into her car, opening the office surveillance on her phone. She first pressed replay, confirming that no one had entered her office since her departure. She raised her hand to place the phone on the stand before her, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. After nearly 20 minutes, the office door was indeed pushed open. Su Yan squinted at the phone screen, observing as Gao Jian stealthily entered, glancing furtively around the room and then peering out through the Venetian blinds. He swiftly approached her desk, bent down to open her private notebook, and pulled out a USB drive to copy. At this point, Su Yan had no lingering doubts. After saving the surveillance video, she tucked her phone away and deliberately waited for over 10 minutes before descending the stairs to her office. Upon returning to the company, she feigned normalcy, continuing her work as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Qin Lai had not gone to the office that day. As he descended the stairs, preparing to head out, he noticed the housekeeper, Wu Ma, engrossed in gathering the trash. He typically paid little attention to such matters, but today, a casual glance revealed a familiar item within a garbage bag. His hand paused, and an eyebrow arched inquisitively. Wu Ma, what is that? Wu Ma, unaware of the unfolding situation, followed his gaze and replied, Oh, this? It's a medicine bottle. I didn't check what kind of medicine it was. It was thrown out by the young lady. Qin Lai smirked, Oh? Chapter 35. Misunderstanding. Qin Lai's smile carried an air of insincerity, reminiscent of a hollow laugh. Aunt Wu was taken aback, uncertain of which words had gone awry. Could it be that this medicine held some extraordinary secret? Before Wu Ma could react, Qin Lai had already stridden away. Observing Qin Lai's retreating figure, Wu Ma hurriedly crouched down to retrieve the medicine discarded in the trash bin. Glancing at it from various angles, she discerned that it was merely a common anti-swelling medication, nothing particularly unusual. However, considering the tumultuous quarrel over divorce that had transpired between the two just days prior, Wu Ma was apprehensive about any potential misunderstandings that might arise. She swiftly took a photograph of the medicine bottle with her phone and sent it to Su Yan. Miss, while tidying up the trash today, I discovered a bottle of medicine. Is it still of any use? Upon discovering the vial of medication discarded in the trash, President Qin's expression turned rather grim. After the message was sent, Su Yan did not respond immediately. Approximately half an hour later, she finally replied, It's nothing, don't worry about it. After completing her tasks, Su Yan patiently awaited Gao Jian's reaction. Contrary to her expectations, he displayed remarkable patience, remaining unresponsive until the end of the workday. As the clock struck closing time, Su Yan made her way to the parking lot to retrieve her vehicle. However, before she could reach her car, she heard a muffled sob emanating from around the corner. What does this signify? Has he truly abandoned me? Brother, what am I to do now? You are well aware of the circumstances at home. The voice is quite familiar. Su Yan listened intently, her steps unceasing. She could discern who the weeping individual was. It was Mu Qing. After getting into the car, Su Yan started the engine, and as she turned the steering wheel, she spotted Mu Qing standing not far away, her eyes red with tears. Still crying, I see? This girl possesses an extraordinary ability to weep. Her eyes are tinged with red, and her body shudders with each sob, complemented by a demeanor that exudes fragility and helplessness. It undeniably stirs a man's instinct to protect. It is no wonder that Qin Lai is enamored with her. Reflecting on Qin Lai's affection, her thoughts inevitably wander further, drifting to the bouquet of roses from earlier today, her crimson lips curling into a slight smile. Last night, as Qin Lai departed from her room, he inquired whether she would be unfaithful to him. What then was he implying? Is this not akin to allowing the officials to set the fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting their own lamps? Upon arriving at Yujing Manor, Su Yin parked the car and was just about to alight when she received a call from Su Jing. After hesitating for a few moments upon seeing the incoming call notification, she finally pressed to answer. "Mother," Su Jing's tone was far from tranquil, even somewhat unsteady. "You need to return right away." Su Yin furrowed her brows, yet her voice revealed no hint of unease as she replied, "All right." After hanging up, Su Yin remained seated in the car for a while, then turned the steering wheel. Throughout the journey, she pondered the tone in which Su Jing had spoken, letting out a soft sigh. It was rare for Su Jing to exhibit such emotional vulnerability. If her instincts were correct, the Su family must be in disarray at that moment. Sure enough, as she stepped through the gates of the Su residence, she was met with the sight of over a dozen servants lined up in the courtyard. Each of them bowed their heads to the ground, embodying the concept of seeing no evil, hear no evil to an exquisite degree. Su Yin exited the car, her high heels clicking against the ground as she walked inside. The butler approached and took the bag from her hands, whispering, "Mr. Chiao is inside." Su Yin responded with a soft The butler continued, "In addition to Mr. Chiao, there are also Mr. Chiao's." He paused momentarily, lowering his voice further, "and Mr. Chiao's children outside." Upon hearing this, Su Yin hesitated in her steps, glancing at the butler before replying, "I understand." The Su family was nothing more than a hypocritical prison. From top to bottom, ever since Su Yin could remember, everyone behaved like emotionless machines. There were no grand displays of joy or sorrow, no loud quarrels. Su Jing remarked that this was the demeanor of a prestigious family. Reflecting on this, a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Su Yan's lips. What a fade of nobility, merely for the sake of appearances. Beneath it all, it was utterly filthy. Lost in thought, Su Yin stepped through the door. The moment she entered the living room, the ongoing dispute ceased, and all eyes turned toward her. However, this brief silence was soon shattered by Qiao Hongyi's harsh voice. "Now that Yanyan has returned, I demand a division of the family." Chapter 36. The enigmatic him. As Qiao Hongyi's words fell, a faint smirk appeared at the corners of Su Jing's lips, mocking his audacity. "Dividing the family assets? Qiao Hongyi, have you not assessed your own position?" Qiao Hongyi's expression darkened with indignation as he cast a glance at Su Yin, whose face bore an indifferent countenance. Furrowing his brows, he turned to Su Jing with a veiled threat. "If our divorce becomes public, the Su family shares will undoubtedly plummet." Su Jing scoffed, "And then what?" "Qiao Hongyi, I am indifferent. What about you? Do you not care for the legacy built by the Su family over generations?" Upon witnessing the disdainful expression on Su Jing's face, Qiao Hongyi felt a surge of revulsion. He had long grown weary of her countenance, tired of playing the submissive role before her. As a man, he resented being treated like a mere dog, summoned and dismissed at her whims. Noticing Su Jing's silence, Qiao Hongyi inhaled deeply and continued, as husband and wife, "I shall not corner you into a desperate situation. Let's part amicably. I present you with two options. First, sell your shares to me at market price. Second, I shall sell my shares to you at market price." His reasoning stemmed from the certainty that Su Jing lacked the funds to purchase his 50% stake. The Su family's recent performance had been mediocre, and the scant funds on the books had long since found their way into his pocket. The only viable solution for Su Jing to preserve the Su family was to sell her shares to him. Having meticulously planned everything, he was taken aback when Su Jing retorted, "What gives you the confidence to negotiate with me?" Qiao Hongyi shot back, "If you refuse, we shall engage in a mutually destructive battle." Su Jing replied, "Qiao Hongyi, I have never encountered someone so despicable and shameless." As their verbal sparring ensued, Su Yin stood by as a passive observer, her demeanor aloof. Her gaze swept over the two seated on the sofa, revealing a hint of disinterest. It appeared that Xiao Hongyi had fathered a child outside their marriage, likely in his early 20s. This suggested he had strayed shortly after their union. As Su Yin noticed their glaring expressions directed at her, she averted her gaze, shifting her attention elsewhere. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense as time passed. Just as Su Yin anticipated a prolonged quarrel, the butler hurriedly entered, approaching Su Jing to whisper, "The young master has arrived." Su Jing took a deep breath and instructed, "Let him in." The butler acknowledged her and promptly exited. Moments later, he returned, leading in Qin Lai. Qin Lai exuded a faint scent of alcohol. His suit jacket draped over his arm, the collar of his shirt slightly open, revealing a suggestive Adam's apple. Upon seeing him, Su Yin could not help but furrow her brow. Qin Lai strode forward, locking eyes with her as he extended the jacket he held. Su Yin accepted it with a slight hesitation. Stepping closer, Qin Lai whispered playfully in her ear, "You can only throw a tantrum with me." Su Yin tightened her jaw slightly, caught in the tension of the moment. The two conversed in hushed tones, with Qin Lai intentionally drawing closer to her, creating the impression for onlookers that they were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Observing their interaction, Su Jing's eyes glimmered with determination, while Xiao Hongyi appeared somewhat flustered. Moments later, Qin Lai approached Su Jing and placed a check before her. "Mom." Su Jing maintained her composure, responding with a simple, Qin Lai added, "If you require a lawyer, do not hesitate to contact me." Su Jing ziplit, anzai. After conversing with Su Jing, Qin Lai glanced at Xiao Hongyi before returning his gaze to Su Jing, saying, "Mom, if there is nothing else, I shall take Xu Yuan home. She has not been feeling well lately." Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, Su Jing cast a glance at Su Yuan, her expression unchanged, and replied, "Go ahead." With Su Jing's words, Qin Lai turned and approached Su Yuan, saying nothing further, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and guiding her out. As they exited, Su Jing's voice, laced with sarcasm and conviction, rang out, "Xiao Hongyi, weren't you planning to sell your shares? Very well, I shall buy them." Once outside, Qin Lai released his hold on Su Yuan's shoulder, standing opposite her, lighting a cigarette and regarding her intently. After a moment, he chuckled softly, biting the cigarette, and inquired, "Su Yuan, that check amounts to 700 million. How do you intend to repay me?" Chapter 37. What do you desire? In response to Qin Lai's inquiry, Su Yin did not answer immediately. The two of them exchanged glances through the swirling smoke. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yin parted her crimson lips and asked, "Qin Lai, what is it that you wish to obtain from me?" Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, brushing away the ash from the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. For a fleeting moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to reply with a simple "you." However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he deemed it rather indecorous, akin to adding insult to injury. After all, when had Qin Lai ever resorted to such base tactics to win over a woman? With a faint smile, he replied, "Let us go home." Having spoken, Qin Lai turned and entered the car first. He had indulged in alcohol that evening, leaving the driving to a chauffeur. The driver stole a few glances at Su Yin, and upon seeing her step into her own vehicle, he started the engine. As the car glided along the road, Qin Lai loosened another button on his shirt collar. He caught a glimpse of Su Yan's car in the rearview mirror and reflected on her recent predicament at the Su family residence, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort in his heart. How had he not realized the hardships she faced within her own family? As they approached the Yujing manor, Qin Lai pulled out his phone and sent a message to his mother. "Mom, how is Su Yin's relationship with the Su family?" Qin's mother, engrossed in her floral arts studies and still awake, replied upon receiving the message, "Did you discover something?" Qin Lai responded with a puzzled expression. His mother continued, "Why do you ask? Aren't you indifferent?" Qin Lai retorted. He sent a string of ellipses, concerned that his mother might misinterpret his intentions, and added, "Em mutity curious." His mother replied simply, "Oh." Qin Lai sighed inwardly. It seemed that his mother had not divulged any details regarding Su Yan's situation with the Su family. Watching the prolonged silence in their conversation, he couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. At times, he wondered if Su Yan were truly his family's own flesh and blood. Upon arriving at Yujing Manor, Qin Lai alighted from the car, hands shoved into his pockets as he strolled inside. Just as he entered, he spotted Su Yin descending from her vehicle. Their eyes met, and Su Yin stood still for a moment, clutching her bag tightly. Taking a shallow breath, she approached Qin Lai and said, "You should not have given that check to my mother today." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. "I cannot repay it," Su Yin continued. "Should I return to retrieve it?" Qin Lai inquired. Su Yin replied calmly, "It cannot be retrieved." Given Su Jing's disposition, she would likely settle the matter that very night, compelling Qiao Hongyi to sell his shares to her. After a brief pause, Su Yin added, "Qin Lai, I advise you to divorce me sooner rather than later. It will be beneficial for both of us." Qin Lai regarded her with a playful expression. Still preoccupied with Xingzhen, Su Yin responded, "Think as you wish." That evening, Su Yin hardly managed to sleep. As dawn broke, she finally drifted into a light slumber. Just as she entered a deeper state of sleep, her phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Frowning, she opened her eyes and reached for the phone, glancing at the screen before answering. "Yuan, what is it?" Yuan's voice was tinged with urgency. "Boss, have you checked the company group?" "Sujian Blade." "No. Please take a look quickly." Accompanied by Yuan's incessant chatter, Su Yin adjusted her phone to her line of sight, switched the display, and entered the company group chat. Disciplinary announcement. The interviews managed by Su Yin have been leaked multiple times, resulting in a suspension for investigation. The announcement was made by Wei Tao's secretary. Upon reading the information, Su Yin narrowed her eyes. It seemed that the interview draft stolen from her office by Gao Jin yesterday had stirred up considerable trouble. Yuan, still unsettled, murmured, "Boss, what on earth is going on? What do you mean by multiple leaks? Wasn't it just the one time?" "Suzan in does it. You needn't concern yourself with this matter." "But boss," Yuan protested, "I assure you, I will be fine." "Boss, if there's anything you need me to assist with, please do let me know." Su Yin replied, "Very well." After hanging up with Yuan, Su Yin immediately dialed Gao Jin's number. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Su Yin spoke in a chilling tone. "Gao Jin, do you wish to approach Editor Wei to confess your mistake, or shall I expose you?" Chapter 38. Endurance. Su Yin posed her inquiries with utmost directness, devoid of any superfluous words. As her voice faded, there was a brief silence on the other end of the call, during which Gao Jin feigned calmness. Responding with a forced smile, "Boss, I cannot comprehend what you were saying." "Su Yin, there are surveillance cameras in my office." In a moment of panic, Gao Jin abruptly terminated the call. Su Yin glanced at the darkened screen, choosing not to redial. Gao Jin was merely a pawn. There were others pulling the strings behind him. At this juncture, it was highly probable he was reaching out to those behind the scenes. She needed only to wait in silence, for someone would inevitably reach out to her. After placing her phone back on the bedside, Su Yin rose to wash up and prepare herself. While applying her makeup, a thought from the previous day crossed her mind, causing her to lean against the sink, her expression darkening. Her plans had been thoroughly disrupted by Qin Lai. She had been so close to achieving her objective. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yin finished her preparations and descended the stairs. With TR having been suspended, it was fortuitous, as she had other matters to attend to. After partaking in breakfast, just as she intended to rise and leave, the man seated across from her suddenly set aside his tablet and spoke. "I just received a call from Aunt Su. The matters on her end have been resolved." Su Yin averted her gaze, remaining silent. "Su Yin, are you displeased?" Su Yan's lips moved slightly, attempting to suppress her response, but ultimately failing, revealing her cleverness. Having said that, she reached for a wet wipe on the table to clean her hands and proceeded to leave. Upon exiting the Yujing manor, Su Yin drove back to the old Su family residence. After the events of the previous day, Su Jing was evidently in a poor state. Upon seeing her, Su Jing inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Su Yin continued forward, replying, "I have eaten." "Su Yin, well, your father." Su Jing hesitated, substituting her phrasing. "Qiao Hongyi has sold his shares to me." Su Yin remained silent. Approaching the dining table, Su Jing sat down. The housekeeper had prepared bird's nest soup for her. As she ate, she remarked, "If I hadn't stopped you from divorcing Qin Lai, we would have long been cornered by Qiao Hongyi." Su Yin continued to withhold her words. After Su Jing, seemingly composed yet unable to conceal her smugness, concluded her account of triumph over Xiao Hongyi in negotiations, Su Yin softly interjected, "Mother, regarding the 700 million from Qin Lai, do you intend to convert it into shares for him, or will you repay him directly when the time comes?" At this, Su Jing's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Yin, the Qin family never engages in unprofitable transactions, as you are well aware." After a brief pause, Su Yin added, "I'm not worth that price." Upon finishing her statement, Su Yin was met with the sight of Su Jing hurling the bird's nest bowl at her. With a resounding crash, half a bowl of the delicacy splattered across Su Yin. "What identity do you assume when speaking to me? Are you my daughter or the daughter-in-law of the Qin family? You've grown up, haven't you? You've spread your wings, I see. Just like Xiao Hongyi, a wretched creature, a wolf that cannot be nurtured." Regardless of Su Jing's tirade, Su Yin maintained her composure throughout. Frustrated by her inability to provoke Su Yin, Su Jing turned and ascended the stairs. Half an hour after Su Jing departed, Su Yin emerged from the Su residence and sat in the car for a moment, her fingers gradually tightening around the steering wheel. The Su family was a place that devoured its own without remorse. She yearned to escape from this prison that was her home, a thought that had lingered in her mind for quite some time. As Su Yin became lost in contemplation, her phone, which lay discarded nearby, vibrated. She glanced down to see a message from Su Jing. "Please assist Zhou Xian on Qin Lai's behalf." Su Yin pressed her lips together, and shortly thereafter, Su Jing sent another message. "Yanyan, I know what you desire. If you help your mother this time, I will let you go. Surely, you wouldn't want your photos leaked, resulting in disgrace, would you?" Upon reading Su Jing's messages, Su Yin clenched her teeth and slowly closed her eyes. Disgrace. What did she fear about disgrace? The reason she had endured so much was her hope that every villain would ultimately face their just retribution. When she finally reopened her eyes, all emotions had been suppressed deep within, and she replied to Su Jing, "All right." Chapter 39. Swift resolution after replying to Su Jing's message. Su Yin carelessly tossed her phone onto the central console. Su Jing was a treacherous individual, having been ensnared by romantic whims for much of her life. She now believed that even a fool might stumble upon wisdom. Gao Jian's call came around 9 in the evening. At that moment, Su Yin had just finished her shower and was perusing the recent headlines concerning the Su family. Upon noticing the incoming call, she deliberately paused for a few seconds before swiping the screen to answer. Once connected, Gao Jian's breathing was tense and his tone cautious. "Boss." Su Yan's voice was cool as she replied, "Gao Jian." "Boss, may I meet you?" He stammered. "Su Yin, address." She responded succinctly, perhaps taken aback by her prompt agreement. Gao Jian hesitated momentarily before hurriedly providing a location. After ending the call, Su Yin sat on the sofa for a while, then changed her clothes and drove to the designated spot. The location Gao Jian sent was a private club. Upon arrival, Su Yin could tell at a glance that those accompanying Gao Jian were either affluent or influential. She was aware of this establishment's extravagant expenditures and its exclusive service for VIPs, the criteria for which were stringent, requiring substantial financial verification. Rumors suggested a minimum verification threshold of over $1 billion, although Su Yin had not delved into the specifics. After parking, Su Yin called Gao Jian from her car. Moments later, he dashed out from the club, hurrying to her vehicle. Upon seeing him, Su Yin did not rush to exit but instead lowered her window, maintaining an imposing presence as they locked eyes. Gao Jian stood outside, slightly hunched, visibly intimidated. "Boss." Su Yin raised her gaze, her expression indifferent. "Did your benefactor send you to find me?" Her straightforwardness left Gao Jian visibly tense. After a prolonged silence of 7 or 8 seconds, he stammered, "Be boss. Things aren't as you think." As he attempted to clarify, Su Yin glanced at her watch. Noticing this, Gao Jian inhaled sharply. The remainder of his words caught in his throat. Having worked under Su Yin for 2 years, he understood that her gesture signified her dwindling patience. Gao Jian gritted his teeth. "Boss, let us discuss this inside." Su Yin regarded him momentarily, remaining silent before stepping out of the car. On their way into the club, Gao Jian maintained his silence. As they ascended in the elevator, he murmured, "Boss, could you let this slide just this once?" Su Yin shot him a cold glance. Gao Jian's eyes were pleading. "Boss." Sudan replied firmly. No. Gao Jian gasped. After a brief interval, they arrived at the entrance of a private room. Gao Jian, his face flushed, pushed the door open as Su Yin strode in, her high heels clicking against the floor. Upon entering, she was greeted by Wei Tao, who rose from his seat to welcome her. Seeing Wei Tao, Su Yin raised an eyebrow, finding the connection to him unexpectedly intriguing. She had worked alongside Wei Tao for many years and was aware of some of his less than scrupulous methods. However, she had presumed he merely sought self-preservation in his position, never anticipating. Xiaoxu, come sit. Wei Tao's rare warmth prompted Su Yin to step forward in silence. Once she was seated, Wei Tao personally poured her a cup of tea. Have some tea, he said, sliding a cup filled to 7/10 across the table towards her. The cup was mere inches from Su Yin, yet she did not drink. Noticing her reluctance, the smile on Wei Tao's face waned slightly. Xiao Su, I have observed your efforts at TR over the years, as have those above. Can you guess why your promotions have been elusive? Su Yin leaned back in her chair. All ears. The crux of the matter is that you lack finesse, Wei Tao remarked. Su Yin, what does Editor Wei imply? She inquired. Xiao Su, let us speak candidly. Since this incident has occurred and the blame has been placed squarely on you, you should bear it for now. Once the storm passes, I will. Wei Tao's words were laced with persuasion. Unfortunately, Su Yin was not one to be easily manipulated. Before he could finish, she grasped the cup before her and interrupted. Whom is Editor Wei serving? Wei Tao was momentarily taken aback. Su Yin raised the cup to her nose, inhaling the aroma. Muching. The color drained from Wei Tao's face. Su Yin savored the tea, then smiled. I fear I cannot fulfill Editor Wei's wishes. What do you mean by that? Xiao Su, Wei Tao pressed. Whom you wish to please, or whom you wish to pave the way for, is of no concern to me. However, you should not consider me a stepping stone. By the latest, I require the truth by this morning. Wei Tao frowned. Do you know who is behind Mu Qing? In the face of Wei Tao's intimidation, Su Yin calmly rose. I do not know, nor do I wish to. Wei Tao continued. What benefit is there for you in escalating this matter? Su Yin lowered her gaze, lifted the tea, and drank it all in one go, setting it down with a notable clatter. I will send my resignation letter to your email by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wei Tao was left speechless. Upon leaving the club, Su Yin promptly shared the recordings from the private room and Gao Jin's video with the company group chat, sending a copy to the higher-ups at TR as well. Once her tasks were complete, she powered down her phone, pressed the accelerator, and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. In truth, since Mu Qing's employment at TR commenced, she had been contemplating her departure. It was not that she could not tolerate Mu Qing. Rather, she recognized that Mu Qing would not tolerate her. Moreover, she had more pressing matters at hand and lacked the energy to engage in a battle of wits over so-called love. Upon returning home, Su Yin indulged in a bath. The day's turmoil had left her utterly fatigued. The warm water enveloped her, and as she relaxed, she could not help but close her eyes for a brief respite. Meanwhile, after Su Yan's departure, Wei Tao wore a stern expression, remaining silent. Gao Jian stood before him, visibly trembling, and timidly ventured, Editor Wei, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? With responsibilities above and below, it was you who initially spoke to me. Gao Jian's words trailed off, as both the mobile phone resting on the table and the one tucked away in his pocket vibrated simultaneously. Without much thought, both men reached for their respective devices. In the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Gao Jian, Wei, Editor Wei. Wei Tao's face turned ashen. His WeChat flooded with incessant notifications. Wei Tao, what on earth is happening? You'd better provide me with an explanation regarding the situation in the group. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, come to my office. The messages were from Wei Tao's direct superior. Though he remained seated, his legs felt weak, as if he were treading upon air. After a moment of hesitation, he tremulously picked up his phone and dialed a number. The ringtone echoed for a while before the call was answered. Wei Tao held his breath, afraid to exhale, and stammered, I have a situation here. Chapter 40. Words unaligned as Wei Tao's voice fell. The person on the other end of the line scoffed. After a few seconds, the individual responded in a wobbly tone. Editor Wei, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Upon hearing this, Wei Tao felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. chilling him from head to toe. Both parties were astute. Such remarks at this moment carried an obvious implication. Wei Tao clenched his phone tightly, his jaw instinctively tightening, fully aware of the underlying meaning. He steeled himself and forced a smile, saying, "Please do not jest. We are all in this together, sharing both fortune and misfortune." The other party interjected. "Wei Tao, do you really think you can be one of us?" Wei Tao remained silent. The other party continued, "You are not worthy." With that, the call abruptly ended, and Wei Tao lost his balance, sliding off his chair. Standing before him, Gao Jian looked even paler. In the current situation, even without Wei Tao uttering a word, he understood what had transpired. It was over, completely over. Meanwhile, at Yujing Manor, Su Yin had nearly drifted off to sleep in the bathtub when a sudden knock echoed against the bathroom door. Frowning, she opened her eyes. Outside, Qin Lai, slightly intoxicated, leaned against the door frame and spoke in a low voice, "Su Yin." At the sound of his voice, Su Yin instinctively submerged herself in the water. "Is there something? Come out. We need to talk," Qin Lai replied. "About what?" "Suzan in Guit." "About Xingzhen." "Suzan Pauset Contemlin." She had little to discuss regarding Xingzhen. If they were to divorce, Xingzhen was merely a potential candidate for her next marriage, and thus, there was nothing to discuss. Conversely, if they remained married, there was no need to delve into matters concerning Xingzhen. However, given Qin Lai's tone, it seemed that this topic could not be avoided. With her mind occupied by a myriad of chaotic thoughts, Su Yin took a shallow breath and said, "Please wait a moment." After speaking, she stood, showered, dried herself, and donned a bathrobe hanging nearby. When Su Yin emerged from the bathroom, she found Qin Lai standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery. He had been drinking at a social gathering that evening, and his demeanor reflected a slight inebriation. His shirt collar was slightly open, and his suit jacket hung casually over his arm. Su Yin stood at the doorway, observing him for a moment before striding to his side. They stood side by side, neither turning to meet the other's gaze. Qin Lai raised his hand to adjust his tie, then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Are you familiar with Xingzhen's romantic history?" Su Yin, hands in her pockets, stared into the distance and replied, "Not really." Qin Lai scoffed. "And yet you dare to discuss marriage?" Su Yan's lips curled slightly. "It is merely a marriage of convenience." Qin Lai, with the unlit cigarette dangling from his fingers, lowered his gaze to Su Yin. "Merely a marriage of convenience?" Su Yin met his eyes, her expression distant and indifferent. Suddenly, Qin Lai smiled, who said that even a marriage of convenience should not be like this. Su Yin, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he was about to continue when Su Yin interjected, "Qin Lai." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. Su Yin continued, "Why do you care about these things?" Her tone was light and airy, causing Qin Lai to furrow his brow involuntarily. The two exchanged glances. Su Yin gazed at him unblinkingly before suddenly breaking into a smile. Was it benevolence? Qin Lai's brow formed a delicate furrow. "Su Zhan, should I be thanking you at this moment?" As Qin Lai exited Su Yan's room, the cigarette he held snapped into two. Aunt Wu ascended the stairs with a hangover remedy and collided directly with Qin Lai, who was about to return to his room. "Mr. Qin," Aunt Wu called out. Qin Lai paused, accepting the remedy from her hands and taking a sip, then inexplicably inquired, "I recall that Xingzhen and Yanyan used to have a very good relationship." Aunt Wu appeared momentarily stunned. "Huh? Did they have a romantic involvement?" Qin Lai pressed. Aunt Wu, still bewildered, could only respond with a blank stare. Seeing her confusion, Qin Lai finished the remedy in one gulp, pressed his tongue against one side of his cheek, and remarked, "Get some rest." Upon returning to his bedroom, Qin Lai yanked off his tie and tossed it onto the bed. In the pitch-dark room, he sat in silence for a moment before pulling out his phone to message Shunbai. "Is the information you investigated accurate?" Shunbai replied, "About Xingzhen?" "Yes." Qin Lai confirmed. "Probably around 80 to 90%, Shunbai estimated." "Is he truly indifferent to gender?" Qin Lai questioned. "TSK, why are you so concerned about Xingzhen? Could it be?" Shunbai's trailing thought was punctuated with ellipses. Noting the ambiguity, Qin Lai scoffed softly and typed, "Rest assured, my interest does not lie with Su Yin." Simultaneously, Shunbai sent another message. "Have you taken an interest in Xingzhen?" Both messages appeared in the chat window, one above the other, betraying an incongruous tension. "I've said nothing," Shunbai retorted. "One should never heed the praises or criticisms of others. The truth will ultimately reveal itself," Qin Lai philosophized. "Ah, the saying goes, affection grows over time," Shunbai teased. "Which time?" Qin Lai inquired. "As a man of integrity, I naturally refer to time itself. Isn't it rather crass otherwise?" Shunbai quipped. "A weasel in a suit, asking passers-by for directions as if he were human or divine." Qin Lai mused. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Su-Yin enjoyed a deep sleep that night. The following morning, she rose and descended the stairs, powering on her phone, which had been off all night. As anticipated, an influx of messages and missed calls greeted her. She did not respond to any messages from those associated with TR Weekly. Instead, she quickly texted Su Jia. "The marriage is not going to end." The message sent. Su-Yin repeated immediately. Su-Yin explained, "The situation is quite complex and cannot be summarized in a few sentences." "Very well, we can discuss it when time permits." Su-Yin responded. Indeed, Su-Yin agreed. After messaging Su Jia, Su-Yin approached the coffee table, retrieved her laptop, and opened her email to draft a resignation letter, which she promptly sent to Wei Tao. It seemed that Wei Tao was likely too occupied to read her resignation at this moment. However, that was inconsequential. She merely needed to follow through on her word, indifferent to the outcome. After sending the email, Su-Yin walked to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup. Taking a few sips, as memories of the oppression she faced at TR flashed through her mind. What was that phrase again? Engaged in a monotonous job that feels suffocating, yet it is a necessity for survival. Indeed, this reflects the current plight of contemporary workers. After finishing a glass of water, Su-Yin made her way to the dining table for breakfast. Just as she settled down, Qin Lai descended from the second floor. Their eyes met briefly. Su-Yin nodded. A silent greeting exchanged. Observing her demeanor, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Moments later, they sat across from each other, partaking in their morning meal. After taking a few bites, Su-Yin seemed to recall something, raising her gaze to Qin Lai. "I will find a way to repay you the 700 million. In the future, if my mother requires your assistance again, I hope you can refuse directly." Qin Lai met her gaze, arching an eyebrow. "Suzanne, Qin Lai, we will inevitably divorce one day." A faint smile graced Qin Lai's lips. "The timing is off. Today is Friday." Every Friday marked the day they fulfilled their marital obligations. Chapter 41. Curiosity. Investigation. After Qin Lai spoke, he leisurely leaned back, casting a relaxed gaze toward Su-Yin. Su-Yin tightened her grip on the spoon, returning his look in silence. The two locked eyes, neither of them initiating conversation. Approximately half a minute passed before Su-Yin's spoon clattered sharply into the bowl as she stood up, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, President Qin." Qin Lai smiled lazily, willing to oblige. In the entire city of C, it seemed only they could discuss intimate matters in such a formal tone, unlike other families engaged in strategic marriages, who lacked their unique dynamic. The breakfast concluded on a sour note due to this topic. Afterward, Qin Lai departed for work, while Su-Yin ascended the stairs. Once they left, Aunt Wu discreetly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her heart racing with trepidation. Upon exiting Yujing Manor, Qin Lai had barely settled into the car when he received a call from Mu Qing. Glancing at the screen, he chose not to answer and tossed the phone aside. The ringtone rang for a moment before fading into silence. Shortly after, Zhou Xing's phone began to ring as well. He looked down, his expression shifting slightly. He dared not answer, but instead glanced at the rearview mirror and informed Qin Lai, "President Qin, it's Miss Mu." Qin Lai sneered. "She calls you. And you report to me?" Zhou Xing, aware of the previous incident, cautiously observed Qin Lai's expression. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he detected no signs and muted his phone. When they arrived at the Qin Corporation, Qin Lai entered his office, and Zhou Xing, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict, returned Mu Qing's call. As the ringtone played, Mu Qing answered promptly. "Assistant Zhou," she said, her voice trembling. "Where's a lie?" Zhou Xing replied politely yet distantly. "I apologize, Miss Mu, but I am on a business trip today, and I'm not well versed in President China's schedule." Mu Qing's tone turned anxious. I called him, but he didn't answer. Is there any other way to reach him? Zhou Xing responded, sorry, mismo. He remained tight-lipped, and Mu Qing, realizing something, quickly composed herself, her voice softening. I apologize for the intrusion, Assistant Zhou. You are too kind. Zhou Xing replied before hanging up and taking a deep breath as he tucked his phone away. Having worked alongside Qinlai for many years, he was familiar with the love story between Qinlai and Mu Qing. It was said that in the past, Qinlai, enraged by the grievances Mu Qing suffered at her family's hands, had impulsively vandalized the Mu family estate at 2 in the morning. Such an act was so uncharacteristic of the composed and restrained Qinlai, revealing the depth of his affection. Given that Mu Qing had returned just as Qinlai signed a divorce agreement with Su Yin, Zhou Xing had always believed that Qinlai harbored lingering feelings for Mu Qing. However, after the incident with the flowers, he began to suspect that the reality was not as he had imagined. Meanwhile, after ascending the stairs, Su Yin scrolled through her phone and received a call from the editor-in-chief of TR. On the phone, the other party first offered a sincere apology, then expressed a commitment to severely punish such misconduct. Su Yin listened silently on the other end, refraining from any response. Not hearing Su Yin's reply, the caller shifted to the main topic. Su Yin, you have been a veteran of TR for quite some time. To be frank, such behavior exists across all industries. So, how about you come back? Wei Tao's position. Su Yin interjected, editor-in-chief. There was a pause from the caller. Su Yin continued, I've already submitted my resignation. The caller exclaimed, why do you put yourself through this? You have worked so hard to reach this position. Suzanne Zieblit, I am grateful for TR's nurturing over the years. She then added, rest assured, I will not speak a word about TR to anyone, and I will not pursue any work related to entertainment or financial magazines in the future. Su Yan's stance was clear, and it was precisely this attitude that the caller sought. The next moment, the caller sighed deeply, playing the role of a gracious farewell. Suzanne, I have watched you grow all along. To be honest, I truly regret your resignation. Su Yin reassured the caller, I intend to join NF Weekly. The caller paused for a moment before asking, have you thought this through? Su Yin affirmed, yes. The caller cautioned, the prospects for NF are not good right now. It is quite tumultuous. Su Yin acknowledged, I am aware. After ending the call, Su Yin sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought for a while. It must be said that the caller's last remark was indeed a reality. NF Weekly is currently facing significant challenges. NF Weekly is a publication that reflects societal hot topics. Such magazines are inherently subject to numerous restrictions and controls. Particularly for NF Weekly, which was once the pillar in this area, it has now become a burdening elder brother. The owner, Tang Shu, over 60 years of age, is respectfully referred to as Aunt Tang within the circle. Due to her rigid approach to both life and work, lacking the ability to navigate smoothly, she has encroached upon the interests of certain individuals, resulting in NF Weekly's continuous decline. However, Su Yin had her own compelling reasons for wanting to join. She needed the resources of NF to assist her in investigating certain matters and exposing some issues. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin regained her focus, reached for a hairpin on the bedside table, and tied up her hair. She submitted a job application to NF Weekly before heading to the bathroom to apply makeup. Today, she needed to go out to handle a matter, one that must remain secret from everyone, especially the Su family. After finishing her makeup, Su Yin did not take her own car, but called a taxi to the orphanage where she had been raised by the Su family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qinlai was in his office, and Shunbai was gossiping with him. Have you heard? Your almost ex-wife nearly took down the TR reporting department. Qinlai, seated in his executive chair with a cup of coffee, responded, really? Noticing his lack of surprise, Shunbai leaned forward, intrigued. You know? Qinlai scoffed. How would I know? Shunbai remarked, 3. Something seems off with you. Qinlai raised an eyebrow. What seems off? Shunbai stroked his chin. Pondering for a few moments before addressing Qinlai, you must be aware of the incident where TR was nearly taken down entirely. Mu Qing was among those involved. Do you truly believe she would seek your assistance? Upon hearing this, Qinlai leaned back into his chair, responding, if she seeks my help, does that guarantee my intervention? Shunbai clicked his tongue in response. Qinlai with a hint of mockery, inquired, "What is the matter?" Shenbai, with a teasing tone, pressed on, "Come now, my dear San, speak frankly. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for Su-yin?" Qinlai retorted, "What?" Shenbai smirked, "Oh, come now, don't feign ignorance." Taking a sip of his coffee, Qinlai placed the cup on his desk and raised his gaze to Shenbai, deliberately avoiding the question, and instead asked, "What do you perceive Su-yin to be like?" Shenbai responded, "Hmm?" Qinlai continued, "Could you look into matters concerning the Su family for me?" Chapter 42. Origins. As Qinlai finished speaking, Shenbai's expression became laden with meaning. The two locked eyes, and Qinlai raised an eyebrow, inquiring whom? Shenbai remarked, "When a man begins to feel curious about a woman, it signifies that she has piqued his interest." To which Qinlai retorted, "Indeed, your interests seem quite diverse." Shenbai responded, Qinlai countered, "As far as I know, you investigate at least 3 women's backgrounds each week." Shenbai, caught off guard, clicked his tongue. That S merely to prevent being taken advantage of. Qinlai scoffed, "Scoundrel." At the orphanage, Su-yin arrived by taxi, scanning her code to pay before alighting. She had contacted the director a week prior. Upon learning her intentions, the director, though hesitant, ultimately acquiesced to her request. When they met, the director had just helped a small child who had fallen. Upon seeing Su-yin, the director greeted her warmly. "You must be Su-yin." Su-yin politely replied, "Yes, hello." The director suggested, "Let us talk in my office." A few minutes later, they arrived at the director's office. Upon entering, the director poured a glass of water for Su-yin and then retrieved a file box from a nearby cabinet, handing it to her. Su-yin accepted it as the director apologetically stated, "This is all the information I could gather regarding your abandonment here." Su-yin expressed her gratitude. The director continued, "The event transpired a long time ago, but I made an effort to consult the caregiver who looked after you. It seems the family that adopted you is acquainted with your biological parents." Hearing this, Su-yin furrowed her brow and looked up. The director added, "Some individuals reported seeing them outside the orphanage." Su-yin asked, "Are you certain?" The director nodded, "I believe it to be accurate." After a moment of hesitation, the director's expression grew troubled as she stammered, "Su-yin, this matter is somewhat complex. I honestly don't know how to broach it with you." Su-yin encouraged, "Please, speak candidly. Life is akin to a play. Existence itself is inherently dramatic." According to the director's findings, Su-yin was unlike the other children. Although she resided in the orphanage, her biological parents had indeed visited her there. She was placed in the orphanage with financial incentives from her parents and was subsequently adopted by the Su family a month later. Everything appeared to follow a predetermined course. Su-yin inquired, "Are you saying I was sent to the orphanage by my biological parents?" The director's demeanor grew uncomfortable. Su-yin, the management back then, was indeed. Su-yin remained composed, asking, "Do you have any contact information for the caregiver who received the money?" The director replied, "I do, but she passed away several years ago." Su-yin stood by the roadside for a considerable time after leaving the orphanage. Her initial purpose for visiting was to investigate whether there was any hidden agenda behind Qiao Hongyi adopting her. To her astonishment, this inquiry unearthed another revelation altogether. Who could have anticipated that she had been sent to the orphanage with financial compensation? She had previously contemplated numerous reasons for her abandonment, such as her family's dire financial straits or issues within her parents' relationship. Never had she contemplated this particular scenario. On her way home, Su-yin turned her gaze towards the scenery outside the car window. Over the years, she had been incessantly curious about her origins. However, due to the vigilant watch of the Su family, coupled with Qiao Hongyi's relentless scrutiny, she dared not act rashly. Now that Su Jing and Qiao Hongyi had a falling out, it afforded her a moment to breathe. As the vehicle approached the Yujing manor, Su-yin's phone vibrated twice in her hand. Lowering her eyes, she saw a message from Qin's mother. "Yanyan, come home for dinner tonight." Su-yin pursed her lips and replied, "Okay." Qin's mother followed with, "I'll make your favorite sweet and sour fish." Su-yin responded, "Thank you, Mom." Perhaps it was the news she had gleaned from the orphanage today that weighed heavily on her heart. But Qin's mother's message unexpectedly stirred a warm feeling within her. After finishing her exchange with Qin's mother, Su-yin instructed the driver to turn around. En route, she asked the driver to wait while she purchased a few items at the supermarket. Having been married to Qinlai for over half a year, She had never once returned to the Qin family home empty-handed. It was a habit formed from living under someone else's roof. When she finally arrived at the Qin family residence, 2 hours had passed. Su Yin entered, carrying gifts, and was promptly greeted by Qin's mother, who hurried over to welcome her. The housekeeper, noticing, swiftly reached out to take the items from Su Yan's hands. Qin's mother affectionately grasped her hand, feigning displeasure as she smacked the back of her hand. Another purchase? Su Yin smiled sweetly, responding, just a little something. Qin's mother retorted playfully, next time you buy something, you won't be allowed to enter the house. Suzan Chuko, okay. Seeing her so obedient, Qin's mother ultimately couldn't bear to speak harshly, leading Su Yin to the sofa for some casual conversation. Although Qin's mother was not particularly fond of gossip, she always managed to learn what she needed to know through various channels. Her status and position ensured that some sought to curry favor with her. Qin's mother asked Su Yin, "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with your mother?" Su Yin, with delicate fingers brushing aside a stray strand of hair, understood that Qin's mother must have heard something. Not hiding the truth, she replied, "I resigned from TR and wish to work at NF." Su Yin chose to downplay the matter, but Qin's mother slightly furrowed her brows, prompting, "And then?" "Sudan Juka Lai Di, Mom." Qin's mother pressed, "Aren't you going to tell me about the grievances and traps you faced?" "Sudan Hes Di Da." Qin's mother, frustrated, poked her forehead, exclaiming, "You can be so stubborn." After the playful jab, Qin's mother embraced her, saying, "Yanyan, I truly regard you as my daughter. I care for you. Why can't you believe that?" Su Yin remained silent. Qin's mother continued, "You cannot doubt my sincerity just because that rascal Qin Lai has his quirks." Su Yin remained quiet. Just as Qin's mother was lovingly scolding Su Yin, Qin Lai stepped through the door. Upon witnessing the tender scene in the living room, he paused at the entrance. Feeling somewhat superfluous, "Young Master Qin," the housekeeper called out, prompting both Qin's mother and Su Yin to turn towards the entrance. Upon seeing him, the tenderness on Qin's mother's face swiftly morphed into disdain. Qin Lai, seemingly oblivious to his mother's expression, smiled and greeted Mom. The mother of Qin, with a smile that belied her true feelings, welcomed her son home. As she spoke, she reached for the fruit platter on the coffee table and handed it to Su Yin. Su Yin, with a gentle smile, accepted it and took a couple of bites. Sensing that the mother and son had matters to discuss, she found an excuse to ascend the stairs. As she watched Su Yin retreat upstairs, Qin's mother's expression turned icy, and she placed her teacup down with a thud, directing her gaze at Qin Lai. "Your inability to discern true character is alarming," she remarked. Qin Lai, seated on a solitary sofa, chuckled softly, "Mother, who truly is your biological child? Me or Su Yin? Honestly, I would prefer that Su Yin were my true daughter." Qin's mother replied, a sharp pang of truth in her words. "Alas, she is not." With a cold smile, Qin's mother continued, "It matters not. Once you and Su Yin part ways, I shall adopt her as my goddaughter." Their exchanges over this period had consistently ended in a lack of understanding. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Qin Lai rose to go upstairs. Just as he reached the door, his phone in his pocket emitted a ding. Halting in his tracks, he retrieved his phone, where a message from Shunbai appeared. Can you believe it? Su Yin is not actually from the Su family. Chapter 43. A series of misunderstandings. Is Su Yin not the biological child of the Su family? Upon reading the information on the screen, Qin Lai furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief pause, he typed, "Are you certain?" Shunbai replied, "Absolutely, undoubtedly, and unequivocally." Qin Lai inquired, "Does she know?" Shunbai responded, "Of course she does. She is no fool." After sending the message, Shunbai added, "She is not like you." The implication of those words was clear. Qin Lai was indeed the fool in this context. Qin Lai pressed the tip of his tongue against one side of his cheek, contemplating, "Did you know about this beforehand?" Shunbai replied instantly, "I had no obligation to know. Su Yin is not my wife." Shunbai's retort struck at the core, leaving Qin Lai momentarily speechless. With his long fingers tapping against the edge of his phone, he pondered when the bedroom door swung open from within, revealing Su Yin at the threshold. Qin Lai lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting directly. For a fleeting moment, neither of them initiated conversation. It was not until Su Yin prepared to step away that Qin Lai reached out, grasping her wrist. Forced to halt, Su Yin looked up at Qin Lai, her expression icy. The coldness was palpable, layered with an inherent distance. Qin Lai's words of concern hovered on his lips, yet witnessing her demeanor, he abruptly shifted his tone. Su Yin, since our marriage, have you ever regarded me as your husband? If so, why am I oblivious to her matters? As soon as his words fell, a flicker of derision flashed across Su Yan's usually placid eyes. What are you saying? The emotion in her gaze arrived swiftly, dissipating just as quickly, yet it was distinctly captured by Qin Lai. He reiterated, neither warm nor cold. Have you ever taken me as your husband? Su Yin countered, and what about you? Confronted with Su Yan's evasive question, Qin Lai's brows knitted together. The corners of Su Yan's lips curved upwards, exuding an appearance of amicability, yet the warmth did not reach her eyes. We have been married for over half a year. Have you ever regarded me as your wife? After stating this, Su Yin lightly added, except in bed. Qin Lai was left speechless. Su Yan's words bore significant weight. Following her statement, Qin Lai remained silent for a prolonged moment. Su Yin held his gaze without flinching or averting her eyes. She understood he was sifting through their shared memories since their marriage, aware that he struggled to recall even a single instance. After all, they had been married for over 6 months, and aside from their intimate encounters, they had shared no other significant interactions. They hardly resembled a married couple. If it were not for that marriage certificate, their relationship was more akin to that of casual acquaintances. As Su Yan's words lingered, a palpable stalemate enveloped them. They remained in this silent standoff for approximately 5 minutes, until Su Yin withdrew her hand from Qin Lai's grasp. In the next moment, she descended the stairs, and Qin Lai watched her retreating figure, his gaze darkening involuntarily. After dinner, Qin's mother requested that they stay overnight. Qin Lai reclined on the sofa, opting to remain silent, while Su Yin, meeting Qin's mother's hopeful gaze, felt unable to refuse. In this world, there were few who treated her well. Qin's mother was one of them. Human nature often operates in such a way that the more one lacks something, the more cautious one becomes when it finally appears. For instance, Su Yin craved love. For instance, Su Yin found herself in the warm embrace of affection from Qin's mother. After dinner, Qin's mother engaged Su Yin in casual conversation, discussing the prominent families of Sicily, starting with the Qin family, then the Shun family, followed by the Mu family, and finally, the Xing family. Although Qin's mother appeared nonchalant, each remark was strategically placed. I recall you are quite well acquainted with the youngest of the Xing family, Xingzhen, are you not? Su Yin, savoring her tea, felt a flicker of unease at this mention. She was not naive. She discerned the implications behind Qin's mother's words. Yes, Xingzhen and I are friends. Qin's mother continued, that young man is quite admirable, handsome, and of charming disposition. Su Yin suspected that Qin's mother was subtly cautioning her, as their circle was small. Despite the nature of her relationship with Xingzhen remaining under wraps, there were no secrets in such a tight-knit community, only whispers and embellishments. To her surprise, however, Qin's mother sang praises of Xingzhen. Su Yin, holding her teacup, fixed her gaze intently on Qin's mother, who regarded her with an expression reminiscent of that reserved for a beloved daughter. Mom, Su Yin began, but Qin's mother anticipated her thoughts and replied with a bright smile, I was merely inquiring casually, don't overthink it. In this world, there are men and women. Who decrees that one cannot have friendships with the opposite sex once married? Embrace friendship openly. Should anyone dare to gossip within our circle, I shall not hesitate to silence them. Su Yin inhaled deeply, a bittersweet sensation swelling in her chest. Thank you, Mom. The notion of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts was utterly absent between Qin's mother and Su Yin. Qin's mother surveyed Su Yin with utmost satisfaction. Then, Qin's mother turned her gaze to Qin Lai, mentioning, take for example, Lai and Mu Qing. They maintained their friendship with ease. Su Yin, absorbed in her phone, was caught off guard when Qin Lai's eyes met hers. Qin's mother, with a hidden blade in her smile, remarked, I heard that on the day Mu Qing returned, Lai even bought a bouquet of roses to welcome her at the airport. What a lovely friendship. Qin Lai closed his phone, feigning nonchalance, Mom. Are you trying to sow discord between Su Yin and me? Qin's mother feigned innocence, am I? This is merely the freedom of friendship. Did I not just mention this to Su Yin? Her intentions were unmistakable, even if she chose to deny them. Qinlai loosened the button of his shirt collar. Chuckling softly, that bouquet was actually bought by Mu Jin. Qin's mother inquired, "Oh?" Qinlai smirked. "Did you happen to see that photo of me holding the roses?" At that moment, Mu Jin was simply in the restroom, and I was just holding them for a moment. Qinlai's demeanor was composed as Qin's mother scrutinized him for a moment before pretending to turn her attention back to Su Yin. Su Yin sat upright, appearing to maintain her composure, yet Qin's mother caught a fleeting look of surprise on her face. While Qin's mother maintained an outwardly calm facade, inwardly, she relished the moment. She was well aware that her son was not one to fabricate tales. With her objective achieved, Qin's mother cleared her throat lightly. "I am feeling a bit tired. You two should retire for the night as well." After saying this, she rose to leave, discreetly signaling to the servant standing nearby. The servant understood and promptly exited as well. Once the living room was left with only Su Yin and Qinlai, Su Yin set her teacup down and stood up. Qinlai lifted his gaze to glance at her, not immediately following suit. He fiddled with his phone for a moment before lazily rising, his hands stuffed in his pockets as he fell in a step beside Su Yin. The two moved in unison, ascending the staircase until they reached a corner where Su Yin abruptly halted and turned back. The proximity between them, coupled with Qinlai's towering height, generated an undeniable sense of pressure. Instinctively, Su Yin took a step back. Observing this, Qinlai instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Both were acting on subconscious impulses, and by the time they registered their actions, Su Yin found herself encircled by Qinlai's hold. Her hands clenched at her sides, and a flush crept to her ears. Qinlai noticed her reaction and, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, asked in a low, resonant voice, "Why did you stop suddenly? Is there something wrong?" Su Yin met his gaze, her expression composed, replying, "Nothing." Qinlai arched an eyebrow. "What is it?" Su Yin stated simply, "Today is Friday." Chapter 44. Breaking through the paper window, Su Yin's demeanor was entirely businesslike. Yet, in matters of the heart between men and women, no matter how formal, the essence of ambiguity remains unmistakable. Qinlai lowered his gaze, fixing his keen eyes upon her, a hint of amusement dancing within. "Shall I go by it?" Su Yin's fingers dug into her palm, betraying her tension. The mirth in Qinlai's eyes deepened. Suzan ziplit gon li. It's up to you." Ultimately, Qinlai refrained from taking advantage of the situation. After their playful banter, he observed the guarded expression on Su Yin's face and let out a soft chuckle. That night, Su Yin found it exceedingly difficult to sleep. Although nothing had transpired between them, they shared the same bed. Initially, she made a deliberate effort to maintain distance, clearly delineating her space from Qinlai's. However, as time passed, he reached out, encircling her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Su Yin attempted to resist, but Qinlai's fingers intertwined with hers, rendering her powerless to escape, and she eventually succumbed to slumber. As the night wore on, Su Yin remained wide awake, lost in a reverie while gazing at the nightscape beyond the gauzy window. It was somewhat absurd. They had been married for over half a year, yet had scarcely shared the same bed. Now, in a moment of wanting to distance themselves, they found themselves sleeping side by side. This state of affairs persisted until the clock struck 2. Just as she began to feel drowsy, Qinlai's phone, resting on the bedside table, suddenly rang. Su Yin, who had just closed her eyes, opened them in an instant. Before she could utter a word, Qinlai reached over with a long arm, grasped the phone, and answered. On the other end, the quiet room was pierced by the delicate sobs of Mu Qing. "Alai, you finally answered my call." Qinlai answered instinctively, not even glancing at the caller's identity, and his brow furrowed at the sound. He remained silent while Mu Qing continued, her voice laced with desperation. "Alai, please help me one last time. I truly have no other options." "Where are you?" Qinlai inquired. "At the Mu residence," she replied. "Understood," he said, disconnecting the call and glancing down at the person in his arms before rising. Su Yin sensed the movement behind her, turned slightly, and feigned deep sleep, remaining utterly still. It was only after Qin Lai had departed that she let out a long sigh of relief and opened her eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Lai left the Qin family estate and drove towards the Mu residence. On the way, he dialed Mu Jin's number. After a brief wait, Mu Jin answered, currently abroad. It was morning for him, and his voice was gentlemanly and warm. Alai. Qin Lai's expression was sharp, his tone icy. When will you return? Mu Yin replied, in about a week. What's the matter? Qin Lai stated, regarding Mu Qing's situation, you should seek assistance elsewhere. I can no longer help. Mu Jin chuckled lightly. What happened? There's a fire in the backyard, Qin Lai replied. Mu Jin paused momentarily before teasing. Did you not leave? Qin Lai retrieved a cigarette from the center console, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled. I'm not leaving. Do you have a problem with that? The relationship between Mu Jin and Qin Lai was akin to that with Shun Bai, albeit in certain respects, even closer. This was precisely what he had referred to as a trust bestowed during his conversation with Su Yan at the Su family estate. Taking care of Mu Qing is merely fulfilling Mu Jin's entrusted duty. Upon hearing Qin Lai's declaration of his unwavering presence, Mu Jin smiled and replied affirmatively, acknowledging his words. After ending the call with Mu Jin, Qin Lai arrived at the Mu family's ancestral home just in time. As he parked his car, the housekeeper hurriedly approached him, as if he had been waiting there all along. Qin Lai glanced at him with a chilling smile, questioning why he was kept awake at such an hour, specifically waiting for him. The housekeeper, sensing the underlying menace in Qin Lai's grin, replied with a forced smile, yes, the young lady mentioned you would come. Qin Lai scoffed coldly and chose not to engage further. Well acquainted with the Mu household, having spent his youth in the company of Mu Jin, he navigated the surroundings with ease. As he approached the entrance, he was startled by the sound of a whip cracking and the anguished cries of Mu Qing emanating from within. It's not me. I'm not involved in this matter. I had no knowledge of it, he thought, halting his steps and glancing at the housekeeper beside him. Without needing to speak, the housekeeper anticipated his inquiry and promptly elaborated. It concerns the young lady's dismissal from TR. The editor-in-chief claimed her actions were sanctioned by her, and Madame believes that her conduct has brought disgrace upon the family. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai strode resolutely into the house. At 3:30 in the morning, the Mu residence was ablaze with light. Mu Qing knelt on the floor, clad in a white dress, blood staining her attire. The state of her exposed skin was a testament to her suffering, vividly illustrating her torment. Seated elegantly on the sofa, despite the late hour, Madame Mu remained impeccably composed. Upon spotting Qin Lai, her countenance darkened further. Alai, this matter does not concern you. Do not interfere. If we do not impose strict discipline this time, who knows what she might do in the future? Madame Mu had never harbored affection for Mu Qing. Many believed Mu Qing to be her biological daughter, assuming she favored sons over daughters. In truth, Mu Qing was the offspring of Mu Lushan and a woman he had kept outside. When Mu Qing was 4, that woman perished in childbirth while attempting to bear Mu Lushan a son. Subsequently, Mu Lushan brought Mu Qing into his home. Initially, Madame Mu would have rather divorced than acknowledge Mu Qing, but eventually, for the sake of Mu Jin, she begrudgingly endured this shame. As Madame Mu concluded her remarks, Qin Lai approached and poured tea for her. After preparing the tea, he presented it to her with both hands, saying, Aunt Lin, please calm down. Madame Mu, do not forget, you have a wife now, Qin Lai added with a playful smile. Rest assured, I have not forgotten, he responded, then continued, Aunt Lin. Some events have transpired. Even if you were to beat her, it would be of no avail. Mu Jin will return soon. You are well aware of his character. He desires harmony within the family. At the mention of her son, Madame Mu's expression softened but was also tinged with resentment. He is simply too kind-hearted. Qin Lai, you taught him well. As dawn approached, nearing 5 o'clock, Qin Lai escorted Mu Qing out of the Mu residence. Leaning against his car, he smoked a cigarette while Mu Qing, draped in a thin coat and with tear-stained eyes, looked up at him. Alai, do you believe me? I truly did not do anything. The individuals at TR assert that the recording was provided by Yanyan, yet I find myself in ignorance of the matter. I cannot fathom why Editor Wei has firmly implicated me. Allion. Mu Qing seemed poised to articulate further, but Qin Lai, with his elongated fingers, delicately held a cigarette, flicking the ash away. As the ash dispersed, he lifted his gaze slightly. His piercing stare swept coldly over Mu Qing, silencing her with but a glance. She found herself rendered speechless, holding her breath and biting her lip. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Qinlai sent the cigarette, but flying and coldly remarked, "Mu Qing, the absence of my words does not equate to a lack of knowledge." Overcome with emotion and fear, Mu Qing stammered, "Yan, it is not as you perceive." Qinlai interjected, "Su Yan is my wife. I have previously cautioned you against provoking her." Chapter 45. Do you still wish to divorce? In the end, Mu Qing was picked up by Zhou Xing and taken to the hotel. Sitting in Zhou Xing's car, she wrapped her arms around herself, trembling uncontrollably. Despite the sweltering summer heat, even the early morning air was not particularly cold. Yet, she continued to shiver. Zhou Xing glanced at her through the rearview mirror, remaining silent, before reaching out to turn on the heater. As the warm air enveloped her, Mu Qing seemed to awaken from her stupor, blinking her dry eyes and turning to Zhou Xing to inquire, "Assistant Zhou, how is the relationship between Lai and Yanyan after their marriage?" In response to Mu Qing's question, Zhou Xing politely replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Mu, but I never pry into President Qin's private life." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing gritted her teeth. Having spent over 20 years in this industry, she was well acquainted with the fickleness of human relationships. Previously, Zhou Xing had treated her with great courtesy, but now only a veneer of politeness remained. She understood the reason without needing to ponder. It was simply that he had discerned she was not the one who held Qinlai's heart. After a moment, Mu Qing tightened her grip on her clothing and took out her phone to send a message. Find a way to make Su Yan divorce Lai. Meanwhile, as Qinlai drove back to the Qin family's ancestral home, it was exactly 5:30 in the morning. The Qin family was not accustomed to rising early, primarily due to Qin mother's light sleep. Any slight commotion would awaken her. Thus, unless there were special circumstances, the entire household, including the servants, typically arose at around 7 o'clock. However, on this particular day, as Qinlai entered the courtyard, he was met with the sight of the household staff standing in 2 neat rows. His gaze fell upon Qin mother, who had taken a chair and seated herself at the main entrance of the house. Understanding the situation instantly, Qinlai turned off the engine, but did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, he sat in the car, rubbing his temples, before leisurely stepping out. Qin mother sat upright. A small table made of pear wood beside her, adorned with a white JT set. Upon seeing Qinlai, she lowered her head and sipped her tea leisurely, embodying elegance. "Qinlai, dear," she said, lifting her eyes with a gentle smile full of maternal affection. "Is there something you wish to explain?" Qinlai, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied, "Yes." Qin mother nodded, her demeanor remaining graceful and warm. "Very well. Kneel and speak." Qinlai chuckled lightly, attempting to diffuse the tension. Qin mother set down her teacup and instructed the servant to refill it, maintaining her nurturing stance. "Shall I call the bodyguards?" With her words, Qinlai realized that there was no escaping this predicament. In the next moment, he raised his hand to touch his nose, bending his knees to kneel before her. The moment he knelt, the ruler held by the butler beside him fell heavily upon him. The butler whispered, "Young Master Qin, my apologies." Qinlai clenched his teeth, remaining silent as the ruler landed repeatedly upon him. Under the watchful eye of Qin mother, the butler dared not show mercy. It was difficult to ascertain how long he endured this, but eventually, as Qinlai's upright form began to sway, Qin mother raised her hand and called for a halt. "Now, explain yourself." Qinlai understood precisely what his mother was concerned about and got straight to the point. "Mother, there is nothing between Mu Qing and me." Qin mother scoffed. "And then what?" Qinlai spoke candidly, revealing that Mu Jin entrusted him with the care of Mu Qing. "You are aware of the circumstances surrounding the Mu family. If I do not assist in looking after her, Aunt Lin might." Qinlai was still clarifying when Qin's mother interrupted him, saying, "A lie. You should divorce Yanyan." Upon hearing this, Qinlai furrowed his brow. Qin's mother continued, "Do not let her hinder your virtuous deeds, and do not permit her to endure in silence." Qinlai replied, "Mother, my relationship with Su Yan." Qin's mother interjected, It is merely a marriage of convenience. You two lack any emotional foundation. Parting ways would be inconsequential, and you can both find peace. With a serious demeanor, Qin's mother spoke, while Qin Lai's brows knitted into a shallow, unable to decipher his mother's true intentions. After a moment, Qin Lai suddenly smiled and replied, "Very well." Had it been in the past, Qin's mother would have certainly reacted with anger at such an agreeable response. However, she remained composed, stating, "You both have already signed the divorce agreement, correct? Find a time to complete the formalities." After a brief pause, Qin's mother added, "I will speak to the Su family regarding this matter." Only upon hearing this did Qin Lai realize his mother was sincere. However, before he could respond again, Qin's mother had already risen and returned to the living room. On the second floor, Su Yin stood by the window, observing the entire scene. Although she was unaware of the conversation between mother and son, she understood why Qin Lai had endured a beating today. Sea City was relatively small, and there were only a few prominent families. Especially with the current standing of the Qin family, any minor disturbance would soon be known throughout their circle. Earlier that morning, when Qin Lai had gone to rescue a damsel in distress, several group chats within their social circle had erupted with gossip. Third brother's love for Mu Qing is undoubtedly genuine. White Moonlight truly remains irreplaceable. This time, the Su family's young lady will surely be unsettled. Did she not previously quarrel with third brother about a divorce? Have they separated? They were all eager spectators, unafraid of stirring up trouble. Even aware that Su Yin was present in the group, they unabashedly discussed the matter. Su Yin, despite trying to ignore the group messages, could not escape the private messages that flooded in. One such message was from Shun Bai. In addition to sharing painful screenshots from the group chat, also sent a follow-up inquiry. "What is going on between you and third brother?" Su Yin chose not to respond to Shun Bai's message, dismissing it entirely. She understood who Shun Bai was, a notorious playboy, as infamous as Qin Lai himself. The only distinction was that while Qin Lai was ruthless in business, Shun Bai was a cunning charmer. After standing by the window for a while, Su Yin turned back and sat at the edge of her bed. Just as she settled in, her phone vibrated in her hand. Glancing down, she saw a message from a group chat. It was from Xingzhen. "Yanyan, Su Jia said you're no longer getting divorced. Why?" Upon reading Xingzhen's message, Su Yin unlocked her phone and prepared to reply. But Su Jia had already beaten her to it. "Do you know what Qin Lai studied before?" Xingzhen. "Su Jia. University, the Analects, Mencius." Xingzhen. "Su Jia. You should catch up on the doctrine of the mean." Xingzhen. The pun involving Su Jia strikes a chord with Xingzhen. A few days ago, Su Yin mentioned that after divorcing Qin Lai, she would enter into a union with him. Now, it seems they are no longer parting ways. Is it not indicative of his ineptitude? Upon witnessing their exchange, Su Yan's previously gloomy demeanor was instantly uplifted as she replied, "You two are up so early?" Su Jia responded, "It's hard to enjoy a lie-in. All sorts of troublemakers are seeking me out to inquire about you and that scoundrel Qin." Xingzhen added, "Indeed, 10086. Su Yin chimed in, "I'll treat both of you to a grand feast later." Su Jia queried, "When is later?" Xingzhen retorted, "Surely we need not beseech at the altar for several millennia?" Su Yin replied, "No need, it will be tonight." As the message was dispatched, Xingzhen and Su Jia engaged in a flurry of exchanges within the group, selecting dishes and wines, treating her as a generous benefactor. Su Dan's my, her fingertips dancing lightly across the screen. Just as she was about to respond, a knock echoed from the door. Pausing briefly, she tucked away her phone and rose to open it. Upon opening the door, she found Qin Lai standing outside, his complexion slightly pale. The butler's actions had been rather unmerciful. Maintaining her composure, Su Yin inquired, "Is there something you need?" Qin Lai lowered his gaze, his thin lips curling in a casual manner as he asked, "Do you still wish to divorce?" Su Yin arched her red lips, her eyes devoid of any lingering affection, and replied, "I do." Chapter 46. She remained unperturbed. The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, with the former adopting a cynical demeanor while the latter remained earnest. Su Yan's response was entirely anticipated by Qin Lai. Although he expected it, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. After a brief pause of 3 to 5 seconds, Qin Lai spoke again, "Mu Qing and I Su Yan's voice was frigid. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Lai nodded with a derisive laugh. Indeed. Having said that, he turned and departed. Watching him walk away, Su Yan retreated to her room. The messages in the group chat continued to flow. Su Jie and Xing Zhen had transitioned from dining to discussing after-meal entertainment. Su Yan cast a glance, sent an agreeable emoji, and then put her phone away as she headed to the washroom to freshen up. When Su Yan descended for breakfast, Qin Lai had already vacated the ancestral home. The servants laid out the dishes, while Qin's mother, seemingly unfazed by recent events, produced a plethora of photographs as if by magic, spreading them before Su Yan. Following her gaze, Su Yan looked over. What a collection! All young elites from Sea City. Naturally, among them were some who were merely superficial second-generation heirs. Yet, without exception, they were all well-off and handsome. Su Yan raised her eyes, already guessing the answer, Mom. Qin's mother smiled, not the least bit bothered by the idea of introducing potential suitors to her daughter-in-law, suggesting they see if there was anyone appealing. Su Yan remained silent. Qin's mother gently patted the back of her hand. You and Ali are divorced, right? Su Yan's eyes flickered with emotion, not out of reluctance for Qin Lai, but rather moved by her mother-in-law's concern. All right, Qin's mother continued. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of three-legged men. Su Zan Yanyan deeply. Thank you, Mom. Ali previously gave your mother side 700 million, right? You need not return it. Consider it a compensation for the divorce. I'll find you a lawyer to settle his assets, ensuring you both share equally. As Qin's mother spoke, she deliberately lowered her voice, her expression almost conspiratorial, as if Qin Lai were not her son but a fool she had ensnared. Su Yan had initially maintained a composed demeanor, but witnessing her mother-in-law's antics, she could not help but chuckle. Seeing her smile, Qin's mother affectionately ruffled her hair. Yanyan, you are wonderful and exceptional. Do not doubt yourself. It is that scoundrel Ali who is undeserving. Su Yan was not an emotional person, nor one to display her feelings openly. Yet at that moment, she found her eyes brimming with tears. Meanwhile, the ill-fated Qin Lai drove to the office. Upon entering, he was informed by Zhou Xing that Shun Bai awaited him in his office. Qin Lai tugged at his tie, his irritation palpable. Zhou Xing, witnessing this, felt perplexed and anxious, fearing any fallout might affect him. Fortunately, Qin Lai did not address him and instead pushed open the office door with determination. Then, he unleashed his pent-up frustration upon Shun Bai, who was engrossed in devouring rice rolls. What is going on? Has the Shun family gone bankrupt? Shun Bai, who had been working tirelessly and had just secured a significant deal, nearly choked on his food upon hearing Qin Lai's words. You venomous husband! How cruel! Qin Lai approached his office chair and took a seat, extending his slender fingers to grasp the nearby ashtray. He lifted his eyelids with a cold smirk, questioning the purpose of an early visit when the company had not gone under. I assumed the Shun family had collapsed, prompting you to seek part-time work here. Having grown up together, Shun Bai immediately sensed Qin Lai's displeasure that morning. With an amused expression, Shun Bai wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue, inquiring about his evident irritation. What's wrong? Did last night's heroics fail to bring you the joy of being a hero? In their circle of brothers, if anyone owed a debt, it was undoubtedly Shun Bai, often referred to as Cheap Bai. Mentioning the events of the previous night, Qin Lai's expression darkened further. As a veteran in the realm of romance, Shun Bai quickly grasped the situation. Did you argue with Su Yan? Qin Lai shot him a fierce glare, questioning the likelihood of that. Shun Bai pressed on, digging deeper. Was it you who wounded T? Or was it Su Yan who wounded T? Qin Lai fell silent, acknowledging that it was indeed Su Yan who wounded T. However, the implications of who was at fault held significant weight. If it was his inability, it suggested a lack of attachment. If it was Su Yan's, it implied her indifference towards their marriage. Noticing Qin Lai's silence, Shun Bai laughed heartily. Leaning back, did you think your union with Su Yan was merely a result of the childhood arrangement between the two families? Lighting a cigarette, Qin Lai replied. What else could it be? Shun Bai pressed further. Could there be no other reasons? Qin Lai narrowed his eyes in contemplation, after a moment exhaling the words. She is obedient enough. Upon hearing this, Shun Bai burst into laughter. Su Yan obedient? With sharp eyes, Qin Lai retorted, Is she not? Shunbai continued, aside from you, no one in the entire city of C would consider Su Yin obedient. She possesses a proud spirit, akin to a flower on a lofty peak. Obedient? Qin Lai frowned, and Shunbai added fuel to the fire. Last night, your attempt to rescue Mu Qing has sent ripples through the circles of the wealthy. Qin Lai remained silent. Shunbai continued, everyone is praising your pairing with Mu Qing, while mocking Su Yin. A puff of smoke caught in Qin Lai's throat, triggering a fit of coughing. At the Qin family estate, Su Yin ultimately declined the goodwill offered by Qin's mother. She returned the money and refused to divide the assets, not out of pride, but because she never coveted what was not hers. Qin's mother chastised her for being foolish. Su Yin lowered her gaze to her fingertips, then raised her eyes with a gentle smile, saying, Mother, in this marriage, I feel both fortunate and happy to be your daughter-in-law. Qin's mother affectionately grasped her hand, declaring that once you two are divorced, I will proudly acknowledge you as my goddaughter. Su Yin remained silent. Qin's mother insisted, you must not refuse. Su Yin replied, thank you, mother. Qin's mother was positioning her favorably. Currently, the Su family's standing in C City had plummeted due to the matters concerning Qiao Hongyi and Su Jing. While the Su family appeared to stand firm, they were, in reality, weak and hollow. Deceiving outsiders might still be achievable, but fooling the prominent families of C City would prove challenging. Should news of Su Yan's impending divorce from Qin Lai circulate, it would not only threaten the foundation of the Su family, but would also hinder Su Yin's prospects of marrying into a higher social circle in the future. Thus, every word spoken by Qin's mother today serves to pave the way for Su Yan's future. That evening, Su Yin met with Su Jie and Xing Zhen in a private dining room. Su Jie and Xing Zhen had arrived earlier than her. As she approached the door, she overheard their conversation. Su Jie inquired, why did you break up with your ex? Xing Zhen replied, because she abused animals. Su Jie expressed her surprise. Zhen, I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. Xing Zhen gritted his teeth and retorted, she neglected this toad. Su Jie rolled her eyes, rendered speechless. Su Zhang, listening from outside, couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she reached for the door, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She withdrew her hand from the doorknob and glanced at her phone. Yanyan, shall we collaborate? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You might want to consider this. Chapter 47. What a coincidence upon encountering these two messages. Su Yin could not help but narrow her eyes. A flicker of disdain crossed her gaze, especially upon realizing the sender was Qiao Hongyi. The end of a strong bow. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yet such cliches can be overly simplistic. For an adversary's foe to become an ally, they must possess some redeeming qualities. One should never align with the likes of a rat in a sewer. Su Yan's fingertip glided across the screen, poised to delete the message. But a thought crossed her mind, causing her to retract her finger and instead take a screenshot to send to Su Jing. Su Jing ziplit instanteng. Su Yan, mother. Qiao Hongyi remains unrepentant. The spectacle of dogs fighting dogs is quite entertaining. It requires little effort to reap the benefits of a bystander. After sending the message, Su Yin tucked her phone away without a second glance. She understood Su Jing well, though lacking in remarkable abilities. Her lifelong affection for Qiao Hongyi would not allow her to be disappointed. With her phone securely in her pocket, Su Yin entered the private room. Inside, Su Jie and Xing Zhen were in a heated confrontation, resembling a monkey show, swords drawn and tensions high. Su Jie brandished a chopstick, poking at Xing Zhen's forehead, while he held up a phone aloft. Su Yin glanced over, recognizing the device as Su Jie's. Upon hearing the door creak, both turned to look at Su Yin. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, questioning, Su Jie exclaimed, Yinner, he is using my phone? Xing Zhen retorted, I'm merely making a call on your phone. Why are you so agitated? You, a woman with a heart encased in cement, surely have no secrets worth hiding? Su Jie, saving Vitfrag, wished to impale Xing Zhen with her chopstick. It was unnecessary for her to defend this scoundrel in front of Su Yin. As the tension escalated, Su Yin swiftly retrieved her own phone and tossed it to Xing Zhen, saying, use mine. The unexpected throw caught Xing Zhen off guard, yet he managed to catch it, showing no concern for the potential impact on the floor. With Su Yan's phone in hand, He promptly returned Su Jie's device. As Su Jie snatched her phone back, she could not resist poking Xingzhen's forehead with her chopstick once more. Turning away, Xingzhen dialed a number using Su Yan's phone, while Su Jie, eager to gossip, asked Su Yan, "What's the situation with Qin Lai? Why haven't you separated yet?" Su Yan settled into her seat, pouring herself a cup of tea. "I am indeed planning to part ways." "We had responded, Imam." Su Yan took a sip and added, "The tale is long." Following suit, Su Jie poured herself a cup, took a sip, and urged, "Then let us keep it brief." Su Yan continued, "Divorce is certain. Yet there have been some complications along the way." Su Jie, perceptive as ever, deduced, "The complications must stem from the Su family, right?" "Su Zan not that happy, my see." Su Jie inquired, "So, has the decision to separate been made now?" Setting her teacup down, Su Yan replied, "Qin, Aunt Ning has pledged her support as my backing." Aunt Ning, the full name of Qin's mother, was Lu Ning. Su Jie paused momentarily at this revelation, then raised her thumb to Su Yan, exclaiming, "Now that's what I call a principled stand against family ties. This is what true impartiality looks like." Su Yan managed a slight smile. "Aunt Ning is truly a remarkable person." Su Jie nodded vigorously in agreement, her head bobbing like a pestle. After their conversation, Xingzhen had just finished a call. He returned the phone to Su Yan and took a seat, his expression brimming with curiosity. He had heard that Qin Lai had once again come to the rescue of the Mu family's young lady last night. Su Yan idly fiddled with her teacup, responding with a simple Xingzhen pursed his lips, his thoughts on the Mu family's daughter left unspoken. Yet, even without his completion, Su Yan understood his sentiment. Indeed, it was a sincere affection, a bond stronger than gold. As Xingzhen's words faded, Su Yan lifted her eyelids and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the proposed alliance between our families?" The abrupt shift in topic caught Xingzhen off guard, causing him to pause for a few seconds. Once he regained his composure, his expression turned conflicted, his lips twitching slightly. "Are you serious?" "Suzanne smiled bodily. Does it seem as though I jest?" Xingzhen appeared flustered, stammering, "Well, this," to which Su Yan replied, "You can convey to Uncle Xing that a union between our families would be advantageous. When I take the reins of the Su family, you shall be the president of Su Corporation." Xingzhen, taken aback, waved his hands vigorously. No, that won't do. He had always presented himself as a carefree young master, holding a nominal position in the family business. Pouring more tea, Su Yan remarked, "Xingzhen, we have been friends for many years. Please spare me the act of playing the fool." Her words struck a chord. Xingzhen's demeanor shifted multiple times before he adjusted his posture, leaning back with a playful grin, albeit with an added seriousness. "Yanyan, friends can go to great lengths for each other, but you cannot come at me with such ferocity. This isn't an alliance. It feels more like a plot to bury me, given Qin Lai's temperament." Su Yan took the empty teacup before him and poured tea into it, stating, "I am aware of the challenges you face within the Xing family." Xingzhen feigned ignorance. "What difficulties could I possibly have?" Suzanne Ziepli, with 4 older sisters and 4 brothers-in-law, each one eager to absorb the Xing family into their own. Is that not a challenge? She laid all her cards on the table. As her words settled, Xingzhen raised the teacup to his lips, but paused before drinking. Observing this, Su Jie lifted her hand, guiding the tea to his mouth, thus easing the previously tense atmosphere. After swallowing the tea, Xingzhen looked at Su Yan and said, "Yanner, you must understand, this is a den of wolves." Su Yan smiled lightly. "That is quite all right. I am in a den of tigers myself." The foundation of their friendship, coupled with various interests, would surely pave the way for a harmonious collaboration once the initial barriers were broken. During the meal, Xingzhen and Su Jie frequently exchanged playful jabs, a dynamic established since their school days, characterized by a love-hate relationship. Their long-standing rivalry traced back to Xingzhen's unfulfilled crush, where he had once professed his feelings beneath her dormitory window, arranging a heart-shaped candlelight setup surrounded by delectable dishes. That year, Su Jie had secretly raised a dog in her single dormitory, and that evening, she brought the dog along to see the spectacle. The outcome was predictable. The food was devoured by the dog, resulting in a failed confession. Thus, their rivalry was firmly established. As for the friendship among the three, It likely stemmed from shared affinity for mischief. They all belonged to the periphery of their class. After several class activities, the trio, once shunned by their peers, found themselves compelled to form a study group. As time passed, a friendship began to blossom, ultimately culminating in a flourishing bond. One shared meal rejuvenated their camaraderie. After dining, they exited the private room, with Su Jia at the forefront attending to a client call, while Su Yin and Xing Zhen walked closely behind, discussing matters of collaboration. As they strolled together, Xing Zhen naturally took hold of Su Yan's bag. Xing Zhen, are you truly separating from Qin Lai? Su Yan, is there any doubt about it? The three proceeded directly to the front desk, neither turning back nor noticing Qin Lai and his entourage of companions lurking behind them. Shunbai, reveling in the drama, remarked to Ah3, "It seems your wife might be stepping out on you." Chapter 48. He simply did not comprehend the term stealing someone away, which is truly unpleasant. Not only is it unappealing, but it also invites a plethora of unwelcome musings. Qin Lai was previously engaged in conversation with those around him when he overheard Shunbai's words. His narrow eyes cast a sharp glare, settling on Su Yin and Xing Zhen, who stood closely together, their demeanor overly intimate. His gaze narrowed, and the corners of his mouth tightened slightly. In that moment, those beside and behind him collectively held their breath. Though Shunbai could jest with Qin Lai, it did not imply that others could do the same. Despite the outward appearance of camaraderie, the underlying differences were stark, whether in social standing or personal relations. The disparity was not trivial. Meanwhile, Su Yin approached the front desk to settle the bill, but Xing Zhen insisted on paying. They exchanged glances, and Su Yin smiled brightly, choosing not to contest his gesture. Under normal circumstances, such behavior might have been innocuous, but the current climate was sensitive. Who was unaware of the brewing divorce between Su Yin and Qin Lai? The couple had each found solace elsewhere, one in a white moonlight, the other in a blue-faced companion. To outsiders, their marital discord seemed like a scene from a drama. After settling the bill, Su Yin exited the restaurant. Shunbai glanced at Qin Lai and retrieved his phone to dial Su Yan's number. After a few rings, she answered. Shunbai deliberately activated the speakerphone. "Yanyan, Eli has had too much to drink. Could you come to fetch him?" There was a brief pause on Su Yan's end, followed by the sound of a car door closing. She then replied coolly, "I'm not in a position to do so right now. Mr. Shun may contact Assistant Zhou." Shunbai raised an eyebrow and continued, "I just spoke with Zhou Xing, and he mentioned he is not in Sea City. Then I must trouble Mr. Shun." Su Yin replied, and without waiting for Shunbai's retort, she hung up. Staring at the darkened screen, Shunbai smirked, a mistress, unprecedented. Previously, when Qin Lai had been inebriated, Su Yin had never once declined to come to his aid. Qin Lai extinguished his cigarette, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet he remained silent. Shunbai teased, "Does it sting?" Qin Lai's smile was more of a grimace. "In all of Sea City, who is more shameless than you?" "How could that be?" "It's you," Shunbai retorted, inching closer to Qin Lai, whispering so only he could hear. "I think Su Yin and Xing Zhen look quite suited for each other, don't you?" Qin Lai met Shunbai's gaze, his expression indifferent. Shunbai, a true connoisseur of the romantic entanglements, observed Qin Lai's demeanor and poked at him. "There will come a time when you regret this." Upon returning home, Su Yin took a quick shower and retired to bed early. She felt somewhat fatigued after the recent tumult. Just as one storm subsided, another arose. Fortunately, her meeting with Xing Zhen regarding the collaboration had solidified, alleviating a significant burden. Later that evening, as she slumbered, she vaguely sensed the door lock being turned from the outside. She attempted to open her eyes, but was too drowsy to succeed. The next morning, Su Yin remained ensconced in her dreams until a phone call roused her. She reached for her phone and answered, her voice still laced with sleep. "Hello, is this Miss Su Yin?" Came the formal inquiry from the other end. Su Yin responded, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" The other party replied, "Hello, this is NF Weekly. We noticed your application and would like to know if you are available for an interview today." Su Yin, feeling alert, replied, "I am available." The other party continued, "Great. Shall we schedule the interview for 10:30? Su Yin affirmed, "That works for me." After hanging up with the HR representative from NF, Su Yin rose to prepare herself. After completing her morning routine and applying a light touch of makeup, she descended to have breakfast before driving to NF weekly. Compared to TR, NF exuded a more traditional ambience. The exterior and interior decor both reflected a rather conservative character. Upon parking and entering the office building, Su-Yin inquired at the front desk before making her way to the interview room. Upon reaching the door, she raised her hand to knock. Hearing a voice call out come in, she pushed the door open. There were 3 interviewers present, their combined ages barely exceeding 150, perhaps around 123. After politely greeting them, Su-Yin took a seat. The interviewers perused her resume, exchanging glances with one another. After a moment, one of them broke the silence. "Ms. Su, you were previously the chief reporter at TR. What prompted your interest in our publication?" Realizing the question may have been poorly phrased, he added, "I mean no offense. It's just that the 2 publications have different focuses, and you've already reached a prominent position in your field. What made you consider leaving?" Su-Yin straightened her posture, clad in a crisp white suit, her hair neatly pinned up, embodying both competence and a gentle demeanor. "It is precisely because I have reached the pinnacle in this field that the role no longer presents a challenge for me. Thus, I wish to embark on a new journey in a different domain." Upon hearing her response, the 3 interviewers fell silent momentarily. Her candidness deviated from the standard humble responses expected in job interviews. Yet, her capabilities were evident to all present. For someone of her caliber, as long as she remained grounded and maintained her integrity, there was nothing amiss. After a few moments, the second interviewer spoke up. "Ms. Su, NF is not like TR. We require factual reporting, no exaggeration or unnecessary sensationalism. You may also encounter certain risks." Su-Yin replied, "I understand." The interviewer continued, "Is Ms. Su married?" She responded, "Yes, I am." The interviewer glanced down at her resume again, noting her age, and then inquired, "Do you plan to have children soon?" Su-Yin smiled and replied, "No, but I do plan to get a divorce." Her forthrightness left the questioning interviewer feeling somewhat awkward. The third interviewer then posed a few trivial questions. Before parting, Su-Yin stood to shake hands with all 3 interviewers, offering a gentle smile filled with anticipation for possible collaboration. After Su-Yin exited, the 3 interviewers took sips of water and loosened their ties. It felt less like they were interviewing her and more like she was interviewing them. Her presence alone commanded respect. Who, after all, could rival her achievements at TR? I truly never anticipated her arrival at NF. Meanwhile, as Su-Yin left NF and entered her vehicle, she received the official employment notification from NF. She cast a fleeting glance at her phone before pressing the screen off. The matter was as resolute as nails, with no possibility of rejection given NF's current circumstances. This was not arrogance. It was a testament to her capability. After a brief moment of introspection in the car, Su-Yin recalled something and retrieved her phone, locating Qin-Lai's avatar in her WeChat contacts to send a message. "When are you free?" Qin-Lai responded almost instantly. "Is there something urgent?" "Suzan Ziplit, we need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our divorce." Upon sending this message, Qin-Lai remained silent for an extended period. Just as Su-Yan's patience began to wane, believing he would not respond, a call from Qin-Lai came through. Su-Yin hesitated momentarily before answering. Before she could utter a word, she heard Qin-Lai's hoarse voice on the other end. "Su-Yin, I am unwell." Chapter 49. His stubbornness. Qin-Lai's voice was frail, lacking any semblance of deceit. Of course, he had no need to fabricate anything. In Su-Yan's heart, he might even be more eager for a swift divorce than she was. Yet, despite this, Su-Yin frowned in displeasure and declared, "Then have General Qin notify me once he recovers." As soon as her words fell, she hung up without allowing Qin-Lai a chance to respond. After severing the call, Su-Yin placed her phone on the central console and picked up the tablet from the passenger seat to peruse the latest findings from her investigations. The Su family enterprise was currently suffering significant losses, and Su's grandfather had suddenly been hospitalized due to a cerebral hemorrhage. It was said he was hanging on to life by a thread, driven solely by a singular obsession. What was that obsession? Naturally, it was his inability to relinquish the vast empire he had built. As she flipped through several pages, Su-Yan's finger rested motionless on the screen. How could she expedite the downfall of the Su family? This required careful consideration. At the Yujing Manor, Qin-Lai sat alone in a darkened room, smoking. The curtains remained drawn, rendering the bedroom pitch black. He was not ill. His husky voice was merely a result of excessive drinking the night before, coupled with the irritation from smoke. As for why he had lied to Su-Yin, he squinted, flicking the ash from his cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone and made a call. Once connected, Qin Lai's voice was low as he inquired whether there were any ongoing communications between Xing Zhen and his former partner. The response indicated that nothing had been discovered thus far. Qin Lai scoffed, his gaze intent. "Keep an eye on it," he instructed. "If anything suspicious arises, notify me immediately." The response was affirmative. After terminating the call, Qin Lai tossed his phone onto the bed, pondered for a moment, then rose to freshen up before heading downstairs. Aunt Wu was busy cleaning when she heard his footsteps and turned around. Upon seeing Qin Lai, she smiled and asked, "General Qin, what would you like for breakfast?" Qin Lai adjusted the collar of his shirt, rolling the sleeves up to his elbows, exuding a relaxed, almost languid demeanor that contrasted with his usual business-like severity. "I'm not hungry," Aunt Wu replied. "You seem to have drunk quite a bit last night. You should eat something, otherwise your health." Qin Lai's lips curled slightly. "Thank you, Aunt Wu, but I have matters to attend to at the company." Though he appeared to smile, there was little warmth in his eyes. Aunt Wu stiffened, realizing she had inadvertently touched a nerve, and awkwardly said, Yes, General Qin, my apologies." In response to her apology, Qin Lai simply smiled and moved on. As he stepped outside, the smile vanished from his face. Zhou Xing was waiting for him by the car. Upon seeing him, he bent to open the door. Once Qin Lai was seated, Zhou Xing lowered his voice to say, "All contracts with the Mu family have been terminated." Qin Lai leisurely adjusted his shirt sleeves and fastened the buttons, replying with a simple Zhou Xing continued, "There has been no response from President Mu, but I've received several calls from the Mu family South Main Estate. Do not concern yourself with that," Qin Lai interjected. Zhou Xing nodded, hesitating for a moment before lowering his voice further. "General Qin, Miss Mu contacted me at 2 in the morning last night, claiming she was unwell." As Zhou Xing spoke, his heart raced, lodged tight in his throat. Fearing Qin Lai's wrath, yet compelled to voice her concerns, she pondered the potential mishaps that might befall Mu Qing. Setting aside the question of whether Qin Lai harbored romantic feelings for Mu Qing, it was undeniable that she was the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, the sister of Mu Jin. It is worth noting that Qin Lai and Mu Jin shared a bond of deep camaraderie since childhood. Qin Lai did not respond to Zhou Xing immediately. Instead, it was only when Zhou Xing felt as though he might suffocate from tension that Qin Lai slowly raised his head, his expression inscrutable, and remarked, "If she is ill, she should go to the hospital. What use is it to contact you?" With that single statement from Qin Lai, Zhou Xing understood. It appeared that his superior had resolved to sever ties with the young lady of the Mu family entirely. Acknowledging this, Zhou Xing nodded and replied, "Yes, President Qin." He believed he had handled the matter adeptly and that it would end here. Little did he know that once he entered the car, Qin Lai, reclining against the seat, stretched his long legs and, with closed eyes, inquired, "Zhou Xing, how long have you been with me?" Zhou Xing fastened his seatbelt and responded, "President Qin, it has been 2 years." "Indeed, 2 years is not a brief period," Qin Lai mused. "Yes," Zhou Xing affirmed. Qin Lai opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon Zhou Xing. "Complete the handover within a week. Go to the branch office." Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, Zhou Xing's grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. "President Qin, I..." Before he could finish, the icy intensity of Qin Lai's gaze silenced him, leaving his scalp prickling. "Yes, President Qin," he managed to utter. "Drive," Qin Lai commanded coldly. That evening, Qin Lai did not return to Yujing Manor. Upon arriving home, Su-Yin had just placed her car keys and phone down when Aunt Wu approached to take her coat. "Miss," Aunt Wu greeted. Su-Yin replied with a casual Aunt Wu continued, "President Qin called earlier, mentioning he would be late due to social engagements and would not be returning tonight." Su-Yin nodded, acknowledging the message. Then, a thought struck her, and she turned to Aunt Wu, asking, "Is he very ill?" Aunt Wu looked perplexed, surprised by the question. "Who?" Su-Yan's lips curled slightly as she prepared to say Qin Lai, but Aunt Wu, realizing later, responded, "Oh, you mean the old master? It's rather serious. I advise you to see him, otherwise the rumors outside." Aunt Wu was one of the few individuals in the Su family who cared for Su Yin. Although her position was humble, her concern represented the utmost protection she could offer. Su Yin, slender and delicate, removed her coat to reveal a black lace camisole beneath. She tilted her head to look at Aunt Wu. I meant Qin Lai. Aunt Wu's confusion deepened. What about President Qin? As Su Yin ascended the stairs to her room, she retrieved her phone and sent Qin Lai a WeChat message. Are you feeling better? There was no immediate response from Qin Lai. By the time Su Yin had showered and changed into her pajamas, ready to go downstairs for fruit, he finally replied, no. Upon reading his message, Su Yin paused for a moment before typing, Qin Lai, is there something you need? Su Yin, no. Their dialogue felt distant and detached. After sending the message, Su Yin tucked her phone away. She harbored no doubts about Qin Lai's words, primarily because she could not fathom any reason he would wish to avoid divorce. On the other side, Qin Lai was indulging in drinks with Shun Bai in a private room of a nightclub. Shun Bai, adorned in a flamboyant pink satin shirt, shook the dice in his hand and with a flick of his wrist, rolled 5 ones, followed by 5 sixes. After several rounds, Shun Bai toyed with the die between his fingers, glancing at Qin Lai with a teasing smile and inquiring, why haven't you returned home? Qin Lai, idly toying with his glass, chose to remain silent. Shun Bai, in jest, remarked, too lazy to reply, or perhaps too timid to go back. Qin Lai shot him a frosty glare. Shun Bai chuckled lightly. I've heard that Aunt Ning has consented to your divorce from Su Yin. He continued to provoke Qin Lai. I must say, Aunt Ning truly embodies the ideal mother-in-law. I've heard she's been busy these past few days helping Su Yin select suitable young men from our generation. As Qin Lai drained his glass, a mix of derision and indifference danced in his demeanor. What is this? Did he not sign up? Chapter 50. His indifference towards her that evening. Qin Lai returned to the ancestral residence of the Qin family, not of his own volition, but summoned by a phone call from his mother. He appeared in the living room, slightly tipsy, where his mother had arranged a lavish gathering to welcome him. Upon entering and catching sight of his mother's beaming smile, much of Qin Lai's intoxication dissipated. Seated on the sofa, Qin's mother beckoned him with maternal affection. Qin Lai, with a playful smirk, teased, Mother, what is this all about? His mother replied, I would like you to help select a suitable match for Yanyan. Qin Lai stood still with his hands in his pockets, silent. His mother, with an intensified smile, continued, Aren't you concerned that Xing Zheng's lingering ties with his ex might be unreliable? I have a few promising candidates here. Qin Lai remained quiet. His mother added, If you choose one, you can smoothly finalize your divorce with Yanyan. After a succession of statements, noticing Qin Lai's silence, she feigned surprise. You wouldn't be reluctant to divorce, would you? Her words hinted at a provocation. Hearing this, Qin Lai's lips curled into a smile as he strode forward, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. Leaning down, his elegantly defined fingers sifted through an array of photographs on a coffee table, finally selecting one that caught his eye and pushing it towards his mother. This one, the second son of the Hua family, seems promising. His mother glanced down. Indeed, he is quite commendable. Standing upright, Qin Lai playfully adjusted his tie, a languid smile gracing his lips. The eldest Hua is in politics, while the second excels in business. Both brothers are paragons of virtue and capability in our generation. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother meticulously examined the photograph. Observing her interest, Qin Lai suddenly leaned over, resting his hands on the table, a roguish grin on his face. Mother, there's no need to test me. I assure you, I harbor no romantic inclinations towards Su Yin. His mother looked up. Rest assured, my current advice is to pursue separation, not reconciliation. Qin Lai affirmed, I sincerely hope so. Su Yin completed her onboarding process the following day. Unlike TR, NF was considerably smaller in scale. Her immediate superior was a woman in her 40s named Shi Shui, known for her competence and humility. The conditions may not match TR, and it might feel somewhat limiting, she stated. Su Yin nodded, not at all. You're being overly modest. With her fingers interlaced on the desk, Shi Shui smiled gently. Ideally, you should start from the ground up. While both weekly publications appear similar, their content diverges significantly. However, I trust in your abilities and wish for you to serve as the chief reporter. Su Yin replied, Thank you for your trust. Shi Shui, beaming, inquired, Do you have anything else to say? Su Yin confidently responded, I believe I am capable of fulfilling this role. Shi Shui nodded. Su Yin, do you know what I admire most about you? Su Yin calmly replied, confidence. Precisely, Shi Shui agreed. While humility is commendable, I have a profound appreciation for individuals who possess capability and self-awareness. Excessive self-deprecation borders on insincerity. Intelligent, capable individuals engage with one another without resorting to cunning stratagems. After completing her onboarding, Su Yin was introduced to the reporting department to familiarize herself with her colleagues. After exchanging pleasantries, Shi Shui took her back to the office. They sat across from one another as Shi Shui handed her a file. Su Yin did not inquire further, but took the document and flipped through 2 pages, then glanced at Shi Shui. Shi Shui, maintaining her composure, observed whether Su Yin had discerned any insight. Su Yin set the materials down and, with her fingertip resting upon them, remarked, I am familiar with this report. The renowned artist Su Rue has been the subject of much discussion for approximately a month now. On one hand, there are claims of her talent and benevolence in aiding children in impoverished regions. On the other hand, allegations of her tumultuous private life, suggesting she is a master of time management. Shi Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed. Su Yin, do you mean to imply that you wish for me to interview her? Shi Shui then posed a rhetorical question. What do you suppose my intentions are in wanting you to conduct this interview? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin boldly asserted, you wish to vindicate her. A smile illuminated Shi Shui's eyes. Su Yin, I truly did not misjudge her character. Following this, Shi Shui raised her chin, gesturing for Su Yin to take a seat, and personally poured her a cup of tea. To be frank, Su Rue was my college classmate. She is somewhat reclusive, yet her moral character is undeniably impeccable. Thus, I find it hard to believe that her private life is chaotic. As she spoke, Shi Shui handed the teacup to Su Yin. Su Yin accepted it, delicately pinching the rim of the cup with her slender fingers. But what if the interview reveals that she truly does lead a disordered private life? Shi Shui assured her, do not worry, I will not shield her. Su Yin sipped her tea, smiling. Good. That was precisely the answer she desired. The nature of truth is inherently probabilistic. She wished to avoid laboring diligently only to find her interview result in obscurity. Having reached a consensus, Shi Shui doused Su Yin with a splash of cold water, stating, by the way, she does not accept interviews. Su Yin responded with surprise as she exited Shi Shui's office. Upon returning to her own office, she opened her computer and reviewed Su Rue's personal information and the background of the situation that had garnered so much attention. Once she had perused all the materials, Su Yin brewed herself a cup of coffee and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, chuckling softly. Shi Shui was indeed a cunning fox. Since Su Rue's rise to fame, she had never once accepted an interview. It was quite audacious of Shi Shui to send her. A successful interview could enable NF to turn the tide in dire circumstances, while an unsuccessful one, or failing to secure the interview altogether, would be understandable for a newcomer like herself. On her first day, familiarizing herself with the environment and organizing materials, Su Yin left work punctually, resolved to visit Su Rue the following day to gauge the situation. Su Rue resided in the suburbs, necessitating a drive that would consume the better part of half a day. Thus, she visited Shi Shui's office after hours to discuss her work plans for the next day, indicating that she might not report to the office. Shi Shui, handbag in hand and also preparing to depart, replied, NF does not have a clock-in system. You are free to manage your time, provided you complete your tasks. Su Yin raised an eyebrow at this, but quickly regained her composure, responding, understood. Together, they descended in the elevator. Upon reaching the parking lot, they exchanged nods of farewell. Su Yin approached her car, bending slightly to enter, just as Shi Shui turned back. Upon seeing her vehicle, a flicker of curiosity crossed her gaze. An Audi A8. The price of such a car seemed somewhat disproportionate to Su Yin's income as a chief reporter. However, this curiosity was fleeting. Shi Shui was not one to indulge in gossip and held no interest in the private lives of others. As Su Yin settled into the vehicle, she caught a glimpse of Shi Shui glancing back through the rearview mirror, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. It was a lapse in judgment. In her haste to leave this morning, she had sent her BMW 3 Series for maintenance, thus resorting to this car instead. During the return journey, Su Yin paid little heed to the matter, her thoughts consumed by the upcoming interview with Su Rue, her first assignment since joining the company. She was determined to execute it flawlessly. Just as the vehicle approached the Yujing Manor, her phone in the center console suddenly chimed. She turned her head to glance, noticing the screen lit up with a call from Su Jing. After a moment of hesitation, she connected to the car's Bluetooth and answered, "Mother." Upon hearing her voice, Su Jing's tone on the other end was unyielding yet restrained. "I'm sending you an address. You are to accompany me to a cocktail party." Su Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, betraying no emotion. "All right." Chapter 51. Schemes. Upon disconnecting the call, Su Jing's message promptly followed. Su Yin glanced at the address before deftly turning the steering wheel. Upon arriving at the venue of the soiree, Su Jing had already instructed her assistant to await her with the gown at the entrance. Seeing Su Yin, the assistant approached and handed her the dress. "Miss," she said. Su Yin accepted it with a simple "mm." "This way, please," the assistant replied, leading her to a lounge. It must be said that Su Jing possessed an exceptional eye for selecting attire. The gown was a resplendent silver silk, intricately woven with golden threads. The front was elegantly understated, while the back featured a daring deep V, plunging to the small of her back. Su Yin felt indifferent to such styles, as her wardrobe primarily consisted of formal attire, suits, pencil skirts, and a few casual pieces that hardly flirted with the notion of seduction. After changing into the long gown, Su Yin scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, lifting her hand to release her hair from the confines of a clip. This action obscured her back slightly. "Let's go," she said, handing the discarded outfit to the assistant. The assistant accepted it, replying, "Yes, Mississippi." They took the elevator to the grand hall, arriving beside Su Jing. Su Jing was engaged in a conversation with several elderly gentlemen, clearly struggling to keep up. Upon noticing Su Yin, she beamed as if spotting a lifeline, beckoning her affectionately. "Yanyan." As Su Yin approached, Su Jing intertwined their arms, introducing her to the group. "This is my daughter, Su Yin." After the introduction, Su Jing seemingly inquired casually, "Where's Eli? Why hasn't he come?" Su Yin responded calmly, "He's been quite busy lately." Su Jing feigned reproach. "Even so, he must take care of his health. You two have been married for over half a year now, and I am still waiting for a grandchild." Su Yin smiled gently. "Mom, I understand." The mother-daughter duo engaged in their exchange, oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, those present were astute. They recognized Su Jing's intentions immediately. Soon, someone approached Su Yin with a congenial demeanor, offering a business card. "Mrs. Qin, greetings. I am Zhao Xiao from Huiming Group. I recently discussed collaboration with Mr. Qin, but he has been too busy. I wonder if you could facilitate a meeting." Su Yin nodded, accepting the card, acknowledging that he indeed had little time. "Mrs. Qin," they even omitted her surname Su. It was clear their aim was to curry favor with Qin Lai. Su Yin had navigated such social gatherings numerous times before, her performance in the art of pretense refined to perfection. She played the role of the dutiful daughter to Su Jing and the loving wife to Qin Lai with equal finesse. After a round of polite exchanges, Su Jing steered Su Yin towards a secluded corner for a private conversation. "What is going on between you and Qin Lai lately?" Su Yin replied nonchalantly, "The same as always." Su Jing frowned. "I heard he went to the Mu household the other night, just to support that Mu Qing." Su Yin lowered her gaze, sipping her drink. Hearing this response, Su Jing's expression darkened further. "He is becoming increasingly outrageous, clearly disregarding you." Su Yin remained silent. This is a clear indication that he holds Su Yin in disdain. It indirectly reveals his disregard for the Su family as well. If he had any concern for either, he would never have acted in such a manner. Observing Su Jing's fury, Su Yin remained outwardly calm, yet her heart was filled with mockery. After Su Jing finished speaking, noticing Su Yan's silence, she appeared displeased. "Can you not show a bit of spirit? So many desire to marry Qin Lai, yet do not have this opportunity." Su Yin turned her gaze back to Su Jing and replied calmly, "Mother, you are well aware of how much he adores Mu Qing." Su Jing fell silent. The affair between Qin Lai and Mu Qing was common knowledge in their circle, a tumultuous saga. Qin Lai had often acted with fervent passion for her. After a moment of silence, Su Jing, still brimming with arrogance, resumed, "If you cannot win his heart, then at least secure his presence. Let your womb demonstrate some vitality. Su Yan. Su Jing, did you hear that? Su Yan responded, yes. She had not mentioned the divorce to Su Jing, fearing her interference. As they conversed, a sudden commotion arose from the lobby. They turned to see Qin Lai, encircled by a crowd. His tall stature and striking features made him stand out among the myriad of portly middle-aged men. Su Yan cast but a single glance before averting her gaze. However, Su Jing, who had been the subject of ridicule in their social circle due to the divorce, felt a strong urge to showcase her status as Qin's mother-in-law. Eagerly, she turned to Su Yan, signaling her to follow. Instinctively, Su Yan frowned but remained silent. Tonight, Su Corporation has a significant deal to discuss. When you see Qin Lai, do mention it, Su Jing urged. Su Yan replied, Mother. Su Jing insisted, do perform well. With that, disregarding Su Yan's reluctance, she stepped forward. Su Yan followed closely behind. Even though this drama had unfolded numerous times and had become second nature, she could not suppress her feelings of revulsion. The two made their way through the crowd toward Qin Lai. Just as they were mere steps away, the entrance of the hotel erupted into a cacophony. All eyes were drawn to the door, where a heart-wrenching plea echoed. Mother, I promise I won't dare again. Please forgive me this once. I know last time, at dawn, AI Lai came to my home and confronted you. I apologize on his behalf. Mother, the figure at the hotel entrance was Mu Qing. She knelt on the ground in a flowing white dress, tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy. Standing before her was Cui Shuyun, Mu Jin's mother. Cui Shuyun's expression was visibly displeased. Get up, Mu Qing, she commanded. Mother, please forgive me, Mu Qing implored. Cui Shuyun maintained her composure, befitting a lady of a noble family. I insist that you stand. As she spoke, a hypocritical voice from the Mu family interjected, Sister-in-law, I believe you should forgive Qing Qing. Look how pitiful she appears kneeling. Following that, they fanned the flames, adding fuel to the fire furthermore. We now advocate for the freedom of love. After all, Qing Qing's past with that Qin boy. Before she could finish, Cui Shuyun snapped, be quiet. The hypocritical voice from the Mu family merely scoffed. Who is unaware that the Mu family is now under the dominion of Mu Jin? Even the eldest branch of the Mu family must concede with deference. The scene unfolding at the hotel entrance may appear to be a trivial family matter. Yet the underlying implications are profound, intertwining the Qin and Su families as well. In this public setting, many eyes gravitated towards Qin Lai, eagerly anticipating his wrath on behalf of a fair maiden. Qin Lai's gaze was frigid, his slender fingers toying with a cigar, which had been passed to him by an unknown hand. Suddenly, amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, he pivoted and strode towards Su Yan, who stood a short distance away. In the next moment, Qin Lai removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, concealing the expanse of her fair, smooth back. A playful smirk danced upon his lips as he provocatively inquired, Isn't it cold? Chapter 52. Heart's tip as Qin Lai's words fell. His large hand glided down Su Yan's arm, settling upon her fingertips, intertwining with her delicate digits. They stood face to face, and Su Yan silently met his gaze. Qin Lai gently squeezed her fingertips, prompting a response from Su Yan, who curled her crimson lips, finally breaking her silence. Not cold, she replied. Qin Lai wore a smile that was neither fully amused nor indifferent. Do you have any idea how many men have been watching you just now? From the moment he entered the hall, his attention had been captivated by Su Yan. It was not merely her beauty, but an exceptional allure that was impossible to overlook. Coupled with her attire today, within mere minutes, Qin Lai had already noticed more than one man's gaze lingering on her. Faced with Qin Lai's sudden assertiveness, Su Yan furrowed her brows, replying, I do not know. Mrs. Qin, he addressed her, to which Su Yan lifted her eyelids and suddenly said, Qin Lai, Mu Qing is watching you. Qin Lai, Mu Jin has returned. Su Yan was perplexed. What? Qin Lai chuckled lightly, but before he could elaborate, the hotel entrance became a flurry of activity once more. Mu Jin, appearing travel-worn, with a buzz cut and clad in a Zhongshan suit adorned with dragon motifs, entered. Despite the chaos, Mu Jin displayed no signs of displeasure. He merely cast a glance at Mu Qing. Yet, that single glance prompted Mu Qing to scramble to her feet from the ground. expecting Mu Jin to reprimand her. No one anticipated that he would instead kneel down to smooth the creases of her dress, his demeanor gentlemanly and warm. "Did I upset Mother again?" he inquired with a gentle smile. Confronted by the kindness in Mu Jin's eyes, Mu Qing felt a shiver run down her spine, timidly responding, "Brother." Mu Jin rose to his feet, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I'll have the driver take you home." Mu Qing, intimidated and trembling, nodded obediently. After ensuring Mu Qing was settled, Mu Jin approached Cui Shuyun to greet her. "Mother." Cui Shuyun, embodying the grace of a woman from a prestigious family, maintained her composure. "Even at this moment, please go inside. Do not keep everyone waiting." "Indeed, as you say," Mu Jin replied. His arrival left many spectators yearning for excitement, utterly disappointed. Minutes later, the hotel lobby returned to its usual demeanor. Noticing no one was paying attention, Su Yin discreetly withdrew her hand from Qin Lai's grasp. Her expression icy as she walked towards a gentleman from their circle who worked for a magazine. While Su Yin departed, Su Jing remained. Unable to voice her anger towards Qin Lai, she maintained a facade of authority as an elder, yet hesitated to speak too harshly. "Alai, you ought to show Su Yin some respect in public." Qin Lai's lips curled into a subtle smile, acknowledging her words. His ambiguous demeanor left Su Jing feeling as though her words had struck nothing but air. She opened her mouth, wanted to say more, but was interrupted as Mu Jin approached with a glass of wine. Upon seeing Mu Jin, Su Jing fell silent. Mu Jin, courteous and polite, greeted her, "Aunt Su." Su Jing smiled back, standing tall. "I heard that Mu Jin recently secured a significant deal while away." "Quite impressive." Mu Jin, ever refined and polite, replied. "I still rely on the support of our elders." Su Jing, flattered, felt reassured. "Rest assured, all of you have grown under Aunt Su's watchful eye. I shall certainly look out for you." Mu Jin clinked glasses with Su Jing, expressing his gratitude in advance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Jing was summoned away by others, leaving Mu Jin and Qin Lai standing together, their presence commanding enough to deter anyone from approaching. Mu Jin chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin, who stood nearby, still not reconciled. Qin Lai, with his slender fingers, tapped his wine glass, signaling it was time to depart. Mu Jin raised an eyebrow. Qin Lai clinked his glass with Mu Jin's, acknowledging his contribution. Mu Jin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, retorted, "What does that have to do with me? Wasn't it you who declared you would part ways? I only asked you to look after Mu Qing as a favor." Had he known that their marital discord was merely superficial, he would have entrusted her care to Shun Bai instead. Qin Lai scoffed. "Are you sure about that?" Mu Jin, undeterred, countered, "If Su Yin hadn't mentioned divorce back then, would you have taken care of Mu Qing?" Qin Lai took a sip of his drink, his Adam's apple bobbing as he replied, "No." He was acutely aware of the boundaries. Had Su Yin not brought up the divorce, he would have never consented to Mu Jin's request regarding Mu Qing. As the wine glass swayed, Qin Lai lifted his gaze toward Su Yin, who was still engaged in conversation with a young gentleman. The glances exchanged between them held a hint of ambiguous intimacy. Qin Lai observed this, narrowing his eyes. Mu Jin, noticing his subtle reaction, followed his gaze and inquired with a teasing tone, "Feeling uneasy?" Qin Lai averted his gaze, mocking, "Do you think that's possible?" Mu Jin pondered, "Why ask me?" After a moment, noticing Qin Lai's displeased expression, he changed the subject. "What has Shun Bai been up to lately?" Qin Lai responded with a stoic demeanor, "Taking care of a child." Mu Jin, intrigued, asked, "Oh?" Qin Lai elaborated, "The granddaughter of an old friend of the Shun matriarch, orphaned in a plane crash, left to fend for herself in a household full of schemers. She has been sent to the Shun family for care." Mu Jin jested, "Can Shun Bai really handle children?" Qin Lai affirmed, "He can. Last night, while drinking with me, a young girl called him for help with her homework, and he went back to explain it." Mu Jin was typically the epitome of a gentleman, rarely losing composure unless utterly overwhelmed, much like now. After Qin Lai's revelation, he choked on his drink, coughing violently. "What?" Qin Lai teased, "What's wrong? Are you looking down on Shun Bai's knowledge?" Mu Jin, holding a half-closed fist to his mouth, coughed a few times before stabilizing himself and laughing. "What about his romantic pursuits? Didn't he just start dating a rising star?" Qin Lai quipped, "If you ask me." Who should I inquire of? Mu Jing clicked his tongue. This gathering was convened because Su Jing was vying for a piece of land. The owner of this land had previously negotiated a partnership with Xiao Hongyi. Now that Xiao had withdrawn from the Su family, the other party was inclined to negotiate, placing the collaboration on hold. After several conversations that evening, while the other party did not directly agree to Su Jing's continued involvement, neither did they outright refuse, instead hinting at potential cooperation. Su Zong, I currently have an order that I cannot fulfill alone and am interested in collaborating with Qin Zong. I wonder if you could assist in arranging a meeting. Although Su Jing was not often involved in the affairs of the Su family, having grown up immersed in this milieu, he understood the underlying implications with clarity. Su Jing was acutely aware of her inability to manage Qin Lai, hence her attempt at subterfuge. Mr. Su, if you can facilitate my collaboration with Mr. Qin, I shall offer you that parcel of land at a price below the market rate. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then it is settled, she affirmed. Absolutely. The two reached an agreement, and, as Su Jing departed, a man beside her chuckled softly. Who doesn't know that her daughter is merely a decorative piece in Qin Lai's eyes? Relying on her? The man dismissed the comment with a laugh. What is there to fear in trying? There's little cost involved. What if Qin Lai is inclined to grant her this favor? As the gathering approached its conclusion, Su Jing was the first to leave. Su Yin accompanied her to the door. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Jing sat in her car while Su Yin stood outside. With a stern expression, Su Jing declared, President Han has a project that seeks collaboration with Qin Lai. You must find a way to arrange a meeting. Su Yin remained silent. Su Jing's countenance darkened. He wouldn't deny you even this small favor, would he? Last month, he granted Mu Qing a substantial order for the Mu family's main house. Su Yan's lips curled slightly. Mother, do you truly believe I hold any significance in Qin Lai's eyes? Su Jing retorted, it's your own lack of capability that's to blame. Su Yan remained silent. Su Jing insisted, you must find a way to make this happen. Su Yan continued to withhold her response. Moments later, Su Jing's car slowly maneuvered out of the parking lot. Su Yan stood still, rooted in place, allowing her emotions to settle. As she finally prepared to leave, she noticed, in a dimly lit corner not far away, Mu Qing shivering and trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. Alai, do you truly not want me anymore? Chapter 53. Love or not. It's hard to say. Mu Qing wept helplessly, evoking a deep sense of compassion within me. There was a palpable intensity in her demeanor, as if she sought to transform unyielding steel into tender softness. Such scenes had become all too familiar to Su Yin since Mu Qing's return, replaying repeatedly within various social circles and moments shared online. Su Yin squinted, honestly admitting that she could never assume such a pitiable posture. Perhaps in this lifetime, it was beyond her reach. On a typical day, she would have dismissed such displays without a second glance. Yet tonight, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her mind was slightly dulled, and her emotions spilled forth, granting her a rare moment of leisure. Su Yin stood motionless, draped in Qin Lai's coat, as a gentle breeze danced through her tousled hair. Across from her, Mu Qing and Qin Lai stood facing each other. Mu Qing continued to sob, while Qin Lai, with downcast eyes, flicked away the ash from his fingertips, his expression inscrutable. Alai, is there truly no possibility for us? Mu Qing's voice trembled. You once promised to protect me for a lifetime. I know I was wrong to abandon you. I merely wish to improve myself to be worthy of you. Can't you? Her voice broke, her eyes reddened, tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread. Suddenly, Qin Lai lifted his gaze, flicking the cigarette but away. Mu Qing. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, her gaze filled with an innocent longing as she awaited his next words. Qin Lai's lips curled into a nonchalant smile. Some things I choose not to speak of, simply out of indifference. Qin Lai, don't deceive those around you for too long, lest you deceive yourself. Mu Qing reached out, attempting to grasp the cuff of his shirt. Qin Lai took half a step back, raising his hands to establish a boundary between them, his smile vanishing abruptly. When Qin Lai was dismissive, he could be quite carefree, yet when he concealed his amusement, an aura of intimidation enveloped him. Watching his demeanor, Mu Qing felt paralyzed, her heart sinking. After a few seconds, her lips quivered, parting as if to speak, but Qinlai had already strode past her. Turning back, Mu Qing finally noticed Su Yin standing at a distance. Her expression shifted slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing her features. Qinlai ap protect Suzan, tightening the coat around her shoulders. Su Yin looked up, her face devoid of any semblance of smile. Qinlai, with a smirk, inquired, "Enjoying the show?" Su Yan's lips moved, though her response was unflattering. "Why then did you watch for so long?" He teased. "I had a bit too much to drink. I merely needed some fresh air," Su Yin replied. Moments later, Su Yin found herself in Qinlai's car. The driver was no longer Zhou Xing. She recognized the face as somewhat familiar, but could not place it. Perhaps, sensing her gaze, the driver grinned at her through the rearview mirror, revealing 2 small canine teeth. "Sister Su Yin, you didn't recognize me?" With the effects of alcohol clouding her mind, Su Yin leaned forward, her slender waist straightening. The coat she wore slipped down, revealing her smooth back. The long dress she wore was deliberately designed, accentuating the waistline in a manner that suggested allure, while it obscured the view beneath. Its vagueness only served to heighten curiosity. Qinlai cast a fleeting glance before his eyes darkened, reaching out to retrieve the fallen suit jacket and draping it over her once more. Su Yin, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, tilted her head adorably to observe the driver in the front seat. Who could he be? He seemed strikingly familiar, yet his identity eluded her memory. Noticing her distressed expression, Qinlai extended his arm, encircling her waist and drawing her back towards him. It was Shunzhe. Su Yin turned her head, questioning him. Qinlai clarified. "Shenbai's cousin." "Oh," Su Yin replied, the recollection dawning upon her. They had met at Shunbai's birthday banquet, where she had attended as Mrs. Qin. A group of them had approached her in turn, referring to her as sister-in-law. Yet, she was no socialite and lacked warmth, leaving them all feeling rather restrained. Reflecting on this, Su Yin inhaled softly. Ultimately, she and Qinlai had never been of the same ilk. Birds of a feather flock together. Forcing dissimilar individuals into close proximity only breeds discomfort. While Su Yin lapsed into silence, Shunzhe, a chatterbox by nature, began to flatter her with a cheeky grin. "Sister Su, you look absolutely stunning tonight. I just went in to deliver something to third brother, and you stood out in the crowd." He continued. "Several young ones were curious about who you are and asked me." Shunzhe, ever carefree, resembled a fountain of words. Qinlai raised an eyebrow at this, his voice dripping with sardonic amusement. "Is that so?" "Indeed. Many were inquiring," Shunzhe replied. Qinlai sneered. "And did you divulge any information?" Shenshe, quick-witted, retorted. "Certainly not." Qinlai chuckled softly and turned to Su Yin, only to find she had fallen asleep at some point. In slumber, Su Yin appeared gentle and serene, her entire being exuding softness. Qinlai pressed his tongue against his molars, choosing silence as his hand tightened around her waist. Su Yin, in a state of drowsy oblivion, instinctively leaned into his embrace. Qinlai glanced down at her, shifting slightly to adjust his posture for her comfort. In the driver's seat, Shunzhe, witnessing this, smirked mischievously and lowered his voice. "Third brother, should we lower the music in the car?" "Shut off," Qinlai replied in a deep, resonant tone. "Understood." Shenshe responded. The next moment, as Shunzhe reached out to turn off the music, Su Yin, who should have been deep in slumber, suddenly stirred and murmured, "Don't turn it off." His hand, poised over the button, paused, and he glanced at Qinlai through the rearview mirror. Qinlai frowned slightly, reiterating, "Don't turn it off." Shunzhe, scratching his nose, replied, "Oh." As he withdrew his hand, Shunzhe discreetly stole another glance at Qinlai through the mirror. Qinlai was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation, yet his hand that cradled Su Yin's shoulder remained steadfastly protective, ensuring she wouldn't slip from his grasp. Shunzhe thought to himself, "Are you sure you don't like her?" The person Qinlai was messaging was his mother, with a series of WeChat notifications filled with images of several promising young men from their circle. Qinlai queried. Qin mother responded, "Please take a look and see if there's anyone suitable for Yanyan." Qinlai retorted, "Didn't we choose the second son of the whole family last time?" Qin mother replied, "More choices, More paths. Qinlai, are you seeking a match for Su Yin or a job for her? Must she have multiple options and paths? Qin mother, just tell me who is the most suitable for Yanyan. Qinlai, the second son of the whole family. Qin mother, I want Yanyan to choose for herself. After sending this message, Su Yan's phone, nestled in her bag, vibrated incessantly. Qinlai furrowed his brow slightly and reached over to silence her phone. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Yujing Manor. Upon stopping, Shunzai turned to Qinlai, third brother. Qinlai looked up, his voice icy as he opened the car door. Shunzai understood and jumped out to open the rear door. Qinlai carried Su Yin out, still mindful to help her with her handbag. Shunzai watched his retreating figure, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Weren't they supposed to be at odds and on the verge of separation? This hardly resembled a couple on the brink of divorce. Turning around, Shunzai sent a message to Shunbai. Brother, is third brother really going to divorce Su Yinjie? Shunbai, why? Shunzai, it doesn't look like it to me. Shunbai, what gives you that impression? Shunzai, well, I feel that third brother cares for Su Yinjie. Shunbai, oh, he is oblivious to his own affections. Shenxie, Shunbai, you are still young. It's normal not to understand. Shenxie. Meanwhile, as Qinlai carried Su Yin upstairs, she stirred awake just as they reached the corner of the second floor. Her awakening was not merely a return to consciousness. The intoxication had dissipated as well. She opened her eyes, the drowsiness gone, replaced by an icy clarity. Qinlai, let go. I can walk by myself. Chapter 54. Unaware of heartfelt stirring, as Su Yan's words fell, Qinlai abruptly halted his steps. One raised their gaze while the other cast their eyes downward, and the atmosphere between them became palpably tense. After a lengthy pause, Qinlai suddenly smiled, releasing his embrace of Su Yin. She stood on the ground, her lips slightly pursed as she bent to adjust her skirt. Qinlai lowered his gaze upon her, taking in the sight of her slender, swaying waist. His eyes darkened, and he averted his gaze. Moments later, Su Yin straightened her posture, remaining silent as she turned to ascend the stairs. Qinlai remained stationary, leaning against the staircase railing as he fished a cigarette box from his pocket. Just as his fingertips grazed the edge of the box, Su Yin unexpectedly turned back. Qinlai, he raised his eyelids. Did you touch my phone? Qinlai produced the cigarette box, lowered his head to bite a cigarette, and replied. Su Yin frowned. Do not touch my belongings in the future. Qinlai chuckled. All right. After Su Yin finished speaking, she turned and continued her ascent. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Qinlai recalled something and spoke in a low tone. The people my mother selected for you. I think the second son of the whole family is quite decent. The others are rather mediocre. At his words, Su Yan's back stiffened slightly. After a few seconds, with her back to him, she said, You should first find time to handle the divorce paperwork with me. Qinlai bit down on the cigarette, but any time. Su Yin turned back, then tomorrow. Qinlai removed the cigarette from his mouth. That works. As his words settled, they locked eyes once more. This time, the tranquility was replaced by an underlying tension, a sense of impending conflict lingering in the air. Approximately half a minute later, Su Yin turned and departed. Once she left, Qinlai tightened his grip on the cigarette, pinching it twice, his expression darkening. The following day, Su Yin had a restful night and rose early. After washing up and heading downstairs, she recalled their agreement to handle the divorce paperwork that day, prompting her to return to the bedroom to gather the necessary items. When she descended with the organized document bag, she noticed the absence of Qinlai. Typically, they would have breakfast together at the same time. Whereas President Qin, Su Yin took a seat, casually placing the document bag down. Aunt Wu brought over a bowl of bird's nest soup, smiling as she said, President Qin left around 5 this morning. It seems he has a business trip out of town. Suzan Zhao Wen, Aunt Wu, President Qin seems to be quite overworked. When I saw him leave, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He probably didn't rest well last night. Su Yan's expression remained indifferent as she acknowledged this. Afterward, she took out her phone and messaged Qinlai. Are you on a business trip today? After sending the message, there was no immediate reply from Qinlai. A few minutes later, he responded. Yes, something came up unexpectedly. Su Yin, when will you be back? Qinlai, unclear. Su Yin, notify me when you return. Qinlai, mem. This brief exchange soured Su Yan's countenance. Observing her demeanor, Aunt Wu cautiously inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with President Qin?" Su Yan raised her eyes to meet Aunt Wu's, and after a prolonged silence, she asked, "Aunt Wu, if I were to fall out with my mother, whose side would you take?" Su Yan's inquiry was direct, leaving Aunt Wu momentarily stunned. Su Yan spoke again. "Wu Ma, you have cared for me for many years, and I know you are one of the few who genuinely cares for me in the Su family." Wu Ma nodded sharply. "Miss I," Su Yan interjected, "I understand that you are a long-standing member of the Su household. If you find this difficult, I shall grant you an extended leave." Wu Ma comprehended the underlying message in Su Yan's words. She was prepared to confront the Su family head-on. Wu Ma had witnessed all the torment and grievances Su Yan endured over the years. She could not, in good conscience, urge Su Yan to let go of her resentment. Clenching her apron tightly, Wu Ma hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "I will pretend I know nothing. I did not hear what you said this morning." Su Yan understood her intent. Wu Ma did not wish to become embroiled in the situation. Indeed, even a lean camel is larger than a horse. Despite the Su family's current decline, their connections and influence remain beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Su Yan continued, "Wu Ma, I will grant you a long leave. Your daughter-in-law has just given birth to a grandson, hasn't she? You should return to care for her during her confinement, and then come back." Wu Ma shook her head. "I cannot leave." Su Yan looked at her in confusion. Wu Ma lowered her gaze and replied, "I may not be able to assist you in any way, nor do I possess the means to help, but I cannot depart. The people in the Su family are astute. If I leave, they will certainly notice." Su Yan pursed her lips. After Wu Ma finished speaking, she raised her head to look at Su Yan and smiled, saying, "I will cook and clean for you here at Yujing Manor. You may pursue your endeavors while I remain oblivious to everything." Su Yan nodded, deeply touched. Wu Ma. Wu Ma met Su Yan's gaze, and memories of the years of suffering she had witnessed in the Su family made her eyes redden. Fearing she might cry, Wu Ma turned and entered the kitchen. As she walked away, she murmured to herself, "I am merely a maid. What do I know? I only know how to wash clothes, cook, and tidy up. Everything else is beyond my comprehension." Su Yan felt a lump in her throat during breakfast. Though she was not adept at expressing her emotions, she cherished every ounce of sincere affection deep within her heart more than anyone else. After the meal, Su Yan returned the envelope containing the divorce papers to the upstairs and then left to take a taxi to the hotel parking lot where she had attended the banquet the previous night, before heading towards the suburbs. She had not forgotten that she needed to interview Su Rue today. On the way to the suburbs, Su Yan called Su Rue's assistant. Once the call connected and Su Yan explained her purpose, the assistant politely declined the interview. "I'm sorry, Ms. Su, but Su Lauscher is feeling a bit unwell today." Su Yan had anticipated this response and got straight to the point. "I understand that Su Lauscher never accepts interviews, but the current public opinion is quite unfavorable for her. Has she not considered clarifying the situation?" The assistant was taken aback by Su Yan's forthrightness and hesitated before responding. "Su Lauscher believes that the innocent will clear themselves." Su Yan replied, "Indeed, the innocent will clear themselves, but we live in a murky world. Even if one is innocent, it is inevitable that they may be tarnished by the slander of the malicious. Sometimes we must learn to speak up for ourselves, mustn't we?" The assistant fell silent. After a brief pause, Su Yan wished to continue speaking, but the assistant hung up the phone abruptly. Su Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had interviewed countless individuals, yet it was her first time being abruptly cut off before she could even conclude her statement. Indeed, those engaged in the arts tend to possess a certain eccentricity. Meanwhile, in Yang City, Shun Zetian was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Qin Lai, urging him to fly to Yang City. Now, standing on the bustling streets under the sun, he had been there for a considerable half-hour. Unable to endure any longer, he crouched down and picked up a twig to draw circles in the dirt. Glancing at Qin Lai, he observed the man standing in the shade, conversing on the phone, his expression inscrutable. Was this truly the place? The other party's words were inaudible, but Qin Lai responded, requesting a vehicle to be sent over. As he was near the airport road, after ending the call, he shoved his hands into his pockets, his jaw clenched, and his countenance grim. "Just last night?" He had received a response from those investigating Su Yan's background. The results revealed that Su Yan's biological parents resided in Yang City. He was perplexed as to why he had come here. He simply felt a disconcerting unease within. He yearned to understand what manner of parents would abandon someone as gentle and resilient as Su Yan to the treacherous den of the Su family. Chapter 55. Inside, Qin Lai stood beneath the shade of a tree for nearly 10 minutes, smoking a cigarette, when a black X7 came to a halt before him. Subsequently, a man resembling a bodyguard exited the vehicle and approached Qin Lai with utmost respect, greeting him with Mr. Qin. Qin Lai inquired, "Have you gathered all the information?" The man replied affirmatively. In a low voice, Qin Lai commanded, "Let us proceed." With that, he stepped into the car. On the roadside, Shunzai, who had been crouching, suddenly rose and hurriedly approached the vehicle, bending to enter. Unfortunately, having squatted for too long, he limped as he walked. Inside the car, Qin Lai observed Shunzai's comical gait, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Once Shunzai settled into the passenger seat, Qin Lai, with a forced smile, remarked, "Did your brother send you to vex me?" Shunzai, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied from the front, "Third brother, you belong to the wood element, while I am of water. In the cycle of the 5 elements, earth nurtures metal, metal generates water, and water nourishes wood. I do not vex you. I enhance your fortune greatly." Looking at Shunzai's earnest expression, Qin Lai couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. "Now I understand why Shun Bai chose not to keep you by his side." Shunzai scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I know that too. My brother explained the reason to me." Qin Lai asked, "What did he say?" Shunzai replied, "He said I am too clever, and with all his scandalous news, he fears my investigative skills would uncover everything." Afterward, Shunzai boasted about his honesty. "Moreover, I am quite straightforward. If our elders inquire, I would certainly tell the truth, and then my brother would undoubtedly receive a good beating." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. "Clever? Honest?" Shunzai insisted. "Third brother, you think I'm such a person, right?" Qin Lai smirked lightly. "Ha!" As Qin Lai finished speaking, Shunzai turned his head, eager to say more, only to find that Qin Lai had already closed his eyes. Expressionless, Shunzai scratched his head again and straightened up in his seat. After a moment, Shunzai, unable to contain his curiosity, glanced at the bodyguard's muscular arm and whispered, "Big brother, is that muscle real? May I touch it?" The bodyguard remained silent. In the back seat, Qin Lai's lips twitched. At that moment, he made a decision. Shunzai, this peculiar character, would be returned once they returned to Sea City. He would not remain for even a day longer. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the car halted at the entrance of an aged residential complex, lacking even a decent gate. The bodyguard glanced at Qin Lai through the rearview mirror and, upon seeing him slightly lift his chin, turned the steering wheel to enter the complex. Eventually, the car stopped in front of a unit building. The bodyguard parked the car securely and turned to inform Qin Lai, "Mr. Qin, that family resides on the first floor across from us, in a unit with a small yard." Upon hearing this, Qin Lai turned his head, his gaze settling on the yard outside the car window. After a moment, he pressed the button to lower the window, his narrow eyes squinting as he asked, "Tell me what you have discovered." The view was limited, obscuring the interior of the house, but the yard before him was chaotic and disorderly. The bodyguard explained, "According to the neighbors, this family is indulgent and lazy. They have 2 daughters and a son. The daughters are married, while the son is a wastrel, frequently drinking and gambling excessively." Qin Lai's thin lips curled with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. "And what else?" The bodyguard continued, "Moreover, the matter of Mrs. Qin being sent to the orphanage was a prearranged agreement between the Su family and this family. Sending her to the orphanage was merely a formality." Qin Lai's gaze turned icy. "So it was merely a means to obtain a legitimate adoption procedure, was it?" The bodyguard affirmed, "Indeed." "Continue," Qin Lai commanded. The bodyguard hesitated slightly, then continued, "The transaction price between the 2 families back then." He paused, noting Qin Lai's expression remained unchanged, and awkwardly added, 5,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai's countenance darkened instantly, and the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to a chilling silence. Qin Lai's long fingers lightly tapped the armrest as he coldly inquired, "Where does that son of mine gamble? Is there a fixed location?" The bodyguard replied, yes. After all, they are my wife's biological parents. Having a son at such an age is no small feat. How can they allow him to indulge in gambling? The bodyguard hesitated. Shen Shi. Qinlai scoffed lightly and continued. If I recall correctly, gambling is illegal, is it not? The bodyguard immediately understood. I comprehend, Mr. Qin. Qinlai then glanced out the car window, just in time to see a middle-aged woman emerge, seemingly preoccupied with some task, her face forlorn, muttering to herself as if scolding someone. With a mere glance, Qinlai averted his gaze in disgust. Meanwhile, Su Yin arrived at Su Rui's studio in her car. Su Rui was absent, and she was received by an assistant. The assistant, a young man in his early 20s clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and jeans, exuded a youthful vibe. Upon his first utterance, Su Yin recognized his voice. He was the one who had just answered the phone. Clearly, he recognized her voice too, his expression turning sour, eyes filled with suspicion. I've already stated, our teacher Su does not accept interviews. Su Yin smiled, adopting an innocent demeanor. I'm not here for an interview. I wish to purchase a painting. The assistant, skeptical, frowned at her. Would you care to introduce yourself? Suzanne Inguit. The assistant maintained a stern expression. This way, please. After saying this, he led her to an art gallery. Being young, he could hardly conceal his emotions. Constantly on guard around her, Su Yin paid no mind, strolling leisurely as she scrutinized each painting. With every step she took, the young man followed closely behind. Eventually, she paused before a painting titled First Light. At first glance, the sea appeared crystal clear, with the sun gradually rising in the east, embodying a vibrant vigor. This style of painting seemed to be favored by many artists. Noticing her lingering before the artwork, the young man spoke, his tone both naive and stubborn. This painting cost 68,000. Su Yin turned to him, such a spirited essence. Why does it evoke such desolation? The young man furrowed his brow. What? Suzanne Ziepli? I wish to meet teacher Su. I desire to purchase this painting, but I am curious about certain aspects and would like teacher Su to enlighten me. The young man retorted, what desolation? Did you not see that the title of this painting is First Light? Professor Su had previously articulated that this painting symbolizes rebirth and hope. If you do not comprehend it, kindly refrain from pretending to understand. Su Yin smiled faintly, pondering when one would ever invest emotions in rebirth and hope. Is it not during the most desperate and desolate times? You, young man. The boy's words were abruptly interrupted by a languid female voice that resonated behind them. It seems that the reporter Su has done quite a bit of research to get close to me. At the sound of her voice, both Su Yin and the boy turned to look. They beheld a woman clad in an ancient-style gown, languidly leaning against the wall nearby, as if devoid of bones. The boy's face flushed instantly. Professor Su. Su Yin inclined her head politely. Professor Su. Chapter 56. Kindred spirits. In response to Su Yan's greeting, the woman offered no reply. Instead, surveying her from head to toe, her eyes slightly arched as she approached in her slender high-heeled slippers. Upon reaching Su Yin, she remained silent, crossing her arms and gazing at her artwork. Do you possess any unique insights? Su Yin inquired, turning around, embodying the philosophy of no destruction, no construction. The woman chuckled lightly at the remark. Do you know what I find most amusing about individuals like you? Su Yin, feigning understanding, engaged in an air of mystique. The woman teased him. Su Yin candidly confessed, to be honest, everything I just said was fabricated, merely an attempt to capture your attention. Su Yan's honesty unexpectedly earned her a modicum of favor from the woman. The woman let out a soft laugh and turned toward the studio, saying, Xiao Luo, brew some tea. After her words, she glanced back at Su Yin, adding, since you seem somewhat agreeable, I shall treat you to tea. Su Yin nodded gratefully. Thank you. Teacher Su, it is an honor. Before long, the two arrived at Su Rui's studio. Inside, a lounge area was adorned as if from a fairy tale dream. With floor-to-ceiling windows draped in lace curtains, a variety of greenery, a low table, and several beanbag chairs, the ambience was enchanting. Near the windows, there hung a swing-like chair crafted for vines. The woman languidly settled into a beanbag chair, glancing at Su Yin with a playful inquiry. What type of tea do you prefer? Black or green? Su-yin responded with a smile. Either is fine. The woman beamed. Do not be so reserved. I dislike constrained individuals. Su-yin feigned contemplation before replying. I shall pass. I just drank a bottle of mineral water on my way here. Upon hearing this, the woman erupted in laughter, her demeanor vibrant. After a moment, she kicked off her slippers, crossing her legs and reclining further into the sofa, exuding an increasingly languid air. What do you wish to interview me about? Su-yin placed her handbag aside and remarked, Before coming, I had numerous structured questions to ask you, but now, I find myself rather disinterested in interviewing. The woman raised an eyebrow. Su-yin, with utmost seriousness, stated, I wish to understand you. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback by Su-yin's earnestness. After a brief pause, she tilted her head, her delicate fingers playfully tapping her temple. Ms. Su, has anyone ever complimented you on your looks? Su-yin replied with a subtle smile. This is the first I've heard of it. The woman continued, Are you married? Su-yin answered truthfully, Yes. The woman smirked. I presume your relationship with your husband must be rather lacking. Su-yin smiled quietly, offering no response. Leaning forward, the woman inquired, Do you know why I would say this? Su-yin shook her head, the woman's proximity revealing a fragrance of jasmine. The woman leisurely explained, Because you possess not a trace of femininity. A woman nourished by love cannot possibly lack such essence. Su-yin nodded with a smile. The woman playfully remarked, So, I must be correct in my assumption. Su-yin did not deny it, acknowledging, Teacher Su is quite perceptive. The woman smiled like a blooming flower, leaning back as she remarked on the absurdity of an interview conducted by someone incapable of securing even a semblance of love from her husband, directed at a person whose life was riddled with scandalous tales. Sudan Juka Lai, suggesting that perhaps those who are souls adrift and yearning for affection should find common ground. Upon her words, the woman's smile abruptly faded. After a brief pause of approximately half a minute, the woman's expression brightened again, hinting at intrigue. Su-yin returned the smile. The woman fixed her gaze intently on Su-yin and summoned the young man, Xiao Luo. Where's the tea? Did you just pick the leaves? She inquired. The young man, upon hearing this, hurriedly responded, Coming. He approached with a tea tray, crouched down, and poured a cup for the woman, then another for Su-yin. Having completed his task, he quietly cautioned the woman, Teacher Su, the tea is hot. The woman, with a playful glint in her eye, replied, Would you mind blowing on it for me? The young man's face flushed crimson as he made a hasty retreat. Su-yin observed the scene with indifference. Once the young man had departed, the woman gestured towards Su-yin, saying, Reporter Su, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. Suzan Gomli, taking a sip from the cup before her. With a smile playing on her lips, the woman stated, To be honest, I have no interest whatsoever in your interview. Su-yin inquired, Why is that? The woman replied, Because of the sensationalism, the hollow reporting that seeks only to attract attention without any moral compass. Su-yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Perceiving the underlying meaning in Su-yin's tone, the woman playfully asked, What? Do you mean to imply that you are different? Su-yin replied, Indeed, I am quite distinct. The woman regarded Su-yin with a radiant smile. Su-yin continued, If I desired to engage in such endeavors, I could have easily transitioned into the entertainment industry, perhaps as a tabloid journalist. With my writing skills and perspective, I would most likely find great financial success. With a slight curve of her lips, Su-yin sipped her tea and added, However, I find such pursuits utterly uninspiring. There are far too many living as mere shells in this world. I refuse to become one. I aspire to be unique, to embody a life filled with depth and vitality. As Su-yin finished her statement, a palpable silence enveloped the room. The woman stared at her intently, remaining silent for an extended moment. After more than a minute, the woman rose and commanded, Xiao Luo, see our guest out. Su-yin stood as well. The woman expected Su-yin to react with anger and cast her a sideways glance. Su-yin smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Su. The woman merely smirked, ignoring her as she slipped on her slippers and exited. A young man entering from outside brushed past her. It was unclear what was exchanged between them, but the woman could be heard saying, That one inside is foolish. Don't let me see her in the studio again. The young man nodded vigorously. Moments later, Su Yin was escorted out of the art studio. Indeed, it was an invitation to leave, not a dismissal. The young man maintained a polite demeanor, though his face bore an expression as if Su Yin had owed him money. Only after watching Su Yin enter her vehicle did he turn and return to the studio. As he stepped inside, he immediately noticed Su Rue, now dressed in a long skirt, leaning against the wall, gazing outside. The young man lowered his eyes respectfully, acknowledging she has left. Su Rue smiled with a hint of mischief at the corners of her lips. She possessed a captivating charm. The boy remarked, "If she is so interesting, why did you send her away?" Su Rue turned, her skirt swaying gracefully, and replied, "It is precisely because she is intriguing that I wish to engage with her further. Such an entertaining person deserves more attention. It would be a pity not to indulge in her company." The boy followed closely behind Su Rue, pondering what if she never returned. Su Rue halted, glancing back at him. "Luo Xiao, she will come back." Meanwhile, Su Yin departed from the art studio, navigating to a nearby hotel to check in. She then sent a message to Shi Shui. The interview was unsuccessful. After a few minutes, Shi Shui replied, "That is to be expected. Keep persevering." Su Yin responded with a simple as she prepared to put away her phone to freshen up and rest. A message suddenly popped up on the screen. "Su Yin, is this marriage truly unavoidable?" Chapter 57. Perseverance. The origin of the message was self-evident. Upon seeing it, Su Yin squinted her eyes slightly. In the next moment, her fingertips glided across the screen, entering the WeChat chat window between the two of them, prepared to respond, only to have that brief message retracted in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the empty chat window, she nearly doubted her own perception, were it not for the notification indicating that the other party had withdrawn a message. Su Yin lingered her finger over the question mark key on her phone's keyboard, momentarily uncertain if she should send it. Shortly after, another message popped up in their chat. "Given the current situation of the Su family, our divorce would not be beneficial for you." Su Yin furrowed her brows, unwilling to accept this favor. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Qin. I appreciate it." The implication was clear. This marriage was indeed destined to end. After sending the message, Su Yin put her phone away and turned to enter the restroom. Meanwhile, in Yangsheng, Qin Lai's gaze darkened ominously. After a few seconds, he suddenly smiled, putting away his phone, minding his own business. As he spoke, Shunzhe, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back. "Third brother, were you speaking to me?" Qin Lai raised his eyes, asking, "Do you know what the greatest regret in life is?" Shunzhe pondered for a few seconds, then replied earnestly, "Is it love that cannot be attained?" Qin Lai scoffed, "Are you love-struck?" Shunzhe, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead in self-reflection, subsequently casting an admiring glance at Qin Lai. Truly, a formidable figure. He would never confine himself to trivial matters of romance. After a while, Shunzhe, with utmost seriousness, declared, failing to achieve something significant. Qin Lai chuckled coldly. "No, that's not it." Shunzhe, now curious, inquired, "Then what is it?" Qin Lai replied, dying from excessive chatter and the folly of words without experiencing the beauty of life. Shunzhe felt as though Qin Lai was scolding him, and he had evidence to support this. However, he dare not speak up and could only pretend he did not understand. Shunzhe forced a dry laugh. Hee. Qin Lai continued, "Upon returning to Sicily, you should seek new opportunities." Shunzhe could no longer muster a smile. His expression froze in place. Su Yin spent a full week at Su Rue's side. Except for the first day, she faced closed doors every other time. On the seventh day, Su Yin returned to Su Rue's studio, only to be blocked at the entrance by Luo Xiao once again. Holding a bouquet of white roses, she smiled gently, presenting them to Luo Xiao. Over the past week, they had grown somewhat familiar with each other. When Luo Xiao saw the flowers being offered, he recoiled in alarm, taking a couple of steps back. What are you doing?" he stammered, his eyes regarding Su Yin as if they were venomous snakes. Su Yan's smile deepened. Unperturbed by his reaction, "It's for Teacher Su." Luo Xiao eyed her warily. "What trick are you playing?" Today, Su Yin was unencumbered, holding only the bouquet and no interview equipment. "I'm preparing to return today." Upon hearing her words, Luo Xiao was taken aback. "You're not interviewing Teacher Su anymore?" Su Yin nodded with a smile. Yes. Luo Xiao pressed. Why? Su Yin, rarely one to jest, replied with sincerity. What's the matter? Do you really wish for me to interview Teacher Su? Luo Xiao stammered, his youthful visage flushed with embarrassment at the teasing. What are you saying? Whether I interview or not. He struggled to articulate, but Su Yin interrupted him with a smile. I'm not teasing you anymore. This is unrelated to you. I just suddenly realized that I was rather presumptuous before. Luo Xiao fell silent, the words caught in his throat. Su Yin continued. I used to think in black and white. Since Teacher Su isn't as others portray him, he should step forward to clarify. But in the past couple of days, I've come to understand that perhaps I lack insight. Throughout life, sometimes it seems unnecessary to explain anything. Luo Xiao remained silent, absorbing her words. All right, goodbye. Su Yin waved her hand dismissively and added, I hope to see you again. Her unexpected release left Luo Xiao momentarily stunned. He watched as she departed, his gaze dropping to the white rose in his hand, feeling an awkwardness as he returned to the studio. Upon his return, he found Su Rue lost in contemplation before a painting. The artwork depicted a 6- or 7-year-old girl playing by a river, exuding innocence. However, upon closer inspection, the river was dark, its currents tumultuous. Su Rue, clad in a champagne-colored gown, crossed her arms and, catching sight of Luo Xiao, tilted her head to observe the white rose he held. Her eyes narrowed with intrigue. Luo Xiao's flush had not yet faded, and Su Rue's gaze intensified his embarrassment. He extended the rose forward, stuttering, It's from the reporter. Su Rue chuckled lightly. Where's she? Luo Xiao replied honestly, she left. Su Rue reached for the flower, and Luo Xiao added, she mentioned she wouldn't be interviewing you today. He relayed Su Yin's words verbatim. Su Rue listened quietly, her fingers gently grasping the card nestled within the bouquet. May you shine as brilliantly as fireworks, yet fear being as fleeting as they are. After much contemplation, I can only wish for your uninhibited bloom. Luo Xiao rambled on. But noticing Su Rue's rapt attention towards the card, he fell silent. He had glimpsed the card earlier, but found its message perplexing. What could shine as brilliantly as fireworks, yet fear being as fleeting truly mean? As Luo Xiao pondered, Su Rue spoke, offering clarity, when are fireworks at their most resplendent? Without hesitation, Luo Xiao answered, at night. Su Rue smiled. Indeed, it is in the darkest moments that fireworks truly dazzle. In that instant, Luo Xiao comprehended Su Yin's sentiment. A wish for Su Rue to flourish like fireworks, yet a desire to spare her from the darkest of times. Ultimately, resigned to the inevitability of life, he could only wish her to blossom freely. Su Rue tucked away the card and turned towards the lounge, saying, Luo Xiao, call Su Yin. I've agreed to her interview. With that, a smile graced her lips. When Luo Xiao finally reached Su Yin by phone, she was at the hotel, preparing to check out. What? Luo Xiao. Teacher, Su has agreed to your interview. Su Yin, known for her diligent work ethic, replied, I will return immediately. After hanging up the phone, Su Yin approached the front desk, not to check out, but to extend her stay. Half an hour later, she reappeared at Su Rue's studio. Just as she parked her car and was about to enter, she encountered a group of 6 or 7 young individuals, shrouded in secrecy, clad in baseball caps and masks. Before Su Yin could comprehend the situation, one of them had already thrown a bucket of paint at the studio door. Subsequently, the others followed suit, growing increasingly exhilarated as they splashed paint, reciting derogatory chants. Truly disgusting, morally corrupt, and a so-called renowned artist, funding impoverished children in remote areas. Yet they are unafraid of leading these kids astray. She should withdraw from the scene. It's revolting. If she doesn't, we shall return every day. As they continued their vandalism under the guise of righteousness, a cool voice from behind interrupted. Hello, I wish to report an incident. I have witnessed individuals deliberately vandalizing the entrance of Su Rue's studio with paint. I suspect it may be a case of harassment. Chapter 58. The flower blossoms on both sides. Su Yan's voice was indifferent, her aura emanating a palpable sense of distance that discouraged any unwelcome approach. Hearing her words, the group halted their movements, anxiety flickering across their faces as they turned to her. Su Yin remained unfazed, standing resolutely despite being outnumbered 7-1. The group exchanged glances, and one among them charged forward, attempting to confront her. "Who are you? Are you out of your mind?" Su Yin's tone was flat. "I kindly request that you promptly alert the authorities. The individuals here are preparing to assault me." The assailant froze, his raised fist suspended in mid-air, astonished by her audacity. He had yet to strike, yet this woman dared to fabricate a tale before the police. Su Yin met his gaze with unyielding calmness, leaving him unable to lower his fist or retract his advance. Turning to his companions for support, he found himself at a loss. When he looked back, Su Yin had already placed a call, her hands casually tucked into her pockets as she regarded him. Despite their formidable appearance, it was evident that the group consisted of mere boys, no older than 18 or 19. Su Yin, with her succinct and cold demeanor, posed a question. "Are you planning to make a move? Boy, are you out of your mind?" Su Yin continued, "As luck would have it, I've been quite exhausted from work lately. If you were to land a blow on me, I might consider it a stroke of fortune, allowing me a much-needed paid leave." With that, she regarded him with an air of nonchalance, adding, "I could even secure some compensation in the process." The boy paused, taken aback by her words. Su Yin then inquired, "By the way, how is your family's financial situation?" Furrowing his brow, the boy retorted, "What does that matter to you?" Su Yin replied, "After you assault me, you should compensate me 3 times my daily wage. My daily wage is substantial. I'm concerned you might not be able to cover it, so I thought I'd ask in advance." The boy's expression hardened, his clenched fist reluctantly lowering. Despite this, he refused to lose face and pointed a finger at Su Yin, threatening, "Just you wait." With that, he turned back to his companions, casting a glance at the surveillance camera at the studio entrance, pulling his cap down in apparent displeasure. What a lunatic we've encountered. Let's leave for now and deal with this tomorrow. Before he could finish, Su Yin interjected, "You might find it impossible to leave today." Upon hearing her words, the boy shot her a cold glare, a warning brimming in his youthful eyes. Su Yin, expressionless, merely inclined her chin slightly in response. The boy, frowning, followed her gaze and noticed the police car approaching. Suddenly, he whirled around, glaring fiercely at Su Yin. Yet she remained composed, exhibiting no sign of trepidation. Indeed, as Su Yin had predicted, the boy and his companions were unable to escape. Just as they contemplated fleeing, they were swiftly apprehended by police officers who emerged from the vehicle, pinning them to the ground. The group struggled against the officers, but the law enforcement agents executed their duties with precision. The ruckus created during the vandalism had not disturbed Su Rue and Luo Xiao inside the art studio. However, the current commotion prompted them to step outside. Observing the scene before her, Su Rue's eyes briefly reflected a glimmer of mockery, but nothing more. 20 minutes later, the rowdy youths, along with Su Yin as the witness and Su Rue as the affected party, were all taken to the police station. The officers began recording statements from the young delinquents. As the hats and masks were removed, the true identities of several young individuals were revealed. 3 young women and 4 young men, all dressed in the latest fashion, displayed an array of vibrant hair colors: red, green, yellow, and pink, creating a kaleidoscopic impression. In response to the police's inquiries during the interrogation, these youths exhibited the rebellious spirit typical of their age, defiantly holding their heads high and disregarding the law. When asked to honestly disclose their motives for the act, one boy, who had previously attempted to confront Su Yin, tilted his head and replied, "We simply found her displeasing." The officer insisted, "Sit properly while speaking." The boy slouched in his seat, feigning indifference. "Officer, we are all good people." The police retorted, "Good people do not vandalize other studios with paint." The officer's demeanor was serious, and a girl seated next to the boy interjected, "Haven't you seen the news? Don't you know about her chaotic life? As a public figure, she leads a disordered private life and, to evade condemnation, claims to support impoverished students." The girl was sharp-tongued and domineering. The officer maintained a stern expression, stating, "Regardless, this does not justify your actions." The girl protested, "Should we just allow such scum to go unpunished?" The officer, unable to reason with the group, set aside his notepad and decided to notify their families. The mere mention of contacting their families caused the young individuals to wilt, their postures shrinking in defeat, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Minwihin, sudui, unfa, divet suzan. You certainly have guts. Aren't you afraid they might retaliate? Dressed in a formal suit and maintaining an upright posture, Su Yin coldly remarked, I actually hope they do. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. Why ask that? Su Yin turned to her. Then I could simply relax for the rest of my life. Shu hui lo git. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor, reporter Su. The matter concluded with the youths agreeing to compensate Su Rui with 5,000 yuan. Struggling to gather the funds, they were met with Su Rui's unwavering stance, who regarded them haughtily, insisting that the amount was non-negotiable. Ultimately, they had no choice but to call their families to collect the money. Upon receiving the payment, Su Rui linked arms with Su Yin as they exited the police station. After stepping outside, Su Yin opened the car door, and Su Rui gracefully slid into the passenger seat. The leading boy, feeling aggrieved, rushed forward and firmly grasped Su Yin's car door, glaring at her as he declared, Are you aware of her past? What you did today is aiding the wicked. Having already settled into the driver's seat, Su Yin stepped out again upon hearing him. Although the boy was young, his height slightly surpassed hers. Su Yin looked up at him, maintaining her composure, and asked, Was gathering that 5,000 really so difficult? Her words struck a nerve, causing his face to fluctuate between crimson and pale. Suzan Suden Li Smai. Noting that teacher Su donated approximately 200,000 yuan annually to support children in impoverished mountainous regions. The boy, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and retorted, Isn't her money just leeching off others? Su Yin replied, That is her hard-earned money. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Unable to counter Su Yan's argument, the boy turned away in disdain, exclaiming, I see you are just trying to curry favor with her. A person with such a chaotic private life and moral decay. Su Yin interrupted him. What do you mean by chaotic private life and moral decay? Just because she has had a few boyfriends? The boy inhaled sharply. Su Yin, with a detached smile, continued, I find you strikingly similar to a select few internet users who possess an overwhelming desire to control others' lives. Whether someone is getting divorced or married, making friends, or breaking up, you seem to care about others far more than yourselves. The boy, frustrated, ultimately walked away. Su Yin bent down and returned to the car, where Su Rui rested her chin on one hand, observing her. Su Yin offered a gentle smile, saying, Teacher Su, please fasten your seatbelt. Su Rui's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, Su Yin, I must say, you truly are impressive. With that, Su Rui leaned in closer, stopping merely half an inch from Su Yin, and exclaimed, Wow, Qin Lai has truly struck gold. Chapter 59. The Ungrateful Wolf. Upon mentioning Qin Lai, Su Yin's expression shifted subtly. Before she could respond, Su Rui, leaning forward, leisurely reclined back into the passenger seat. Su Yin tilted her head to regard her, inquiring directly, Do you know Qin Lai, Teacher Su? Su Rui, fastening her seatbelt, glanced at Su Yin and winked. Of course we are, she said ambiguously, keenly observing Su Yan's reaction. However, Su Yin remained impassive, showing no sign of displeasure. Noticing this, Su Rui pouted in disappointment. Sudan's my. And as Su Rui secured her seatbelt, she adjusted the steering wheel, stating, You need not probe, Teacher Su. My marriage to Qin Lai is merely a familial alliance. Su Rui lazily replied with a nonchalant O. Su Yin continued, Moreover, with your disposition, Teacher Su, it is unlikely that you would find Qin Lai appealing. This remark caused Su Rui's eyes to brighten momentarily. What do you mean? Su Yin responded, You are an insightful person and would choose a man who cherishes you. A man like Qin Lai. She added, How could he ever lower himself? After hearing Su Yan's analysis, Su Rui chuckled lightly in agreement. That's true. They returned to the studio half an hour later. Upon entering, Luo Xiao rushed over, his face etched with concern. Teacher Su, are you all right? Those people. However, Su Rui silenced him with a glance. Recognizing his indiscretion, Luo Xiao bit his lip and fell silent. Moments later, Su Rui turned to Su Yin and said, Let us go. Miss Su, begin your interview. With that, she stepped forward and Su Yin followed suit. As the two departed, Luo Xiao glanced at the splattered door of the studio, his brow furrowed deeply. A few minutes later, Su Rue personally poured tea for Su Yin, initiating their interview. Documenting the experience, particularly with someone as laid-back as Su Rue, allowed for a casual exchange devoid of rigid formalities. Suzan Guizi, what are your thoughts on the current rumors circulating online, Teacher Su? Su Rue, legs crossed and leaning to savor her tea, honestly replied, I have no particular thoughts. Su Yin smiled softly. Aren't you upset? Su Rue straightened, cup in hand, reclining lazily as she responded, upset? They are merely idle, unable to realize their own life's value. So they focus their attention on me, whether through slander or insult, as a means to assert their existence. Why should I be angry? Su Yin nodded and further inquired. Have you personally seen any of those external comments? Su Rue, with a casual smile, replied, I've glanced at a few, probably suggesting my personal life is chaotic, right? Su Yin affirmed, yes. Su Rue continued, the male party is unmarried. I'm single. And I've had a few relationships. How is that considered chaotic? I have neither engaged in infidelity nor committed any wrongdoing, yet they cast such a grand label upon me. I refuse to accept it. Su Yin asked, do you wish to clarify? Su Rue, with a teasing smile, replied, I don't feel the need to explain. There is nothing to clarify. I just ended a relationship, and there will soon be another, though it may not last long. She spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Su Yin sat upright, gazing at her, and in that fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon her. After this epiphany, she found the situation somewhat amusing. Not Su Rue herself, but rather the absurdity of the interview question posed. Indeed, the fact that both were unmarried merely indicated a few romantic entanglements. How could this be magnified into a topic worthy of discussion? Su Yin lowered her eyes, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on the tablet in her hands. When she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes shone with lucidity. What are your thoughts on the fact that you, under the guise of ridding society of its ills, have cast aspersions on the impoverished students you have supported? Su Yin's question was incisive. Su Rue, taken aback, froze momentarily. The two exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, Su Rue suddenly smiled. Su Jian, maintaining a humble demeanor, replied, please go on. Su Rue continued, I find that you are not as endearing as before. Su Yin remained silent. Su Rue added, you are too sharp, rather irksome. Su Yin nodded in acquiescence. Despite her words, Su Rue's demeanor softened, her eyes narrowing in a playful manner as she inquired, so, how did you deduce that they were my sponsor children? Su Yin smiled gently. Firstly, it's the attitude of those children towards you. It's a mix of fear and resentment, yet tinged with a hint of reluctant admiration. Secondly, your demeanor towards them is laced with irony, both mocking them and yourself. Lastly, Luo Zhao's reaction just now clearly indicated his recognition of them, and his anger stems not merely from their vandalism, but from the betrayal of those he regards as ingrates. The ability to discern subtle human expressions is indeed a hallmark of a journalist's integrity. As Su Yin concluded, a deeper smile spread across Su Rue's face, and she did not deny the truth in her words. Indeed, she affirmed, taking a sip of tea before adding slowly, you have guessed correctly. Su Rue then recounted her brief history with the unruly youths, all of whom had once been her beneficiaries. Over the span of 6 years, from middle school to high school, their initial gratitude had gradually soured, especially after her reputation plummeted online, with them being the first to turn against her. Su Rue offered a self-deprecating remark. You see, sometimes those who profess to love you most are the first to stab you in the back during your lowest moments. Do you regret it? Su Yin asked. Su Rue responded, why don't you ask if I ever explain myself to them? Suzan Ziepli, because I don't believe you owe them any explanation. Those who truly care for you should stand by you during such trials, helping to clarify your name and gather supportive evidence, rather than striking from a moral high ground. Su Yan's words, though delivered lightly, caused Su Rue to catch her breath, her hand gripping the teacup, trembling ever so slightly. After a pause, Su Rue inhaled deeply, I do not regret it. In the time that followed, Su Yin refrained from probing further into Su Rue's personal life. instead redirecting the conversation towards her artistic endeavors, her early fame, and her carefree approach to life. As the interview concluded, Su Rue rose and handed Su Yin a carefully wrapped painting. Su Yin raised an eyebrow as she accepted the painting, asking, "Do you like it?" "Shui." Su Yin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Su Rue replied, "What are you thanking me for? It is merely a collection cherished by those who appreciate it, a mutual pursuit of affection." Su Yin assured her, "I will treasure it dearly." As Su Yin departed, Su Rue accompanied her outside. Bidding farewell, Su Rue crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at Su Yin. "Aren't you curious about my relationship with Qin Lai?" Su Zhang, seated in her car, smiled softly through the window and replied, "It's not that I'm uninterested in your relationship. Rather, I'm indifferent to his affairs." Su Rue remarked, "How ruthless." After a moment, as Su Yin drove away, Su Rue retrieved her phone from her pocket and told Qin Lai, who was on the line, "It seems your wife truly doesn't care for you." Chapter 60. A good start and a good finish. Su Rue's voice was laced with laughter, her tone revealing an unabashed delight in the unfolding drama. At that moment, Qin Lai was engaged in a meeting, his thin lips curling into a smirk as he idly twirled a signature pen. After a brief pause of 3 to 5 seconds, he pressed a button on his Bluetooth headset to terminate the call. He then lifted his gaze to the executive reporting on the work, his mocking smile unwavering. "What do you think of this proposal?" The executive was visibly shaken by Qin Lai's grin, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. "Qin, I believe the proposal is somewhat feasible." With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Qin Lai tossed the signature pen onto the conference table, scoffing, "Since you find this proposal somewhat feasible, then it is your responsibility to see it through." The executive was left speechless. Qin Lai's expression hardened as he stood up and declared the meeting adjourned. As he made his exit, Shen Zhe followed closely behind, a sycophantic air about him. Once the two men had left the room, the reporting executive slumped into his chair, his legs giving way beneath him. Noticing his distress, a colleague patted him on the shoulder, attempting to console him. "Is it really that bad? Qin didn't say much, did he?" The slumped executive wore a look of despair. "You have no idea. The proposal itself is sound. However, it requires Qin to personally push it forward. It involves negotiations with numerous departments. There's no way I, as a mere vice president, can manage that." His colleague responded, "So you mean?" The defeated executive lamented. "It's clear that Qin is dissatisfied with this proposal and is deliberately putting me in a difficult position." Indeed, Qin Lai was far from pleased with the proposal. Back in his office, he wore a stern expression as he tugged at his necktie. "Third brother, are you all right?" Shenze, sensing Kvin Lia's full mood, discreetly offered him a cup of coffee. Qin Lai stood with his hands on his hips in front of the desk, accepted the coffee without a word, and downed it in one gulp. Shunze's eyes widened in shock. That was coffee. He realized the gravity of Qin Lai's irritation. Over time, Shunze had learned to read the room. During a previous incident, Qin Lai had insisted on returning merchandise until Shun's grandfather intervened, dissuading him from that course of action. Observing the tense atmosphere, Shunze cautiously retreated a few steps, then a few more, until he was nearly out of the president's office. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Lai's cold voice pierced the silence. "Shunze." Startled, Shen Shifrosh, turning back with a feigned eagerness. "Third brother, what is it?" Qin Lai wore a half-smile. "Will you also consider an arranged marriage in the future?" Shen Shi replied honestly. Isoposazo. Qin Lai pressed further. "What kind of woman would you marry?" Shen Shi stammered. "Who?" With a chilling tone, Qin Lai warned. "I advise you to choose wisely. Ensure she is not a heartless schemer." Feigning ignorance, Shunze asked, What do you mean?" Qin Lai's voice turned icy. "You may leave now." Shunze, despite appearances, is far from foolish. Having grown up in this circle, he has absorbed its nuances and complexities. There are no simpletons here. He is merely a blend of boldness, cunning pretense, or perhaps a charming facade. As he exited the president's office, Shunze thumped his chest in exasperation. It is indeed challenging. He had initially aimed to glean insights from Qin Lai. Yet instead of acquiring business acumen, he found himself attuned to the subtleties of human interaction. He had overheard a recent phone call where the other party remarked to Qin Lai, "Third son, Your wife truly does not care for you. This thought sent a shiver down Shun Zhe's spine. If she supposedly does not care, why is she so concerned? As he pondered this, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and saw it was a call from Mu Qing. With a hint of disdain, he rolled his eyes but answered with a beaming smile, Sister Mu Qing. Shun Zhe is a lie at the office? Mu Qing inquired. Have you visited that new Western restaurant in the west of the city? It's absolutely delightful. And many influencers have been there, capturing stunning photos, Shun Zhe replied. Mu Qing hesitated, letting out a nervous chuckle. I made some pastries and wanted to send them to a lie, and I prepared some for you as well. Pastries? I heard a new dim sum shop open on the street opposite the Mu residence, and the items there are quite good, Shun Zhe suggested. How about I come over later, and you can meet me downstairs? Mu Qing proposed. Shun Zhe, however, continued to divert the conversation. This morning, I had durian pancakes. Who eats such things early in the day? But my mother insisted. Mu Qing. In terms of status within C City, the Mu family and the Shun family are quite comparable. However, Mu Qing is an illegitimate daughter, while Shun Zhe is the legitimate heir of the Shun household. This disparity creates a palpable distance between them. Mu Qing discerned Shun Zhe's deliberate evasiveness but dared not express her frustration, opting instead to maintain her smile as she ended the call. I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Understood, Sister Mu Qing, Shun Zhe replied, finally aligning his responses. On the other end, Mu Qing grimaced, reluctantly terminating the call. Ever since Shun Zhe became Qin Lai's assistant, she had lost touch with any news regarding him. Her calls to Qin Lai went unanswered, and her messages received no replies. Staring at the phone after the call ended, she pressed her lips into a thin line. A few minutes later, she reopened her phone, found a number, and sent a message. Since we cannot separate Su Yan from Qin Lai, let us ensure her demise. The response was instantaneous. Are you out of your mind? Mu Qing retorted. Qin Lai refuses to see me now. You all need to consider this carefully, if I am no longer favored by him. The businesses of your main house. Her words carried significant weight. After a brief pause, the reply came. I'll think of a way. Mu Qing insisted. Letting Su Yan die is the most effective solution. The response was cautious. It's not as simple as you think. She has the Su family backing her. Mu Qing countered. The Su family is currently in a precarious position, unable to protect themselves, let alone spare resources for her. Allow me to contemplate further, came the final reply. Mu Qing threatened. Do not forget, Lin Li has always desired to oust you from the Mu family. If the business you manage continues to languish without improvement, the old man will. The other party replied, Understood, I will expedite matters. Upon reading the reply, Mu Qing tightened her grip on the phone and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Su Yan was driving back to C City. Just as she exited the highway, she received a call from Su Jia. She pressed answer, and Su Jia's voice resonated in the car with a surround sound effect. Shall we meet up, beautiful? Su Yan's lips curved into a smile as she said, All right, Su Jia, I will send you the location shortly. I shall wait for you, all cleaned up. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Yan responded affirmatively. After ending the call, she quickly dialed Shi Shui. Once the call connected, Su Yan spoke, Editor Shi. The interview with Su Rue has been successfully completed. Shi Shui, filled with delight, exclaimed, Really? Xiao Yan Dao. However, her interview cannot be disclosed just yet. I have another matter to attend to. Shi Shui was taken aback. What is it? Su Yan remarked that during the process of gathering negative news about Su Rue, she discovered that the emergence of such scandals was instigated by unseen forces. Shi Shui remained silent, sensing Shi Shui's reticence. Su Yan understood her concerns, fearing that unearthing one issue might lead to the revelation of others. There are no baseless slanders. The fear lies not in the jealousy of petty individuals, but rather in the possibility of a more sinister conspiracy lurking in the shadows. Su Zhan, I will bear all the consequences, she declared. The mirth in Shi Shui's voice faded, leaving only a tone of solemnity. Have you truly considered this? Su Zhan, resolute from beginning to end, had made up her mind. Shi Shui let out a breath. The fearless spirit of a newcomer emboldened her to take the plunge. After hanging up the phone with Shi Shui, Su Yan too felt a sense of relief. Yet, before she could fully compose herself. Her phone on the central console lit up with a message. How is the matter regarding Mr. Han progressing? Chapter 61. Strive for self-strengthening upon receiving the message. Su Yan's eyes darkened significantly. The message was sent by Su Jing. After the last cocktail party, Su Jing had requested her assistance in arranging a meeting between General Han and Qin Lai. Although she termed it as organizing a gathering, it was essentially an appeal for Su Yin and Qin Lai to procure an opportunity for General Han. She had no intention of aiding Su Jing in this endeavor. It was improbable that Qin Lai would grant her such a favor. Su Yin understood Qin Lai well. He was a man of clear boundaries between public and private matters. As for Su Jing's claim that Qin Lai had assisted Mu Qing, Su Yin pressed her lips together, a chill settling in her gaze. Could people truly be the same? Favoritism and exceptions have always been distinct from the ordinary. Su Yin did not respond to Su Jing's message immediately. After returning to the Yu Jing manor, she quickly freshened up and changed her attire before heading to meet Su Jia. Su Jia had reserved a table at a newly opened Western restaurant, which exuded a unique charm. The ambience was not only characterized by its decor, but also by the dim, intimate lighting. Su Jia had chosen a window-side seat. By the time Su Yin arrived, Su Jia was already present. As Su Yin took her seat, Su Jia was engaged in sending a voice message on her phone while signaling Su Yin to wait a moment. I do not wish to take on this lawsuit. Please advise him to seek a more capable attorney. After speaking, Su Jia put down her phone. Su Yin never inquired about the cases Su Jia handled, fearing the intrusion into sensitive privacy. If Su Jia chose to share, she would listen. If not, she would remain silent. Once the call ended, Su Jia handed the menu to Su Yin and signaled the waiter to take their order. Having been close friends for many years, Su Yin felt no need for formality. As Su Yin opened the menu, Su Jia remarked, "These days, getting married feels akin to undergoing a tribulation." Su Yin lifted her gaze upon hearing this. Su Jia, however, did not meet her eyes, focusing instead on the menu, where she pointed to a couple's set meal. "What do you think of this set meal, Yanyan?" Su Yin glanced down and noted it included several of her favorite dishes. "Let's go with this," she decided, handing the menu to the waiter. The waiter hesitated, clearing his throat. "Ladies, I must inform you that this set meal is exclusively for couples." "You too." Su Jia feigned a look of pitiful disappointment. "Did you not notice that we are a couple?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the waiter's confusion, Su Yin waved her hand dismissively. "Please serve us the dishes from this couple's set meal, and we will settle the bill based on individual orders later." The waiter, as if released from a spell, responded, "Very well, thank you." As the waiter departed, Su Jia seized Su Yan's hand, playfully exclaiming, "Darling, do you not love me anymore? Why can you not acknowledge our relationship?" Their conversation was not particularly hushed, attracting the curious gazes of onlookers around them. Su Jia had intended to tease Su Yan, yet found herself outmatched. Withdrawing her hand from Su Yan's, she covered her face, exclaiming, "Sister, this embarrassment has taught you a lesson in humility." Bia fell silent. Moments later, as their dishes arrived, the spectators, seeing the two no longer providing entertainment, turned their attention elsewhere. At last, Su Jia found a moment to breathe and continued the previous topic. "Can you guess what lawsuit the firm has taken on today?" Without flinching, Su Yin replied, "A divorce case." Su Jia opened her mouth, ready to elaborate, but upon hearing Su Yan's words, her lips twitched. "Isn't that obvious? Our firm primarily handles divorce cases. Out of 10 cases, 8 are divorce-related. I'm asking you to guess the specifics of this divorce case." Su Yin interjected, "Since you began dealing with divorce cases, I've heard of all sorts, except perhaps one where the male mistress confronts the legitimate spouse, demanding her to step aside." Su Jia chuckled. "This one is quite similar." Su Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do tell." Su Jia continued, "It's a same-sex marriage. The husband deceived the wife before they wed, convincing her to abandon her job and sever all social ties, only to later plot for her to leave with nothing after she bore their child." Su Yin furrowed her brows. "Does the wife have any evidence?" Su Jia shook her head. "Most likely, she doesn't have any. Such evidence is usually difficult to obtain. When they say, 'We're like brothers,' there's little one can do. Text messages, recordings, videos, those are merely dramatizations. In reality, they are cunning as Sherlock Holmes." Su Yin fell silent. Su Jia leaned in, lowering her voice. Can you guess how the husband has ensnared the wife? Su Yin lifted her eyelids. Under the pretense of helping the wife recover postpartum, he arranged for her to have a personal trainer, 23 years old, 6'3", with an 8-pack, resembling a popular male star. Su Yin was taken aback. Su Jia added, moreover, to ensure she falls deeper into this trap. The couple has been separated for 6 months and has not engaged in intimacy for 2 years. Su Yin was speechless. If a person is truly despicable, one cannot even assess them through the lens of humanity. After finishing her statement, Su Jia leaned back and shook her head. He is truly invested in this. Su Yin lightly mocked, indeed. Since their marriage, the wife has lacked her own social circle and a life centered around herself. After 6 months of separation, longing and anxiety mount when a man of such admirable qualities appears. The conversation trailed off, and Su Yin refrained from continuing. She did not wish to pass judgment on the wife's decisions. Some might argue that regardless of the circumstances, infidelity during marriage is solely her fault for failing to maintain her boundaries, allowing a scoundrel to take advantage. Yet, humanity is fallible. If she were to say anything, Su Yin would merely label her as foolish. To forsake oneself for love is, after all, an act only the foolish would commit, much like her former self. In sync with Su Yan's thoughts, Su Jia found the topic lacking in substance, and they soon shifted their conversation to other matters while dining. The discussion meandered until it landed on Qin Lai. When Qin Lai was mentioned, Su Jia glanced around before leaning in and whispering, "Were you two planning to get a divorce?" At the mention of divorce, Su Yan's hand paused while picking up food. "This week, if all goes well." Su Jia sighed, recounting the events that transpired in Sea City during her absence last week. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the happenings. Regarding Mu Qing, I heard she has sought out Qin Lai numerous times, only to be met with cold indifference. Su Yin calmly asked, "Have they quarreled?" Su Jia shook her head, uncertain. Su Yin curled her crimson lips, prompting her, "And what else?" Before Su Jia could finish her sentence, Su Yan's phone on the dining table suddenly rang. She glanced down to see it was Xing Zhen. Su Yin picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. "Xing Zhen?" On the other end, Xing Zhen's frantic voice echoed. "Yanyan, help me. Qin Lai is out to get me." Chapter 62. Unwavering loyalty. A single remark from Xing Zhen caused Su Yin to furrow her brows in contemplation. Before she could pose her question, Xing Zhen abruptly ended the call. She attempted to redial, but there was no response. Just then, her phone rang again, the screen illuminating with a call from Qin Lai. Su Jia, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. Su Yin frowned and truthfully replied that Xing Zhen claimed Qin Lai intended to kill him. Su Jia. The ringtone continued to sound as Su Yin pressed the answer button. As she connected the call, Qin Lai's deep, amused voice resonated from the other end. "Where are you?" Su Yin evaded the question. "What have you done to Xing Zhen?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Lai fell into a moment of silence. After approximately 3 to 5 seconds, he let out a derisive laugh and said, "Why don't you inquire what he has done to provoke me to such extremes?" Su Zhan Yanyan deeply. Without inquiring about the reason. What of others? Qin Lai let out a cold laugh at Shun Bai's nightclub. Su Yin stated, "I am heading over now." After hanging up the phone, she turned to the doubtful Su Jia and said, "I need to visit Shun Bai's nightclub." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jia replied, "I will accompany you." None of Qin Lai's associates could be considered virtuous. They were akin to a den of tigers and dragons. As a close friend, she felt it was her duty to accompany Su Yin. Very well, Su Yin agreed. After settling the bill, the two drove towards Shun Bai's nightclub. Along the way, Su Jia felt a lingering unease, pondering how Xing Zhen had offended Qin Lai. Su Zhan Ziplit, Unsetin. Both individuals were scions of influential families within their social circle, and historically, their families had no business conflicts. It was perplexing how such discord could arise. After a moment of silence following Su Yan's words, Su Jia, slowly realizing, tentatively inquired, "Do you think the conflict between Xing Zhen and Qin Lai could possibly be attributed to you?" Su Yin, with unwavering certainty, replied in the negative. Su Jia sighed, realizing the absurdity of her own words. recognizing that the possibility of the two of them being together due to Mu Qing was indeed more plausible. Su Yin chuckled softly, her eyes reflecting a dispassionate detachment. The car arrived at Shun Bai's nightclub. Su Yin parked the vehicle, and she and Su Jia alighted from either side. As they approached the entrance of the nightclub, the lobby manager, familiar with Su Yin, hurried over to greet her. "Madam Qin," he acknowledged. Su Yin nodded and inquired in a calm voice, "Where's Mr. Qin?" "The lobby manager, please." The lobby manager led the way, and after a few minutes, the trio arrived at the door of a private room. The lobby manager raised his hand to knock, and upon hearing a voice from within say, "Come in," he turned to Su Yin and nodded, "After you." Su Yin replied with gratitude, "Thank you." The lobby manager responded courteously, "It is my duty." In the next moment, he assisted in pushing the door open, allowing Su Yin and Su Jia to step into the private room. The interior was bathed in a dim, amber glow, filled with patrons, yet no one dared to make a sound. Upon entering, Su Yin immediately spotted Qin Lai seated at the head of the table. Today, Qin Lai wore a black shirt, the collar slightly open, perfectly revealing his rolling Adam's apple. And when he lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkled with mockery. "Please, take a seat," Su Yin said coolly. "Where is Xingzhen?" As Su Yin concluded her speech, the expressions of those present in the private room varied greatly. A few individuals, unable to restrain their curiosity, cast furtive glances towards the corner. Su Yin followed their gaze and beheld Xingzhen, bound and bruised, perhaps out of consideration for the Xing family's reputation. They did not force him to crouch or kneel, but instead provided him with a chair. Xingzhen's appearance was quite pitiful. His mouth was gagged, preventing any verbal communication with Su Yin, leaving him to convey his thoughts through frantic expressions. Su Yin observed him, her lips pressed together in contemplation. Su Jia stood behind her, taking a few steps forward, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "What does Xingzhen mean? Can you understand him?" Su Yin replied nonchalantly, "I do not comprehend." Yet responded, "Then why have you been staring at him?" Su Yin replied, "There is no such tacit understanding." Su Yin remained silent. After their exchange, Su Yin inhaled deeply and turned to face Qin Lai, who was lounging on the sofa. "We need to talk," she stated. Qin Lai wore a smirk. "Aren't you curious about what he did?" Su Yin remained silent. Noticing her disinterest in inquiring, Qin Lai's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed. "He is courting another behind your back, and you remain indifferent?" Su Yin frowned. "That has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Lai's expression turned icy. At that moment, a collective gasp echoed in the private room. Who in the circle was unaware that Qin Lai and Su Yan's marriage was merely a facade? Qin Lai had Mu Qing, while Su Yin had Xingzhen. One was a beautiful woman, the other a confidant. Under normal circumstances, such arrangements were not uncommon. Marriages of convenience often served merely for mutual benefit. However, the issue lay in the fact that both parties were exceedingly ostentatious, bringing their affairs into the open. Particularly Qin Lai, who today seemed to be catching Su Yin in the act. This rendered their marriage quite intriguing. As Su Yan's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the room became tense. She locked eyes with Qin Lai, both exuding a formidable presence that left those around them nearly breathless. The man seated beside Qin Lai could no longer bear the tension and handed him a glass of wine, saying, "Third brother, have a drink to cool off. Don't argue with a woman. As the saying goes, women are like clothes." Before he could finish, Qin Lai swiftly seized him by the neck and slammed him onto the coffee table. A shriek erupted in the room. The man, terrified, stammered, "Third brother." Qin Lai's eyes were as dark as night, laced with an icy demeanor. "My people, when did it become your place to judge?" The man dared not breathe, trembling, unable to articulate any explanations. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the doors of the private room swung open, revealing Shun Bai, who wore a teasing smile. Observing the scene inside, Shun Bai showed no sign of concern as he strode in, gesturing dismissively at the occupants. "Can't you tell that third brother is angry? Why are you still here? Do you wish to be reprimanded?" As Shun Bai's words echoed, the crowd in the room felt as if they had received a pardon, hastily rising to leave. Once everyone had departed, Shun Bai approached Qin Lai, draping an arm over his shoulder. "All right, let go," he said, then leaned closer to Qin Lai's ear and inquired, "Why are you so angry?" Don't you dislike her? The tumultuous love and hatred between Su Yin and Xingzhen is not a matter for an outsider like you to meddle in. Qinlai cast a cold glance at him. Shun Bai, with a playful grin, extended his hand to rescue the man under his command, signaling him to depart. He then turned his gaze toward Su Yin, asking, "Yin, are you back?" Su Yin appeared calm and composed. Though she spoke little, Shun Bai felt increasingly out of place as he touched the tip of his nose. The private room housed only 5 individuals now, and Su Yin stepped into the corner to untie Xingzhen. Qinlai observed this with growing intensity in his gaze, his expression darkening with each passing moment. When Xingzhen was finally assisted to his feet, Su Yin turned her back to Qinlai and spoke. "Qinlai, tomorrow is Tuesday. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be open for divorce proceedings." Qinlai's body stiffened abruptly, and after a few seconds, he pressed his tongue against his back teeth, offering a mocking, cold smirk. "Fine." Chapter 63. White Moonlight versus White Grain. As Qinlai finished speaking, Su Yin assisted Xingzhen in departing. Watching them exit the private room, Qinlai settled into his seat, biting a cigarette which he then ignited, narrowing his eyes as he immersed himself in the swirling smoke. Shun Bai stood by, hands tucked into his pockets, observing him with a light-hearted smile, leaning back against the sofa in a languid manner. Qinlai exchanged glances with Shun Bai. "Shun Bai, is it truly over?" Qinlai bit the cigarette butt and let out a cold smirk. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Shun Bai jested, "Not at all." Qinlai took a deep drag of his cigarette. Shun Bai teased, "I was merely concerned you might find it hard to part with." As Qinlai inhaled the smoke, he was caught off guard by her words, leading him to choke and cough violently. Observing this, Shun Bai taunted, "What is the matter? Have I hit the nail on the head?" As Shun Bai concluded her words, Qinlai, poised to retort with the cigarette still dangling from his lips, was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone, carelessly discarded nearby. He cast a fleeting glance downward. It was Su Jing. The phone lay casually on the coffee table, within clear sight of Shun Bai. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "What could she possibly want to speak to you about?" Qinlai remained silent as he reached for his phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello," he said. On the other end of the line, Su Jing's voice was laced with laughter. "A lie. Is Yanyan with you?" Qinlai's expression was inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Su Jing, feeling anxious, wasted no time on preamble and directly stated her purpose. "A lie, it's like this. Do you still remember General Han from Shermao? Su has a collaboration with him. At the last wine party, he mentioned he was also negotiating a partnership with the Qin family." Su Jing murmured, but Qinlai interrupted her, saying, "Have him contact Shinzei." Upon hearing Qinlai's words, Su Jing was filled with delight, exclaiming, "All right, I will have General Manager Han reach out to Shinzei immediately." After that, Su Jing added with a warm smile, "Whenever you have time, come back to the old residence for dinner with Yanyan. I have missed her." Qinlai simply responded with After hanging up, he tossed the phone onto the coffee table. Shun Bai was seated at the table, his legs casually spread apart, and he inquired, "What's going on?" Qinlai's expression wavered between a smile and a frown. "Su Jing, please assist Han from Shermao in securing a partnership opportunity." Shun Bai understood and inquired, "Did you manage to arrange it?" Qinlai regarded the trivial matter as insignificant, finding her chatter bothersome. Shun Bai questioned whether it was truly the noise of Su Jing that irked him, or if it was merely for the sake of Su Yan's reputation. Qinlai squinted upon hearing the voice. "Is the Shun family planning to invest in a matchmaking agency next?" Shun Bai scoffed. "What is the matter? Do you have any objections?" Qinlai flicked the ash from the ashtray on the coffee table with his fingers and scoffed, "Perhaps you should first address your personal dilemmas. I heard that old Master Shun, in his concern for your marital affairs, has even reached out to his old comrades." Shun Bai was struck at his vulnerable point, feeling exasperated. On the other side, Su Yin assisted Xingzhen into the car. Xingzhen was utterly unable to settle in, grimacing in discomfort. It was unclear which scoundrel had laid hands on him, but he had even been struck on the backside, rendering him too fearful to sit properly. The pain was excruciating. Observing him in the back seat, hesitant to sit, with one hand gripping the backrest of Su Yan's driver's seat and his body hunched over, Su Jia couldn't help but smirk. "Xingzhen, your appearance reminds me of a particular saying." Xingzhen bore injuries on his face, speaking with caution to avoid exacerbating his wounds. Su Jie remarked humorously about life's absurdities, likening her discomfort to a knife jabbed into her armpit. Yet, the melancholy of humanity remains an isolated experience. Even the closest of friends cannot fully share in each other's sorrows. Su Jie, reveling in the chaos, observed the troubled expression on Su Yan's face as she turned to inquire about Xing Zhen's predicament. Upon Su Yan's inquiry, Xing Zhen nearly succumbed to tears. Seeing Xing Zhen's trembling hands and quivering lips, Su Yan, concerned, asked if he needed to go to the hospital. "I tremble out of anger," Xing Zhen retorted. It turned out that he had planned to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend, who had always regarded him with disdain. He had procured flowers, set up a candlelit dinner, and even arranged for a professional violinist to serenade them. The atmosphere was poised for success, just a step away from triumph. However, out of nowhere, Qin Lai appeared, exuding an icy demeanor, cigarette in mouth, smirking as he queried Xing Zhen's intentions. Dazed, Xing Zhen stammered a date. Qin Lai's derisive laughter echoed. A date? The sight of Qin Lai's menacing expression left Xing Zhen shaken, and before he could fully explain himself, he was yanked up by his collar. With a voice as frigid as the winter chill, Qin Lai coldly declared, "Aren't you planning to marry Su Yan?" The atmosphere thickened, tension palpable. Before Xing Zhen could defend himself, his ex-girlfriend, upon hearing Qin Lai's words, abruptly threw her coffee in his face, leaving him speechless. "Do you know," he lamented, "that when Qin Lai's colossal fist struck me, the musician I had hired continued to play?" Su Yan and Su Jie listened in silence, their expressions revealing no sympathy. In frustration, Xing Zhen exclaimed, "Is this truly your reaction?" Su Yan remarked, "The musician was rather talented." Su Jie chimed in, "Indeed, quite dedicated." Ultimately, Su Yan drove Xing Zhen to the hospital, where the doctor treated his wounds as he howled in agony. In a moment of desperation, he seized Su Jie's arm and bit down hard, prompting her to instinctively tug at his hair. The pain only intensified his grip. Their relationship was a tumultuous dance of love and conflict. Afterward, Su Yan requested the doctor to attend to Su Jie's bite mark as well. After a long night, Su Yan returned to the Yujing Manor close to dawn. As she entered, she leaned against the hall cabinet, changing into her slippers. Aunt Wu hurried over, taking her handbag while casting urgent glances her way. Weary, Su Yan asked, "What is wrong?" Aunt Wu replied, "It's Mu's family member." Turning toward the living room, Su Yan beheld Mu Qing, dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, seated on the sofa. In the early hours, the ethereal light of her husband's first love graced her living room. Such a sight would be a rarity in any household. "Suzanne, Squeen, is Qin Lai not back yet?" Aunt Wu shook her head, "No." Su Yan gave a slight acknowledgement as she changed into her slippers and walked inside. "Wu Ma, you should take a rest." "Wu Ma you?" Su Yan interjected, "I will also go and rest." Wu Ma appeared hesitant. "What about that person from the Mu family?" Su Yan's expression remained indifferent. "I will call Qin Lai." With that, she took out her phone, ascending the stairs while dialing Qin Lai's number. As the ringtone echoed, before the call could connect, Mu Qing, seated on the sofa, suddenly rose. "Su Yan." Hearing her name called, Su Yan halted and turned to look at her. Mu Qing, with a tight-lipped smile, held a cup of water in her hands, her demeanor timid. "Can we talk?" Su Yan's voice was frosty about what? Su Yan's aura was too formidable, causing Mu Qing to grip the water cup tighter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You are independent and strong, with your own career and social circle. I am not like you. I have nothing but a lie." Su Yan met her gaze, her expression unyielding. After a few seconds, she raised her phone and spoke calmly to Qin Lai on the other end. "Qin Lai, you should handle your own matters." Chapter 64. Divorce Bliss. Su Yan's voice was devoid of emotion, and on the other end of the line, Qin Lai remained silent. In the next moment, Qin Lai's voice was cold and low, acknowledging her words. The call ended, and Su Yan did not spare a glance at Mu Qing as she ascended the stairs with determination. Mu Qing was taken aback that Su Yan had managed to reach Qin Lai. She stood frozen for a moment before collapsing onto the sofa. When Qin Lai returned, the living room was empty save for Mu Qing. Her eyes were red-rimmed and slightly swollen. Upon seeing Qin Lai, the tears she had just managed to suppress surged forth once more. Qin Lai cast a glance in her direction, then raised his hand to adjust his tie as he stepped forward. He stood with his hands on his hips in the living room for a brief moment before striding up the stairs. Observing this, Mu Qin abruptly sprang to her feet and exclaimed a lie. By then, Qin Lai had already reached the staircase, turning back with his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the railing. After a moment of silence, his voice, icy and penetrating, inquired, "What do you wish to accomplish?" Mu Qin, "A lie. I hold affection for you." Qin Lai, "And so?" Mu Qin was momentarily taken aback. "And so? What do you mean by that?" Qin Lai sneered coldly. "Just because you harbor feelings for me, does that grant you the audacity to intrude upon my home at midnight? Do you not care for the opinions of others in our circle, nor for the feelings of my wife?" Upon hearing Qin Lai address Su Yin as madam, Mu Qin felt a surge of breathlessness. With a quiver in her voice, she implored, "Haven't you two already resolved to part ways?" Qin Lai casually played with a lighter in his other hand. "Does it concern you?" "Mu Qin," Qin Lai said, "we are all part of the same circle, and I still consider Mu Jin as a brother. Therefore, I wish to avoid causing any embarrassment over this matter. This is the final time." After speaking, Qin Lai retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Mu Jin's number. Once the call connected, his voice was as cold as ice. "Come to my house and take your sister away." With that, he said nothing further, put away his phone, and ascended the stairs. Watching Qin Lai's retreating figure, Mu Qin clenched her hands at her sides, her fingertips digging painfully into her palms. It must be Su Yin. She must have said something. Otherwise, Qin Lai would not have treated her this way. He had always shown her compassion, particularly regarding her circumstances within the Mu family. Qin Lai reached the top of the stairs and paused at the entrance to Su Yan's bedroom. A few minutes later, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Su Yan had just finished her shower and was lying down when she heard the sound at the door. She got up to answer it. Her expression was languid, devoid of the sharpness and coolness she had in the daytime. As the door swung open, their eyes met. Qin Lai lowered his gaze, his shirt collar slightly pulled open in his agitation. Noticing his silence, Su Yin took the initiative to speak. "Have you resolved everything?" Qin Lai furrowed his brows, uncertain of her arrival. Su Yin remained composed, replying, "It matters not. After all, we shall part ways at dawn." Over the course of this period, she had been compelled to endure more than her fair share of gossip surrounding their relationship. Thus, one more piece of news held little significance for her. Su Yin was genuinely indifferent. Initially, she did feel a twinge of discomfort in her heart, but now she had developed a sort of immunity. Perhaps it was due to her ability to let go that she no longer cared. Observing Su Yan's true indifference, Qin Lai felt an inexplicable weight pressing upon his chest. It was not burdensome, yet it rendered him breathless. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, or something else entirely, but Qin Lai suddenly took a step forward. Su Zhang, caught off guard by his advance, instinctively recoiled. Noticing her reaction, Qin Lai reached out with a powerful hand, encircling her waist and drawing her closer. The two found themselves in an unexpected proximity, and Su Yan's body tensed, her gaze towards Qin Lai filled with a sense of estrangement and rejection. Qin Lai narrowed his long eyes, questioning her retreat. "Su Yan, let go. There are things we need to discuss." "Qin Lai, what if I refuse to?" Su Zhan Yanyan deeply. Qin Lai's eyes turned cold and piercing as he lowered his gaze, fixating on Su Yan. They had scarcely seen each other in recent times, let alone engaged in any intimate exchanges. The sudden closeness was undeniably disconcerting. It would be a lie to claim otherwise. As their eyes locked, silence enveloped them. Neither spoke. In Qin Lai's gaze, Su Yan discerned a rare stubbornness. What would he possibly be so obstinate about? Time stretched on, and it was only when Qin Lai's phone rang that the standoff was disrupted. With a tense jaw and an icy demeanor, he retrieved his phone and answered. On the other end was Mu Jin, whose voice bore a hint of fatigue. "I've taken care of the matter." "Understood. There won't be a next time," Mu Jin added. Qin Lai glanced at Su Yin before turning away. "It's for the best otherwise." Before he could finish his thought, the bedroom door slammed shut behind him. Qin Lai turned back to the now-closed door, his tongue pressing against his cheek in contemplation. Mu Jin, having heard the commotion, inquired, "Is everything all right on your end?" Qin Lai responded with a cold chuckle. All is well. Their conversation was brief before the call ended. Qin Lai faced the closed door once more, refraining from knocking or calling out. He understood that, given Su Yan's temperament, it was futile to expect her to reopen it. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, a smirk of mockery danced on his lips. Was it necessary for her to avoid him like a venomous snake? Hardly. Qin Lai strode back to the bedroom. But with each step, the unsettling sensation in his chest intensified. After a moment's pause, he retrieved his phone and selected Su Yan's contact from the WeChat list. Typing, "Tomorrow at 9:30, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau." Su Yan replied almost instantly. Okay. Upon reading her message, Qin Lai's fingers, marked by distinct knuckles, tapped the screen lightly. It was not the swift resolution he had anticipated. Instead, it left him even more vexed. Outside the Yujing manor, Mu Jin sat in the car, loosening the collar of his Zhongshan suit as he observed Mu Qing being escorted out by bodyguards. Mu Qing was taken aback by Mu Jin's personal appearance. Upon seeing him, she trembled uncontrollably. Without unnecessary words, Mu Jin raised a hand in her direction. Instinctively, Mu Qing stepped back, but after a moment of reflection, she hesitated and moved forward, her body shaking. As she approached the car, unsteady on her feet, Mu Jin suddenly reached out, gripping her neck and drawing her closer. Startled, Mu Qing stammered, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I just love a lie too much. I didn't mean to." Mu Jin's expression remained gentle, exuding the usual gentlemanly demeanor, yet his grip on her neck tightened rather than loosened. Mu Qing gasped for breath, her complexion gradually turning pale. Musashi spoke in a low voice, maintaining the tone of an elder brother. "Mu Qing, as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, you must be mindful of your words and actions. Do you understand?" Mu Qing found herself unable to respond, merely nodding with difficulty. Musashi continued, "Initially, Alai took pity on you and protected you. You publicly claimed that you were in a romantic relationship, and Alai never exposed the truth. In fact, later on, he even tacitly accepted your relationship to ensure your safety. I have no desire to comment on this. But now, Alai no longer wishes to indulge you." Mu Qing was taken aback, her eyes widening in terror. In the next moment, Musashi leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. "Mu Qing, if it weren't for our father's dying wish for me to look after you, do you think I would allow you to prance about under my watchful eye?" Mu Qing trembled like a leaf. The following day, after breakfast, Su Yan first went to NF, where she briefly reported on Su Rui's interview to Shi Shui. Keeping an eye on the time, she arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau by 9:30. Once her car came to a stop in the parking lot, she picked up her phone from the center console and messaged Qin Lai. "Have you arrived?" Qin Lai replied, "Soon." A few minutes later, a Qian pulled up in front of Su Yan's car. She turned her head, her gaze locking with Qin Lai's through the car window. Su Yan's eyes were faintly colored, while Qin Lai's carried a hint of languid amusement. They both opened their doors and exited the vehicles. Qin Lai leaned against the car door, his expression a mix of amusement and inquiry. "Have you made up your mind?" Su Yan was dressed in professional attire, eschewing any elaborate display to evoke regret on this day of divorce. With one hand holding a folder containing the divorce documents and the other closing the car door, she turned to Qin Lai and said, "Mr. Qin, happy divorce." Chapter 65. Pretending. "Who can outdo you?" Su Yan did not respond to Qin Lai's words. Instead, she offered an alternative statement, "Happy divorce." The implication was clear. She had made her decision, and the marriage must end today. Upon hearing her, Qin Lai's smile remained undiminished. He nodded and reached out to help Su Yan with the document bag in her hand. Su Yan deftly evaded his gesture, keeping her hand still. Noticing her reaction, Qin Lai withdrew his hand midway, pocketed it, and chuckled softly. "Please," Su Yan replied with a simple, A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The cooling-off period for divorce had been arranged by Su Jie. Truly, Su Jie's words rang true. A package deal for marriage and divorce. She had prepared everything for Su Yan, the divorce agreement and the division of assets. Upon reaching the bureau, the couple only needed to provide a brief account. The staff separated them, ostensibly to take statements, but the primary inquiry was whether they were voluntarily seeking a divorce. Are you certain this is a voluntary divorce? The staff asked. Su Yin nodded with conviction. Very well. Are there any other disputes? They inquired again. No, Su Yan Duplaith. A mere exchange of a few sentences sufficed to complete the record. As she stood up, Su Yin glanced at the queue of people in the Civil Affairs Bureau. On one side, couples were marrying. On the other, they were divorcing. It was evident that divorces outnumbered marriages in this era. An interesting observation was that those getting married were predominantly in their early 20s, with very few over 30. What does this signify? It suggests that individuals are often enamored by love only during their youthful naivety. After completing the record, Su Yin and Qin Lai returned to the window to obtain their divorce certificate. The staff said nothing, merely reviewed the documents and stamped them directly. As Su Yin watched the seal descend, her expression remained tranquil. Qin Lai leaned back in his seat, exhibiting no excess emotion. When the staff handed them the divorce certificate, they reached out to accept it and stood to leave. Observing their nonchalant departure, the staff member momentarily paused. It was not that such decisiveness was unheard of, but typically, those seeking divorce exhibited some emotional turmoil, resentment, anger, or otherwise. The two of them, however, were remarkably devoid of any lingering attachments. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yin glanced at her watch, then looked up to bid Qin Lai a quiet farewell. Mr. Qin, I have matters to attend to at NF. I shall take my leave first. Qin Lai, hands tucked in his pockets, watched her and nodded with a smile. Su Yin, goodbye. Qin Lai, goodbye. Indeed, they would meet again. The intertwined relations between the Su and Qin families ensured that, beyond corporate collaborations, there were also personal connections between the two households. A few minutes later, Su Yin descended the steps and drove away, while Qin Lai retrieved a cigarette from his case, lighting it and watching her figure through narrowed eyes. Su Yin was dressed in a tailored black suit and skirt, her hair elegantly pinned with a simple clasp. She exuded both warmth and competence. When they first married, everyone remarked that Su Yin was gentle on the outside, yet resilient within, perhaps too strong for an average man to handle. He merely smiled at the notion. At that time, he truly did not perceive Su Yin as particularly formidable. After all, during every gathering of the two families, she was the one who quietly attended to everyone's needs. In hindsight, however, she was not merely strong-willed, but her heart was as unyielding as iron. From a moment she decided to divorce until just now, when the formalities were concluded, she exhibited not a trace of reluctance, nor any hint of remorse. Reflecting on this, Qin Lai bit down harder on the cigarette, but between his lips, lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Shanzai, who appeared from nowhere. Glancing around before softly inquiring, "Third brother, you've divorced?" Qin Lai swallowed hard, his expression inscrutable, and replied, "Yes." Shinzei exclaimed, "That was fast, haha." With a cold glare, Qin Lai shot him a warning look. "Are you pleased?" Shinzei smile faltered instantly. He realized he had misspoken again. Meanwhile, as Su Yin settled in her car, she received a call from Su Jie. Su Jie's voice was bright with unrestrained joy. "You divorced?" Su Zanzipli, Fimaisi. "Yes." A smile crept onto her lips as well. Picking up on Su Yin's lack of discontent, Su Jie teased from the other end. As the saying goes, a three-legged toad is hard to find, but three-legged men are plentiful. Su Yin countered, "Why must one find a man?" Su Jie responded, "Sister, you have to have some awareness." Su Yin smiled back playfully, "Stop joking." Su Jie then asked, "What are your plans next? Should we invite Xingzhen to celebrate together?" Their friendship had recently flourished remarkably. Thinking of Xingzhen, Su Yin couldn't help but recall his dismal state from the previous night. "Let us skip it, shall we?" Su Jie insisted. "We must celebrate such a significant event." Seeing Su Jie's determination, Su Yin smiled. "Let us decide this afternoon. I have an investigation to attend to today." Su Jie exclaimed, "You still have to work today?" Su Yin confirmed, "Yes, it's that interview with Su Rue. There are still some matters I need to clarify." Su Ye, "You went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize your divorce, and didn't just rush in and out, did you?" Su Yin answered honestly, "Yes." Su Jie's mind conjured the scene. "Sister, that's quite the demeanor. With your attitude, Qin Lai must be furious." Mentioning Qin Lai caused Su Yin to fall silent for a moment, and she admitted, Honestly, not really. Su Jie smirked. Mu Qing is undoubtedly thrilled right now. Su Yin shrugged indifferently. Let her be. Noticing Su Yin's genuine indifference, Su Jie chose not to dwell on the couple further. Changing the subject, she said, "By the way, you mentioned Su Rue. It reminded me that our law firm previously handled a case involving her." Su Zan Ziplit, Ohat? With a teasing tone. Su Jie understood her implication and playfully retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that aside from divorce cases, we can't handle regular lawsuits?" Su Yin stifled a laugh. "Of course we can. Among best friends, there is no need for such petty grievances." Hearing Su Yin laugh, Su Jie also struggled to contain her amusement. "Our law firm is filled with versatile lawyers, you know?" Su Yin agreed. "Indeed, indeed." Su Jie smiled and returned to the main topic. A defamation lawsuit. You would hardly believe it. It was initiated by Su Rue's mentor, who, in an effort to elevate another disciple, stepped forward to tarnish Su Rue's reputation. Su Zan, Su Jie continued, "It's just utterly absurd, beyond belief." Su Yan's curiosity was piqued. What was the outcome of this lawsuit? Su Jie replied, "It ended inconclusively. Su Rue withdrew her suit." Su Yan's voice was contemplative, I see. Su Jie understood the depth of Su Yan's thoughts. Does this information aid your investigation? Su Zan Zet Ponde. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Shen Zhe was driving Qin Lai towards the Qin family estate. The atmosphere tense and silent, his heart lodged in his throat. Just as they were nearing the company, evading disaster, Qin Lai, who had been resting in the back seat with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, tugging at his tie, and coldly inquired, "Is there no mediation for the divorce now?" Shen Zhe's mind buzzed, having not caught the question clearly. Huh? Chapter 66. A dual approach. Shen Zhe, bewildered, gazed up at the rearview mirror. Qin Lai's brows knitted together, his expression unmistakably tinged with irritation. For a moment, the atmosphere within the car grew thick with tension, and Shen Zhe contemplated abandoning the vehicle. Qin Lai swallowed hard and spoke coldly, "It's nothing." Sometimes, serendipity plays a role. A phone call from Su Jie led Su Yin to uncover a breakthrough in her investigation. Through her inquiries, she discovered that the slander against Su Rue was indeed being orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. That orchestrator was none other than the son of her esteemed mentor, who had now risen to prominence as a renowned painter, specializing in portraits and abstract art, garnering a devoted following. The details of Su Rue's private life were initially divulged by him during a seemingly casual interview. As the situation escalated, he was the first to step forward and defend Su Rue. While it appeared to be a form of support, it inadvertently confirmed the chaos surrounding her personal life. Subsequently, when a blogger criticized Su Rue, he carelessly liked the post, and though he later rescinded it, the sharp-eyed netizens seized upon this moment, propelling the narrative into a frenzy. Even her own senior has liked the post. Undeniably true. The evidence is irrefutable. How could it not be fact? What kind of person is she, beautiful yet kind? The youngest and most talented artist of our time? Where does her talent stem from? Could it be from her liaisons with men? I find her artwork rather mediocre. How did she achieve such fame? At such a young age, enjoying both fame and fortune. Either she has a wealthy father or a benefactor. Su Yin meticulously sifted through the derogatory remarks directed at Su Rue, encountering a plethora of abhorrent comments. There was nothing too vile that the detractors wouldn't express. Eventually, she scrolled down, shutting the page with a sense of finality. With her lips pursed, she leaned back in her chair, contemplating for a moment before reaching for her phone to dial Su Rue's number. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Su Rue's languid voice resonated on the other end. "Su, the esteemed reporter, are you missing me?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Su Yin cut straight to the point. "Su, do you harbor a grudge against your senior?" A silence ensued on Su Rue's side. After about 7 or 8 seconds, she ground her teeth before responding. "I knew you were no pushover. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted in accepting your interview. Suzan Sumai Fai Li, but you have accepted it. There is no turning back now. Shu Hui Skolfidli Gatli. What if I refuse now?" Su Yin replied, "You may do so. I won't force you." She then paused deliberately, allowing Su Rue to ponder her accommodating nature before adding, "However, I must caution you that when dealing with public opinion, It is best to address the root of the problem. Otherwise, it is merely cutting the grass without uprooting it, allowing it to regrow with the spring breeze. Su Rui. Su Yin continued in a gentle tone. I understand your desire to repay your mentor's kindness. Those words struck a chord with Su Rui. Su Rui inhaled sharply through her phone, pausing for a considerable moment before responding. Let me think it over. Anzai, Suzan Ziblit gon feed in. Hanging up the call and nodding at her phone. She was well aware of Su Rui's mindset, hence she would not press her too hard. Such matters required Su Rui to surmount her internal barriers at her own pace. Any impatience would only lead to counterproductive results. However, Su Yin did not remain idle while waiting. She rose and headed to the studio of Su Rui Sr. Following the navigation, she drove to the studio. Upon arrival, she exited her vehicle and entered the premises. Su Rui Sr.'s studio was evidently more impressive than Su Rui's, boasting 4 or 5 assistants. Su Yin engaged in conversation under the pretense of wishing to purchase some ink treasures, casually mentioning Su Rui. I recall that teacher Su Rui and teacher Ma are fellow disciples, correct? I hold a deep appreciation for the artworks of both teachers. As Su Yan's words fell, one of the younger assistants failed to conceal a peculiar expression. Observing this, Su Yin comprehended the underlying tension. It appeared that, while outsiders remained oblivious, those within the circle were well aware of the long-standing grievances between the two. At least their acquaintances were. In the following moment, an older assistant interjected, Indeed, teacher Su Rui is a junior of our teacher Ma. She is also an exceptionally talented artist. Su Yin responded, Indeed, teacher Su's paintings are imbued with a remarkable spirit. The assistant continued, however, yet the statement trailed off, accompanied by a hollow chuckle that carried a weight of unspoken implications. Presently, the rumors surrounding Su Rui have proliferated across the internet, leaving no one who follows her unaware of the situation. Although the assistant seemed to have said little, the unspoken words resonated profoundly. Maintaining her smile, Su Yin approached a painting, declaring, I wish to acquire this one. The assistant replied, It is priced at 268,000. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Is it truly that expensive? It is noteworthy that Su Rui's painting, Early Sun, is priced at a mere 68,000. Among fellow disciples, Su Rui's reputation is hardly inferior to that of Ma Wenluan, yet their price points are worlds apart. The other party chuckled, remarking that it was evident you hadn't had much exposure to such matters. Our teacher Ma's works appreciate rapidly. Unlike whom? It is self-evident. Su Yin ultimately decided to purchase the painting, a depiction of a lady. One must sacrifice to gain. Spending money indeed stings. Yet uncovering the truth holds greater significance for her. Upon returning to the car with the artwork, Su Yin squinted her eyes in contemplation. She may lack an understanding of art, but she must concede that the external assessments of Master Ma are quite astute. 2 words suffice. Abstract. So abstract that, were it not for certain intricate details, one might not discern that it represents a lady. As Su Yin was lost in thought while gazing at the painting, her phone, carelessly tossed onto the center console, suddenly rang. She snapped back to reality, her delicate brows knitting slightly. After a few moments, she reached for her phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom? Su Jing's voice, rarely gentle, inquired, Are you back? Su Yin replied, Yes, I'm back. Su Jing then inquired, Why didn't you respond to the message I sent you a couple of days ago? Su Yin reached for the painting on the passenger seat and placed it in the back of the car, fabricating an excuse about being too busy to remember. As she contemplated a way to sidestep the matter, Su Jing interjected, stating that she had already resolved the issue with Qin Lai. Mr. Han had signed a contract with the Qin family yesterday morning. Su Yan. Su Jing continued, By the way, Mr. Han has organized a dinner tonight. You must accompany me. Su Yin furrowed her brows, contemplating a refusal. Mom, Sensing her reluctance, Su Jing's tone shifted abruptly. The Su family will eventually be handed over to you. You cannot avoid engaging with it, can you? Su Yin remained silent. Su Jing employed both gentle persuasion and firm insistence. Yanyan, I wish to share a tender mother-daughter bond with you. Please be more agreeable. To be honest, the term scandal of the Su family's young lady is certainly appealing to paparazzi and other prominent families. Yet I have no desire to let such sordid matters come to light. After all, you're my flesh and blood, raised by my own hands. How could I possibly feel no affection for you? Wouldn't you agree? Su-Yin tightened her grip on her phone. Indeed, did she harbor feelings for her? Huh. Chapter 67. A fortunate encounter. After ending the call with Su Jing, Su-Yin sat in the car for a few moments, allowing her mind to drift before steering the vehicle in the opposite direction. On her return journey, she placed a call to Su Jia. Once connected, she succinctly relayed her circumstances. Su Jia sighed through the phone, lamenting, "Is our date truly ruined?" Su-Yin replied with a smile, "Next time." To which Su Jia responded with a resigned click of her tongue. What does Qinlai mean by this? Su-Yin fell silent. To be honest, she was equally perplexed. He was not the type to indulge in favoritism. Yet this time, noticing Su-Yan's silence, Su Jia chuckled lightly, her tone laced with disdain. Forget it. Let him think what he wishes. Su-Yan's smile faded slightly indeed. After concluding the call, Su-Yin pressed the accelerator and returned to NF. She possessed her own principles. No matter what transpired, it could not interfere with her professional commitments. Upon her arrival at NF, Su-Yin meticulously organized the information she had gathered. Earlier, she had added the young assistant at Ma Wenluan's studio on WeChat, using her secondary account. This account showcased her occasional indulgences in food, drink, and travel, leaving no trace of her professional endeavors. At first glance, she appeared to be just another socialite. The authenticity of this persona remained to be seen. Once her materials were organized, Su-Yin picked up her phone to send a message, aiming to foster a connection. "Hey, if there are any remarkable paintings from Teacher Ma, please recommend them to me." The response came almost instantly. "Sure, sis." Su-Yin continued, "Among those individuals earlier, I felt the strongest affinity towards you." The young assistant replied, "Sis, I like you as well." Seizing the moment, Su-Yin suggested, "Let us grab a meal together sometime." The assistant, perhaps thinking Su-Yin was merely being polite, readily accepted, "Sounds great." After sending the message, Su-Yin exited the chat interface on her phone. The greatest strength of youth lies in their sincerity, innocence, and fearlessness. Conversely, these same traits can also represent their greatest weaknesses. As the workday neared its end, Su-Yin rose to gather her belongings and drove to the hotel designated by Su Jing. Upon her arrival, she noticed Su Jing standing at the entrance, engaged in conversation with her assistant. Su-Yin refrained from exiting the vehicle immediately, opting to observe for a moment. Su Jing had recently acquired a new assistant, a man in his 30s. He appeared cultured and presentable. The reason Su-Yin thought of the term presentable was due to the unsettling glances Su Jing cast towards him, tinged with a hint of seduction. Witnessing this scene, Su-Yin narrowed her eyes, a mocking glint in her gaze. One cannot change their nature. A single misstep was not sufficient to learn a lesson. After watching for a while, Su-Yin finally opened the car door and stepped out, cautious not to linger too long for fear of being noticed by Su Jing. Though Su Jing was not particularly astute, she was meticulous in her work. If she harbored any suspicions, she would prefer to err on the side of caution, leaving no stone unturned. Exiting the car, Su-Yin retrieved the painting she had purchased from the back seat and strode directly towards Su Jing. Upon seeing Su-Yin, the smile on Su Jing's face diminished, transforming into a disingenuous, gentle smile. Yanyan. Su-Yin accompanied her in a performance of filial piety and maternal affection. Su Jing's gaze fell upon the painting in her hands, inquiring, "What is this?" Su-Yin, with a touch of artistry, replied, "I heard that this painter's works are quite exquisite, so I thought to present it to you." "Su Jing, my dear, you are so thoughtful," she responded. Upon finishing her words, Su-Yin handed the painting to the man standing nearby. The man reached out to accept it, greeting Su-Yin with a nod, "Mississippi." Su-Yin acknowledged him with a slight bow. Su Jing then introduced him, "Wei Sheng, my new assistant." Su-Yin smiled gently, assistant Wei. "Moments latte." Su Jing linked her arm with Su-Yan's as they entered the hotel, conversing as they walked. That old fox Han, Su has signed a contract with Qinlai. Yet he remains silent about the agreement with the Su family. Su-Yin inquired, "Does he not wish to sign?" Su Jing scoffed, "He seeks to gain even greater benefits." He won't act until he sees the rabbit. Su Yin fell into silence. Su Jing continued, once we enter, follow my lead and find a way to get him to sign the contract. Su Yin's expression remained calm as she replied, She merely acquiesced. The outcome was of no concern to her. After a few steps, Su Jing added, by the way, do you still have contact with Xiao Hongi? Su Jian responded, no. Su Jing derided, he recently started a company of his own, which failed. He's been making quite a stir lately, so be cautious. If he contacts you, inform me immediately. Su Yan's lips curled slightly. Rest assured, mother, if he reaches out, I will inform you at once. Su Jing continued the distasteful things he did back then. Just as she spoke, a courteous voice called from behind, President Su. Su Jing's remaining words were caught in her throat, her expression shifting as she turned to greet. President Fan. In the realm of business, there exists a common trait among individuals, a fade of cordiality upon meeting. Han Su, in his early 40s, rose from humble beginnings and possessed a knack for commerce and networking. He was accompanied by 6 or 7 subordinates, a larger entourage than Su Jing's. Su Jing. He engaged in pleasantries before directing his gaze towards Su Yin, extending his hand, Madam Qin. Su Yin smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and returned the handshake, President Han. Their hands met briefly, a customary social exchange. Su Jing interjected, Yanyan, this is President Han, the remarkable individual I mentioned before, a legendary figure in Sea City. Su Yin smiled softly, I have heard of him. Han Su exaggerated in his humility. President Su is being overly complimentary. If we speak of youthful success, we ought to mention President Qin, who at under 30 has led the Qin family to become the foremost in Sea City. While seemingly praising Qin Lai, Han Su's gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, assessing her value with the scrutiny of a seasoned fox. Despite the successful negotiations between the Qin and Han families, he still sought to gauge Su Yan's worth. Nevertheless, Su Yin maintained her composure, leaving him unable to discern her true intentions. A few minutes later, they entered the hotel's private room. Han Su orchestrated the dinner, while Su Jing occupied the role of the gracious host. Time flows like a river. 30 years of fortunes ebb and flow. This is the present. Had it been several months prior, Han Su would not have been worthy to carry Su Jing's shoes. Han Su spoke humbly, yet he did not genuinely refuse Su Jing's flattery. Rather, he seemed to revel in it. Seizing the opportunity while serving tea, Su Jing broached the subject of their collaboration. Mr. Han, regarding our partnership. However, Han Su did not accept the teacup from Su Jing's hand. Instead, he turned to instruct his companion to attend to the waiter. When he turned back, he smiled at Su Jing and said, Ms. Su, let us dine first. Su Jing. Upon hearing this, Han Su showed no intention of taking the teacup from her. Su Jing maintained her smile, though it was evident that her expression had become somewhat rigid. Observing this, Su Yin stood up and discreetly took the teacup from Su Jing's hand. Mom, let me pour some more hot tea for Mr. Han. Su Jing forced a strained smile and replied, good. Once seated, Su Jing tightened her grip and exhaled in relief. When had she ever been so humiliated by someone younger? The thought of it only deepened her resentment towards Xiao Hongi. Meanwhile, after receiving the teacup, Su Yin poured a little more tea and placed the cup before Han Su. He glanced down, chuckling softly. I truly did not expect to have the honor of drinking tea brewed by Mrs. Qin in my lifetime. It is indeed a rare fortune. Just as Han Su was about to say more, a low, mocking voice suddenly echoed from the doorway of the private room. Han Su, you are indeed fortunate. For the tea brewed by my wife is something I have yet to taste myself. Chapter 68. No thank you. No one anticipated that Qin Lai would suddenly appear at the door of the private room. The atmosphere within instantly solidified. Han Su stood frozen, uncertain whether to rise or remain seated, beads of perspiration forming on his back within mere seconds. Su Jing, seated in the guest area, discerned Han Su's discomfort, a flicker of smug satisfaction illuminating her eyes. In the next moment, Qin Lai strode confidently into the room, prompting Han Su to tense and stand upright at the sound of his voice. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Qin Lai bore an air of arrogant defiance. Han Su, how does the tea my wife brewed taste? The entire room, except for Su Jing and Su Yin, belonged to Han Su's associates. Yet at this moment, not a single person dared to speak on his behalf. The thin sheen of sweat on Han Su's brow transformed into a cold sweat as he refrained from even daring to breathe. It was crucial to understand that he had ascended to this position through sheer determination, lacking both background and connections. His rise was solely attributed to his sharp intellect and meticulous nature. Who could have imagined that a mere moment of relaxation would result in such a disastrous predicament? Han Su composed himself, clenching his hands at his sides, forcing a facade of calm as he addressed Qin Lai. "Mr. Qin, it is all a misunderstanding." Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, glancing at the teacup before him. That cup of tea now felt as perilous as a scalding hot taro. Han Su inhaled deeply. Mustering the courage to continue, "Mrs. Qin has graciously poured tea for me herself, but I lack the audacity to partake in it." With a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely hostile, Qin Lai replied, "I dare say you wouldn't dare." When Qin Lai was arrogant, he was truly formidable. His background and capabilities were evident. Moreover, he concealed another layer of identity beneath the surface. His commanding presence was innate. Han Su was drenched in cold sweat, too intimidated to continue conversing with Qin Lai. He turned to Su Jing, casting a desperate, pleading glance her way. Su Jing had been waiting for this very moment, her intentions perfectly aligned. She rose with a gentle smile, her tone both soft and authoritative. "Ah, Lai, did you come with friends?" Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Qin Lai turned his gaze towards her, his imposing demeanor slightly softened. "Mother." Su Jing smiled in response. "Qin Lai, you're hosting a welcoming banquet for a friend. Now, go on and attend to them. Don't keep your friend waiting." Being astute individuals, it was evident that Qin Lai comprehended Su Jing's underlying message. Instead of responding to her immediately, he approached Su Yin, casually lifting the teapot from the table. He poured a cup of tea and placed it before her. Su Yin said nothing, merely looked up at him. Qin Lai instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, leaning in closer to whisper in her ear, in a tone meant solely for her, "You're not a soft persimmon. Why allow others to manipulate you?" Su Yin remained silent. Qin Lai continued, "If you unleash even a fraction of your prowess against me, Han Su will be kneeling before you, calling you grandfather." The two spoke as if oblivious to their surroundings, leading any onlooker to believe they were a couple deeply enamored. Once he finished speaking, Qin Lai loosened his embrace around Su Yan's waist and turned to bid farewell to Su Jing. She beamed at him, her smile unwavering as she watched him depart. With Qin Lai's unexpected entrance, the atmosphere in the private room subtly shifted. Following the meal, Han Su maintained a congenial demeanor throughout, even proactively broaching the subject of collaboration as the gathering concluded. "Mr. Su, I shall arrive punctually at your esteemed company at 9:30 tomorrow morning to finalize the contract. I apologize for the delay. The demands of my small enterprise have been overwhelming. Unlike the Su family, which boasts deep roots and a wealth of talent, I must be hands-on with every matter." Han Su articulated his sentiments eloquently, and Su Jing refrained from adopting a condescending tone to create difficulties. In this industry, foolishness is seldom tolerated, as those excessively naive often do not endure. The essence of business lies in valuing harmony. As long as the outcome is favorable, the journey is inconsequential. After the meal, the group exited the private room. Han Su instructed his assistant to settle the bill and personally escorted Su Jing and Su Yin to their vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Jing, he turned to Su Yin, offering sincere apologies. "Mrs. Qin, I'm truly sorry for today's events." Su Yin nodded in response, acknowledging, "Your words carry weight, Mr. Han." Han Su replied with a hearty smile, "Mrs. Qin, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Su Yin smiled gently, "Very well, Mr. Han. Your reputation in our circles precedes you. I shall remember that." A few minutes later, Su Yin entered Su Jing's car. Inside, Su Jing discarded her coat to the side and cast a disdainful glance out the window. Was that Han Su, really? If it weren't for the current decline of the Su family and my urgent need for the land in his possession, he would hardly be worthy of sharing a table with me. Just look at him today, reveling in his modest success. Su Jing continued to mutter, her words flowing incessantly. Su Yin listened quietly, allowing her mother to vent without interjecting. Once Su Jing had finished her complaints, Su Yin softly stated, "Mother, unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave. I have an interview scheduled for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Jing shot her a sharp glance. "I heard you've changed jobs?" It was surprising that she was only now learning of it, as Su Yin had transitioned some time ago. Su Yin confirmed, "Yes." Su Jing furrowed her brow, inquiring further, "Is it true you've joined NF?" Su Yin replied, "Indeed." Su Jing retorted, "Do you realize what NF represents? They obsess over so-called objective reporting, which results in constant suppression from all sides. You." Su Yin felt a wave of disdain for her mother's attitude, but maintained her composure, offering a gentle smile. "Mother, my choice to join NF serves a purpose. Rest assured, it will benefit the Su family." Upon hearing that it might be advantageous for the Su family, Su Jing fell silent. Shortly thereafter, she employed a mix of persuasion and pressure to further admonish Su Yin. Su Yin dutifully listened, embodying the role of a compliant daughter. After a while, Su Yin exited the vehicle, watching as her assistant drove Su Jing away. The moment Su Jing's car vanished from her sight, the gentle expression on Su Yin's face evaporated, replaced by a countenance of indifference and detachment. She lingered for a moment before turning to enter her own vehicle, where her gaze collided with that of Qin Lai, who stood behind her. Having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, he exuded a languid and carefree demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, the hem of his shirt slightly untucked from his trousers. It is evident that the individual hosting tonight's gathering shares a close relationship with him. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such uncharacteristic behavior. As their gazes met, Qin Lai was the first to break the silence, his voice low and steady. "Have you been drinking?" Su Yin replied with a simple, Noticing her indifference, Qin Lai let out a faint, almost amused chuckle. "Aren't you going to offer me a word of thanks?" Chapter 69. Intrusiveness on a midsummer night. Even with the breeze, the air remained warm. As Qin Lai spoke, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Su Yin. He had meticulously noted the nuances of her expressions. He had never realized that such a gentle soul could exhibit disdain, particularly towards her own mother. After a prolonged silence, when Qin Lai assumed Su Yin would remain reticent, she finally parted her crimson lips to express her gratitude. "Thank you, President Qin." The smile on Qin Lai's face faltered. Moments later, he felt the tip of his tongue grazing one side of his cheek. President Qin. This title, akin to a chasm, effectively distanced their relationship, solidifying its boundaries. The next instant, Su Yin brushed past him, clutching her handbag. Having indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol that evening, Qin Lai's mind was clouded, and instinctively, he grasped her wrist. Su Yin frowned and halted, turning back to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Qin Lai tightened his grip on her hand. "Su Yan," he began in a low voice, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Yin spoke. "President Qin, I would appreciate it if you refrained from taking matters into your own hands in the future." Qin Lai furrowed his brow. Anticipating his confusion, Su Yin continued, "We're divorced now. If Su Jing requires your assistance again, I kindly ask that you refuse her directly." She added, "I will not accept any favors from you." Her tone was gentle, yet devoid of any sentiment. Qin Lai regarded her in silence, then unexpectedly chuckled. "It seems I have overstepped." "Indeed," Su Yin replied. Hearing her words, Qin Lai felt a weight constricting his chest, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Why did she not confront Han Su with such eloquence? Su Yin calmly stated, "Han Su was not attempting to intimidate me." Qin Lai fell silent, acknowledging the truth. Han Su had never aimed to control Su Yin. As he found himself speechless, Su Yin wriggled free from his grasp and took her leave. Initially, Su Yin intended to find a designated driver, but the thought of being alone with Qin Lai was unbearable. Thus, she opted for a taxi instead. At this hour, away from peak commuting times, finding a cab was effortless. A few minutes later, as she departed in the cab, Qin Lai felt the burning end of his nearly extinguished cigarette sear his fingers. His hand trembled, and the cigarette fell to the ground. In the car, Su Yin finally allowed herself to relax. She closed her eyes briefly, only to be stirred by a thought that prompted her to glance out the window. The neon lights flickered, and the bustling traffic flowed. This was the very place where she had grown up, yet she felt no sense of belonging. Meanwhile, Chin Lai stood in the shadows of the night, lighting another cigarette. Just as the smoke curled upwards, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from behind him. He turned, biting the cigarette, and saw Su Rue leaning against the hotel steps, arms crossed and eyes gleaming with scorn. "Oh, third master, looks like you've met your match." Chin Lai shot her a cold glare, remaining silent as he crushed the cigarette between his teeth. Su Rue descended the steps, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. After a few seconds, she stood before Chin Lai, her sharp tongue declaring, "Third master, your wife has abandoned you." Chin Lai, with a sharp tongue, remarked, "It's already quite late. Are you really calling Olmu to pick you up?" Upon mentioning Mu Jin, Su Rue shot a glare at Chin Lai. He twisted the knife, teasing, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy at the mention of old Mu?" Su Rue forced a smile. "I'll be waiting for the day you chase after your wife, even if it means burning bridges." Chin Lai replied, "Do you think I would?" Shu Hui he torted. "You better not, for someone as splendid as Su Yin is beyond your worth." That evening, Chin Lai stood on the balcony, dialing Shunzai's number. "Shensha," in a haze of sleep, murmured, "Third brother?" Chin Lai instructed, "Look into Su Jing." Shenzai queried, "What about her?" Chin Lai replied, "Anything at all, just investigate." Shenzai, bewildered yet compliant, responded, "Oh, okay." After hanging up, Shenzai turned in bed, mumbling to himself about Su Jing, knowing full well it was about Su Yin. The next day, Su Yin returned home, took a shower, and went to bed early. Rising at dawn, she sent a WeChat message to Ma Wenluan's assistant. "Baby, I gifted that painting to my mother yesterday, and she adored it." The assistant replied instantly, "Your mother has great taste." As Su Yin freshened up, she messaged, "Do you have any other paintings by teacher Ma to recommend?" The assistant responded, "Yes, let me send them to you." Su Yin replied affirmatively, and, as she got ready, the assistant sent a barrage of messages. Without glancing at the photos, Su Yin sent a voice message, "Baby, I'm not very satisfied with these paintings." After sending, there was silence from the other end. A few minutes later, the assistant responded, "Sister, what type do you prefer? Let me know, and I can help you find something." Su Yin continued with her voice message, "Well, it's a bit hard to explain in a few sentences." She intentionally remained vague. "Moments latte." Su Yin sent another message, "Baby, do you have time today? I'd like to treat you to dinner and briefly discuss my preferences." It's hard to convey everything through messages. The assistant replied, "Is after 5 in the afternoon okay?" Su Yin confirmed, "Sure, contact me then." The assistant agreed. After arranging with the assistant, Su Yin walked from the bathroom to her dressing room, selecting a flowing, ankle-length, sky blue gown and a matching Chanel bag before heading downstairs for breakfast. Seeing her attire, Wu Ma was taken aback. "Miss, what is the occasion?" "Suzanne somai sopti." "It's for work." Wu Ma responded, "Oh, y say." Then, with a grin, she added, "You look truly lovely like this. It's far more appealing than your usual suits, which lack any femininity." Su Yin smiled quietly, saying nothing. After breakfast, Su Yin drove to NF. No sooner had she arrived at the office than she received a message from Chin's mother. "Yanyan, do find time to come home for dinner." Sitting in her office chair, Su Yin bit her lip, pondering for a moment before replying. "Okay." Chin's mother continued, "How about this Friday evening?" "Suzanne zet ponde." "Sounds good." Chin's mother added, "Call me Mom." "Suzanne ziplit, Mom." Chin's mother concluded, "Good girl." After finishing the exchange with Chin's mother, Su Yin took a deep breath. If there were any lingering affection she held for the Chin family, it was undoubtedly for Chin's mother. After a busy day at NF, at approximately 4:40 p.m., Su Yin received a WeChat message from Ma Wenluan's assistant. "Sister, where shall we meet?" Su Yin replied, "Shall we go to Zhuting?" The other party, "All right, Zhuting is a tea house brimming with artistic flair, a favored leisure spot for socialites and daughters of prestigious families." After agreeing on a time, Su Yin descended the stairs with her car, keys in hand, and drove off. Midway through her journey, her phone rang from the center console. She glanced down, connected to the car's Bluetooth, and answered. It was Tang Yun. The voice on the other end was succinct. "Miss Su, someone is covertly investigating you." Upon hearing this, Su Yin furrowed her brow. "Do you know who it is?" The other party remarked, I know, it's the young Master Shinzei from the Shin family. Su Yin fell silent for a moment before replying, it's not him. It's Xinlai. Chapter 70. Understanding human nature. The reason behind Su Yan's unwavering confidence is self-evident. Firstly, her interactions with Shinzei have been minimal. There are no enmities from the past, nor grievances from the present. She does not believe that Shinzei would suddenly take an interest in her. Setting aside these considerations, the only plausible explanation for Shinzei's current employment under Xinlai is that Xinlai has assigned him to investigate her. The person on the other end of the line, Tang Yun, is also astute. She is Mr. Qin. Su Yin responded affirmatively, or so it seems. Tang Jun, should we intervene? Su Yin inquired. Let's see what he intends to investigate. Tang Jun ziplit understol. After ending the call with Tang Yun, Su Yin pressed her lips into a straight line. She was unsure of Xinlai's intentions, but her intuition warned her that trouble was brewing. Half an hour later, Su Yin arrived at the Zhuo Ting tea house, where she held a membership, one that she had been persuaded to obtain by Su Jia. Initially, she did not perceive much convenience in possessing a membership card, but as the tea house gained popularity, the exclusivity of membership increased, thereby enhancing the value of her card. Upon entering the grand hall, she found Ma Wenluan's assistant waiting for her. The hall manager, recognizing Su Yin, approached her with warm greetings. Miss Su. The usual? Su Yin nodded. Yes, the usual. This way, please, the manager said. Su Yin smiled. I will greet my friend. With that, she waved to the eager assistant. The assistant, somewhat embarrassed, hurried over to her side. Perhaps feeling slighted earlier, he affectionately linked his arm with Su Yan's sister. Su Yan, adept at reading people, couldn't he help but notice how he had arrived earlier without informing her. I didn't know this was a members-only establishment, the assistant admitted. Suzanne Zieplit? That's my fault. I should have clarified that beforehand. As they conversed, the manager, perceptive as ever, interjected, had you mentioned you were Miss Su's friend, I would have made arrangements. Miss Su is one of our esteemed regulars with a reserved private room. The assistant exclaimed, oh, with just a few words. The manager elevated Su Yan's status in the assistant's eyes significantly. Seizing the moment while the assistant prepared tea, Su Yan transferred 2,000 through WeChat. The assistant's expression remained unchanged upon seeing the transfer. Tipping was customary here. Once the manager departed, the assistant, holding a teacup, began to complain, Sister, you wouldn't believe it. The waitstaff had such an air of superiority when I walked in. Su Yin smiled gently. In the future, just mention my name when you arrive. The assistant's eyes sparkled. Is that really okay? Su Yin assured him, of course. Everyone possesses desires, and among these, vanity reigns supreme. Few can escape its influence. With her words, Su Yin drew the assistant closer, making him regard her as a confidant. As they shared a pot of tea, the assistant began to open up to Su Yin. Sensing the opportune moment, she feigned casual interest. I didn't find any paintings by Teacher Ma to my liking. Should I consider selecting one from Teacher Su instead? The assistant's expression shifted subtly. Su Yin remarked, isn't Teacher Ma and Teacher Su siblings? You must be quite familiar with each other. Could you possibly assist me in making an introduction? Su Yan's acting was impeccable, leaving no room for critique. The transitions and connections were seamless. The young assistant, oblivious to her true intentions, appeared somewhat uneasy. After taking a sip of tea, seemingly resolved, she leaned in and said, Sister, to be honest, I am not very acquainted with Teacher Su. After a brief pause, likely fearing Su Yin might assume her lack of experience was the reason for her limited access to Su Rue, she added, it's not just me. Everyone in our studio is not familiar with Su Rue. The shift from Teacher Su to Su Rue carried a significant implication. Su Yin feigned ignorance to this alteration, inquiring, how would you not be familiar? Aren't Teacher Ma and Teacher Su siblings? The assistant hesitated. Well, Su Yin pressed, is it inconvenient to discuss? If so, that's fine. While speaking, she refilled the assistant's tea. The assistant hesitated further, contemplating, before finally declaring, Sister, this matter must remain confidential. Please do not divulge it. Su Yin, cradling her teacup, assured her, rest assured. The assistant continued, the truth is, although Teacher Ma and Su Rue are indeed siblings in the same school, Their relationship is quite strained. Su Yin feigned curiosity. Oh, the assistant divulged. Teacher Ma's father was actually driven to his demise by Su Rui. Su Yin gasped in astonishment. What? According to the assistant, Ma Wenluan's father, who was also Su Rui's esteemed mentor, had shown her immense kindness. Yet, Su Rui, lacking gratitude, severed ties with her benefactor after achieving success, even going so far as to cut off all relations. Nevertheless, Ma Wenluan's father continued to support Su Rui without harboring resentment, attending various events and seeking opportunities to elevate her profile. To everyone's disbelief, Su Rui persisted in her self-serving ways. In fact, during Ma Wenluan's father's illness, she had the audacity to confront him in a heated argument. The assistant lamented, "I heard that after Su Rui left that day, Teacher Ma's father passed away." Su Yin reflected, "Such a tragic backstory indeed." The assistant scoffed, "I truly cannot fathom how individuals like this exist in the world." Su Yin chose not to respond, instead focusing on her tea. As they exited the tea house, twilight had settled in. The assistant continued to enthusiastically share gossip from their circle. Su Yin, delicately clasping her bay, remained silent. As they parted, she retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to her. The assistant, with a puzzled expression, accepted it, asking, "Sister, what is this?" Su Yin replied, "If you ever find yourself unemployed, you can seek work here." The assistant, bewildered, responded, "Huh?" Su Yin offered no further explanation, stating, "I have other matters to attend to. See you next time." After parting ways with the assistant, Su Yin got into her car. From their conversation that evening, combined with her recent research, she had nearly pieced together the intricate relationship between Su Rui and Ma Wenluan. Upon returning home, Su Yin did not immediately exit the vehicle. Instead, she picked up her phone and dialed Su Rui's number. She wished to engage in an open and candid conversation with Su Rui. She did not want to rely on her own conjectures for her report. What she sought was the truth of the matter. After a brief moment, the phone rang and connected. Before Su Yin could utter a word, Su Rui, on the other end, took the initiative to speak. "Su, the esteemed journalist. Do you know how to play cards?" Su Yin paused briefly before responding, "Sure." "Su Rui, would you accompany me to Jade Pavilion for a few rounds?" Su Yin remained silent. Su Rui lowered her voice, saying, "If you help me win the game, I shall agree to your proposal." Su Yin readily accepted, sealing the deal. After hanging up the phone, she started the engine and turned the car towards Emerald Pavilion. Inside the Emerald Pavilion, Su Rui wore a captivating smile, her gaze provocatively directed at Qin Lai, who had triumphed throughout the night. "The one who can handle you has arrived." Qin Lai reclined languidly, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 71. Does it hurt? As Qin Lai finished speaking, Su Rui raised her right middle finger at him. When Su Yin arrived at Emerald Pavilion, Su Rui was already waiting for her at the entrance. Upon seeing her alight from the vehicle, Su Rui feigned annoyance, asking, "Why did you take so long?" Su Yin smiled, her lips curving upward, as she elegantly stepped out of the car. They had met numerous times, but Su Rui had never seen Su Yin in such attire. Tall and slender, Su Yin possessed a striking figure, her waist and hips perfectly proportioned despite her slimness. This made her particularly suited for dresses or kipeos, especially the fitted satin spaghetti strap dress she wore today, which accentuated her already exquisite silhouette. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Rui's eyes as she boldly scrutinized Su Yin before linking her arm with hers, her pride unabated. "Considering how beautiful you look today, I shall reluctantly forgive you." Su Yin smiled lightly. "Should I thank you, Teacher Su?" Su Yin's overly formal response prompted Su Rui to click her tongue. "Just remember to dominate later and win back what I lost." Curiosity piqued. Su Yin inquired, "How much did you lose?" Su Rui held up 5 fingers. 50,000? Su Zhan Gues? Su Rui rolled her eyes. 5,000. Given Su Rui's stature, it seemed rather unbecoming for her to be so perturbed over a mere 5,000. It wasn't merely about the money. It was a matter of pride. Su Yin chuckled. "All right, I will help you win back your losses, but don't forget your promise." Seeing Su Yin's confidence, Su Rui's eyes twinkled with mischief as she leaned closer, whispering, "Su Yin, could you do me another favor?" Su Rui was cunning. Sudan hestita. What kind of favor? It's just a small request, Su Rue replied, then added, I assure you, helping me will not breach any laws or ethics. Su Yin scrutinized Su Rue, who feigned displeasure. Are we still friends, Su Yin? With a hint of playful sarcasm, Su Yin retorted, Are we really friends? Su Rue confidently declared, Of course we are. Su Zan Gonset Anzai. It was not easy to befriend someone as eccentric as Master Su, so she decided to cherish this bond. A few minutes later, the two entered a private room at the club. Upon opening the door and spotting Qin Lai and Shun Bai among the group, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the company would be them. Before she could react, Su Rue had already pulled her to a seat. With her arms crossed, Su Rue provocatively addressed Qin Lai, My savior has arrived. Qin Lai glanced at Su Yin, casually toying with the cards in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips but remaining silent. Next, Su Yin will play on my behalf, Su Rue declared. At that moment, Shun Bai, seated beside Qin Lai, nudged him with his elbow, remarking, Su Rue is really going to put you through the ringer. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. Oh, Shun Bai smirked, keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. Upon finishing his words, Shun Bai could not bear to witness his brother being slaughtered. He exchanged a brief greeting with Su Yin before retreating to a corner to indulge in drink. Just as Shun Bai rose to depart, Su Rue leaned slightly forward, pressing directly towards Qin Lai's face. What is the point of merely playing cards? She proposed. How about this? Whoever loses a round must remove a piece of clothing. Upon Su Rue's utterance, the individuals within the private room, save for Qin Lai himself and the frowning Su Yin, wore expressions of amusement, as if anticipating a spectacle. After making her provocative statement, Su Rue further taunted Qin Lai, deliberately adding, Sanner, if you cannot handle it, conceding is also an option. Qin Lai, with a glass of liquor resting before him, imbued with ice cubes, lifted it to his lips. As he took a sip, the ice cracked audibly between his teeth. With a nonchalant flicker of his eyelids, he replied, And what if the one to lose is you? Qin Lai directed his words at Su Rue. Yet it was evident that the true recipient was Su Yin. Su Rue, name your price. I can afford it. Qin Lai scoffed. Do you think I lack such trivial sums? Su Yin, the stakes were identical. Should she be the one to lose, she would also undress. Qin Lai's gaze lingered upon her, a playful smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. Su Yin was self-assured, for she possessed undeniable advantages. She was adept at counting cards. After the initial 2 rounds, Qin Lai found himself on the losing end. Su Rue observed with delight, unable to conceal her amusement, and teased Qin Lai, who was now clad only in a black shirt and suit pants, saying, If you continue to lose like this, you might. Qin Lai maintained an enigmatic smile, questioning, Are you so impatient? Su Rue, primarily, you have removed your watch and taken off your suit jacket, leaving only 2 pieces. Qin Lai jested, Why the haste? Su Rue let out a light hum, a sound of amusement. Those in the private room were convinced that Su Yan's victory was a foregone conclusion. However, after Su Rue's provocation, the tide of the game shifted, and Qin Lai began to secure consecutive wins. Fortunately, when Su Yin took her seat, Su Rue playfully draped several extra garments over her, allowing her to endure a little longer. Yet, even so, she could not withstand the onslaught of losses for long. As Su Yin found herself clad in nothing but a blue spaghetti-strap dress, Qin Lai toyed with a card in his hand, his slender eyes twinkling with mirth. Shall we continue the game? At this moment, Su Yan's palms were already damp with perspiration. Su Rue felt a twinge of guilt. It is worth noting that she had merely intended to provoke Su Yin, relishing the thought of Qin Lai's embarrassment. She had no intention of placing Su Yin in an uncomfortable position. Su Rue, do not play. Su Yin, proceed. Let this round determine our fate. The rules of the game were established by them. In the realm of card games, there are inevitably winners and losers. One cannot claim the right to play only when victorious and resort to deceit upon defeat. As adults, a modicum of sportsmanship is expected. Once Su Yan's voice echoed, the atmosphere in the private room surged to a crescendo. The guests, initially divided into groups, some engrossed in cards, others engaged in lively conversation and savoring fine wine, now converged around the card table, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Lai, languidly reclining in his chair, cast a sidelong glance at Su Yin, chuckling softly as he rolled up the cuffs of his shirt. Very well, let us continue. At the card table for 4, the players were paired off. With the outcome hinging on this single round, each card played was executed with utmost caution. At a crucial moment, Su Yan's partner, a wealthy young gentleman, discarded a card. A sudden jolt coursed through Su Yan's heart as she furrowed her delicate brows, casting a glance at Qin Lai. Upon sensing her gaze, Qin Lai lifted his head. In his hand, he twirled a card, knowing that dropping it would mean victory. All eyes were fixated on the card he held. Unexpectedly, he broke into a smile, slapping the card down onto the table. Leaning back in his chair while reaching for a drink, downing it in one go, and carelessly declaring, "I've lost." Su Yan. Su Rue exclaimed, "What? You're in a team with Qin Lai, third brother? We lost. What card did you have?" As the young gentleman spoke, he reached out to touch the card that Qin Lai had placed on the table. Qin Lai swiftly extended his hand, pressing the young man's hand aside. The young man looked up. "Third brother?" Qin Lai grinned with a mischievous glint in his eyes, yet the amusement did not reach his depths. "When I say I've lost, I mean it." The young man stammered, "Why, yes." Qin Lai chuckled lightly, offering a way out. "You don't have to strip." "Why the rush? Afraid that third brother-esque physique isn't enticing enough?" The young man, quick-witted, caught the drift and replied, "Not at all. Third brother-esque physique is commendable, whether in the eyes of women or men." "Indeed," Qin Lai retorted playfully, prompting the crowd to cheer for him to undress. He cast a glance at Su Yin before rising to his feet. Their eyes met, and Qin Lai's hand moved to the top button of his black shirt. 1, 2, 3. Just as he reached the 4th button, Shunbai, seated in the corner, suddenly interjected, "What a peculiar taste you all have. Even indulging in third brother-esque tofu?" Laughter erupted among the group. In the next moment, Shunbai rose from the corner sofa, remarking, "What is so interesting about a man undressing? Come, let your dashing and charming brother take you to see the broader world." With that, Shunbai beckoned the crowd to leave the private booth. All were astute enough to grasp Shunbai's implication, and no one lingered to embarrass themselves. Once the group departed, only Qin Lai, Su Yin, and Su Rue remained in the booth. Shunbai turned back in the booth, reaching out to hook Su Rue's shoulder. Guiding her towards the exit, "Rue, let brother have a word with you." Su Rue retorted, "Do you believe I break your fingers?" Shunbai hurriedly withdrew his hand from her shoulder, feigning a delicate gesture. "Oh, how violent. You frighten me." As soon as Su Rue and Shunbai exited, only Qin Lai and Su Yin remained. They exchanged glances, and Qin Lai picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table. Biting one between his lips before igniting it with a lighter, the smoke swirling around him as he chuckled softly, once more unbuttoning his shirt. Chapter 72. A glimmer of insight. Su Yin had not anticipated that Qin Lai would persist. As she caught sight of his muscular physique, she averted her gaze. Inhaling sharply, Qin Lai, his subordinates halted their movements, a mischievous glint deepening in his eyes. Su Yin pressed her lips together, acknowledging, "I am aware of your trump card. The one at a disadvantage is I." After a brief pause, she added, "Consider it a favor owed to you." With that, Su Yin refrained from uttering another word, turning to retrieve her handbag from the chair before striding away. Noticing her hurried departure, evading him, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow and leaned back against the card table, chuckling softly. Just as Su Yin exited, Shunbai entered from outside. Observing Qin Lai, who was biting his cigarette with half-closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought, he teased, "So, who exactly lost the game?" Qin Lai responded nonchalantly, "I did." Shunbai inquired, "Is that so?" Qin Lai scoffed, "What do you think? Would I concede to her?" Shunbai continued, "Who knows? Perhaps you merely wish to undress for her viewing pleasure." Qin Lai shot him a disdainful look, retorting, "Do you think I am like you?" Shunbai stepped forward, jesting, "What is wrong with that? At least I follow through on my words. It's not like someone, during the wedding, proclaimed to the brothers that they would only be a nominal couple, then on the very first night of marriage, consummated the union." Faced with this revelation, Qin Lai remained silent, the cigarette but pinched between his lips. After a moment, he muttered, "It was her who broke the agreement first." Shunbai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Qin Lai remained noncommittal. Shinbai, with a smirk, remarked, "So, it seems you've been taken advantage of by Su Yan for over half a year?" Qinlai felt the sting of the accusation. Meanwhile, Su Rue entered Su Yan's vehicle. Despite her usual haughty demeanor, she now felt remorseful towards Su Yan, her guilt rendering her as quiet as a quail. In contrast, Su Yan maintained her composure. The journey from J Pavilion to the parking lot, a mere 7 to 8 minutes, was sufficient for her to regain her equilibrium. Noticing Su Rue's discomfort, Su Yan reached into the back seat for 2 bottles of mineral water, offering one to her while she opened the other and took a few sips. "Do not forget the promise you made to me," Su Yan reminded her. Su Rue exclaimed, "Now, is it convenient to discuss?" Taking a breath, Su Rue, lacking confidence, nervously fidgeted with her fingers and asked, "What do you wish to know?" Su Yan replied, "I investigated your grievances with Ma Wenluan." Upon hearing Ma Wenluan's name, a complex array of emotions flickered in Su Rue's eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure. And then, she inquired. Su Yan continued, "You are not the type to be ungrateful. He despises you because you do not appreciate him. I refuse to believe that. Shu hui attempted de ismayo. Do you think you know me well?" Su Yan responded, "Not well, but my instincts tell me otherwise." Su Rue asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Su Yan lightly tapped the steering wheel with her fingers, neither confirming nor denying. Su Rue scoffed, "Don't tell me you don't have any. I'm certain you do." In the face of Su Rue's unwavering assurance, Su Yan remained silent, extending her hand to open the central control compartment, retrieving a box of lady cigarettes and tossing it into Su Rue's embrace. A smile danced on Su Rue's lips. Moments later, she pressed the car window down, smoking as she recounted her grievances with Ma Wenluan. Initially, Su Yan believed that the discord stemmed from a misunderstanding attributed to her esteemed master within the industry. However, upon hearing Su Rue's narrative, she realized the origins were far more complex. There was a grain of truth to the rumors circulating. "From the moment I entered my master's tutelage, he treated me exceptionally well, allowing me to reside in their home, and his favoritism was well known. This affection persisted until my 21st year. I grew up alongside Ma Wenluan, a gentleman of refined elegance who showered me with care, and I gradually developed feelings for him. Just as I was preparing to confess my feelings at his birthday celebration, my master sensed my intentions, erupting in fury and attempting to thwart me at every turn." Su Yan furrowed her brows. Su Rue flicked the ash from her cigarette, glancing at Su Yan. "Do you think he disapproved of me? Is that why he opposed my relationship with Ma Wenluan?" Su Yan refrained from responding, choosing not to speculate. "Shu hui shuklad li getli. No, it's because I'm actually my master's biological daughter." Su Yan was taken aback. After uttering this revelation, Su Yan turned to gaze out of the car window, a hint of derision tugging at her lips. Thus, it seems there are no unreciprocated acts of kindness in this world. Su Yan furrowed her brow, recalling that several years prior, there had been a lawsuit involving her master, who had aided a junior sister in defaming Su Rue. Indeed, Su Rue affirmed, "He felt I was uncontrollable and feared I would expose our relationship, tarnishing his reputation in the industry. Thus, he sought to undermine me, leaving me with no escape." Su Yan remained silent. After sharing these details, Su Rue appeared contemplative, her lips pressed into a straight line. After a prolonged silence, she unexpectedly inquired of Su Yan, "Mujin, how have the years treated you?" Su Yan hesitated before responding, "Quite splendidly." "Su du smai sopti ohat?" Su Yan then asked, "Do you know him?" Su Rue extinguished her cigarette, discarding it into the car's ashtray. Her gaze lowered as she spoke nonchalantly. "Him? I spent a few days with him." Su Yan was taken aback. "A few days? Not even a proper relationship?" That evening, Su Yan fully comprehended the intricacies of Su Rue's situation. After dropping Su Rue off at her hotel, she drove home. Upon her return, Aunt Wu had prepared bird's nest soup, which Su Yan sipped lightly before retreating to her study to organize the interview notes pertaining to Su Rue. Once all the materials were in order, she sent an email to Shi Shui. Just as she dispatched the email, a WeChat message from Shi Shui arrived. "Shi Shui, burning the midnight oil?" Su Yan just finished organizing all the materials. Shi Shui, no overtime pay. Su Yan, I volunteered. Shi Shui, youth is indeed an inexhaustible vigor. Su Yan, Shi Shui, get some rest. Su Yin, all right, you too. After exchanging messages with Shi Shui, Su Yin entered the bathroom to freshen up. 20 minutes later, she emerged, applying body lotion while listening to the current news on her phone. As she was engrossed in the broadcast, her phone suddenly vibrated. She leaned forward, glancing down to find a message from Tang Yun. Shunzhe is investigating your relationship with the Su family. Su Yin furrowed her brows and replied with a question mark. Tang Yun continued. Today, Shunzhe visited every tutor you've had since childhood and even sought out several former servants dismissed by the Su family. Upon reading Tang Yun's message, Su Yin tightened her grip on her phone. She realized that certain matters could no longer be concealed, although she was unaware of Qin Lai's motives for conducting this investigation. She felt it imperative to sit down with him for a thorough discussion to prevent any unforeseen complications. After a moment to steady her emotions, please take care of yourself. Tang Yun replied. My life was saved by you. I fear no death. Your life belongs to you. Live it well. After concluding her conversation with Tang Yun, Su Yin swiftly sent a message to Qin Lai. We need to talk. Chapter 73. Wait for me. After sending the message, Qin Lai did not respond immediately. Su Yin waited for a while, but, seeing no reply, she pursed her lips and placed her phone on the bedside table. At that moment, Qin Lai was still at the club. Shunzhe stood before him, reporting the findings of his investigation. The dismissed servants of the Su family had sealed their lips, refusing to divulge anything. The few tutors knew little, only stating that Su Jing was exceedingly harsh on Su Yin. Qin Lai lowered his gaze, his long fingers tracing the rim of his glass. Harsh, not severe. A single character made all the difference in meaning. Noticing Qin Lai's contemplative demeanor, Shunzhe crouched in front of the coffee table, meeting his eyes, and playfully exclaimed, Third brother, did you think I only discovered this much? Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Shunzhe grinned, his teeth bright and white. Of course not. Third brother, you can rest assured that handing this matter over to me was a wise choice. Although the Su family servants are as tight-lipped as iron walls, I have still managed to pry open a crack with my wits. Speak, Qin Lai commanded. Shunzhe leaned closer to the coffee table. Suzing meets jet sito Suzan. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai's pupils constricted sharply. Though he had harbored suspicions, conjecture was one thing, and confirmation was another. Observing Qin Lai's reaction, Shunzhe scratched his nose, pondering how to express that these two had once been married. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. He hesitated, then continued awkwardly. Although it may sound unbelievable, it is indeed a fact. Qin Lai maintained a stoic expression. Continue. Shunzhe explained. It is said that Su Jing privately resorts to physical punishment against sister Su Yin, and in severe cases, employs family discipline. Family discipline? Qin Lai furrowed his brows, forming a shallow crease. He had heard of the Su family's discipline before, a tale he had caught from an offhand remark by old Master Qin. It was said that the Su family's ancestors had built their fortune from scratch, and to safeguard it, they enforced strict family rules. The water prison was merely a legend to most, yet the Su family indeed possessed one. The water prison represented the family's code. However, he also recalled old Master Qin mentioning that due to Su Jing being a girl and being favored by her grandfather, the water prison had essentially fallen into disuse. Qin Lai never anticipated that he would hear about the Su family's discipline again, this time in relation to Su Yin. After Shunzhe finished speaking, seeing that Qin Lai remained silent, he murmured softly, Third brother, you and sister Su Yin grew up together. Didn't you notice how difficult her life was in the Su family? At these words, Qin Lai's jaw tightened abruptly. Indeed, he had not noticed, not even a little. Though they had grown up together, Su Yin was a girl, and their interactions had been rather limited. They could barely see each other during family gatherings. Moreover, Su Jing and Xiao Hongyi were adept actors, treating Su Yin like a precious gem in front of outsiders. Who would have imagined the cruel reality behind closed doors? As Qin Lai's expression grew increasingly grim, Shunzhe feared that his previous comments had offended him. He hastily sought to soften the blow. Third brother, I meant no harm. I know you possess a kind heart. Look at how you've grown up playing alongside Mu Gu. always protecting Mu Qing because you find her pitiable. This incident speaks volumes about your character. However, before Shanzai could finish his thought, Qin Lai shot him a cold glare, as piercing as a blade. Shen Shi shuddered. It was a disaster. He had indeed misspoken. Upon leaving the private room, he felt utterly dejected, like a frostbitten eggplant. He collided with Shun Bai, who was returning with a bottle of red wine. Shunzai rushed forward and enveloped him in an embrace. At that critical moment, Shun Bai, with a look of disdain, pushed him away with a hand to his forehead, creating distance between them. Tears brimming in his eyes, Shunzai lamented, "Brother, being a man is so difficult." Shun Bai offered some consolation. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Shunzai gazed up, his eyes reflecting gratitude, while Shun Bai adopted a brotherly affection demeanor, stating, "I can take you to Thailand." Shunzai's expression shifted from gratitude to disbelief. Shun Bai continued, "When I return, I will help you change your name at the household registration office. I've even thought of a name for you, Shin Elisa." At the mention of this name, Shunzai trembled. The Mona Lisa was a renowned masterpiece. He would become a notable figure in the Shun family lineage, the sole transgender individual. Yet, he had no doubt about Shun Bai's sincerity. Given past experiences, once, in his childhood, he whimsically expressed a desire to become a eunuch after watching a television show. His family had been unable to dissuade him. That very night, Shun Bai had leaped into his bedroom from the balcony, insisting on fulfilling his request. Such boldness was truly remarkable. Now, as Shunzai's scalp tingled with unease, Shun Bai grinned ominously. "Do you still find being a man so challenging?" Shunzai forced a tight smile, muttering, "So easy." Shun Bai urged, "Go on." Shunzai stammered, "Yes, yes, brother." As Shun Bai watched him depart, he carried the bottle of red wine back into the private room. Qin Lai had just seen a message from Su Yan, his gaze darkening. Shun Bai teased, "What is wrong? Is Shunzai failing in his task?" Qin Lai looked up, his expression unchanged. "Do you believe the Su family treats Su Yan well?" Shun Bai raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying meaning in Qin Lai's words. "What do you mean?" Qin Lai leaned back, suggesting, "Ask around." After pondering for a moment, Shun Bai replied, based on his recollection, "They seem to treat her quite well. I haven't noticed any difference in her treatment compared to other young ladies from prestigious families." Qin Lai pressed further, and, emotionally, Shun Bai scoffed. "Now you're asking something a bit profound. Emotional matters are elusive. Who can truly know? Without first-hand experience or hearsay, no one would suspect that the Su family mistreats Su Yan." Shun Bai shared Qin Lai's perspective. Yet, the more he reflected on it, the more Qin Lai felt an unquenchable fire stirring within him. Shunzai had just mentioned Mu Qing. Mu Qing had faced significant challenges growing up in the Mu family. But with Mu Jin and Qin Lai's protection, she had endured. But what of Su Yan? As Shun Bai finished speaking, a realization dawned upon him, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Surely, Su Yan wouldn't. Shun Bai hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Qin Lai leaned forward and hastily consumed the drink mixed with ice from the coffee table. He tilted his head slightly, drinking with such fervor that the alcohol rushed down his throat. The liquid cascaded along his Adam's apple, disappearing into his shirt. Qin Lai's appearance was irresistibly alluring, prompting Shun Bai to jest, "Brother, when the Qin Corporation collapses, come to my side and dive into the depths. I'll offer you this amount." After speaking, Shun Bai extended 5 fingers in front of Qin Lai. Qin Lai cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent as he picked up the discarded phone beside him and opened Su Yan's WeChat message, replying, "Talk." Upon sending the message, Su Yan responded immediately. "When?" Qin Lai replied, "When are you available?" Concerned about the possibility of prolonged uncertainty, Su Yan answered, "Now." Qin Lai concluded, "Wait for me." Chapter 74, Bridges to Cross. Roads to traverse. After sending the message, Qin Lai picked up his suit jacket that had been carelessly thrown on the sofa and rose to his feet. Observing this, Shun Bai raised an eyebrow, questioning the situation. "Qin Lai, is there something on your mind?" Qin Lai replied, "Just a little matter." Shun Bai glanced at the red wine he had poured into the decanter, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Are you jesting with me?" Shun Bai reclined nonchalantly on the coffee table, while Qin Lai stood imposingly above him. Their gazes locked, and Qin Lai's eyes swept over Shun Bai with a scrutinizing glare. Shunbai felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively tightening the flamboyant pink shirt he wore. Qinlai smirked. I have no interest in a mere bedpost. Shunbai exclaimed, what? With that, Qinlai draped his suit jacket over his arm and made his exit. Shunbai stood up from the coffee table, tugging at his shirt collar, retorting, what do you mean by bedpost? I am quite well endowed, you know. If you turn around and take a glance at my chest, you might just see a respectable B cup. By the time Qinlai reached the door of the private room, he turned back to cast a disdainful look at him. Do not ever tell anyone you know me. Shunbai boldly declared, I will tell others that you know me. Qinlai merely sighed. Having consumed some alcohol, Qinzhe was at the wheel. Upon hearing that Qinlai was heading to the Yujing Manor, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. The reason was simple. He valued his life. Gossip may be enticing, but nothing is more important than his own safety. When they arrived at the manor, Qinlai exited the vehicle while Qinzhe remained inside. After taking a few steps, Qinlai turned back and inquired, do you have any chewing gum? Qinzhe appeared bewildered. Do you or do you not? Qinlai pressed impatiently. Qinzhe hastily rummaged through his pockets. Yes. I have strawberry flavor, will that do? Before he could finish, Qinlai snatched the gum from his hands, popped 2 pieces into his mouth, and walked away. Peering out the car window, Qinzhe quipped, are you planning to kiss someone tonight? Qinlai shot him a cold stare. Qinzhe sheepishly retreated into the car. Once Qinlai was out of sight, he muttered to himself, why chew gum if you're not going to kiss? Such a waste. Upon entering the main building, Qinlai found only Su Yan in the living room. She was adorned in a champagne-colored spaghetti-strap nightgown, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her long, fair neck. Upon seeing Qinlai, Su Yan stood up. Their eyes met, and noticing Su Yan's discomfort, Qinlai loosened the tie around his neck and broke the silence. I'll have some tea. As they stood close, Su Yan caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. How much have you had to drink? She asked. Not much, Qinlai replied. After a brief pause, Su Yan asked, do you need a hangover remedy? Qinlai's lips twitched. He initially intended to decline, but the words slipped out differently, I do. Su Yan replied softly, wait for me. All right, Qinlai acknowledged. With that, Su Yan headed into the kitchen while Qinlai settled himself in the living room. Truth be told, during their more than half a year of marriage, Su Yan had brewed countless hangover remedies for him. He remembered the taste well. It was sweet. After sitting for a while, Qinlai rose and began to wander idly around the living room. He has resided here for over half a year, becoming intimately familiar with every object and arrangement within this space. This place serves as the marital abode for him and Su Yan. The Qin family purchased it at the time of their marriage, registering it under Su Yan's name as part of the betrothal gifts. During the renovation, he was preoccupied, allowing Su Yan to take charge of the entire process. Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly fell upon an antique vase. In the next moment, Qinlai pressed his tongue against his molars. This antique vase is a relic from the Ming dynasty, a piece he had fallen in love with at an auction. Unfortunately, on that day, an esteemed elder also coveted it, forcing him to relinquish his desire. He had once believed that fate had severed his connection with this treasure. To his astonishment, during his first visit to Yujing Manor, he discovered this cherished item prominently displayed in the living room. To be honest, seeing the vase stirred something within him. At one point, he pondered whether Su Yan's marriage to him was unrelated to any family alliances. However, the reality proved to be starkly different from his assumptions. On their wedding night, both indulged in wine, their passions intertwining in a frenzy. And in a moment of reckless abandon, he had inquired about the vase. Su Yan shivered beneath him, her fingers leaving marks upon his shoulders. Yet her response doused his fervor with a chilling revelation. She said, Qinlai, don't overthink it. That was merely a wedding gift for me. Yes, she advised him against overanalyzing. His thoughts abruptly ceased as Su Yan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a restorative soup. She placed the concoction on the coffee table, and Qinlai strode forward, bending down to gulp it down in one go. After finishing, he turned to Su Yan, asking, what do you wish to discuss? Su Yan inhaled sharply. Are you already aware? Qinlai set down the bowl. Aware of what? Su Yan clenched her hands at her sides. I am not the biological daughter of Su Jing and Xiao Hongyi. My years in the Su family have been akin to servitude. Her tone was calm, as if she were recounting the plight of another. Listening to her, Qin Lai felt as though his heart was being gripped by invisible hands, suffocating and painful. His voice hoarse, Su Yan. Su Yan's remaining words hung unspoken as she met Qin Lai's gaze. Now that the veil had been lifted, she felt no need for reservations. Rather than evade, it was better to confront the truth. The nameless fire burning within Qin Lai had not subsided throughout the night and now surged with greater intensity, accompanied by an indescribable turmoil. Why haven't you spoken of this? What? Su Yan had never contemplated sharing such matters with Qin Lai. In other words, she had never considered confiding in anyone. Thus, although she appeared composed, her emotions were tumultuous beneath the surface. When one's feelings are in upheaval, clarity of thought often eludes them, rendering her unable to comprehend Qin Lai's words. Before she could process her thoughts, Qin Lai spoke again, his voice strained. Why didn't you share this with me after our marriage? We are husband and wife. Upon hearing his words, a sardonic smile crept upon Su Yan's lips. Are we truly husband and wife? Qin Lai's breath caught in his throat. Immediately thereafter, Su Yan articulated each word with precision. Qin Lai, our union is merely a marriage of convenience. Our bond is devoid of love, solely tethered to mutual benefit. Her candid declaration rendered Qin Lai speechless, ensnaring the atmosphere in a palpable tension. After a moment of silence, Su Yan composed herself, pressing her lips together and softly stating, Qin Lai, I do not seek sympathy, nor do I desire pity. With a deep breath, she continued, all I require is for you to refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Su family henceforth. Su Yan's stance was unequivocal. Since the day of their divorce, their paths had diverged sharply, with clear demarcations. Her matters were no longer his concern, nor did she require his care. Qin Lai swallowed hard, grappling with her words. Su Yan lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing for the first time a crack in her emotional facade. I harbor an extreme aversion towards the Su family. Upon finishing her sentence, she lifted her head, her previously exposed emotions now meticulously restrained. Qin Lai, our marriage was indeed a mistake. From this point forward, let our paths remain distinct, for the benefit of both you and me. Chapter 75, Suffocation and Discomfort. As Qin Lai emerged from the Yujing manor, he appeared remarkably disheveled. His steps were rapid, yet somewhat unsteady. Inside the car, Shun Zhe, who was smoking, caught sight of him and exclaimed, what the hell? He hurriedly opened the door and approached to support him. Third brother, he said. Qin Lai was steadied, managing to stand upright. Are you all right, Shun Zhe? He asked. Qin Lai's Adam's apple bobbed, his expression ambiguous. He had drunk too much. The effects of the alcohol have hit you? Shen Shi inquired. Qin Lai merely nodded in response. What did you and my brother drink tonight? Some drinks are deceptive. At first, they seem tasteless, but once you stop, you realize how intoxicating they truly are. Qin Lai's lips curled slightly as he chuckled softly, his voice hoarse. Is that so? Shun Zhe affirmed. Indeed. Third brother, you must be aware of this. For the remainder of the journey, Shun Zhe chattered on, while Qin Lai fell into silence. After approximately 2 hours, the car halted in the driveway of Qin Lai's villa. He exited the vehicle, but then paused, turning back to Shun Zhe and asking, even in a marriage born of an alliance, should one not fulfill their obligations and responsibilities during its duration? Qin Lai's question was abrupt, leaving Shun Zhe momentarily bewildered. Huh? He replied, realizing his own indiscretion. Qin Lai tightened his grip on the car roof, inhaled deeply, and furrowed his brow. It's nothing. Shun Zhe raised a hand to scratch his head, unsure of what to say. Unable to drive away immediately, he sought to fill the silence. Do you need me to help you inside? In li estraten, replying firmly. No. Shun Zhe pressed further. Are you absolutely sure? Qin Lai's voice was low as he confirmed. Yes. With that, he turned and walked away. Seated in the car, Shun Zhe contemplated Qin Lai's retreating figure. Once inside, Qin Lai retrieved his phone to message Shunbai. Brother, I feel that third brother looks a bit pitiable tonight. Shunbai responded with a question mark. Shun Zhe elaborated just a feeling. Shunbai retorted, your brain seems devoid of any clarity. How can you have feelings? Shun Zhe's pride was bruised. Brother, that's too much. You've crossed my bottom line. Should I ask so? This seemingly innocuous inquiry carried a tone of arrogance that Shunzai could vividly imagine, even through the screen. Feeling cornered, he replied thus, I have decided to lower my bottom line even further. Shunbai simply scoffed. Frustrated, Shunzai closed his phone and pressed the accelerator. He was done communicating with Shunbai. He was currently experiencing a moment of anger, having let his emotions get the better of him. Meanwhile, Qinlai entered his home, yanking his tie from around his neck and tossing it onto the sofa. He sank into his seat, leaning back, his long legs spread lazily as he closed his eyes. Just as he did, memories of Su Yan's words from earlier that evening flashed through his mind. She had said, I truly detest the Su family. She also declared, Qinlai, our marriage was a mistake from the start. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. It is best for both of us. Reflecting on these thoughts, Qinlai felt a sense of suffocation and discomfort, his teeth clenched tightly. He genuinely had no knowledge of the circumstances. Had he known earlier, not to mention the fact that they were once a married couple, he would not have remained indifferent, even considering their shared childhood. Thus, Qinlai spent the entire night seated upon the sofa. At 5 o'clock in the early morning, a servant arose to tidy up and was taken aback upon discovering him in the living room, concerned that he might have overindulged in drink and fallen asleep there. She cautiously approached him. Young Master Qin, are you all right? How did you end up sleeping here? Are you feeling unwell? The servant was an elder sent over by the Qin family, having watched Qinlai grow up. Noticing his silence, she reached out to check his forehead. Just as her hand was about to touch his skin, he suddenly opened his eyes and greeted her in a hoarse voice. Aunt Wang. Seeing him awake, Aunt Wang sighed in relief. What brings you to sleep here? Qinlai explained, I returned quite late last night. I intended to sit for a while, but unexpectedly fell asleep. He then advised her, please take care of your health, with a slight curve of his lips. He pinched his brow and replied, Aunt Wang, filled with concern, asked, would you like to go back to sleep for a bit? Qinlai stood up, stating, I'll take a shower. He then turned back to Aunt Wang, saying, please keep breakfast light. Of course, young Master Qin, she replied. A few minutes later, Qinlai ascended the stairs to shower. His phone had run out of battery the previous night, and before entering the bathroom, he remembered to charge it. When he emerged from the shower and powered on his phone, a flurry of notifications flooded the screen. Some were work-related, while others were from Mu Jin and Shunbai. Mu Jin's messages pertained to business. The two had collaborated on a project that had now made progress. Shunbai's messages, however, were of a more gossipy nature. I heard you sought out Su Yan last night. What is the situation? Did you only realize she was your true love after parting? Are you planning a dramatic chase to win her back? Reading Shunbai's messages narrowed Qinlai's eyes. True love? A dramatic chase? How juvenile. He tapped into the conversation with Shunbai and texted, you should refrain from watching too many idol dramas. After sending the message, Qinlai entered his wardrobe and selected a black suit, complete with a matching interior lining. Dressed appropriately, he descended to enjoy breakfast. Observing him seated in the dining room before 6 o'clock, Aunt Wang appeared unperturbed, while the other two servants looked as though they had seen a ghost. Not daring to speak freely in front of Qinlai, they whispered amongst themselves while trimming the flowers in the courtyard. Why is young Master Qin up so early today? He seems to have not slept at all. Could it be that he is struggling to adjust after the divorce? It's hard to say. I actually think Miss Su is quite a good person. Why would she suddenly decide to part ways? Shu, is this a topic we, as servants, should be discussing? In the dining room, as Qinlai consumed his breakfast, he perused work emails. One particular email caught his attention, an application from the Human Resources Department. Ordinarily, such trivial hiring matters would not fall under his purview, yet the candidate was Mu Qin. The moment he saw her application, Qinlai leaned back, his expression growing solemn. After a while, Qinlai picked up his phone and dialed Shunzai's number. The ringtone echoed for quite some time before Shunzai finally answered. Speaking in a flustered manner, as Sange, Qinlai replied coldly, instructing him to have the Human Resources Director handle the resignation procedures today. Shunzai, still not fully awake, struggled to comprehend and dared not ask further. All right, I will attend to it as soon as I reach the office. Qinlai's voice remained icy. Upon finishing the conversation, he pretended to hang up the phone, moving it away from his ear, only to bring it back again, insisting, "Go do it now." Shenxia, taken aback, responded, "Ah, okay, Sangu, I will go handle it right away." After hanging up, Qinlai leaned back in his chair, his expression grim, as memories of the previous night at Yujing Manor flashed through his mind. He had told Su Yin, "I can help you." Su Yin smiled with a curve at her lips, her slender waist standing tall. "Qinlai, even when you were my husband, I never considered seeking your assistance. Do you think I would now?" Chapter 76. Pressuring on the other end, Shunzhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clad only in white briefs, as he made an early morning call to the Human Resources Director for Qinlai. The recipient of the call sounded even more bewildered than Shun. "Shun, Assistant Shun, is there something urgent that requires my attention this early?" Shunzhe raked his fingers through his disheveled hair and replied, "You've been terminated. You are to report for your resignation and handover today." The individual on the line was taken aback, stuttering, "What?" Shunzhe, naturally irritable upon waking, redirected his frustration onto the Human Resources Director. "Are you unable to comprehend Mandarin? Do you require me to communicate in dialect?" Noticing Shunzhe's rising temper, the director hastily explained, No, Assistant Shun, I believe you've made an error." The mere suggestion infuriated Shunzhe further. "Do you truly think I would be mistaken? I was abruptly roused from sleep by President Qin's call regarding this trivial matter." The director fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he cautiously inquired, "Did President Qin provide any reason?" Shunzhe, having vented his anger, took a deep breath and retorted, "Reflect on your recent actions that might have provoked President Qin." The director stammered, "I haven't done anything to provoke him." However, mid-sentence realization struck him, and the line fell silent. Sensing the director's dawning comprehension, Shunzhe prompted, "Remember to handle the handover today." The director, now drenched in sweat, replied, "Yes, Assistant Shun." After hanging up, he collapsed back on his bed. Noticing his pallor, his wife asked, "What's the matter? Why do you look so ghastly?" He lamented, "It's over. All over. After all this time, I've worked so hard for nothing." Meanwhile, Su Yinqing began her day with yoga, followed by a shower and breakfast. She had two tasks ahead. Firstly, to compile and format Su Rui's report, and secondly, to pay a visit to Ma Wenluan. After enjoying her breakfast, she drove to NF. Upon completing her assigned work, she proceeded to Ma Wenluan's studio. She arrived just as noon approached. Upon seeing her, the assistant who had shared tea with her the previous night rushed to greet her warmly. "Sister Su." Su Yinqing nodded and got straight to the point. "I would like to speak with Master Ma." The assistant hesitated momentarily. With a smile, Su Yinqing introduced herself. "I am Su Yinqing, a journalist from NF. I am currently conducting an interview regarding teacher Su and have a few questions I need to pose directly to Master Ma." The assistant was taken aback. He had never imagined Su Yinqing to be a journalist, let alone that a reporter would be willing to spend a considerable sum for a painting in pursuit of information. The assistant stared at Su Yinqing, utterly perplexed. Nearby, a more senior assistant, sensing the confusion, approached Su Yinqing and inquired, "Hello, Miss Su. How may I assist you?" Su Yinqing maintained her calm demeanor, reiterating, "Hello, I am Su Yinqing, a journalist from NF. I wish to meet with Master Ma." Upon hearing this, the assistant's expression changed dramatically. Nonetheless, being an elder, the other party maintained composure, inviting Su Yin to the lounge for tea while she went to make the necessary announcement. Su Yin, unhurried and patient, replied, "Thank you for your trouble." The other party smiled in return, remaining silent. After approximately half an hour, they returned to the lounge, offering Su Yin an awkward yet courteous smile. "Miss Su, this way please." Su Yin nodded, expressing her gratitude. Moments later, she found herself in Ma Wenluan's office. She had presumed that Ma Wenluan, being from the same school as Su Rui, would possess a workspace akin to Su Rui's, adorned with an artistic flair. After all, he was an artist. However, the reality was vastly different. Ma Wenluan's office resembled that of a corporate executive. She had previously visited Qinlai's office, and while Ma Wenluan's could not be compared to Qinlai's grandeur, it certainly mirrored a similar style. In contrast, Ma Wenluan appeared more like a shrewd businessman. From the moment Su Yin entered, he was engaged in a phone conversation, discussing trivial matters, deliberately leaving her in a state of waiting. It was not until half an hour later that he finally ended his call, settled into his chair, and turned his gaze toward Su Yin. "Reporter Su," he said. Su Yin smiled, maintaining a balanced demeanor. "Teacher Ma." He gestured for his assistant to pour tea for Su Yin, inquiring, "I heard Reporter Su is interviewing my junior sister. Do you wish to ask me some questions?" Su Yin replied calmly, "Yes." He chuckled lightly. "I must admit, I find it puzzling that Reporter Su should have questions for me regarding an interview with my junior sister." His tone was condescending, exuding an air of superiority. Previously, while he was on the phone, Su Yin had not noted his appearance, but now she observed that he was well-groomed, dressed elegantly, and always spoke with a faint smile. Indeed, he portrayed the image of a refined gentleman. Yet, it was merely an appearance, for despite his smile, there was little warmth in his eyes. Perhaps prolonged exposure to a position of power had cultivated in him a sense of superiority, making him perceive others as inferiors or, in other words, as weaknesses. In a society where the strong prey upon the weak, the latter are inevitably thrust into a passive and submissive role. Su Yin took a few seconds in silence to appraise him, maintaining her smile as she accepted the tea offered by the assistant. She then looked directly at him and stated, "I wish to understand why Teacher Ma has deliberately spread so many rumors discrediting Teacher Su. Is it out of jealousy for her talent, or is it an attempt to obscure the sordid scandals of your lineage or school?" Upon hearing her words, Ma Wenluan's expression shifted dramatically. The assistant standing nearby mirrored his shock. Ma Wenluan's gaze fixed on Su Yin, warning her with a piercing look. Noting that Su Yin remained unfazed, he turned sharply to his assistant and commanded, "Leave." The assistant, being astute, did not hesitate, replying, "Yes, Teacher Ma." Once the assistant exited, Ma Wenluan dropped his pretenses, looking at Su Yin with thinly veiled anger. "What do you know? What has she told you?" "Suzanne Zieblit?" "It seems Teacher Ma is aware of everything." Ma Wenluan's body stiffened slightly. "Suzanne Zima?" "I had always suspected that Teacher Ma was unaware of the matters concerning the elder Ma. I believe Teacher Su shares this sentiment, yet I never anticipated." Her words seemed to strip away the veil of shame from Ma Wenluan. I observed him clenching his hands tightly on the desk, fury radiating from him. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Su Yan's expression remained indifferent. "Teacher Ma, to be candid, I harbor no interest in the familial disgrace you speak of. My purpose here is singular, to clarify matters for Teacher Su, and I hope you will stand in support of him." Ma Wenluan replied, "What if I refuse?" Su Yin countered, "You'll acquiesce." With that, she shifted her tone, growing markedly colder. "Unless, of course, you wish for the late Ma to be posthumously vilified by the vast expanse of netizens." Ma Wenluan exclaimed, "What?" Su Yin continued, "Though, to be fair, such treatment may be well-deserved." Ma Wenluan was taken aback. As Su Yin exited Ma Wenluan's studio, she tilted her head back, squinting at the sky. In a world so tainted, purity itself is often regarded as a sin. While everyone prioritizes their own interests, she yearns for an untainted existence. Her reflections were not solely about Su Rue, but also a commentary on her own predicament. Chapter 77. Following in her footsteps after Su Yin departed, Ma Wenluan leaned against his desk, trembling with rage. Finally, he swept his hand across the surface, sending everything crashing to the floor. The noise startled his assistant, who stood trembling at the door. Meanwhile, Su Yin was driving back to NF. On the way, she dialed Shi Shue's number. As the call connected, Shi Shue's voice was laced with amusement. "Have you managed to sort it out?" Su Yin affirmed, "Yes." "Great. Then let us schedule Su Rue's interview for next Wednesday." Shi Shue stated confidently. Su Yin replied, "That works." With another smile, Shi Shue added, "Su Yin, I must say I have a newfound respect for you." Su Yin replied with a subtle smile, "I've never been merely a decorative vase." Shi Shue candidly admitted, "I confess I have a bias against beautiful women, primarily because—" But she did not continue. "We are all respectable individuals. Some things are better left unsaid." Su Yin gracefully interjected, "Editor-in-chief, no need to explain, I understand." Shi Shue welcomed her. "Su Yin, we are delighted to have you at NF." Su Yin responded, It is a great honor. After a brief exchange with Shi Shui, Su Yin ended the call. Upon returning to NF, she was immediately surrounded by a group of spirited young reporters. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. With a warm smile, Su Yin inquired, "What is going on?" The young reporters, brimming with admiration, exclaimed in unison, "Chief Su, you are truly remarkable. You managed to crack the tough nut that is Teacher Su. When you first joined us, we thought you wouldn't last long. Working in our field can be quite grueling. We toil endlessly, receive little in return, and occasionally face suppression for encroaching on others' territories." Listening to their banter, Su Yin smiled gently. "So, how do you all persevere?" They chuckle, "Because of our ideals. Chief Su, though it's tiring and tough. Don't you think our profession is rather cool? It's about stitching together a piece of sanctuary in a world that can be so bleak." Su Yin observed them quietly for a moment, then smiled. "You are all wonderful." Their cheeks flushed at her compliment. "I'll treat you all to afternoon tea today. Feel free to order whatever you like," she announced, eliciting cheers from the group. Returning to her office, Su Yin set her handbag down, her smile still radiating. Initially, she perceived NF as rigid and antiquated, given that most of the staff were over 40. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed otherwise. They were not rigid. They simply lived more authentically. Once in her office, she immediately immersed herself in work, remaining busy until the end of the day. As she exited her office, she began replying to WeChat messages from Qin's mother. Her messages arrived punctually, inquiring what she would like for dinner. "Yanyan, how about some braised fish?" Su Yin smiled softly and replied, "Sounds good." Qin's mother followed up, "What else would you like?" Su Yin responded, "Mom, I'm not picky." Though she and Qin Lai had separated, Qin's mother had previously mentioned that she need not change how she addressed her. There were few who treated her well, and Qin's mother was one of them. She did not wish to bring sadness to Qin's mother. The affectionate call of Mom brought immense joy to her heart. "Then I shall prepare a few new dishes I have learned for you to savor." "That sounds wonderful." Suzanne Ziepli. After sending the message to Qin's mother, Su Yin arrived at the elevator just in time. Upon looking up, she noticed Editor-in-Chief Shi Shui was also present. "Shall we go for a drink after work?" Shi Shui inquired with a nod. Su Yin smiled brightly. "Not today, I have an engagement." Shi Shui raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. "A boyfriend?" Su Yin clarified. "No, it's a family elder." Shi Shui's expression softened. "Oh, I forgot you." Su Yin understood the implication and interjected, "I have already divorced." There was no trace of hesitation in her demeanor. Shi Shui regarded her with newfound admiration. "Now I finally comprehend that saying, 'Absolute honesty is humanity's most indomitable armor.'" At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Su Yin graciously gestured for Shi Shui to enter first, to which she obliged without hesitation. Inside the elevator, Shi Shui casually remarked, "Did you see that news recently about a man selling his kidney for his father?" Su Yin replied honestly, "No, I haven't." As the elevator descended, Shi Shui briefly summarized the story. An ailing father in his 70s had taken his son and daughter to court, claiming they were unfilial. The incident sparked widespread debate, with opinions sharply divided. Some believed the father had treated his children poorly in their youth, while others maintained that regardless of past grievances, children should honor their parents. Shuyan Shu's silence. As Shi Shui finished speaking, the elevator doors opened with a soft ding. She stepped out first and turned back to Su Yin. "What do you think the truth of the matter is?" Su Yin replied, "I never comment on matters that have not been thoroughly investigated." "Si Su En Gao, Suzanne, you are destined for the journalistic profession. I hope you always remain true to your principles, resist the allure of profit, and avoid following the crowd." Suzanne Apfim, "I will." Upon leaving NF, Su Yin drove toward the Qin family's old residence. This was her first visit since her divorce from Qin Lai. Along the way, she purchased several gifts, including jewelry for Qin's mother and a fishing rod for Qin's father, who enjoyed fishing in his leisure time. Lacking knowledge about fishing gear, she had consulted the shopkeeper for advice. Upon arriving at the Qin family home, Su Yin exited the car, greeted by a servant who came to assist her with her belongings. As the servant began to speak, they suddenly changed their tone. "Miss Su." Su Yin was unperturbed by the slight interruption and smiled. "Thank you." The servant replied, "You are too kind." Just then, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Yanyan." Su Yin turned to see her mother approaching. Linking arms with her, "It's been so long since you've been home. You can't imagine how much I've missed you." Su Yin replied obediently, "I've started a new job and am still in the adjustment phase. I've been quite busy." When speaking of Su Yan's new position, Qin's mother beamed with pride. "NF is a rare and reputable magazine in Xiqing. Your employment, there's a testament to how exceptional our Yanyan is." Su Yin replied modestly, "Mom, it's not as grand as you say." Before she could finish her sentence, a Bentley drove through the gates and came to a halt beside them. It was Qin Lai. Su Yin wore a calm expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, while Qin's mother, standing beside her, experienced a sudden change in countenance, her face growing icy. Today, Qin Lai was clad in a black shirt paired with black trousers, the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Upon witnessing his nonchalant and charming descent from the car, Qin's mother forced a smile that did not reach her eyes, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that towards Su Yin. "What brings you back?" Noticing the disdain lurking in Qin's mother's gaze, Qin Lai raised an eyebrow. Qin's mother clasped Su Yan's hand, drawing her closer. "There's no meal prepared for you at home." Qin Lai, amused yet exasperated, began to respond, but Qin's mother abruptly shifted her gaze, her smile returning as she interrupted him. "Oh, it's nothing really, just a matter of extra bowls and chopsticks." With that, she cheerfully added, "Coincidentally, the second son of the Hua family will be coming over shortly to meet Yanyan. You can assist in offering your insights." Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. Qin Lai's eyes darkened abruptly. Chapter 78. A back and forth after Qin's mother concluded her remarks. She glanced at Qin Lai's reaction and, holding Su Yan's hand, turned to enter the main building. "I didn't inform you in advance because I feared you might be unwilling. Rest assured, I won't pressure you. I merely wish for you to see that there are many exceptional men in Sicily." Su Yan's expression was slightly awkward. "Mother, it's rather unusual for a mother-in-law to introduce prospective suitors to her former daughter-in-law. In other circles, this might be unheard of, but in theirs, Qin's mother was undeniably unique." Noticing Su Yan's discomfort, Qin's mother reassured her, "Do not overthink it." The two women walked ahead while Qin Lai trailed behind. Observing their silhouettes and overhearing their conversation, Qin Lai pressed his tongue against one side of his cheek, letting out a scoff. Upon entering, Qin's mother pulled Su Yin onto the sofa for a chat, while Qin Lai sat in a nearby armchair, engrossed in his phone. In recent days, he and Mu Jin had encountered some issues with the bodyguard company they co-founded, facing malicious competition that had tarnished their reputation. Ultimately, they reported it to the authorities, which restored their innocence but left their standing in the industry in tatters. With one hand propping up his chin and the other messaging Mu Jin, he wrote, "If it comes to it, we should hold a press conference and have the woman who slandered old Zhou come forward to explain herself." Mu Jin replied, "That's difficult. She has already accepted Fei Long's money and won't easily retract her statement." Qin Lai responded, "Old Zhou has certainly taken a significant fall this time." Mu Jin agreed, "Indeed." Qin Lai mused, "It serves him right. Let this be a lesson." As he conversed with Mu Jin, Qin's mother, seated in the principal position on the sofa, suddenly interjected, "Yanyan, have you met the second son of the Hua family?" Su Yin replied, "I met him a few years ago." Qin's mother inquired with a smile, "He is quite handsome. Isn't he?" Su Yin offered a candid assessment. "He is very refined." Qin's mother continued, "I have recently sought opportunities to interact with him, and I believe that boy from Qingzhou is truly exceptional in every regard." With that, Qin's mother gently patted Su Yan's hand, saying, "You will surely take a liking to him." Su Yan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Hearing their conversation, Qin Lai lifted his gaze, indifferent yet intrigued, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Moments later, he stood and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Just as the smoke curled into the air, his phone buzzed, indicating an incoming call. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from Shunbai. He swiped across the screen to answer. "Speak," Qin Lai said, his voice deep and gravelly from just having smoked. On the other end, Shunbai chuckled. "I hear the second son of the Hua family is going on a blind date with Su Yin tonight?" Qin Lai bit down on the cigarette, "But I've noticed you've been particularly interested in Su Yin lately." Shunbai laughed lightly. "Don't accuse me unjustly. I am not. Qin Lai flicked off the ash from the cigarette, uninterested in delving deeper into the topic with Shunbai. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. As he prepared to end the call, Shunbai called out, "Wait, there's something. Really?" Qin Lai scoffed. "What is it?" Shunbai replied, "Today, Mu Qing came to my office, crying as if she were a weeping willow. It's as if you're the heartless scoundrel. My advice, my friend, is to clarify certain matters sooner rather than later." Upon the mention of Mu Qing, a flicker of annoyance crossed Qin Lai's eyes. Had I not made myself sufficiently clear? Shunbai replied, "Clear enough but not resolute." Qin Lai fell silent. Shunbai, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Sanner, in the realm of business, I concede to you, but when it comes to understanding women, you cannot compete with me." Qin Lai resumed his cigarette, asserting, "I conduct myself with integrity and poise." Shunbai teased, "Can you guess why Suyin divorced you?" Qin Lai was momentarily at a loss. The smoke caught in his mouth. Shunbai jabbed at his ribs. "Because you lack understanding of women." Qin Lai, Shunbai. "Shunbai, I'm hanging up." Without waiting for a response, Shunbai ended the call. Hearing silence on the other end, Qin Lai moved the phone from his ear to his eyes. A glance revealed a darkened screen. He scoffed and tucked the phone into his pocket. After a moment, Qin Lai turned and returned to the main building. Inside the main house, Qin's mother was personally preparing a meal, with Su Yin assisting her. Several servants stood by, unable to lend a hand. As Qin Lai ascended the stairs, he inadvertently glanced into the kitchen and caught sight of Su Yin, her head bowed in concentration. Her business suit had transformed into a flowing dress, and her usually pinned-up hair cascaded down, with strands gently tucked behind her ear. Each smile and frown emanated a serene gentleness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, indifferent, and continued on his way. At 7 o'clock, Hua Qingzhou arrived at the Qin family's residence as scheduled. Given the Hua family's esteemed status in Sea City, it was customary for Qin's parents not to overly accommodate him. However, today was a special occasion, a matchmaking dinner, and Hua Qingzhou was regarded as an esteemed guest by the Qin family. As Qin Lai descended the stairs, he found the atmosphere in the living room warm and inviting. Qin's mother inquired about Hua Qingzhou's romantic history, to which he candidly responded. Claiming he had never been in love would be untruthful. He had 2 past relationships. One ended due to long-distance complications, the other for similar reasons. Qin's mother, smiling, remarked that it was rather unusual for someone over 30 to have never experienced love. "Qingzhou, as you know, the situation with Yanyan," she continued. Hua Qingzhou, sitting upright, nodded in acknowledgement. Qin's mother took Su Yan's hand, declaring, "I consider Yanyan as my own, and I have decided to recognize her as my goddaughter. As for her relationship with Alai, do not concern yourself too much. It is merely a family alliance, devoid of deep emotions." Qin's mother spoke with great candor, to which Hua Qingzhou graciously responded, "Annie, I understand." At that moment, Qin Lai stood at the corner of the staircase, his fingers tapping lightly on the railing as he absorbed his mother's words. Merely a family alliance? Devoid of feelings? Perhaps there was some truth to that. Qin Lai chuckled softly and continued to stride. Upon seeing Qin Lai, Hua Qingzhou rose from the sofa, greeting him with a smile. "Third brother." Qin Lai curled his lips into a faint smile and took a seat. Hua Qingzhou added, "I thought you weren't home." As Qin Lai settled into an adjacent armchair, he lifted his eyelids. Meeting Qin Lai's ambiguous gaze, Hua Qingzhou quickly realized the potential double entendre in his words, especially since Qin Lai and Su Yin were once married. Hua Qingzhou hurriedly clarified, "Third brother, that's not what I meant." Qin Lai suddenly smiled. "It's all right." After speaking, he leaned over to grasp the white jade teapot on the coffee table, initially intending to pour himself a cup of tea. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Yan's empty teacup. With a slight shift, he poured tea for her first. His movement was natural and casual. Noticing this, Su Yin slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Thank you, President Qin." Upon hearing her words, Qin Lai paused with a white jade teapot in hand, raising his gaze to meet Su Yan's eyes. Their gazes locked, revealing the deliberate distance in Su Yan's expression. Qin Lai let out a soft laugh, maintaining a courteous demeanor. "You, Chief." Chapter 79. The The afterthought, the two exchanged pleasantries, appearing courteous on the surface, yet all present could sense the undercurrents of tension beneath the calm facade. As Qin Lai finished speaking, he withdrew his hand and lowered his gaze to pour himself tea. In that moment, the smile on his face vanished. When he raised his eyes again, he had regained his usual languid and carefree demeanor. Is everyone rendered speechless? Please continue. Do not hold back. Qin Lai exuded an air of casual elegance, idly rotating the white jade teacup in his hand. He had not removed the prayer beads from his wrist for quite some time, but now he took them off and began to absent-mindedly twirl them in his fingers. Shall we continue? Yet, how could such an atmosphere persist? Among those present, the most uncomfortable was undoubtedly Hua Qingzhou. Here he was, on a blind date in front of his ex-wife and former in-laws. Despite having witnessed many grand occasions, he could not help but feel out of place, maintaining a polite smile to mask his awkwardness. Fortunately, Qin's mother soon recognized his predicament and stood to invite everyone to dinner. Let's eat while we converse. You must sample my culinary skills. As she spoke, Qin's mother affectionately linked her arm with Su Yan's. Su Yan responded with a sweet smile. On the other side, Qin's father also extended courteous greetings to Hua Qingzhou. A few minutes later, they all took their seats at the dining table. To lighten the mood, Qin's mother had the servants uncork the red wine ahead of time. With a few glasses consumed, the atmosphere became just right, prompting Qin's mother to play matchmaker between Su Yan and Hua Qingzhou. Qingzhou, I have been talking since you entered. I have yet to ask if you have any preferences in a partner. Hua Qingzhou, ever the gentleman, dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, adjusted his posture, and replied, compatibility and shared values. Qin's mother inquired, and what do you think of our Yanyan? Hua Qingzhou responded, she is wonderful. Qin's mother beamed, and no further questions were posed. The simplicity of his response sufficed to convey his satisfaction with Su Yan. Throughout the meal, Qin's mother consistently sought to create conversation between the two, reminiscing about Su Yan's childhood anecdotes and her small hobbies. Hua Qingzhou listened intently, occasionally interjecting with appropriate remarks, striking a balance between engagement and decorum. After several topics, Hua Qingzhou and Su Yan had become something akin to acquaintances. The ambience at the table was harmonious. Meanwhile, Qin Lai sat somewhat apart, an anomaly in the setting. After the meal, Qin's mother continued to draw Su Yan and Hua Qingzhou into conversation in the living room, while Qin Lai excused himself to the courtyard for a smoke. Halfway through his cigarette, Qin's father approached him, his gaze fixed on a distant flower bed. What do you think of the second son of the Hua family? Qin Lai bit down on the cigarette, but chuckling lightly. You're asking me? Qin's father replied. Weren't you all frequently together in the past? Qin Lai lowered his gaze to flick the ash from his cigarette. It had been so long, he had nearly forgotten. Qin's father turned to him. Have you forgotten, or do you simply not wish to speak? At his words, Qin Lai's action of flicking the ash momentarily paused, and after a few seconds, he raised his eyelids and laughed. Dad, has Mom brainwashed you? Qin's father, unlike Qin's mother, was not so genial. His military background imbued him with a cold demeanor when displeased. I heard that recently you sent someone to investigate Yanyan's background? Qin Lai, pinching the cigarette but with his fingers, did not refute the statement. Qin's father remarked, in this circle, there are numerous unsavory matters. How many can you truly manage? Qin Lai remained silent. His father continued, your assistance to that girl from the Mu family was at the behest of Mu Jin, who once shielded you from harm in his youth. I can comprehend that. But what about Xiang Xiang now? I do not recall entrusting you with her care. The cigarette in Qin Lai's hand had burned down completely. Father, what is it you wish to convey? Qin's father, in his 50s yet standing tall and straight, replied, I have no particular message. I merely wish to engage in a heart-to-heart with my son. Qin Lai smiled faintly, turning to discard the cigarette but into the trash can, his gaze inadvertently landing on the radiant smile of Su Yan, who was chatting with Hua Qingzhou. Something he said had made her chuckle. Flicking the cigarette but into the bin, Qin Lai turned back, hands in pockets, lazily smiling. Father, there is no need for your probing. I believe Qingzhou and Xiang Xiang make a fine couple. Do you not agree? Qin Lai chuckled softly indeed. At 10 in the evening, Qin's mother saw Su Yan and Hua Qingzhou out. Both had indulged in alcohol, and Hua Qingzhou's driver awaited them at the entrance. Su-yin pulled out her phone to summon a ride. Hua Qingzhou, catching sight of her opening the ride-hailing app, smiled and inquired, "Might I have the honor of escorting Miss Su?" Su-yin lifted her gaze. "Hua Qingzhou, I am a good person." She glanced at him and then at Qin's mother, whose eyes brimmed with concern, smiling. "Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Hua." "No need for such formality," he replied, before turning to bid farewell to Qin's father and mother, nodding at Qin Lai as a gesture of acknowledgement. Moments later, Hua Qingzhou personally opened the car door for Su-yin, assisting her into the vehicle. Once she was settled, he closed the door and took his place in the front passenger seat. Witnessing this, Qin's mother felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Qingzhou is indeed a fine young man, thoughtful and discerning. She then turned to Qin Lai. "At last, you have done something commendable." Qin Lai maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixated on Su-yin in the back seat of the car, feeling inexplicably discontent. As he watched Hua Qingzhou's car drive away, he accompanied his parents back to the main building. After a brief moment in the living room, he distractedly toyed with his phone, opening the WeChat chat with Shunbai. "Call me." Shunbai replied with a question mark. Qin Lai insisted, "No more chatter." Shunbai responded with another question mark. Qin Lai commanded, "Just call." The next moment, Shunbai's call came through. Qin Lai answered, rising and walking outside as he spoke. "What? You were in an accident?" "I'm on my way." Shunbai on the other end barely had time to respond, exclaiming, "What?" Qin Lai reached for the car keys at the entrance, and as he was about to leave, he turned to his mother and said, "Mom, Shunbai had an accident. I'm going to the hospital to see him." Qin's mother, startled while drinking her bedtime milk, asked, "How did Xiaobai have an accident?" Qin Lai reassured her, "Just a minor scrape. You and Dad should get some rest." Having watched Shunbai grow up, she too felt anxious, replying, "All right, go quickly." Qin Lai affirmed, "Mm." As he stepped outside, Qin Lai ended the call with Shunbai and swiftly sent a message to Shunzhe, requesting him to come and pick him up. After approximately half an hour of waiting, Shunzhe did not arrive. Instead, it was the victim of a car accident, Shunbai, who showed up. He lowered his car window, wearing a forced smile, and said, "Come here, Saner, take a look at how serious my accident is." Qin Lai squinted his eyes, replying, "Quite severe." Shunbai responded, "Is it?" Qin Lai's expression turned icy, and without engaging further, he strode over to the front passenger seat, opening the door and taking a seat. Shunbai, with one hand resting on the steering wheel, raised an eyebrow mockingly and inquired, "What's going on?" Qin Lai lit a cigarette, casting a cold glance in his direction. Shunbai smirked slightly. "All right, let me rephrase that. Where are we headed next?" At the mention of a destination, Qin Lai's gaze darkened abruptly. He belatedly realized that he had just instinctively intended to follow Hua Qingzhou's car.